211. Chapter 211. Patricia's weight was almost identical to his memory. Ivan nodded slightly as he calculated the weight of Patricia on his back. Incredible self-management. The last time he had carried her was almost 10 years ago, and even then she was not in a state weakened by breaking through the demon realm. Maintaining such weight during peaceful times is. What are you thinking about? About your weight. The saint suddenly hit the back of Ivan's head. There was no shock. Even if she struck with all her might, Ivan's body was not fragile enough to be harmed by the arm of an adult woman who had no holy power or mana left. Instead, he glanced at the entourage trailing behind them. Who? Isabel, Ectasis, and Oscar were relatively fine, but Elphira was stumbling along with a pale, sickly face. Just let me rest for a moment, Heek. They were now sprinting through the forest. The forest, widely spread along the northern border of Leonor, was a desolate wilderness with no tenant farmers in sight. They had to dodge thick roots and branches that stuck out haphazardly. There was no path. Aside from the direction of the train tracks, it was a solitary forest without a single stop. It was only natural for Elphira, who could barely run with her body enhanced by magic, to be the first to collapse in such an area. Isn't it said that elves can run well in the forest? That's what we're a sea people, Heek. At Ectasis's words, Elphira was about to explode in anger, but bit her tongue and let out a yelp. She was gasping for breath as she started to stagger. Tusk, Ivan clicked his tongue and stepped back in the order. As Isabel slowed her pace upon seeing his action, Ivan shook his head and said briefly, "Don't stop, keep running. Do you realize that your training method is problematic, uncle?" Ignoring Isabel's grumbling, he grabbed Elphira by the scruff of her neck. With a keck sound, Elphira was lifted and dangled from Ivan's arm. That's cheating, I'm struggling too. If you collapse, Ectasis will carry you. Why only me? One arm has to be left free. With the saint on his back and Elphira in his left arm, he couldn't carry anyone else with his right arm. Ivan picked up speed again, moving toward the front of the line. Oscar, maintaining his composure while controlling his breath, calmly asked, "What's the plan?" "Combat at the forest entrance." "Will they charge at us?" "Once they exit the forest, it leads directly to the Coffin Road. Since surprise attacks have no meaning from that location onwards, they will likely want to settle the matter before we reach it." As Ivan continued speaking, he quickly lowered his head. Bangs! Gunfire echoed from the distance within the forest. A sniper was aiming for the saint. Following the warning of his lateral perception, Ivan ducked down while running, stretching out his right arm. Click bang! Without changing his sprinting posture or speed, he discerned the opponent's position the moment the gunfire rang out and responded with fire. He shot 2 more rounds in the direction of the sound before holstering his pistol again. With his hearing enhanced to its limit by mana, he heard a short scream. It wasn't a death blow, but it surely caused an injury. The distance to walk to the entrance of the forest was 3 days. He aimed to reduce that to a day and a half. Since the standard for walking distance was a regular pace, sprinting at a knight's level of effort could shorten it even further. Another full day until he reached Ebron, the capital of Leonor. This time he based it on a flat land sprint. If he could find horses in Ebron, they could charge through western Laurentia for 2 days. Even assuming they switched horses once midway, it would be sufficient. Bangs! Responding directly to gunfire from another direction, he quickly sketched lines on the mental map that unfurled in his mind. If they could cross western Laurentia in 2 days, it would lead them to the Papal Enclave. In other words, they could reach the Papal Enclave within 5 days, or at most 6. Setting aside a day as a buffer for potential variables, it wouldn't be difficult to align the days with the Council. Traveling such distances in this amount of time was something he had already done. Back then, the terrain was even harsher, and they had to manage more personnel. It was possible, as long as these folks could hold out. They would take turns sleeping for 5 days, minimize breaks, and rely on nutritional bars for meals. If only the saint could endure, it would definitely not be a distance that a superhuman couldn't cover. And there was no actual combat without threats, which would act as training. Ivan was a rational person who would never miss an opportunity that allows for double gains. Diego has been taken down. Damn, is that guy a monster? Louis bit his teeth and loosened his grip on the telescope. Considering how quickly the distance was growing between them, that little guy's pistol shooting down his subordinates in response seemed unrealistic. They had been running at the speed similar to a horse's trot for a few hours now. Just that alone was astonishing, but they were also performing shots at a level of difficulty that was incomparable to horse-mounted shooting, and they were doing it with a pistol. Just chasing him and occasionally firing suppressive shots was causing casualties among his troops. The non-combat losses were at a serious level. Tusk. Louis clicked his tongue as he scanned his subordinates. Morale had hit rock bottom. The morale that remained when given orders to kill the saint was plummeting severely in actual combat. He internally cursed under his breath. It's not just some powerless woman. It was an assassination squad that included 2 knights. Just being mobilized for such a vile task was enough to make one sigh, and yet failure was imminent. If they maintain that speed, they'll leave the forest within 2 days. Sir Castano, we need a decision. A decision? There are at least 4 knight-level opponents over there. What kind of decision can be made? Stick to the plan. Lords Otis and Montero, you 2 head to the entrance of the forest and lead your troops. I will draw them that way. Understood. The knights departed. When they inferred the enemy's route, they were heading directly toward the northwestern plains of Leonor. In front of them was Norvik Fortress. The fortress, located at the northernmost part of Leonor, it was a military stronghold with at least 500 of Count Escalin's private soldiers. Since Count Escalin was deploying troops in this area to control civilians, even if they escaped the forest, the operation wouldn't fail immediately. All right, stick to the plan. In the end, all he could do was drain as much stamina from the saint's support forces, who were composed of knights. It was painful to see his meticulously trained elite troops falling one by one, but it was all he could do at the moment. Feeling an eerie chill running down his spine, Baron Louis de Cartano ran through the forest, tightly gripping his rifle. Let's take a short break. At Ivan's gesture, the troop halted. They nestled under a giant tree trunk, sprawled out and panting. Ivan tossed the unconscious Elfera in a corner and carefully set the saint down. Despite being carried for almost half a day, the saint was smiling as if nothing had happened. It was a nostalgic experience. You'll need to endure a bit longer. It seems I will have more time to reminisce. At the saint's words, Ivan chuckled as he handed her a nutritional bar. The saint's smile broke for the first time. Ivan handed the nutritional bar to her and began collecting fallen leaves. Can we light a campfire? You mentioned something about visibility. Our location is already continuously exposed. If they were in a situation where they had to survive in the heart of enemy territory, they should never light a campfire. But now, the pursuers clearly recognized their position. After all, an ambush could happen at any time. It was better to enhance the quality of their rest. Let's rest for 30 minutes and then depart again. I'll prepare the meal, so you all just rest. Preparing a meal means, if we cook it over the fire, it'll be easier to eat. Ivan quickly took out flint from his belongings and prepared the campfire. His dexterous hands caught Isabel's attention as she watched him in a daze. Crack, crack, in an instant, flames sprang up. As evening approached, beneath the dimming sky, the red flames illuminated their faces. Ah, if I could just survive by eating faces, that would be great. Just opening my mouth is a problem, uncle. Isabel grumbled internally as she accepted the nutritional bar Ivan offered her. A strange smell wafted from the sticky, melted surface. Ew. Ecdysis tearfully bit into the nutritional bar. The sticky, melted pig fat clung to her mouth, making it twice as horrible as usual. Oscar quietly opened his nutritional bar, while Lucia looked at Ivan's neck with sad eyes but made an effort to turn away. When Isabel sighed and took a bite, Ivan stepped forward. "What is it you're eating? Take off your shoes." Did I hear that wrong? As Isabel tilted her head in confusion, Ivan seemed to feel it was a waste of time and directly reached out. "Why, what are you doing right now? Take off your shoes." This is sexual harassment. It's sexual harassment, sexual harassment. Since Ivan was a rational person, he ignored Isabel's protests. He forcibly grabbed her trembling calf and pulled. Eek. Isabel's face turned completely red, flailing around. Her pants rolled up, revealing her white ankles. Ivan skillfully untied the straps of her work boots and took them off. Quiet. He unscrewed his canteen and poured clear water over Isabel's feet. After checking for blisters, he completed the treatment on both feet and got up. Keep your feet out until they cool down. You can put your shoes back on once they're completely dry. 30 minutes should be enough. Isabel's eyes spun around like a broken toy. When Ivan approached Oscar to do the same, Oscar, with a stern face, took off his shoes and poured water on his feet. "I'll do it myself. Sir Yurimov, please help Ecdysis." You're not helping, you're feeding me. "Uncle, don't do it, I'll do it, I'll manage." "Oh, I can handle it, I don't sweat from my feet." Lucia, being a vampire, wouldn't have blisters on her feet. She was an excellent agent who didn't need treatment. Ivan shook his head and quietly watched Ecdysis pour water on herself before leaving. The saint, who had been observing, chuckled. "Would you like me to do it, brother? You haven't even walked." "I just wanted to receive it, so it's a pity." While gazing at the campfire, the saint slowly hit her nutritional bar and spoke. "Do you know why Leonor, Laurentia, and Belacria supported the Pope? Because they are close to the papal enclave." That's only partially correct. The full answer is that those 3 countries are at least adjacent to the strong powers. If one of the 3 countries, Drovian, Tyles, or Krasilov, was excommunicated due to the outcome of the council, the 3 countries closest to it, Leonor, Laurentia, and Belacria, would be the first to benefit. In fact, the king of Leonor was gathering troops in this area. Though he was avoiding conspicuous movements while waiting for the council to convene, he was openly mobilizing military resources. In contrast, the southern nations such as Albina, Aquitania, and Elslath have not responded significantly. Even though they would be influenced by the papal enclave, they are positioned in a way that doesn't provide them any substantial reason to oppose strong powers. Does that mean they will help us? If the council ends with my excommunication, there will not be a split amongst the church's internal views. Then yes, that's likely. The saint covered the nutritional bar with leaves and dusted her hands. If Leonor, Laurentia, and Belacria follow His Holiness's opinion, the remaining 3 countries will lend their hands to me. They would prefer to devour a neighbor rather than confront a strong power. Does that mean the southern 6 nations will be divided in half? Optimistically, that would be half. In the worst case, I suppose it would be just 1. Aquitania. Yes, my homeland. If the saint were designated a heretic and excommunicated, Aquitania, her homeland, would certainly fall. Perhaps I should be glad that at least 1 nation remains to hide in if all plans fail. There are many variables. I'm not Brother Vialgrin, how can I control all the variables? Hee. Thus, it's vital to conserve power better. Ivan took out the nutritional bar he was roasting over the campfire and placed it into the saint's mouth. For a moment, the saint shut her mouth and turned her head, but she couldn't surpass the reflexes and eyesight of a superhuman. Struggling to chew the bar filled in her mouth, the saint quietly made the sign of the cross. "We depart in 10 minutes. The next break will be after 12 hours. Make sure to prepare thoroughly." Ivan scanned the party once and settled at the edge, chewing the nutritional bar. Bangs! He tilted his head to avoid a bullet and immediately returned fire while continuing to chew the bar. "You may also like Mesugaki Tank, enters the academy." Chapter 212. According to the standards of Krasilov, the sweltering heat typical of summer, or the lush forests reminiscent of a vibrant spring day, one might find humans regaining their wildness while sprinting through it. Surrounded by an abundance of green, verdant, and deep colors, as they get lost in the thrill of running. Bangs! Ah, damn. Every time Isabel tried to master the skills of a wild stallion while dozing off, the sound of gunfire echoed like a whip. She reflexively ducked her head, startled. With an asterisk pop asterisk, the cheerful noise of splinters flew from a tree nearby. Without knowing what they were shooting at, Ivan responded with return fire almost simultaneously after the gunshot. When asked how to handle this situation, he would say, "If you assess the hit area based on the direction of the gunfire, you can read the trajectory, and by comparing the size of the sound to the caliber of the bullet, you can determine the distance. If you detect the echo of the gunfire, you can pinpoint the location." When pressed for, "So what does that mean?" he would silence himself with phrases like, "Repeat, Master Train." Ivan nodded, thinking it was a truly satisfactory training, but Isabel and Ecdysis, listening in, could only clutch their chests in frustration. Several hours had already passed. Not in their wildest dreams did they anticipate they would be dashing through the forest on foot, pursued by assailants who were shooting at them from a distance, so conserving stamina was utterly meaningless. Finally, when they exited the forest, they all collapsed, completely exhausted. Even superhumans have limits to their mana and stamina. With bleary eyes, Isabel peered ahead at the distant prairie, where cavalry and a group of people could be seen. "We survived. It must be the rescue team. It has to be." Just as Isabel fervently hoped, a group of roughly 6 cavalrymen came trotting leisurely towards them. And Ivan stepped a couple of paces forward. He threw Ecdysis to the ground, let the saint down, and went barehanded. "We need to run for another full day from here to Ebron. Can we do that again like today? Just kill me already. Then we'll need to get some horses." As Ivan nodded, he looked toward the approaching cavalry. Count Escarlin anxiously chewed on his lips atop the castle wall. It had already far surpassed the expected time for the soldiers to return, and not a single messenger had come back. "Is it not already evening?" "Your Royal Highness, please do not worry too much. I hear it's a mercenary group formed with about 6 knights. And that's what's making it strange. They couldn't have overlooked anything, right? Damn it, this was exactly why I didn't want to do this." When he received the order to assassinate the saint, he had seriously considered whether the king had lost his mind. It was far too big of a matter to undertake based on the words of a lunatic. Even more suspiciously, the king's secret order came down in a very ambiguous tone. "Do not let the saint leave the forest." Depending on the interpretation, it might mean to detain her for a while. But knowing that a council was to be held, it was not a simple detainment. It meant to make the very fact that the saint was there non-existent. In other words, it was a command to silently behead her. He couldn't say no. He was not simply a border noble. Norvik Fortress wasn't just an ordinary countryside territory, it was a military stronghold. He was a military commander, not just a territorial noble. His family was being held captive in the capital. Whether the operation succeeded or failed, if the assassination of the saint came to light afterward, his neck would be on the block. If the operation failed, he would bear the disgrace alone and lose his head. If he disobeyed the orders, he would be accused of treason, and his family would lose their heads. Being called a count was just a fancy title. It was more like being a houndsman. When Count Escarlin was nervously tapping on the castle wall, a lone infantryman appeared galloping on the horizon. From the northern border. Just one infantry, what on earth? Is that not a messenger? If it is a messenger, did they miss them? If they had completely failed, they would have retreated. It's fortunate, Your Royal Highness. Allow me to go down and ascertain the situation. No, let's go together. What can we do here? Forgetting his decorum, the Count immediately headed for the castle gates. Soon, the drawbridge lowered, and a weary soldier came panting through the gates. He collapsed to one knee, gasping for breath. What has happened? What is going on? Ha ha, Your Royal Highness asterisk. Someone give this man water, speak, quickly. Failure, ha, we have failed. What, where are the others? Are they in pursuit? Did you organize a pursuit team? Where are Otis and Montero? Why did you come back alone? The soldier, with a terrified expression, looked up at the Count and let his head droop after taking a deep breath. They're all dead. All 6 knights were dead, and the infantrymen had fled in fear. The scattered infantry were nothing more than stragglers now. If even half of them managed to return to a stronghold, it would be considered a miracle. Thus, the fact that somebody rushed back to report right after the battle ended was enough to cast no doubt on the Count's command ability. Before the soldier could finish, the Count leaned against the wall and collapsed. Since there were 6 horses, the saint still had to ride behind Ivan. Moreover, riding on a military steed was much less comfortable than riding on Ivan's back, causing the saint to fidget with her numb legs. Brother, don't you blame me. Blame you. Coming to seek out a completely unrelated fight in a totally different country. Isn't that enough of a blame? Is it unrelated? What? Holding the reins and staring straight ahead, Ivan continued. Whether it's unrelated or not, if we're going by that logic, the question's long overdue. Only then did the saint realize that the man before her was an outsider, Maximilian and Ivan. If you really thought about it, they were both people who had nothing to do with this world. While there may be shared civilization ties within this continent, they were beings whose very concepts originated from entirely different worlds. At the saint's silence, Ivan shook his head briefly. Don't overthink it, Patricia. Just concentrate on what you need to do. Yes, I should do that, but... The saint clenched her small fist and lowered her head. Why do these outsiders make us feel so ashamed? Even though there's no reason to risk their lives or fight for this world, with no connections or roots in this foreign land, they continue to engage in fierce battles nonetheless. Lord, have mercy. The saint offered a small prayer, that these outsiders may receive the proper rewards. An irrelevant battle. Ivan clicked his tongue at the saint's short-sighted analysis of the situation. If the papal enclave officially excommunicates the saint, how would that affect Krasilov, who was protecting her? Obviously, they would be lumped together as participants in heresy. If the saint's charges led to her losing her sacred power, then Krasilov, which had evidently allowed the saint to commit such acts, would be utterly devastated. What if the saint doesn't actively respond or fails to arrive at the council safely, resulting in an excommunication judgment? Tyles and Drovian would have no choice but to sever ties with Krasilov. If the entire civilized world turns hostile, that's what it implies. Similarly within Krasilov as well. Various government officials and domestic nobility would also become adversaries of the royal court. This is an issue that cannot be handled even with the domestic intel network of the Counterintelligence Command. Essentially, civilized nations had a single state religion, which was that different from Earth's medieval Europe. Back in those days, what was the Pope doing leading the Crusader Knights to make the Emperor kneel? The important thing isn't authority or national power. In other words, this situation is rather We must manipulate the saint safely to the council and prevent an excommunication from being ruled against her at the very least, for Krasilov to be secure. This doesn't mean he recklessly followed behind the saint's lead, traipsing around foreign borders and slaughtering foreign knights. Rather, even if the saint herself gives up her own defense or admits her guilt, it's his duty to sustain her with healing potions or whatnot. Especially since Krasilov has even defended a vampire and allied with dwarves. There was considerable backlash from the papal enclave when Enrique joined the hero party. Essentially, vampires weren't much different from monsters, and they had even harmed sacred power in the process. Why would a lineage that sucks human blood, infects humans, and is weakened under the symbol of sunlight lead the representatives of humanity? However, Krasilov, being an extremely rational nation, adhered to a meritocratic policy and valued Enrique highly. After all, he had indeed killed the Demon King, making this somewhat understandable. Yet dwarves, they were plainly of demonic lineage. During the Great War, they had been the forefront of plundering civilized nations. Just being allied with them alone places Krasilov in a highly compromised position. There was a good reason they hadn't established official diplomatic ties yet. Even after the situation subsides, dwarves should not appear in the official diplomatic line for a time. It may be akin to the needed stability where royal power surpasses divine authority in a world where sacred powers have vanished. A religion that all its people believe in will naturally possess authority greater than that of the monarch. Religion is a drug for the people. Elizaveta exclaimed dramatically, biting her lip. The officials listening flinched at her outburst. Yet nothing of the sort mattered. Elizaveta slammed the table furiously, pouring out her grievances. An ex-saint who dares to take her man abroad after losing all her divine powers, and that decrepit pope threatening the world to convene a council. They're all high as kites on the same drug. Truly, indeed it seems so, Your Majesty. Dmitri hastily glanced around as he spoke. Thankfully, the people present were those who knew his family background, so there was no need to silence him further. It's difficult to mobilize military forces. Sending Vanka back is also a challenge. If both are impossible, then what else is there that's easy for you? Your Majesty, please calm down, according to the latest intel. Let me guess, it's news of Vanka killing someone, destroying a city, and collapsing the nation again. Dmitri silenced himself in response to Elizaveta's shout. He had already heard the report that the train had derailed and yet to reach its destination, indicating some incident was clearly about to unfold. And Ivan's case was notorious for resolving problems with murder, deductive killings. Following the previous premise, the instigators who confronted Ivan with issues were all dead. Your Majesty, Rundi's Elevandi requests an audience. An audience? As Elizaveta made a puzzled face, thinking who Rundi's was, she soon frowned. The daughter of the dwarf scribe, huh? If she was not seeking out the chancellor of Jan's university, but rather finding the king of Krasilov, then that could be considered formal diplomatic envoy. Her standing was more of a diplomatic envoy than a hostage. After forcing her indignation down, Elizaveta gave a curt nod, and soon the door to the audience chamber opened, revealing a short woman coming in hurriedly. I humbly greet the great monarch of Krasilov. I am Rundi's, the daughter of Durandline Elevandi. Rundi's properly exhibited old-fashioned courtly manners and bowed her head. She proceeded to speak while still deeply bowing. If you would enable the retrieval of our nation's artifacts buried beneath Jan's university underground, we may alleviate Krasilov's worries. Looking down at Rundi's, Elizaveta paused for a moment to gather her thoughts. Beneath Jan's university. The great earth digger. That artifact you refer to as a digging machine has yet to be retrieved from beneath Jan's university. During the last civil war, our rebels brazenly attempted to seize that artifact and lost it in the process. Thus, we request the return of the artifact at a fair price. Elisavetta's expression had already transformed into one befitting a monarch. She coldly nodded, bearing her thoughts through a curt reply. What would that price be? Naturally, she had to ponder what the artifact could be. Whether it could be unearthed again or not depended on the dwarves. Although many dwarven artisans would flow into the country, it was all happening underground, making it unobservable from the outside. A train already established connections directly with the dwarves' territories beneath the city. The ongoing trade since last year had sufficiently expanded that railway. The ancient artifact capable of boring through all earth and mountains. According to the report from the cleanup unit, it was said to be the last artifact still beneath this city. Everything else had been destroyed during the Great War. One must always require rare compensation for rare items. Upon Elisavetta's inquiry, Rundies softly smiled, recalling her father's words. After all, authority originates not from the muzzle of a gun. The reason elves in aerial battles sailing across the skies go undetected is that human watchtowers and castle walls extend towards the ground instead of the sky. This was similarly true during the Great War when the dwarves made rear strikes using the Great Earth Digger. Humans found it hard to react due to difficulties in detecting operations occurring underground. That meant infractions by elves and dwarves rendered human borders meaningless. They believed that whether above wide skies or vast lands, it was all theirs. We shall dig the tunnel ourselves, fire when ready. If the path of advance is underground, dwarves can provide the most powerful supply and transportation routes in this civilized world. Oh, Elisaveta chewed on that thought, happily chuckling. A consolidated supply line, minimized non-combat losses, and military mobilization without the need for consideration of information control or marching routes. Just hearing that seems promising for significant military expense reduction, doesn't it? You may also like Mesugaki Tank enters the academy. (213) Chapter 213. In that time when the Northern military dictatorship, in a state of perpetual martial law, fully armed at all times with its artillery power, was covertly shaking hands with the war-crazy tribes of the north. Ivan finally arrived in the capital of Leonor, Ebron. The royal palace loomed high in the center of the vast plain, surrounded by a deep moat. Villages stretched along the train tracks all the way to the horizon. Unlike the big cities of Krasilov or Tyles, the nations of the southern Six Nations displayed a cityscape reminiscent of a feudal-era capital. This place feels much more primitive, Ivan thought while managing his horse. The companions were half-slumped over on their mounts, dozing off. Something about the stairs is a bit too blatant, Isabel said, scanning the surroundings with a blank expression. Since their arrival in the Ebron region, soldiers clad in iron had been openly eyeing them. However, at this point, none would dare attack a party that included a saint in broad daylight. Ivan looked up at the sky. We have at least a day's grace. What? We'll rest until sunset and leave in the evening. Yay! The group erupted into cheers, the saint joining in as well. It had been nearly 2 days and a half day. The relentless march without rest or sleep for almost 3 days was enough to wear even a superhuman to a frazzle. After exhausting their mana to the limit and collapsing from exhaustion, they'd recovered just enough to be pushed to the brink again, which had led to an unexpected surge in their maximum mana capacity. However, that was hardly a significant gain compared to the hardships endured. They had withstood 3 days without eating. Nutritional bars weren't a meal. They were merely fuel or bathing. Forcing them to wash their feet was a form of mental torture. With such hardships, even having their mana triple would still feel like a loss. Isabel truly thought so as she managed her horse. Stop, what's your business? As they waited in line at the castle gate, a stern-looking gatekeeper halted them just as they managed to enter the gates. Travel, State your identity. Patricia. Yes, my sister, just a moment. The saint, who had been resting behind Ivan, leaned forward unsteadily. As was customary for hero parties, her face was well known throughout the United Kingdom, especially in the allied nations of the Southern Six. The guards, upon recognizing the saint, snapped straight to attention in shock. A saint. We are on our way to the papal enclave. Is it all right for us to pass? Yes, saint, welcome to our land. Please come in. The guards swiftly stepped aside, the massive gates swinging open. Merchants and travelers around them began to murmur as they looked on. As Ivan guided his horse onto Outer Street, a group of cavalry approached from a distance. A saint. The leading rider dismounted dramatically and knelt on one knee. The great king has requested an audience. If you haven't dined yet, may I invite you to a banquet? Oh my, King Leonor wishes to see us. Yes, he was deeply troubled to hear about the train derailment at the border. It's a relief to see you all safe. The saint smiled politely at the knight's words and turned to Ivan with a bright face. What should we do? It's probably a trap. Ivan read her intention from her gaze and nodded quietly. It's either a trap or a negotiation. Neither is particularly different. A trap is always a dense concentration of the enemy's intent and power, while a negotiation is worth hearing prior to a council. Ivan looked over his companions and spoke in a deliberately rough voice. You all should go rest at any inn, wash up a bit. What? Whose fault is this? As his companions shouted, the knight spoke hastily. It is a command to treat all knights accompanying you with the utmost respect. Let's go together. I'll provide you with good food and lodging. I'm ashamed to let my subordinates into the palace looking like this. It goes against my honor to allow such unruly folk to enter. They're not worth it. Perhaps. The knight anxiously glanced at the saint, but she merely continued to smile and nod. Ivan took out some gold coins and tossed them to Isabel. Eat well and rest until dinner. We'll meet at the southern gate when dawn breaks. But I want to attend the royal banquet. SHH ectasis. Yes, Captain. I will be at the southern gate at dawn tomorrow. Understood. Lucia gleamed with excitement as she dragged Ectasis away. Ivan gestured briefly to the flustered knight. How long are we supposed to stand here? I shall escort you. The knight deeply bowed and turned towards the royal palace. With proper and neat attire, along with the most respectful treatment, the saint walked in, feeling completely refreshed. Ivan had hastily prepared and was waiting in the hall of the royal court. I now understand what it feels like to have survived death. Was this how the Lord felt? Now you're committing sacrilege like it's second nature. Can divinity be insulted just because a human speaks against it? The saint chuckled softly, naturally placing her hand on Ivan's arm. As if escorting a noblewoman, Ivan nodded briefly and led the way. Following the attendant's guidance, they arrived at a grand banquet hall. At the end of a long table surrounded by a dozen or so nobles, a massive man in leopard and aged dragonskin garb was seated. The ruler of Leonor, the brave king Ramiro. Beneath his boar-like bulk and seemingly dull appearance were sharp eyes glistening brightly. Ivan had encountered this person a few times as a guard during the reign of the great king. Using his sturdy and dull appearance to make political maneuvers, a wolf disguised as a bear. Whether his temperament had changed or not, the king was sizing up the saint, and Ivan with a sneer on his face. Saint Patricia, thank you for coming to our country. Please sit down. I heard the train derailed and that you must have had a tumultuous journey. I hope you can find comfort in our land, even for a moment. After exchanging pleasantries, they finally sat down. Ivan took a position beside the saint and naturally picked up his utensils. The king, laughably, was encouraging the nobles to eat the food brought by the attendants. On a positive note, it might seem to lack ostentatiousness, but merely coldly evaluated, it felt less like a royal court and more like a military camp. This was likely a performance by the king to showcase his continued relevance. And the need for ostentation signifies an unstable reign. During the meal, the king suddenly turned to Ivan and spoke. "I feel like I've seen you somewhere. Are you from Krasilov?" "I'm a mercenary, so if you saw me, it must have been on the battlefield." "The battlefield, you say? The Great War?" "Given the current times, who holding a sword hasn't passed through that era?" The king laughed heartily and raised a goblet of wine that sloshed within. Ah, that era was truly the age of heroes, especially for the men of Krasilov. It seems like only yesterday when the great king Ivan commanded the battlefield. Indeed. Were you also on the same campaign as the great king? I've had the chance to be in the same theater on a couple of occasions, albeit as an underling. Oh, heroes have come to our country today, it seems. A comrade to share stories from those times. Ivan merely nodded quietly as he raised his goblet. Of course, Ramiro had been seated on the throne during that time as well, but he had never been on the front lines himself. As Ivan swirled the wine in his mouth and scanned the banquet, he felt no poison, having tasted a piece of every dish served. It indicated that they likely wouldn't attempt assassination through mere poisoning. This signified much. If the king's authority was absolute and he completely controlled the court, then having entered the court would mean there would be no one to prevent even a direct assassination attempt on the saint. Yet the fact that discussions were happening beneath the surface, without daring to launch a direct attack on the saint, implied that there were powerful individuals among the nobility present who would not obey the king's command. So, which front were you deployed on? I primarily operated on the northern front. Oh, the north. Count Almagro was dispatched to that front, right? Isn't that so, Count? Yes, Your Majesty. From the far end of the banquet hall, an elderly man wiping his mouth bowed his head quietly. The king laughed heartily while gazing at Ivan. Have you met him? If it's Count Philippe de la Almagro, then yes. He was quite well known on the front lines. Oh, Count, you have a comrade here. Now greet each other. Ivan nodded quietly and turned his head toward the Count. In his memories, Philippe was a knight who had charged madly toward the center of the front lines. He recalled that bravery. At the time, Ivan was but a mere cavalry of the royal guards. The Count would have no reason to remember him. The Count stared intently at Ivan with cold eyes before he nodded slowly. Such a strong man, I would certainly know of you, but alas, my fading memory is not what it once was. What is your name? Ivan Petrovich. Revealing your real name, are we? The saint flinched in surprise and gently kicked Ivan's thigh beneath the table. However, the Count continued to gaze intently at him, his eyes narrowing. Not a noble. No. Remarkable. Indeed, the late King of Krasilov had a keen eye for talent. You were a part of the royal guard, right? Yes. You must be skilled in horsemanship. I'm not lacking in that regard. You certainly seem so. The Count nodded quietly and then bowed slightly to the king. Watching their conversation, the king laughed heartily and stated loudly, Goodness, though you aren't from the Caballero, Knight Order, even in meeting a comrade you're so stiff. I apologize, Sir Petrovich. Come now, everyone, let's eat. It will lose its taste if we let it cool. Underneath the king's laughter, the meal continued. Ivan tasted each piece of food before handing it to the saint and filled his own stomach with roasted nuts and dried fruits. You may also like Mesugaki Tank, enters the academy. (214). Chapter 214. Ramiro has yet to hear news from the border. Ivan spoke while sitting on the terrace of the saint's assigned guest room. Late afternoon, he had barely escaped from the banquet that lasted until the sun was slowly setting. The saint, leaning against the terrace railing, quietly said, I knew about the train derailment. So that means the train ambush was Ramiro's doing. Once we leave Ebron, a pursuit party will be right behind us. How did you know we wouldn't hear news? The horses we rode on. Ivan continued his thoughts, recalling what Count Philippe had said. I just learned the whereabouts of those horses. Oh, that they were the war horses ridden by those knights. Right, now they must realize that it's not that we lost them, but that they were taken from us. From the king's perspective, he must be assuming that our forces are larger than they actually are. The number of people who entered was only 6 at most, but the forces mobilized for the train ambush exceeded 500, even without counting the knights, which were more than 6 in strength alone. They would think it impossible for them to break through all of that strength alone. So the king must be considering an invasion of Krasilov's borders or a similar military mobilization. Therefore, at least in Leonor, direct action wouldn't be possible. Leonor was directly adjacent to Krasilov's border. If Krasilov marched, it would be the first to be crushed, so they wouldn't act rashly without information. Considering this, by now, the king's courier must have headed toward the northern border, and if the noble who carried out the ambush quickly sent out a courier, by tomorrow it should reach Ebron. If they realize we entered without any other forces, they'll start pursuing us right away. Calculating 3 days, at least 2 days ahead. Nodding at the saint's words, Ivan thought about how, unless they were elves of the upper nobility, information delivery in this world must occur through physical means. Using the time difference in information to break through enemy lines wasn't a difficult concept, especially if it was even among the same alliance. Before the opponent could fully recognize and respond to the information, all they had to do was escape beyond the enemy's territory. If we set aside 2 days to pass through the western plains of Laurentia, we can avoid the major cities and still make it to the papal enclave on time. Ahem. The saint stretched happily as she looked at the evening sunset. If factions divide after participating in the council, that is, if everything resolves itself according to God's will, relatively, after a peaceful conclusion to the situation. She lightly placed her hand on Ivan's back. He felt her white fingers gently twitching over the coarse fabric of his coat. Are you thinking of becoming a knight of the newly established church? No. Even later. Ahem. Even if the Lord desires that. I will negotiate amicably with the concerned parties. What kind of virtue did Elizaveta accumulate in her past life? Virtue of the past life. Ivan chuckled softly. Given that he had landed in this miserable world for 30 years suffering for the sins committed in his past life, it was quite a funny story. The evening sunset hung on the castle wall. Ivan turned his back and said, Now we depart. Indeed, brother. The saint laughed gently and embraced the nape of Ivan's neck. Ivan lightly stepped on the terrace railing and jumped directly down beneath the spire. There was no sound following Ivan's movement until he landed, slowing his descent by striking the gaps in the castle wall with the axe he had drawn from his side. No, you said definitely tomorrow morning. Our older brother mentioned that we would depart this evening first. It's a basic disruption tactic. I just want to rest a bit more. Let's go, stop whining. Bella. The group was bustling beneath the southern gate. When Ivan and the saint appeared in the distance from the gate, Lucia puffed out her chest as if to say, See, I told you so. Sighing in exasperation, Ecdysis weakly waved her hand. How much longer do we have to go? 2 days to the Laurentia border and another 2 days through western Laurentia. 4 days. Ivan leapt onto the horse's back and reached out his hand to the saint. When she took his hand and climbed onto the saddle, he immediately took the reins. We will ride until the horse collapses during that time. And then, we'll abandon the horse and run. At Ivan's words, Isabel chuckled and gripped the reins facing him. Repeat, Master Train. Oscar chuckled at her joke. The group regained their composure through a brief rest and began to move. And 2 days later, when they arrived at the Leonor-Laurentia border. After finally gathering their belongings from the last fallen horse, Ivan looked at the flags visible at the edge of the plains and chuckled. "You're more capable than expected." From the horizon, a massive red dragon was flapping the banner while clutching a shield in one hand. Below it, small ensigns were lined up. The Order of Knights from Leonor, Orden de los Caballeros del Drago. The cavalry royal led directly by Count Philippe de la Almagro. In other words, the Royal Knights of Leonor were stationed here. Shall we breach it? They must have seen us already from over there. Ivan clicked his tongue and thought briefly. They planned to move their troops immediately after the council concluded. It wasn't just to block our paths, but from the beginning, Leonor wasn't focused on Krasilov. They must have anticipated which nation among the southern 6 nations would be expelled and devised a grand strategy accordingly. Did they consider it disadvantageous to engage directly with Krasilov, Tyles, and Drovian? That wolfish ruler was the one keeping tabs on Laurentia, who had allied with him first. And that meant, over there. This indicated that Laurentia would also be watching over Leonor from the border. Flags were fluttering on the opposite horizon. The white lily banner, signifying the border battalion of the Laurentia kingdom, fluttered beneath the afternoon plains. With both legions stationed facing each other, they needed to make it through the western plains of Laurentia and reach the papal enclave. It must be because they plotted the shortest route to the papal enclave. The council was held at the papal enclave. In other words, to be the first to recognize the outcome of the council, they must be stationed closest to the papal enclave. "Let's go." Ivan snapped his fingers and gestured to the group. "Pardon, where to?" "To the papal enclave. From here on, the saint knows the way, so don't stop and just keep running. We should be able to arrive in 2 days." "What about you?" "I'll follow." Ivan drew his axe as he observed the approaching armored knights from a distance. The iron glimmered under the sun. "Maintain your distance. If the saint cannot reach the council, then Krasilov will be in danger. It doesn't matter if the southern 6 nations split and fought among themselves, but it cannot be permitted for the north, adjacent to the demon realm, to be at risk. Tyles is to the east, Krasilov to the north, and Drovian to the west, maintaining a long front line. Worrying about the rear was enough during the Great Wars. It cannot be so in this age. In a world where those with noble intentions are sacrificed due to the greed of kings and lords, and in an era where those with noble intentions have disappeared, a brutal world where everyone must fight for everything cannot come to pass. If it were so, then what in the world were the heroes and Vialgrin, Gilbert, the great king and his comrades, sacrificed for? And I made a promise. To Gilbert and again to Vialgrin, he promised his lost friends that he would never lose a comrade before his eyes again. That is his page, realized after long contemplation. They say all possessed individuals turn their own pages. Yes, then, that is my story, to never lose someone again. His entire life had been nothing but failures. If that's why his story hasn't ended yet, then not anymore. No more. And to add one more thing. While he had never succeeded in protecting anyone, at least he had never failed to survive. Click. Ivan chambered his pistol and stepped forward. The group, looking at his back, quickly bowed their heads and began to run. The knight leading the charge gradually slowed down, glancing back at the departing group before raising the visor of his helmet. Ivan looked at that face and let his pistol droop. "I didn't expect you to come out directly, Count Almagro, or should I say, the butcher Philippe. It's been a while." Philippe, with an aged and haggard face, quietly looked down on Ivan. "Were you heading to the papal enclave?" "As you can see." "Are you planning to kill the Pope?" "Not at the moment." Turning his gaze back to Ivan, Philippe scanned the knights standing beside him with a faint smile. "I thought your name sounded familiar, but it's such a common name in Krasilov that it could be that. Perhaps your appearance has changed too much. A lot of time has passed. I heard you died. That was true. Ivan stared at Philippe while gripping his axe. Philippe took a moment to collect himself before stepping back. We'll pull back. Pardon, but madams, I cannot permit losses before the battle. This is a command I issue as a commander. Madam, His Majesty's orders. If you want to follow those orders so much, go out alone. I won't stop you. Philippe turned his horse as he spoke to Ivan. Little Ivan, I pay my respects to your achievements. You've returned alive from the worst battlefield a human can endure. Click, click, the horse gradually grew distant. Count Philippe spoke quietly as he left. Leonor won't oppose you today, but Laurentia will pursue you. If you manage to survive again and meet once more, it won't be the same as today. I look forward to it. Ivan watched the departing count and returned his pistol to its place. The knights watching him gritted their teeth and charged toward their lord. Turning his gaze again, he saw the Legion of Laurentia lined up on the opposite horizon. In any case, the task at hand had not changed. Ivan began to step toward the Laurentia army. You may also like Mesugaki tank, enters the academy. (215). Chapter 215. When racing at full speed, a horse is never a comfortable mount. Each time its hooves struck the ground, the shock surged up through the spine, dispersing concentration. On that uncontrollable ride, as one clung to the horse's neck, the repeated impacts quickly caused the brain to lose its sense of direction. Horses are living beings, and it isn't easy to direct them in the desired direction. The sound was drowned out by the fierce wind and the continuous pounding of hooves, and conversations between each other were reduced to shouts or shrieks. Unlike the knights who moved with hand signals, there was no reason to do so. Overcoming all those challenges while maintaining the right judgment and posture is horsemanship. In fact, the party's horsemanship was already being honed through life-and-death struggles in Tyles. Rear, cavalry. Numbers. 30, respond. Ignore that much, what about you? Behind, breaking through, no broke through. Then, bang, with a thunderous explosion, a knight flew through the air. The pursuing knights turned their heads in unison toward the rear. It was already afternoon, and a man riding a horse against the sun was coming into view. The horse, frothing white, was galloping toward them, panting heavily. In one hand, a man was gripping an axe, and in the other, he held a cavalry spear that seemed to have been taken from somewhere. He was glaring at them with his whole body drenched in blood. Don't be afraid, Ivan whispered, patting the neck of the kicking horse. The only one you should fear is the human sitting on top of you, not the scarecrows in front of you, emphasizing that. The knights split into two paths. Another shock hit, and 3 people fell off their horses. Ivan, having seized 2 swords, spun them in the air and threw them. Sir. Run, go a day's distance from the palanquin. Yes, definitely, see you at the papal enclave. Isabel shouted with a bright face and kicked her horse hard. Ivan moved to lure the knights away from her and the others. Even if it was determined that they had to chase after the saint, the knights had no other choice. They couldn't pursue with that man behind them. Isabel glanced at Ivan, who had disappeared far away, and then turned her head. She would believe as always. At least in the midst of battle, her scout had never once betrayed her trust. After achieving the highest results one person could, he would return, once again bloodied, and say, "I'm back." Just like that, with a blank face. So she would trust him as she always had. Ahrik. Worrying to the point, her hands were white-knuckled on the reins. Yet forcing a smile as if to laugh, Isabel kicked her horse once more. Yes, heroes must always smile, she thought. After that, the party did not encounter any pursuers. She tried to stifle thoughts like how they could become a strategic target larger than the saint. After 2 days of galloping, they reached the plains, and after that 2 more days, running as far as possible from the main road. Even when the horse collapsed from exhaustion and they had to find their way on foot, the party moved forward without a word. For them, the time without a pursuing force was akin to the time a man had to endure alone on the battlefield. They couldn't complain. Running blindly was clearly easier than fighting for their lives. Arrived. Elphira murmured with dry lips. The party exhaled hot breaths while staring at the white outer fortress of the city beyond the main road. Papal Enclave, Lux Sanctus Orbis, I wonder how long it has been since I last came here. There are a lot of peoples. Isn't there a council taking place? It's a ceremony that happens only once a century, so it's no surprise there are many pilgrims. Elphira stood up, her trembling legs struggling to support her, and the party followed her. The journey to this point was a secondary issue. What was truly important was the outcome of the council that would occur now. Just a moment, Saint. Yes. It sounds a bit funny to bring this up now, but... Oscar continued, surveying the densely packed masses and the towering castle walls, under which heavily armed soldiers wandered. If things go wrong, can we get out? If we missed the date of the council, it might be tricky, but as it stands, it's possible. Don't worry too much. Even in the worst case, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Ahem. Anyway, what happens inside will likely be a theological debate. And most theological discussions can't be resolved in a day because they deal with things that need to be proven logically rather than as facts. When such debates occurred, the Church had to receive the judgment of the Pope, who held the power to maintain order. And the power to maintain order that the Church recognized was fairly divided between the Pope and the Saint. Even if opinions clash, it's hard for the believers to side with one. It won't conclude in an instant, so from here on, it's a war of stamina. Wait patiently while eating and resting in a good place. The Saint moved forward with a confident smile. Believers and soldiers who recognized her immediately bowed and opened the way, and she gently smiled, as if saying, "See," as she entered the papal enclave along the main road. Ivan moved his stiff arms and changed direction. After drawing the pursuers away from Isabel's group for about half a day, he turned back after creating sufficient distance. The night sky was studded with sparkling stars. Ivan trudged along, the cavalry spear he had picked up slung over his shoulder. The Saint had likely already arrived at the papal enclave, and it must have been past the first day of the council. Even with a day spent shaking off pursuers, there was no way he couldn't arrive on time. So that meant he could afford to take some time to recover his strength. The pursuers chasing him were probably spending their time searching through the false tracks he left. Phew. Intense fatigue pressed down on one side of his head. Though the nights were a bit lesser compared to Tyles, a night was still a night. He couldn't outrun the nights without taking losses on horseback. Even if he replaced the blood with potions, there was no help for fatigue. Having gone almost 4 days without sleep had left his head spinning. Once he reunited with the party, he would likely be able to rest his eyes for a bit. Ivan moved forward, gazing at the distant white castle walls. The white walls of the papal enclave glittered in the moonlight. Smoke. It was burning. Inside the chaotic castle, pilgrims were running and screaming. Their frenzied forms, brandishing torches as they dashed around, seemed to indicate they were searching for someone. Find the fallen saint. If they were looking for the Lord instead, it would have been better, thought the heretic with a deep sigh. Searching meant that something had been lost. That was, they hadn't caught her yet. He was quite curious how such a situation had developed in just 1 day. Excuse me. Fallen what weight? One pilgrim almost scolded Ivan, but then closed his mouth upon seeing him. With his entire body covered in dried blood and a spear stained with blood draped over his shoulder, this pilgrim was way too sensitive to scold him. What is the matter? May I ask just one thing? What's all this commotion about? Did you just arrive? Yes, I barely escaped after meeting some bandits. Oh. Even if he was to say he was returning after slaying robbers, the pilgrim swallowed hard and spoke politely. The saint Erg, Lord, forgive my mouth, that which reportedly has fallen. Why? Why would I know? The Lord took away the light from the world in rage against the fallen witch and her minions, so the priests have lost their power. So that witch and her minions, they burned the walls with some bizarre spell and fled. They can't be too far away. Be sure to look for them. His Holiness has placed a bounty on her, so even if it's a mercenary, it will be worth money. Understood, I will. Ivan lightly nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly asked, "Oh, one more question." "What is it?" "I heard a council was held. How did you come to know that the saint has fallen? Isn't it the same for His Holiness, who has lost his sanctity? How can you speak such blasphemy?" The man nearly erupted in anger, but then swallowed hard upon seeing the bloodstains on Ivan's spear and replaced it with a more polite demeanor. He tried his best to logically teach this blasphemous outlaw, in the manner of a devout believer. That which dared to speak of falling to His Holiness. At the council, you see, but it was already known to His Holiness, so the answer was simple. Simple. His Holiness prayed for that witch's fall. The man was flustered and crossed himself repeatedly. He then cautiously continued to speak in a reverent tone. The Lord answered him, "The Spirit descends, that radiance shall illuminate all creation. O Lord." Answered. That was a miracle. As the radiant light shone, the seated one stood up, the servant's eyes opened, and the wounded were healed. Oh, it must mean that only His Holiness was satisfactory in the eyes of the Lord, right? Used sanctity. Ivan quietly lowered his head. Vialgrin's scheme was perfect. He had disrupted the heavens, separating the gods' world from that of humans. Now no god could intervene in this land. The state of Eugene's status window being broken was the biggest proof. There's nothing that proves the severance with the gods more than that. In a world like this, he had used sanctity. Ivan reflexively inspected his body. There were traces of sanctity lingering in his body. Very faint, as it had been entirely used for healing, but those traces remained certain. An existence capable of using sanctity without begging the celestial gods is. Ivan closed his eyes to organize his thoughts before nodding. Things have become complicated. Thank you. It was nothing. If there's nothing more to ask, I will now. The man blinked in astonishment as he was trying to reply to this stoic mercenary. In the spot where that man stood just a moment ago, there was nothing. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly and then shouted in horror. It's the witch's sorcery. Finding traces in the darkness was something that no one in this nation could do better than him. Even if it were the Pope who still possessed sanctity, it would be the same, regardless of whose sanctity it was. Thus, when Ivan discovered the traces of his party and followed them, they were camping in the forest covered in blankets. Patricia. At his voice, Isabel and Oscar, who had instinctively drawn their swords, quickly got up with broad smiles. Sir. Wait. Ivan pushed away the charging Isabel and approached the saint. She looked up at Ivan with tired eyes, her body weary. Under the blanket, trembling hands were visible, not from shock or fear, but from anger. Beneath her grim eyes, there were traces of unquenchable rage and hatred. Brother, I've heard the story. Lucius, that man. The saint bit her lip and glared at Ivan. When Ivan sat down, she spoke to him with burning eyes. I've allied with the 7 dragon lords. Probably yielded to the 7 dragon lords. Both of them said the same thing simultaneously. The saint's face then twisted as she dropped her head. There are no gods in this land anymore. Yet, those who hold sanctity still live and breathe. Those who have become gods themselves, those absolute beings who hold concepts. If the very concept of sanctity had been completely erased, then the curse of the 7 dragon lords wouldn't have remained. Yet Ivan still felt that all food tasted like sand. The sanctity bestowed by the celestial gods had surely been severed. This must be true because Vialgrin had guaranteed it. However, during the battle in Kallian, even after Vialgrin had shaken the heavens, sanctity still remained within Ivan's body. Fragments of the Senestiar. That meant that in this land there were still gods who had lived, and who continued to live. Do you know who it is? Limericks of the Vale. That man is undoubtedly it. Of all the peoples. Yes, of all the people. The saint ground her teeth and growled. The Pope, the parent of all believers and the protector of faith. How dare he submit to the god of sensuality? As a fellow believer of the same church, this was the utmost disgrace. With trembling hands, the saint grasped Ivan's hand. Brother, I must go back. I cannot allow such corruption to go unaddressed in this land. No, that would be a hasty decision. There was no 7 dragon lords in Orbis right now. The 7 dragon lords are not beings that can mask their presence. If Limericks had been in this area, anyone would have felt his presence. The 7 dragon lords could shatter the laws of the world just by their existence. They couldn't easily step outside their realm, because their overflowing aura corrupts the world. Thus, there are none in Orbis right now. It would be useless to invade Orbis right now. Even if they assassinated the Pope, it would be the same. The Pope would become a martyr, and all believers in this world would worship the Pope and begin a crusade. Such an outcome must be prevented. We must go to Aquitania. Patricia, we need to gather the intentions of those scoundrels in one place. And after that, how long can we hold on? In this situation, where the 5 countries of the southern 6 nations have turned their backs on us. After that, we strike the 7 dragon lords right in front of everyone. So he was grateful. In this endless cycle, where the 7 dragon lords would kill a member of the hero party, at least this time, the enemy had revealed their hand first. A trap is where the enemy's power concentrates. If you have enough confidence in victory, stepping into the enemy's trap can be a good strategy. Ivan firmly grasped the saint's hand, covering his hand. So rise, it's too early to give up. I swear you will not die today. Looking into Ivan's blue eyes, lit by the moon, the saint quietly withdrew her hand and nodded. EP 34, Universal Council. You may also like Mesugaki Tank, enters the Academy. (216). Chapter 216. The darkness receded and dawn arrived. The sun cast long rays through the highest spires of Orbis, illuminating the magnificent stained glass. Shadows from the stained glass fell over the sanctum. The lives of saints and holy figures within the church's long history were illuminated in different forms depending on the sun's direction. The elderly man, who had been kneeling with his hands clasped throughout the long night, suddenly lifted his head at the sound of a knock. Your Majesty, I apologize. I have been unable to track the sinner. Is that so? The old man responded with a long sigh and nodded. The monk who had come to visit had dark circles under his eyes, revealing how many had suffered during the previous night. You should go and rest. We will announce the results of the council tomorrow, and today we will pray for the sins of the sinner. You have worked hard. Yes, Your Majesty. The monk deeply bowed and retreated. As the door closed, the prayer room fell silent once again. The old man bit his sunken cheeks and rolled the rosary with his dry fingers. Clatter, clatter. With each roll of the rosary and the sacred relics beneath his hands, he recited a line of the Lord's Prayer. The rosewood rosary had dulled over the years, with little of its engraving remaining. Lord. This rosary had been with him since the days when he first began his clerical life as a lowly priest. He had offered prayers with the same heart from the time when the peace of the Lord filled all creation until now. Yet now the Lord no longer answered him. "Did you call for me, Lucius?" "Shut up." The shadow stirred and spoke to him. A strong scent of musk filled the air, and the sunlight beneath the stained glass flickered violet for a moment. The hand gripping the rosary felt soft, as though it held the hand of a beautiful woman, and his heart began to race, pumping blood toward his fingertips. Even amid the dense fragrance, Lucius III, the Pope, still bore a heavy gaze. "You missed the saint. Oh, this has become complicated. Lucius, didn't I tell you to kill her in advance?" "Shut your mouth, harlot." "Oh, now you intend to deny wanting to kill her. Isn't that a bit too shameless?" The shadow writhed and licked the Pope's ear. Humid, hot breath seeped inside. As a gentle hand wrapped around his shoulder, he almost involuntarily stood up. Yet the Pope remained with his eyes closed, rolling the rosary. "Just say it, just one word is enough. Do it. No need for honorifics. It's not a request, just a demand. If you simply say that, I will lift the curtain and fulfill all your dreams. Almighty Lord, guide our thoughts, words, and deeds with your peace today. You can't forget the joy and praise of eternal life either. Don't worry, I can give you that. To our Lord belongs power and glory, wisdom and strength. May gratitude and honor be forever yours. Oh, with all the blessings and joys on this earth, why do you seek compassion from the silent dictator?" The shadow's whispers pierced his heart like a needle. Now that the divine power had vanished, humans had to withstand the devil's whispers with only their own beliefs. The Pope moved his trembling hand to roll the rosary. Click, click. The sound, lewd like the heels of a woman's shoes, echoed in his ears. "You may simply wish, and I will make it happen for you. Lucius, I will give you eternal youth, joy, and glory. If you wish, I will grant the same blessing to your priests. Just say it. Speak my name and tell me what you desire." "Harlot, you cannot gain faith from me." "Ah, you are such a boring old man." Whoosh, the shadow extinguished. A purple curtain was draped over the distant sanctum. Beneath the curtain, the silhouette of a slender woman emerged, crossing her legs. Soon, a pair of red eyes opened below. "So what's the plan now? According to the original plan, you should have executed the saint by now and negotiated with Krasilov." "Why are you so fixated on Krasilov?" "Because the only ones who can draw their swords against me in this land are in that country." The shadow chuckled. "Regardless, our goals are the same. We must stop the Demon King." "Lord." "It's too late to regret now, little one. If that were the case, you should not have grasped my hand. My sins are mine alone. I will atone before the heavenly Lord alone, so do not tempt the priests any further." "Really, did I lure you? They got entangled by themselves." With a cheeky voice, Lucius gritted his teeth and glared at the shadow. After staring at it for a while, the Pope lowered his gaze weakly. "The Demon King was a dull madman, a quietly insane one. Honestly, what fun is there in killing all humans?" The shadow continued to chatter joyfully, waving its hands. "That's why we must stop the Demon King. From my friends, who are indulging in the merry game of their arrival to my world. How pitiful, calling themselves gods and vainly trying to create a god to pray to." The shadow's hand emerged, piercing through the curtain. A snow-white fingertip rested on the Pope's chest. Thump, thump. It moved gently, keeping rhythm with his heartbeat. "Find and kill the saint, negotiate with Krasilov, tear apart my brothers. Destroy Tyles and behead the Demon King. Subjugate all nations of this land under the name of the Church, and then you will become the greatest saint of this land, forever praised. Then I will lay down my burdens and go to the Lord as a sinner." The old man removed his hand and opened his eyes. A sharp light glimmered under his aged gaze. "Harlot, I have never once dared to consider this position my glory. Finding and killing that poor child is my wickedness, and all the corruption of this land is my failure. Do not speak wickedly anymore. You cannot gain anything from me with your deceit." The woman who had smirked soon turned to shadows and dispersed. She whispered into the Pope's ear, her breath still lingering. Let's see about that. After the woman's presence completely vanished, the prayer room was left with the dry scent of paper once again. The Pope knelt before the sanctum, rolling the rosary once more. Blessed is the man who does not walk in the counsel of the wicked, nor stands in the way of sinners. Patricia, the day she first took her vows of purity, came to mind. The memory of her grasping his hand with her frail fingers, tearfully receiving baptism. Nor sits in the seat of the scornful. He dressed the naked and cultivated fields for the hungry. He never put rich food in his mouth or laid down in comfort. He lived solely revering the Lord's law. Thus, he became a bishop, then a cardinal, and finally a pope. Yet he viewed this not as glory, but as responsibility. Delighting in the law of the Lord, and meditating on his law day and night. When the demon king rampaged, he stopped Patricia. How could a mere 20-year-old girl venture so far, knowing what kind of trials she would face in the land of death and oblivion? Yet she chose that path. Having received unprecedented grace, she finally became a saint and stood beside the hero. 10 years later, the demon king was slain. During those 10 years, he offered prayers 3,650 times. Please let that child return safely. Please watch over to ensure the Lord's peace may accompany this land. Have mercy on us. He shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that brings forth its fruit in its season. The demon king was slain. Peace returned. The child promised to teach what she had learned in those times and departed for the far northern land. May there be praise for his faithfulness and purity. He smiled, promising that regardless of what decisions the conclave made, he would nominate her as the next pope. Whose leaf also shall not wither. Divine power vanished. The church fell, and the multitude hurled stones at the priests. Your corruption has defiled this land, and the Lord has forsaken us. Thus there was discord within the church. Priests doubted priests, and believers turned daggers against one another. The church was no longer universal, unique, or pure. As the father of all churches, he prayed to the Lord. There was no answer. In the midst of this, a demon whispered to him, "There are those seeking to resurrect the demon king. Prepare yourself. Make a decision for the world. Join hands with me. I will grant you divine power. With this strength, persuade all who stand against your will and counter fiercely with united strength. I also do not wish for the demon king to be resurrected. I do not desire the destruction of the world. So, are we not comrades with a shared will?" The saint canonized a theologian as saint. The vanishing divine power was blamed on the corruption of the world, foretelling the calamities that would arise. That prophecy, foretelling that Drovian would fall, the church would split, and the demon king would return, bore too much resemblance to the future whispered by the demon. Kill the saint, place her on the gallows and brand her as a sinner. When there is discord, the one who carries the original sin appears and the masses will become one. To gather strength, hang your most beloved disciple. All that he does shall prosper. The hand that had been rolling the rosary suddenly stopped. A splinter from the rosewood rosary had burrowed deep into his thumb. A drop of blood fell. Lord, use me as your tool. Love and hatred. Forgiveness and strife. Unity and division. Faith and doubt. Truth and falsehood. Hope and despair. Light and darkness. The prayer continued endlessly, but God did not answer him. Excommunicate Aquitania and summon the Crusaders. It is only right that the peace necessary for mankind must be won by man. Capture the witch and burn her at the stake, kill the false prophet. Let all worldly kings know. There is no truth outside the will of the Lord, and all believers of this land must unite as one. At the end, he vowed to bear alone the remaining sins and atone for them. Only what the Lord desires, Deus vult. At the conclusion of his final prayer, the sharp laughter of a demon echoed in his ears. You may also like Mesugaki Tank, enters the academy. 217. Chapter 218. War does not simply begin with a leader shouting, Yushi, Tobitsuda. Those countries have all perished already. If there is anything that is most important in war, it is naturally wealth, resources, and personnel. Their importance diminishes as one moves backward. The issue is about money, food, and weaponry. Of course, people do not fall under the category of issues. In other words, the preparation for war inevitably becomes a long-term plan. This is fundamentally because a nation is not a group that hoards money in order to be ready for war at all times. Those countries have all perished already. Summer, did you say it is summer now? Yes, Your Royal Highness. At least, it should be summer to complete preparations. Though I may be ignorant of war, isn't it harvest season right now? The Pope's outcry was precise. In general, the various sacraments of the Church are carried out during the harvest season when farmers have time on their hands, and thus, those in the Church are quite aware of the harvest period. And unless it is a war against the demon king, wars should take place during the harvest season. This is a natural logic given that most of the military strength is made up of serfs and conscripts. You cannot drain a nation dry just to wage one war. Your Royal Highness, a messenger from Albina says that under no circumstances can military stationing or passage be allowed within its territory. Does that mean they intend to manage the entire northeastern part of Aquitania on their own? Yes, they say they will refuse any kind of military support, except for military funding. This. The Pope grabbed his head and staggered. This should not be happening. Time is absolutely running short. Who knows when the demon king will come? Tomorrow, a week later, perhaps in a month. Before the demon king arrives, Drovian and Tyles must fall. And those two nations, no, at least before Drovian collapses, negotiations with Krasilov must be completed. I will overlook the sins that surrounded the saint and provide the fallen lands of Drovian and Tyles to build the only empire in this world. In return, I will mobilize military forces and personnel to capture the demon king. All those conditions come down to just one thing: rapid conclusion of hostilities. In a situation where one cannot predict what variables may arise, it is to prevent the onset of the Second Great War, which could begin at any time. And, if I may add one more thing, to put down this burden. Even now, voices that cannot be heard by others endlessly resound. Before that sweet whisper shatters his last ounce of patience, while he still retains his sanity. In a situation without sacred power, he must endure solely by will. Thus, it is a race against time, only a swift conclusion of hostilities. Your Royal Highness, we have received a reply from Laurentia. What did they say? They have dispatched an assassination squad to the false prophetess, 13 knights strong. A few of the local priests cooperated actively, and they have confirmed their entry into the Frechenkaya region. Yes, that is good news. He was said to be a young man just over 20, a devout seminarian. In a situation where divine power has vanished, with 13 knights dispatched and the priests supporting them, there should be no problem in killing that young man. If only there were a little more time, he would have attempted persuasion. If the truth of being able to foresee the future is indeed a grace granted by the Lord, even more so, but it has become difficult now. Since he has undoubtedly aligned himself with the saint, he must be ruthless. The fact that a young man who heard the Lord's will supports the saint is a potentially fatal threat. Attempting to persuade him would serve as evidence proving the saint's innocence. Patricia, that child is astute enough not to miss this. Right and wrong no longer matter. At this point, what is important is only a rapid conclusion of hostilities. This might be the last war in the world. Yes, right and wrong are not important. Heh heh heh. Shut up. Your contradictions amuse me, old priest. What actions have you taken while shouting the names of your Lord? Ah, yes, that's right. Plans to kill young children in the dark. I am a sinner, I am a sinner, I am indeed a sinner. Ah, have you started praying again? Who is listening? Does your Lord hear your prayers? Don't worry. At the very least, God is listening to your prayers. I am listening to your prayers. The attending priest felt an inexplicable chill as he looked at the suddenly bowing and praying Pope. Bright fragments of divine power were visible on his body, clearly enough to be seen with the naked eye. But somehow it felt cold and eerie, so the priest could only watch it with a sense of reverence. Since the Lord has punished us, it's only natural to feel this terrified of the Lord's power. The priest desperately thought this and quietly stepped aside. Are you planning to assassinate Eugene? Yes, brother. The saint was sitting in the splendid reception room of the royal court, drinking tea and relieving her fatigue. Ivan, who was listening to the story across from her, soon shook his head. That's pointless. I've taken measures against the priests to a certain extent, but not all the priests in Frechenkaya will follow my will. Especially at this point where I've even been excommunicated. Eugene is not in Frechenkaya. Yes, that's true. Krasilov has an almost perfect counterintelligence network in my territory, especially in Frechenkaya. Since last year, there have been quite a number of incidents that could be counted on one hand, and in the meantime, about half of them have occurred. They have faced invasions without regard to countries or races. Elizaveta, who directly managed the counterintelligence command, has invested an almost paranoid amount into security in Frechenkaya. Even elven spies cannot operate freely there. Foreign espionage is so incompetent that it is difficult to know easily, but concerning domestic espionage, Krasilov is the strongest on the continent, including against the Demon King's forces. But brother, while I know that priests can, in some aspects, become better spies than the agents of the counterintelligence command. I know. As recalled once, no one suspects priests. Even if there are those who attempt to use them, at least there were no ones who suspected them. In a world where the power of gods exists, how can one dare to suspect and exclude the priests who follow God? Moreover, since the Church has been a reservoir of knowledge since the time when educational facilities were scarce, this means that the major intellectuals of society were filled with church figures. In a civilization where the traditions of that era remain, priests hold an inviolable authority. Respected without regard to borders and regardless of titles or ranks, they can hear the most intimate information directly. In specific situations, this means that priests can become better spies than elves. Not all the priests in Frechenkaya will follow the Pope. Yes, that would be so. If they hear that I've been excommunicated, even if they might be caught up in confusion, they won't all stand on the Pope's side in an instant. It would be difficult to shake off the stigma and suspicion of being an excommunicate's confidant. Thus, the assassins that a few of those priests you cannot control could send in are limited in number. Though it cannot be accurately estimated, it will not exceed 20 at least. Any more men would certainly attract the eyes of the counterintelligence command. Then, even if all 20 of them are filled with night-level power, you need not worry. Before leaving, he had told Eugene and Yuri to always stay together. Rather than preparing for assassination, it was a means to deal with any unforeseen situations. And that means, at least the happenings occurring within Frechenkaya could be handled by those two while he was absent. With Enrique around, any assassination must be a small-scale, sudden strike. In such an environment, Eugene and Yuri will never lose. Just a year ago, during the entrance ceremony, the hero party's kids were all mere chicks. Even then, Eugene could sense the stone that Ivan had thrown with all his power and cut it down. This means that even at that time, he had already mastered the detection of lethal lines and not merely dodging. He had the skill to precisely split the incoming stones in half. Eugene immediately rolled on the ground to barely evade the sword path. He couldn't gather his thoughts in the face of the flashing blades before his eyes. I told you this is why I chose to be a priest. Common sense dictates that a person who has lived for over 20 years in the 21st century could not possibly fight against human butchers wielding cold weapons. Eugene screamed as he fled. He entered the theology department to avoid fighting, and if he had to fight, he must surely cast mind spells to motivate himself. Thus, it is an expected outcome. Eugene, don't run away. I really might die. You ass. Yuri, who backed away to fend off the incoming blades, grabbed Eugene's nape as he fled. At the very least, they should be able to face each other back to fight. Right now, there were more than 10 enemies visible. Each one of them was a superhuman, so a moment of inattentiveness could result in losing one's neck. The battle between superhumans can yield outcomes that are unrelated to the disparity of power. This is due to battles occurring within the limits of neural reactions. No matter how strong one becomes, human skin is not stronger than a blade. If one gets cut, one gets hurt, and if one gets a fatal stab, one dies. In this simple logic, Yuri even had to hold onto her shoulder as she fought. Please come to your senses. Who mage, hurry. There's none. Clang, as she deflected a blade, she staggered back and leaned against the wall. The eyes of the approaching knights were fierce. That there would be such a violent raid in Frechenkaya. She hadn't expected it, and it was difficult to respond. Aside from a sword and a helmet that looked like a bucket, a helmet. What is that? Us who? Eugene. Hit my head. Eugene shouted while his eyes, bloodshot and glaring beneath the visor of the helmet. Quickly, hit me hard, to the degree that I lose my senses, but just enough that I won't faint. What does that mean? There's no time, quickly. Yuri sighed and clenched her fist. Well, it's nothing special that this guy says something absurd. If this can bolster the fighting will, then it's a deal worth making. With a crash, Yuri slammed the helmet that looked like a bucket down. Eugene's body trembled. Who's who? His breathing became steady. She could see that he was still opening his eyes through the gaps in the visor. At least, he did not seem to have lost consciousness. Scrape. The sound of a blade scraping against its sheath was chilling. Yuri looked at Eugene with suspicion. Eugene. There is but one God, and the Lord is great. Did we succeed? The flawless upper stance, like something out of a drawing, just getting closer felt like it would slice her. Violent madness. Seeing that, Yuri finally let out a sigh. Yeah, this guy. They called him the Northern Grand Duke's whimsical swordsmanship genius, the novel he was possessed by. You may also like Mesugaki Tank, Enters the Academy. (218). Chapter 219. No, Eugene and Yuri are only 20. They don't have exceptional battlefield experience, and they don't have a lot of combat experience either, of course. Yuri is the top student in the night department, but I remember your brother never even touched the children when he taught them. Did they attach a monitor to me? Just, you seem a bit, like that. After watching the flustered saint sip her tea for a while, Ivan sighed, thinking right. Priests are usually like that. He shook his head and replied. Eugene is strong enough, and Yuri does not lose. What's the basis for that belief? The hero, the Demon King, and me. Eugene, Oswald, Yuri. At Ivan's words, the saint fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Was he saying to consider the commonality among those 6? They were all so different in origin, talent, appearance, and gender. No, wait a moment. Compared to the first 3, the latter 3, whom she had almost forgotten due to their faint presence. Those 3 were indeed the ones who were possessed last semester. And for the possessed. Then, what you said about the Lord's voice. Yes, it was probably the ability of the possessed. Just as the hero was born with power, that too was his strength. Then, what about the Saint Yuri? Yuri had only been possessed for 4 years, and in the body of an orphan girl, she had entered St. Jan's University night department as the top student despite the unfamiliar environment. Since then, she had not missed the top spot in practical exams every semester, even without any special training or education. What that meant was, she has a special possession advantage. Like Eugene, who had a status window, and Oswald, who had elf blood and magical talent. After confirming that, Ivan dismissed his thoughts about Yuri. There was no need to teach her. She was immediate combat power. In any situation, she could almost perfectly substitute for his absence, a completed power. Her special advantage is, as long as there's even a slight chance of victory, she does not lose. Yuri Frank, no, she was an illustrator, and she was responsible for the illustrations of a very strict game. She had no idea what kind of game she had been possessed into. All she usually saw was low-quality erotic game scripts. She just assumed it was something like that. Fortunately, there were many similar things. Medieval fantasy with magic, academy, bearded men, half-squinting characters, and Kim Taeyong. The problem was that the genre of this world was dark fantasy. Since she had never played such games, it was even harder to grasp. But luckily, this body had a strange power. No, it had a talent. She can skillfully wield a sword she had never used in her life, and fantasy university classes, learned without ever being trained, stuck into her head. So what kind of work had she been possessed into? It was time to consult Ivan while contemplating. I don't know. No, I mean, what I'm saying is. No, I mean I don't know the work I entered. Ivan and Yuri had a commonality. They both possessed after encountering a large number of unspecified works. Ivan had been possessed after leaving negative comments on dozens of works, while Yuri had been possessed after working as a freelance illustrator for various erotic games. There was no way to know the original work. However, there are tendencies. The common denominators of the works I usually encountered. In other words, clichés. Everything Ivan had thought was cliché had actually happened. After several experiments, he realized he did not possess any ability that manipulated reality. Then, why did these nonsensical things happen? Why had the university been terrorized 3 times in 1 year? Why was there an ambush during their journey? And why did the demon races invade during external field trips? Why were ancient ruins sleeping underground in a newly established university just 4 years old? Tendencies. The very world desired a flow from him. The world does not move according to the clichés he knows. Instead, it brought forth one who could act while recognizing such flows as clichés. In other words, his possession was inevitable. To some power or deity of this world, a man who left 5,700 character critiques on various works and had studied all sorts of clichés and hidden pieces in preparation for the possibility of possession was needed. That was his tendencies. In other words, his possession advantage. And Oswald and Eugene had similar advantages. Status windows, race and title, talents in swordsmanship and magic, combinations that formed their roles. Then what about Yuri? What role or tendencies were necessary for this ordinary woman in her 20s? I came from making erotic games, yeah. Ivan silently nodded. Right, it was said to be a humiliation genre. She said she didn't know the title. Then, since I'm a woman, let's say it's a female protagonist. Female protagonist. Swordsmanship talent. She had a decent appearance and figure. If one assumes just this, far too many works would fit, but the important thing is this: swordsmanship talent. In other words, it means a female protagonist erotic game that has a combat system, or at least a combat script. What characteristics do female protagonist erotic games have? There's no need to think too much about it. If what she was possessed into was not a novel or a movie, But a game? Then the biggest feature of games is interaction. In other words, it has a somewhat nonlinear genre feature where character actions are determined by the player's manipulation. And in such genres, especially erotic games, there are specific genre conventions that exist. In not giving up, the aim of erotic games is erotic scenes, but such scenes lose their rarity the more easily they are exposed. That is, they become vulgar or boring. It means they become uninteresting. Unlike adult videos, the consumer's demands are entirely different. Unlike adult videos, which require quick enjoyment and disposal, games are a genre that enjoys character actions through narrative structure and interaction. A game that quickly and purposelessly moves to erotic scenes can be said to be a characteristic of what is called a bad game. In other words, the better the game, the more it pays attention to build-up. For female protagonist stories, especially, to keep players' interest through that process, erotic scenes should be inserted from time to time. No matter how difficult and dirty it gets, in the end, you get back up again. Yuri murmured without realizing it. Yes, in any situation, she gets back up without giving up. So it becomes the motive to move on to the next stage or episode to see various erotic scenes again. A female protagonist who does not give up. In that case, rather than quitting, it would mean not losing. If the controlled character loses, the game ends. That varies by game. If we apply the structure of games harshly to reality, it would be like this. Ivan summarized Yuri's words. In reality, losing is directly tied to death. As he had recalled at one time, death is the most certain proof of existence, because there's no other choice. As previously stated, a game is interaction. It is a kind of play that allows the player to choose the character's situation in a nonlinear structure. In other words, a situation in which one cannot choose. A situation in which one can never make any choice again forever means a game over. Then, with somewhat extreme logical reasoning, losing means a game over. If everyone who has been possessed in this world has a certain tendency, if they have some advantage, then for Yuri, that advantage would be not dying. As if it were the Great War era, they would have called you the immortal Yuri Frank. Thankfully, you would have had to face many dying comrades. That's a joke. Let's quickly move on to jokes. I feel like I'm really going to suffocate now. Right. Ivan nodded briefly and replied. A game is an interaction that resolves possibility with choice. Hit rate, damage probability, random encounters. No matter what, the program presents the player with quantified possibilities, and the player continues the play through the best choices they desire. So in this case, if there's a possibility of victory, she does not lose. Yuri dodged the knight wielding the sword and plunged the sword deep into his chest, murmuring the prayer she had memorized without forgetting since hearing the story of the possession advantage. If the situation comes where you have to face dozens of knights alone, that means there's no chance of victory. If she had to face the Demon King or the 7 Dragon Lords alone, or overwhelmingly powerful opponents, there wouldn't be any possibility of victory. She couldn't face a legion alone, nor could she destroy a nation by herself. But if she could lead them into a situation where there is a possibility. Ivan finished speaking while looking at the saint. If given a situation where one can choose within a possibility, Yuri does not lose. That was the reason he placed Eugene and Yuri together. With their combination, they would never die in Frechenkaya. If someone like the 7 Dragon Lords appeared, Enrique could create a survivable situation. A large army could not invade Frechenkaya. A small strike force could create a winning chance if it was Eugene's power. That was the reason why Yuri had been deployed to Frechenkaya, with at least one companion throughout all their journeys. Yuri was Ivan's strongest card allocated to Frechenkaya. You may also like Mesugaki tank enters the academy. (219). Chapter 220. The war seen by a lord and the war seen by soldiers are not the same. This is not about principles such as purpose and righteousness, rewards and losses. Simply put, war signifies results rather than process. Direct confrontation occurs only at the last moment of war. Until then, the lord and military leadership must fiercely engage in desk work, such as supply, transportation, marching routes, response strategies, grand strategies, and army formations. In contrast, once soldiers are conscripted, they are largely useless until the battle. They may be utilized for transporting supplies or guarding and patrolling, but that is not their main role. Each of those tasks incurs non-combat losses and costs. Therefore, at this point, Ivan had nothing to do. To be precise, he could offer tactical advice. Or perhaps he could use his experience to predict the enemy's invasion route. However, his role was limited to guarding the saint and guest chambers. And the king of Aquitania was a sufficiently wise man, understanding that it was more beneficial for victory if a single commander established the strategy rather than crossing the line into excessive domestic interference. Isn't it a common saying on Earth? An incompetent commander leading a legion is better than a legion led by competent commanders. He didn't want to create variables that could arise from potential conflicts over command. After all, he wasn't particularly talented or skilled in commanding large forces. At this point, the saint was engrossed in strategic meetings with the king of Aquitania and various nobles. So Ivan decided to spend the remaining time on his hobby. Contrary to the misunderstandings of many, Ivan was someone who understood the importance of hobbies and leisure better than anyone else. This is a matter of common sense. People are not machines. To always show the same performance, the lubricant of leisure is necessary. This also applied to himself. However, considering that trained agents should be able to feel the entirety of their actions to execute operations as leisure. Zahe. Ignoring the trembling maid standing next to him, Ivan was carefully measuring the weight of flour with meticulous movements. What is this? Someone summon someone quickly. Who should I call the saint? She's currently an audience. Anyone who came with this person. The maids scattered in a panic. Ivan clicked his tongue softly. Perhaps because it was the era of barbarism and darkness, basic health knowledge was lacking. In the kitchen, especially when cooking, one must keep their mouth shut. Saliva tends to contaminate food, and in the case of long-term preservation, sterilization is essential. Cleanly washed hands, a headscarf tightly tied to prevent even a single hair from falling out, a mask covering the mouth, securely rolled up sleeves, and an apron that had been boiled several times for sterilization could prove this. Wearing a perfectly civilized modern cooking outfit, Ivan was seriously measuring flour and mixing it with lard. Accurate. They say baking is a battle with numbers. Precise measurements without error guarantee accurate results. However, there were no electronic scales in this primitive world. In this fierce war, where one had to fight under the unit below the comma, one could not emerge victorious simply by using a graduated scale. However, a superhuman, especially a well-trained one, can detect even the weight of a goose feather. Ivan narrowed his eyes, carefully scooped out the flour without even exhaling, and began kneading it into the bowl containing lard. Excellent flavor and texture with the nuts. Perfect. Ivan is an understanding person. If he had to eat alone, the palatability of the food would not matter, but this food had to be eaten together with his companions. Thus, for the sake of the other companions who could taste the food, Ivan chose cooking rather than production. Simply obtaining calories and nutrients doesn't make it food. Back on Earth, he was the type of person who would make a list of foods he wanted to eat. He was quite picky about food. Fundamentally, He could eat all kinds of food, but this means he can discern good from bad food. Therefore, his creations matched the universal aesthetic standards properly. Uncles. Isabel was noisy again today. Ivan clicked his tongue, cleaned his hands, and took out another mask. What on earth is wrong? Why do you look like that? Looking at Ivan, Isabel, with a horrified face, stammered. Are you going to raid somewhere? With that headscarf and mask, you look just like a bandit. Your eyes are the only thing showing, yet people are terrified because you're staring like that. Ignoring Isabel's shouting, Ivan swiftly spread his hand and waved through the air. It was a strike almost too fast to see, making the startled Isabel step back. What are you doing? Removing saliva contamination. What? Ivan wiped away the droplet of saliva on his hand and handed the mask to Isabel, who flushed bright red. Did you just say I got spat on? That's an overinterpretation. Seriously, I feel nauseous. Isabel mumbled blankly as she hurriedly wrapped the mask Ivan handed her around her face. After having removed the contamination urgently, Ivan nodded in satisfaction and washed his hands again. So, what are you doing now? Supplying essential resources. Can you explain it in our language? If I hear it in the demon language, I won't understand. I was making combat rations. Combat rations? Isabel looked at Ivan's hand with trembling eyes. Seeing his hand submerged in the brown viscous liquid sloshing in the metal bowl, she slowly rubbed her eyes. After taking a deep breath, she stepped forward to observe again. Soon, she burst into anger upon seeing the crushed nuts on the cutting board. Surely it doesn't taste like sand for no reason. Why did you put this in? In texture. What's that about texture? And what else did you put in? What is this flour? Isabel, who dipped her pinky finger in the piled-up white powder, frowned. What about the quality? When was this processed? Why does it taste like this? How did such a thing enter the royal court? Considering the vast farming lands of Aquitania, this was impossible. In response to Isabel's question, Ivan bravely puffed out his chest. We cannot indiscriminately dispense resources from allied nations. I brought it myself. Why something like this? It was the cheapest. Typically, cheap flour is spoiled or mixed with sand or sawdust during the milling process. However, Ivan's keen eyes could thoroughly distinguish such low-quality goods. A trained superhuman could extract fine gold from the sand with their eyes. Using such techniques to select the highest quality flour at the lowest price can be considered proof of discernment. Throw it all away, it tastes bad. Ahem. What's with the hum? Seriously, as a person from Tyles, I can't accept this. Why on earth did you mix flour? If you mixed it into the dough, you should have properly treated it. The flour is still chewy. The three essential factors of combat rations are ease of production, ease of consumption, and ease of storage. This means it should be cheap, easy to make, able to be stored for a long time, and easy to eat. However, if you mix in sugars like honey or sugar, the cost will shoot up. It becomes something that can't be called supplemental combat rations. However, Ivan, as someone who has completed higher education in a civilized society, knew that carbohydrates are polysaccharides and that being able to ingest sugars through mastication is a fact. Thus, it means that people can sufficiently feel sweetness from grains alone without needing to add honey or sugar. After hearing this explanation, Isabel looked down with a horrified expression and covered her face. Get out. Ahem. If you really don't want to die, get out. I'll make it. If you want to learn, I can teach you the recipe. There's no way I'd ever learn cooking from you. Get out. Ivan had to leave the kitchen due to Isabel's illogical and primitive claims. Now, what should he do with the remaining time? Weapon maintenance was done, and he had packed enough equipment to not be insufficient even if deployed immediately. But he had originally intended to prepare a surplus of combat rations during the remaining time. However, his recipe had been praised as excellent by the great predecessor king, who was the only common-sense person in this world. The foresight of the predecessor king transcends eras and worlds, so to deny this would be ignorance. The predecessor king itself represented Krasilov, so to be recognized by him can be considered receiving the KC Krasilov certification. Why are you sulking and complaining like that? I have not. Ivan responded sharply, looking at another illogical medieval citizen. Ecdysis had walked over, stretching. Are you bored? The kids are practicing some things right now. Can you take a look? Practicing. A shooting. Ecdysis raised her finger and made a bang sound while laughing cheerfully. You must learn anything you can use right away, just like Uncle. That's admirable. Ivan nodded, looking admiringly at this excellent junior with such a good-hearted spirit. An ambush in the middle of Frechenkaya. Elizaveta looked at Eugene kneeling in front of her, then turned her gaze to Pavel. Pavel immediately bowed his head to the ground and shouted, "It is not my fault." That is certainly not something a loyal subject would say, so hold your tongue. I am innocent. Enough with the jokes, I am serious. Yes, Your Majesty. As if he had never bowed his head, Pavel raised it and stroked his chin as he spoke. It must be the priests. The only ones capable of infiltrating Frechenkaya with anyone are those people. Indeed, they tried to assassinate this child in the council and the Great Schism. The Pope has gone too far. Elizaveta tapped the table and fell into thought. Pavel. Yes, Your Majesty. Have we identified the identities of the assassins? According to the interrogation of the survivors, they were from Laurentia. Did they confess that willingly? They insisted until the end, but their dialect was distinctly from that region. There is no evidence beyond circumstantial. Good. Elizaveta nodded and continued speaking. Then let's assume those fellows attacked from Leonor. Exclude the story of the papacy and send an official diplomatic letter of protest to King Leonor. I will draft it myself. Laurentia and Leonor have been longtime rivals. Both shared the same vested interests. They were the central hub for land logistics connecting the south to the north. In fact, just before the council, both nations had friction along the borders. That had paused with Ivan's appearance, but it is true that there had been friction. It is evident that these two nations, which would gain the most from the Great Schism, would certainly compete against each other. If the guilt of Laurentia could be pinned onto Leonor, there would definitely be a backlash. The papacy will not remain idle. The papacy, yes, that's right. Now that a holy war was declared, if they attacked the countries participating in the holy war, the Pope would certainly respond officially. And if not careful, they could find themselves tangled in the Great Schism. The repercussions of a schism do not just end with war. Unlike the small nations of the southern Six Nations, with the weight of Krasilov, a royal schism could lead to all administrative and local nobles turning their backs. No, they would turn their backs actively. The royal family currently had its power held by authority. They would aim for a true constitutional monarchy rather than simply a nominal constitutional monarchy. Nobles are not fools. They would keep their mouths shut with swords at their throats. However, they shouldn't attempt a royal schism immediately. If the Pope were of sound mind, he wouldn't antagonize the powers of the North before completely conquering Aquitania and executing the saint. Especially given that Krasilov amassed the most military strength among those powers. The forces of the Holy War cannot handle a two-front battle. Thus, they couldn't just hurl around schismatic decrees in anger. They would need to coax the nobles within Krasilov using threats and persuasion first. Unfortunately, the distance and danger from the papacy to Krasilov was immense. As much that a state-operated train could be overturned by bandit attacks. The wrath of our Pope, Your Holiness, is not something that can ignore if they do not heed that decree. Elizaveta smiled while looking at Pavel. Since the wills of the two war gods aligned, there was no need for further commentary. Pavel lowered his head, mirroring Elizaveta's smile. "It shall be carried out as your majesty wishes." Eugene, who had been observing this scene, felt fear towards the two militaristic, coercive national leaders with their vile smiles, and quietly made the sign of the cross. Having left, Pavel began detaining all foreign priests entering into Krasilov. "I am a priest of the Lord. How dare you detain us without a warrant? This is heresy." "Ah, so they are priests." Pavel looked at a priest who was tied up in a freight compartment of the train, laughing derisively. "Then please use a sacred spell. Anything will do." "What?" "Healing, flash, judgment. I welcome any of them. Please go ahead." "Do you understand the situation right now? The priests cannot." "Ah, then by what means do you expect to prove your identity?" "I possess the certificate of appointment from His Holiness the Pope and the application for entry. I was following proper protocols to enter." "You must stay until we ascertain whether there was any tampering with those documents. If you truly are a priest, the state will provide ample compensation." "How long will that take? I am in a hurry as I was sent by His Holiness." "Oh, well." Pavel smiled at the bright red face of the priest. "It will take at least 3 years. Krasilov's administrative procedures are famously complex and meticulous." King Leonor glared at the envoy in front of him, his face agitated, then crumpled the confidential letter the envoy handed him with a grimace. "This is slander. I shall convey your nation's opinion directly to your esteemed majesty." "How dare you conspire against me? That girl, Elize, is doing such things to the forces of the Holy War, and you think you'll remain unharmed." "I shall convey your nation's opinion directly to your esteemed majesty." The envoy merely repeated those words quietly, without changing their expression. King Leonor grit his teeth, crumpling the letter again and once more unfolded it. Aside from the lengthy embellishments, its rough summary was as follows. "King Leonor, Ramiro II of Lucabelo of Belmont, personally. The attempt on the assassination of your nationals 4 days ago was quite interesting. Through deep inquiry, I have come to know it was your doing. Prepare to die. Thank you very much. King of Krasilov, Elizaveta Kirillovna Krasilov." Recently, there were instances of knights from Laurentia being dispatched to the borders under the pretext of training. It was their doing, or perhaps it was your fabrication. I shall convey your nation's opinion directly to your esteemed majesty." The envoy answered politely, bowing slightly. "You may also like Mesugaki Tank, enters the academy." (220) Chapter 221. As many who know him now agree, Ivan is a rational and logical individual who does not discriminate much between types of weaponry. During operations, the loss of weaponry is like a tax for operatives, and a great operative should be able to handle any weaponry they capture at above-average levels. However, it cannot be easily empathized with by others, but he also has his preferences. He preferred firearms, especially handguns. Why? Once Cherenovika had asked a question like that. The context before and after is now vague, but it was roughly like this. This was a time when he was forced to operate near a beheading unit, not dealing with legions or ordinary troops. At this level, both monsters and demonkind have developed detection of danger. For those at the commander level, it is because they are the strongest entities of their respective legions, due to the ecological logic of demonkind applying power. When facing such beings, firearms quickly lose their utility. No, they should not be fired at all. The sound of gunfire attracts the attention of monsters. Basically, demonkind do not use firearms, so the sound of a gun is like an alarm to announce an invader. You're dodging the question again. At this time, Kim Sunwoo often teased Cherenovika on purpose, just to see her frustrated expression. And rather than that, it would be more accurate to say he didn't know how to express his fondness verbally. Since she knew this fact as well, she playfully laughed and took the lead in the conversation. He liked it, so even in this damned medieval era, with their good relationship, Kim Sun-woo deliberately hardened his expression and nodded silently. "I'll guess you're trying to look cool, you always do this. Colonel, bang, and who's going to ask now? What do you feel when you kill an enemy, Colonel?" Cherenovika began her playful interview with a mischievous expression. Soon, she opened her eyes wide in a sharp manner and mimicked Kim Sun-woo's voice. The tone was so similar that he almost burst out laughing. "Recoil. Oh, you laughed, right? See. Sasha, pay up. I told you I could make him laugh." "Ah, that's a bet you forced me into, ma'am. I thought I would lose. It's particularly easy for the colonel to laugh at you." Kim Sun-woo quickly hardened his face and would have answered that he had not laughed. Then Sasha would enthusiastically agree, and Cherenovika would giggle and take Sasha's wallet. As the sun set, they took turns standing guard, celebrating that no one had died that day. There were such days. "Uncle, what are you thinking about?" Ivan briefly scanned his surroundings with hazy eyes. He saw the brilliant scenery of the training facility. The faces of his comrades were different from back then. Ah, that's right. It was the question of why he used firearms as his primary weapon. "When I first went to the battlefield, it was out of fear." "You, uncle. Everyone should fear death." Ivan answered seriously while looking at Ecdysis. "Those who do not fear death easily disappear. Fear is the last bastion of ensuring survival. Humans must always live with at least a minimum level of fear." At that time, I was a boy soldier who couldn't even catch an orc. But if I had the strength to pull the trigger, then the gun would definitely pierce an orc's head. Then what about superhumans? Enemies with danger detection, or heavy armored vanguards charging at you? If you meet those kinds of people, you have to die. From the perspective of conscripts, superhumans and heavy infantry are no different than grim reapers. They are elite units that one might not ordinarily encounter on the front lines, and if faced with them, whether holding a gun or a sword, one dies equally. "Fire at will, target number 3. "Yes." Ecdysis answered vividly and immediately picked up the handgun. After correcting her grip and stance once, the bullet soon pierced the target. Basically, from the moment one becomes a superhuman, posture control happens instinctively. If there's correct posture and a decent level of skill, any well-made firearm will surely yield the same results. Even after some time, firearms were useful. There's no need to swing a sword, you can wipe out distant enemies and often strike first. Next, shoot. Facing superhumans directly on the battlefield is quite rare. Thus, as long as most enemies are ordinary people, firearms are still superior to swords. Bang! After hearing Ecdysis's gunfire and checking the target, Ivan continued speaking. After that, it became even more useful. By observing the reaction of the opponent upon hearing gunfire, you can distinguish whether they are superhumans or ordinary people. Once you've identified the enemy and acted, there are few weapons that are as useful as firearms for a surprise attack. Ivan nodded as he saw that Ecdysis's shots were all grouped within the target center. 50 live fire. It isn't much, but it would be helpful for mastering posture. At that moment, he sensed a presence behind him. Clap, clap, clap. Someone was approaching, applauding. The heavy footsteps and stride suggested it was an armed adult male. Excellent speech. When Ivan turned around, a man who had been clapping approached with a sly smile. A lean figure that stood a hand taller than Ivan looked down at him. "Are you the hero of our time?" "The hero is in the kitchen." The man frowned slightly, but soon smiled slyly again. "The self-proclaimed hero lacks talent for jokes." "That's a misunderstanding." "Is this your mistress?" That's a ridiculous misunderstanding. Uncle. The man had no choice but to be somewhat flustered at this point. He couldn't tell if he was provoking or being provoked. Soon, he frowned and said, I thought you were trying to teach your toy seriously, but it seems you were enjoying a date instead. You're being rather casual occupying the Royal Knights training facility. There are plenty of seats next to me. Unlike that toy, we use real weapons. You see, if the hero gets hurt, it affects morale. Ahem. Ivan quietly nodded while looking at the man. Essentially, knights are combat personnel and also field commanders. It is only natural that they wouldn't want to relinquish command to visitors from outside. In this case, it seems to be a form of preemptive deterrence. If that is the case, then it's best not to respond. If he were to actually bring this man down, it could damage the knights' morale. Since knights are elite troops, ignoring them would be the best course of action in preparation for future battles. Above all, he was worried about what might be happening in the kitchen. Since he hadn't taught her the recipe, Isabel might be making some strange risotto or soup. Train well, ectasis go. Stop. Just as Ivan was about to leave, the man drew his sword, blocking his path. He glared down at Ivan and growled. Are you really a man? I don't care to discuss honor with someone who isn't a knight, but at least if you are a man, you should have some spirit. The man glared at Ivan, who had halted, then got a handgun from a corner of the training facility. Using such a toy to show off to a mistress. Bangs, bang, bangs, bang. He fired rapidly without even aiming. However, with near-perfect recoil control, the target he aimed at had a perfectly round grouping right in the center. He grinned bitterly as he looked at Ectasis's target, where she had only hit 4 out of 5 shots. Not even a weapon that requires training, and yet you're occupying the knight's facility and idling around. A hero at a time of impending war. Ivan sighed as he watched the man grind his teeth. Yes, he knew this scene. During wartime, hero parties were not welcomed by the knight class. Basically, the hero's tactics relied heavily on decapitation operations. While friendly legions held the attention of enemies, it referred to the operation of infiltrating and assassinating the enemy's leader. This naturally forced tactics that inflicted damage on the knight class. The longer the time maintaining the front line, the higher the hero's chances of success. They had to collapse on a battlefield where they couldn't escape even if they knew they were going to die. Therefore, knights could not tolerate heroes entering their encampments. Their hatred was born not from ugly jealousy, but from injustice. I have lived my entire life leaning on my sword. I have lived without shame before my honor, dedicating my life solely to it. But you, hero, you have pushed us all into hell in pursuit of hope, while the world only reveres you. So come, as a knight of Tyles, I will stand proud before my sword today. Knights who had spent their lives mastering martial arts could never tolerate a hero who suddenly appeared and pushed them into a corner. It was injustice. Their resentment was justified in a situation where all of their lives were being denied. But the hero answered all the challenges with a single line. If you beat me, you can take my place. What? It's only natural for someone better to take on the responsibility. It is the duty of the stronger. How dare? Furious at Ivan's words, the knight rushed at him in one go. Stopping at a distance where the blade was nearly touching, the knight glared at him, breathing heavily. Are you saying you don't know the value of honor gained in an instant? You think it's a cheap responsibility you can toss aside in anger? Are we going to continue this conversation? Insufferable. The knight swung down, thrusting the sword forward without hesitation. Beneath the sun, the blade shone coldly. Don't lower your arms. Ivan was sitting in the reception room of the saint with his arms raised. The saint looked at him, sighed deeply, and muttered. What's so proud about turning 15 of them into half-wits? They're fine. Just splashing some cursed potion and treating their wounds doesn't mean they're okay. They're all freaking out looking for their mom and dad. That was a healing potion. Ivan's small defense did not reach the saint. She continued to grumble. Those people were part of the Royal Knight Order. They were skilled, and they were assigned to the Elthros collective troop. Seeing Ivan's expression, the saint said weakly, "Brother was scheduled to head towards Albania. Do you understand what that means?" "It means they were meant to die." "Exactly." This is a classic double agent tactic. When facing two nations simultaneously, it means to not maintain a double front, but rather give up one side to concentrate on the other. The front where Ivan is participating must not fail. Rather, they must achieve overwhelming victory and push the enemy back. Meanwhile, the legion on the opposing front, the Elthros front, must fail, until a point that is not too critical, to the extent that the enemy can boast about their achievements. If, after suffering defeats down to a limit, the front becomes stagnant, the Albanian command would be the first to suspect this. Is the Holy Army only supporting Elthros while we're being pushed back? It is a natural line of reasoning. Common sense dictates that while a nation is being invaded, they wouldn't deploy stronger military forces to a particular front. And if the enemy's military power can be assumed to be average, it would not be their ineptitude or the allies' competency, but rather that the support from the rear is biased. No one wants to prove their own shortcomings and incompetence. Adding a small level of information warfare here is the end. As long as the enemies do not advance unified, the Allied forces cannot easily overcome their inherent limits. So to sum up the current situation simply, it's a service to allow Elthros to boast appropriately next. Yes, I've seen that happen often. Right. They must not retreat recklessly while giving up territory without any troop losses. At least a minimal achievement must be provided to avoid arousing the enemy's suspicions. Shouldn't they at least pretend to resist? Thus comes the difficult choice. Defeating the knights, specifically the Royal Knight Order, would be something they could hardly believe. The battlefield, where only the most loyal and elite troops are engaged would, at least on the surface, appear to be the most vicious battlefield. Meanwhile, Ivan's legion crushes the enemy, spreading disinformation and dispatching deserters as agents. Once the Albanian legion is completely ensnared, or at least reaches the limit of offensives, at that point, the Holy Army would not just distrust the Albanian command, but everyone would doubt the papal authority as well. No one knows when or how the Pope might decide to support a particular nation. Essentially, all monarchs care more about their own kingdoms than about a holy war. Ivan felt a bitter taste in his mouth, as he had excessively hampered those driven into a corner, even crushing their pride. "I'm sorry." "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done this and I complained to brother for no reason. Lower your arms. Really, what are you doing?" Has he lost his mind? Ivan silently lowered his arms and sat down. The saint let out a deep sigh and covered her face. Honestly, the Knight Order was at fault. We've seen that kind of thing a lot. How could I not know? But it's just, I pushed those people to their deaths. Patricia. So, I know as well. But this can't go on. I grumbled a bit to brother. It's childish, right? Not at all. I was going to attack the Pope at the council. If the Pope hadn't allied with the 7 dragon lords, I would have killed him. I would have hung him on the pyre and declared him a heretic. He knows. In a world where faith has dwindled, in order to unite a divided church, both the saint and the Pope needed scapegoats. And each would have viewed the other as the most suitable scapegoat. What they both desired was the same, the stability and peace of the church. The means they both chose were the same, the sacrifice of the other. However, only the methods differed. The saint intended to argue that a world without divine intervention is correct by presenting prophets. The Pope intended to argue that God is angry at the corruption of the world by emphasizing divine power. If one of them had clearly lost at the council, the church would not have split, and there would have been no war in the southern 6 nations. The remaining people would have united against the coming threats rather than proclaiming holy war against each other. That is the sin that the saint speaks of. Preferably, I should have been there. Enough. Ivan interrupted the saint. He looked at her with cold eyes and spoke. What would have happened then? What? Who could stop a pope allied with the 7 dragon lords? Once the situation has calmed down, could the pope truly bring closure to all he has wrought by his own hands? No, it was impossible. The 7 dragon lords' corrupt souls, that is a curse that even superhumans cannot resist, and even Maximilian could not resist it. The souls corrupted by the 7 dragon lords cannot be restored. It is something that cannot be overcome by will alone. Thus, from the moment he allied with the 7 dragon lords, the Pope had already crossed an irreversible river. You did not make the wrong choice. Had you given up, the Church would have appeared united. It would have lived in peace as if there was no division. But is that truly peace for the Church? Could a Church that continued to speak of divine will and teach divine love still exist? The organization may last, but the ideology would cease to remain. Faith would become tainted, and no longer would worshippers praise the Lord as before. The seeds of corruption would be sown throughout this entire civilization. This world believed in a single faith, so, in that case, no one would be able to stop it. Limericks would become the god of mankind. Trust in your choice. Do not regret the past. Do not think of those you have driven to their deaths. They did not march towards death because of your orders, but were martyrs who lost their lives to the blades of the corrupt. Do you really think so? Am I saying this is just the result of my struggle to survive? I mean it. If it truly were a righteous act, the saint would not have hesitated to give her life for it. As far as Ivan remembers, she has never once saved herself. In the first place, those who value their own lives do not walk towards the realm of demons. So everyone there, at least in that time, at that moment. Yes, they could be described as pure, so much so. Ivan poured tea into the saint's teacup and stood up. And if someone must do this, did we not vow not to shift our shame onto others? Brothers, so stand proud, show no mercy to those who fight under your command. That would be an insult to their resolve. Then what should I do? If I do not pity them, what can I do? Vengeance, Ivan concluded as he turned his back on the saint. And for those who remain, hope. That is the mentality of the hero party, not to feel pity for the dead. Just like the salute of the cleanup unit, not to feel pity for those who departed first. They should stand tall. To not insult the last honor of the dead, they must be able to say they departed brilliantly. They must be shameless. Ivan closed the door and left. A faint sound of weeping could be heard outside the door. Now it's time to prepare for departure. That means the grand strategy and military formation are complete. There will be war, as it has always been. 10 days later, the first engagement occurred at the border. You may also like Mesugaki tank, enters the academy. (221). Chapter 222. The city closest to the northeastern border of Aquitania was Portobello. As is customary for border towns, this place was more akin to a trading city than a military one, connected to trade routes heading north. Thus, the castle walls of Portobello were more showy than practical. They were splendid but unsuitable for defense, and the enemies had artillery. Unlike the era of catapults, artillery could actually pierce the walls. This weapon, supplied along with trains during the Great War, itself twisted the structure of siege warfare. Damn it! Standing on the gallery of the castle walls, a knight lamented. He could see the enemy's banner flapping on the horizon beyond the border. It was the banner of Elissos, crowned with a stag. Judging by the banners beneath it, it was a large army consisting of at least 3 counts. A serious military force. The funny part is that this isn't their real strength. These were merely the vanguard, scouts meant to gauge the strength of this side. Since the other nations of the southern Six Nations had not yet mobilized their crusading forces, it was merely a matter of snagging a minor achievement before the real crusade began. A truly minor military skirmish. It would be nothing more than a show of strength. However, the knights present were gathered here to die for that show of strength. Life really sucks, yeah. So that the enemies could underestimate the strength of their country. So that LSOs could advance deeper into the territory without any caution. While throwing them a minor public achievement, they could appear as a peace-weary victim. Sir Cavalcanti, there's no need for you to take action yourself. A young knight, looking at him with a serious expression, spoke up. He was a young one who had not been formally appointed for long. I can go. Heck, anyone can go. As long as they are suited up in armor, how will they know if that person belongs to the Royal Knight Order? What the enemy needed was an achievement, not verification of facts. They needed to claim that the enemy they killed was a noble and, moreover, should claim the achievement of being from the Royal Knight Order. But the Royal Knight Order didn't necessarily have to sacrifice themselves directly. They had not trained their swords for sacrifice. They honed their skills solely for honorable combat, dedicating their lives to honor. To receive a command to die helplessly, is that not too dishonorable? Cavalcanti chuckled and patted the young knight's shoulder. Do you mean to say I should dress a peasant in my armor? If it means you can live to fight another day, you can achieve greater feats on a better battlefield, sir. Ha ha ha, Roberto, what's the point of living just to survive? Is it honorable to preserve one's life at the cost of the weak? But, sir, did we not swear to be the shields of this country? Did we not pledge to protect the weak and die honorably? There's no greater dishonor. Do not seek honor in achievements. This is my final teaching. Roberto, honor must be the last torch you carry within yourself. Seek honor not in the lives you take, but in the lives you save by protecting someone. He smiled faintly and lowered his visor, the sound of metal clanking as he fully donned his armor. The knight, now fully armored, rose grandly. Bring me the banner, open the gates. Cavalry, follow me. Sir. You shall go to the Western Front and deliver my message. Riccardo de Cavalcanti has begun the operation. He said no more, descending from the walls to mount his horse. A soldier approached and handed him the banner. The emblem of an eagle gripping a sword, the banner symbolizing the royal guards, fluttered over his shoulder. Raising one hand to hold the banner and the other to wield his cavalry spear, the gates opened with a loud noise. Cavalry. For Equitania. For the eternal glory of the House of Della Torre. The cavalry saluted in unison, raising their spears. Trumpets blared as those cavalry, fading away in the age of trains and artillery, raised their weapons high. O shield of Equitania! At the front, the horse raised the banner straight. The eagle emblem flapped grandly, casting a long shadow. Let's march into battle. Clang, clang, a group of cavalry burst through the open gates. The young knight, watching his last moments, whispered while crossing himself. Even if the Lord does not watch over us, your righteousness will be passed on. Teacher. The knight then mounted his horse and galloped in the opposite direction. The people of Portobello and all nearby were completely introduced. The time needed to guide them back to the final defense line, planned as a defensive zone, matched the time spent by the High Knights of the Royal Knight Order. In the northeast region of Equitania, scorched earth tactics began, vast agricultural lands burned, and the city offered no resistance. Many knights had to die. In doing so, many civilians could fully escape the area without significant damage. Urgent news from Portobello. Sir Riccardo de Cavalcanti has begun the engagement. We shall remember that name. Ivan responded to the soldier's words as he scanned the crowd. Some knights glared at him in discontent, while a terrified mage was also present. The edge of a military map was spread out on the supply table, and his entourage gathered around it. Ivan looked at his comrades and spoke. "Remember all the names possible in this place, and in the East. Prayers for the departed were always meaningless. 1,000 flowers offered for the dead would be more worthless than a single smile formed by the one who lived. However, those who live on behalf of someone must undoubtedly carry the names of those who have left, especially if they are heroes." Ivan briefly finished his words and looked around at those who were gazing at him. There was no commander in this place. Tactical command was not his role. His role, as always, was not to command, but to act. He could even say he suited more as a cavalry captain than a field commander. He couldn't teach anyone great strategies or brilliant tactics. How nice it would be if he had possessed the knowledge of strategy games in his possession. Sometimes he merely wished for that. Yet even so, there were still things he could do. As always, it was not to save someone but to kill someone, and to lead his comrades in battle toward that death. Revenge. Ivan was not skilled in oratory. He rose, placing his hand on the map. The eastern cities, Portobello, Castello, Baiolato, Lucabella, Palazzone. The territories he would gradually take, and the knights who would perish on behalf of the people above them. Revenge. He lightly tapped the table again. Thud, the sound of his steel-gloved hand striking the wooden table echoed. The smell of iron and blood filled the air. There is an aura that only those who have concentrated on one field for a long time can emit. The scent of paper from scholars, the acrid smell of soot from blacksmiths, the odor of manure from farmers, and so on. An aura that represents the person itself, including the smell, the atmosphere, the gaze, the posture, and the spirit. If such a thing truly exists, then the aura Ivan possessed symbolized only one thing: war. Throughout his life, even 30 years after falling into this world. Starting as a young peasant soldier in his early teens, and to this point. The aura emitted by someone who has lived solely for war is thus dark, dense, and sinister. The smell resembling iron and blood, the growling voice as if metal were clashing, and the cold gaze and straight posture that overwhelmed the crowd. Revenge. Ivan's voice swept over the silent crowd. On this dark night, those gathered here held torches in their hearts. Revenge for the fallen heroes. Meaningless yet. For those who had died meaninglessly, it would be hard to find a tribute more fitting than this. Revenge. The crowd responded to Ivan's words. Thud, thud, thud. Each person struck the table and stomped their feet, shouting until their murmurs turned into booming roars. Revenge. For revenge, let's go. Ivan concluded his speech, lifting and donning his helmet. Along with him, everyone put on their helmets and armed themselves. The tent opened, and the waiting forces began to gear up. Northwestern Front, Albina Aquitania border, Argent. Aquitania launched a surprising preemptive strike, targeting the crusading forces of Albina, which were still in the process of gathering. Are they all out of their minds? King Domenico della Vizela of Albina exclaimed in shock, looking at his ministers after hearing the urgent report from the front line the next morning. Preemptive strike. They ignited the spark of war that was scheduled to be delayed at least until summer. Lead the military, Your Majesty. We must show them a lesson against heretics. Send me to the front lines. I shall honor the souls of the fallen soldiers with the blood of heretics. The ministers, furious, each tried to prove their loyalty. The king sat on his throne, lost in thought. No matter how unprepared the army was, the damage should not be that heavy. They couldn't advance beyond a certain point and had merely destroyed a few camps at most. That was to be expected. Aquitania's war would inevitably focus on defense. After all, this was not a country with enough resources to lavishly waste on offense while turning all of the southern 6 nations into enemies. But what was this? What is this uneasy feeling? Could they dare to strike? a country so incapable that it could not survive the summer even when pouring all its capabilities into defense. In the king's silence, another urgent messenger arrived at the court and knelt, shouting, "Your Majesty, urgent news from Elissos. They crossed the Aquitania border and captured Portobello. They're advancing south." Isn't that the papal enclave's support still lacking? According to the report, it's enough with their own resources. Utter nonsense. The king shouted in exasperation. If they struck the fortress, they cannot cross the border this quickly. If they engaged, at least 2 rotations should have been required, and they must have been stuck for at least another 10 days. If Aquitania is more incompetent than initially expected, do you want to move the military based on the enemy's incompetence? Strategy is always established on the premises of a capable enemy. And if the enemy was that incompetent, does it mean our soldiers advancing on the southern front are even more incompetent? Under the king's wrath, the ministers quietly bowed their heads. The king shouted, exasperated, "Relay the message to the southern corps. Do not delay any further and begin the advance. If we are slower than those weaklings of Elissos, it means we are more incompetent." The king's face twisted as he finished his words. Or it means someone else has already received support that we did not. You may also like Mesugaki tank, enters the academy. (222). Chapter 223. This era's people are romantics, especially all the uncivilized pre-modern medieval humans, except those from Krasilov and Kallian, and among them the nobles were even more so. Let's not lump Kallian in, as it's simply a den of madmen. They possess treacherous, realistic, meticulous, and calculating facets, but deep down, they live with a fragment of romance hidden in their hearts. This was supported by Ivan's cold intuition and experience. Everyone he had seen until now was somewhat selfish, but then suddenly, at certain moments, they would ignite a fire in their hearts and burn out dramatically. But Ivan is not like that. As a cold, modern city man, he has decided to live in reality rather than die in romance. Thus, his wars always begin quietly, in the dark of night, from outside sight, accompanied by dishonorable ambushes, and they quietly end as well. Stop. After lowering his body, Ivan sent a signal. There was no response, only the sound of his companions halting. Ivan did not bother to turn around to check. He quietly stared at the military camp in front of him. Type 3. At Ivan's words, someone approached him. It must be Elfera. Type 3 requires her to take action. After finishing a brief spell, sparks began to fly from her hand. She formed a ring with her fingers above one eye and extended the hand with the sparks straight out. Bang, with a small explosion, her hand was violently thrust back. Soon, a fireball flew and struck its target precisely. A commotion erupted within the camp. Torches were lit on the barricades and towers, and people began to run around. Immediately after confirming the direct hit of the fireball, Ivan stood and said, "Retreat." A supply depot of the Albina Crusade was set ablaze. The same thing was happening all over this region. Not everyone agreed with his plan. No matter how boiling the camp was with anger, they were basically knights. Isn't it time to make a charge? It's only natural for the knights to voice their discontent. They are warriors who have trained with swords their entire lives, and the best opportunity for them to shine is in the charge. Knights are the most effective soldiers when mounted, slaughtering enemies. But they are also a group composed of superhumans. Keeping this amount of troops in reserve until a charge is made is extremely inefficient. Superhumans have sensory abilities in hearing and sight that differ from ordinary people. They are the ones who can distinguish objects even in places where ordinary people cannot even imagine. Even without special reconnaissance training, this country has no better resource for minimal scouting within enemy territory. The intelligence assets of Aquitania were virtually non-existent compared to Krasilov. We must achieve victory before we fight. But the enemy has not fully gathered yet, and our preparations are sufficient, aren't they? If we launch an offensive now and drive them out, then what? Are we simply fighting against Albina and Elrose? We need to minimize battle losses in a situation where we have to cope with the entire southern Six Nations. Ivan was not skilled in strategy. He lacked deep knowledge in tactics. But he was an agent from a group of informants who accurately understood Equitania's national power. Therefore, he believed this war would end as soon as it began. Equitania had a wide border relative to its population and lacked the troops to block all enemy routes. Even if a single nation, or even two nations, turned against them, they could hold out to some extent. But their opponent was the entire southern Six Nations, and it would be impossible to withstand even for a moment. If combat occurred, inevitably there would be damage. Even if they suffered the same level of losses, Equitania's losses compared to the enemy could be critical at every moment. Hence, engagements must be minimized. Ideally, there would be no outbreak of war from the start. If a war begins, I will not participate in the military command of the Equitania army under any circumstances. But before the outbreak, please. Ivan scanned the commanding officers of the military camp with heavy eyes. Please follow my words. I do not claim that I can handle every situation or that my plan is perfect in all cases. But one thing, I will ensure that you do not die in vain. Equitania cannot fully endure all future wars. You must fight in the battles that are absolutely necessary. Before that, your lives are this country's last bulwark. Please defend it. The gathering that had been excited by Ivan's words sank deeply. What they desired was the romance of massive charges, splendid battles, and exhilarating vengeance. It meant to reclaim the lives of knights who died in other theaters at that cost. But it cannot be. Ivan had to prevent such matters, even if it meant using force against their honor and romance. He must do the dirty and uninteresting tasks. War is no game. The romanticized knightly literature is only enjoyable because it is fiction. Reality is much harsher. Most of the proceedings of war happen on ledgers. Things like supplies listed on pages, finances, troop mobilization situations. Sir Yurimov. An aged knight met Ivan's gaze. Do as you wish. Thank you. We will adhere to the previous policy. We will mobilize all knight-level forces and propose to form individual units of 3 to 5 for reconnaissance. Am I correct? Exactly. With Ivan's response, the old knight exhaled deeply and looked around at the commanders. It seems there are some complaints. Sir Conti, but aren't we in a tournament now? The commanders fell silent and lowered their eyes. The knight continued to speak slowly. This is not just a small border skirmish. It is not a territorial dispute. They will not take prisoners. They will not demand ransom for captives. We are heretics. Consider it as fighting against Demon Clan. There are no captives, and if we falter, the territories to be occupied will not be subdued but will burn. When that happens, will the dead people blame the enemy or will they blame us? Equitania's shield. Their nickname is not swords but shields. They are the ones who swear to protect their land. Men who pledge to protect the weak, justice, the royal family, and their nation. So do not worry about getting your feet wet in the mud. Will the enemies recognize our honor just because we die honorably? Or will our people, who will sing praises of our honor, even remain? The commanders nodded in agreement without a reply. The meeting concluded briefly. It was wrapped up with a proposal to repeatedly strike the enemy's supply lines with the same operation and withdraw. After everyone left, Ivan quietly bowed his head to the last remaining knight. Thank you. It was something I had to do. I am not a citizen of this country. My experience is not greater than yours. It must not have been easy to trust my command. Do I trust you, me? The knight chuckled lowly. What I trust is only my lord. He has never made a wrong judgment, and if he has trusted you, there must have been a reason for it." The knight left after giving Ivan's shoulder a pat without waiting for a response. So do not betray the trust our monarch sends to you. That is enough. Watching the departing knight's back, Ivan thought briefly. A wise monarch and his completely trusting subjects. Thinking from the other position, yes, that would be the case. If the late king had commanded him to serve under a foreign general, he would have accepted it without objection. Thus, Ivan was slightly jealous of the knights at this station. Their appearance was the ideal he had longed for. That far-off future he had wished for must have been like this. After tapping the table twice, Ivan silently left the barracks. His mouth felt dry. The Albina royal court literally felt like it was carrying a bomb. A large-scale crusade involving 5 nations had been organized, yet it was Aquitania that initiated the war. Despite the excommunication, they solely raised their military based on their national identity and began their invasion. As absurd as it was understandable if one thought of it as a last-ditch effort. They must have used their heads to some extent. Since it might take months for all the crusading forces to gather, they likely thought they should strike Albina first. Up to this point is possible, some losses can be tolerated, but to think Elrose has crushed 3 cities, while our army is only retreating. Your Majesty, there has been no engagement, so it is not a retreat. The enemy bastards despicably raid from the rear, and when responding troops are sent, they retreat back to their fortresses. Is that not a retreat? Your Majesty, the enemy has not dared to occupy even the smallest village of our country. It is just a minor border dispute. Victory is only a matter of time. A matter of time. The king shouted, slamming his fist on the floor. I will dismiss Count Fabri Hangul, Kauniun Enus, Hangul Kai Enus, who keeps repeating a farce. If the enemy's tactics consist solely of ambushes, then it should be enough to prepare for ambushes. Such an obvious fact that even I know. Indeed, Your Majesty. Go, delegate command to Count Tomasi. Order the confinement of Count Fabri Hangul, Kauniun Enus, Hangul Kai Enus. Yes, Your Majesty. The courtiers bowed their heads in response. The king gritted his teeth and spoke. When will the reinforcements arrive? What are they all doing? Even if troop mobilization takes time, how can it be that not even supplies are coming? Is this truly a crusade army, or are we merely being consumed while being played by the Pope's words? Elrose had brought down 3 cities. Logically, it was impossible for Elrose and Albina's 2 front lines to have only Albina's forces as the stronger army. Both parties ultimately desire the fall of Aquitania. Is our army weak? Not at all. Albina's legions had soldiers and commanders with direct experience in major wars, unlike Aquitania. Moreover, the southern 6 nations had experienced endless territorial wars even before the Great War. With 6 countries entangled together, it cannot be said that there is no war experience across any nation. So this difference is evident. That Pope's. He spoke as if they had betrayed us and teamed up with Elrose. Having endured losses, and once national finances were drained due to excessive mobilization, if Elrose finally conquers Aquitania after that, then it means they intend to push us aside and share the spoils with other countries peacefully. There's no evidence, but diplomacy is not a court of law. Clear evidence is not required. The command structure of the Elrose forces was equally engulfed in confusion. Again. Yes, Your Highness, all the storages in the castle are empty. Damn it, when is the food supply supposed to arrive? Having crushed the Royal Knight Order at Portobello, Aquitania's forces fled in disarray. How they laughed at the sight of their own army fleeing, even emptying the castle due to a light border provocation. But now it was different. All 3 castles were empty. All nearby pastures and agricultural fields were burned, and not even a single grain of rotten wheat came from small peasant villages. The army is a monster that consumes food and funds. Even in the midst of continuous victories, people need food to move. A sensible commander does not rely solely on plunder to secure supplies. Those countries have all perished. But at this point, with all supply lines disrupted and having fled, the supply lines cannot catch up with the marching speed. Blitzkrieg is a tactic that is only possible for prepared armies. Elrose merely performed a light reconnaissance beforehand. We must retreat. At least we should give up Virlato and fall back to Casello. We have advanced too far. How do you suggest we endorse a retreat? What would the current battle reports sound like to the royal court? They had secured the wide agricultural lands of Aquitania, which they had never captured before, advancing solely on their own strength without any battle losses. How can they be told to abandon one city and the nearby territories in this situation? Saying that to the king would cost them their head. Wait, Albina has yet to advance even once beyond the border. Yes, Your Highness. They remained idle despite hearing our victories. Yes. Commander Theodore ground his teeth and shouted. The Pope, that bastard. At his words, the command structure looked around in surprise. The priest, who had lost his holy power, became useless on the battlefield, but thankfully he was not present in their vanguard. While we were swallowing 3 territories, what does it mean that Albina's pigs didn't budge at all? Did those bastards not realize how weak Aquitania's soldiers are? Why, Your Highness, I mean. They have abandoned us. If we proceed and strike Aquitania, using only our strength to swallow it without rear support, they can finish the Crusade army with victory without lifting a finger. However, Your Highness, if we do that, the merit will only be ours. Would the other pigs of the southern 6 nations stand by and watch that? We would have completely exhausted our resources through war, and we cannot defend both Aquitania and Elrose at the same time. Will the Pope protect us once the crusade ends? Even if he does, who will heed the Pope's words? At the point where the holy power had vanished, can the Pope truly pressure monarchs as before? No, the current organization of the Crusade army could only occur because their interests were intertwined. They were wolves gathered, considering how to carve up the resource-rich land of Aquitania amicably. In any case, when the hunt ends, dogs are cooked. The logic of abandoning the hounds does not appear in all lands. We must voice our advice to the king. We must halt our advance and wait. Yes, Your Highness. Before the armies of Elrose and Albina abandon their advance and devote themselves to defense, 2 weeks have passed since the war began. The Pope was grinding his teeth, shouting at the envoys. Why is it that even the support of supplies is difficult? Our current situation. What situation? The envoy from Laurentia looked extremely contrite, but his eyes showed no guilt as he spoke to the Pope. However, Your Holiness, this is different from the promises made to the Crusade army. Promise. Albina's border is currently occupied by Leonor's forces. We do not know what they are thinking, but since Leonor has revealed its desire for invasion by exploiting our loopholes, we cannot devote ourselves fully to supporting the Crusade forces. At the envoy from Laurentia's words, the Pope was about to explode with anger, but paused briefly. Leonor, they suddenly deployed forces to Laurentia. Why on earth? To find the answer to this, one must re-verify the situation at Leonor's court. Prepare to die. In response to a letter from a gangster nation, once on the verge of a continent-wide conflict half a century ago, Leonor attempted a reasonable counter-response. Our child, it is true. That's about the extent of the grand explanation. Leonor cannot confront Krasilov by itself. If the Crusade army had been fully organized, it would have been a different story. In this situation, where everyone is tiptoeing around, it's even more so. But as previously mentioned, diplomacy does not rely on physical evidence, but on circumstantial evidence. Leonor's explanation did not provide sufficient justification to the Krasilov court. Cry, prove your innocence by crying. Before a long threat that could be summarized like this, the Leonor court immediately began to wail loudly. In essence, they answered that they would offer a bad kid for sacrifice. Of course, Leonor would never truly attack Laurentia. Internal strife within the Crusade army would be a sin grave enough to warrant heretical judgment, and the Pope is in a state of frenzy right now. So there would be no military operation. There was merely enough performance to claim, we did our best. The army of Leonor was immediately deployed along the border between Laurentia and Leonor. At this point, where 2 out of 5 allied nations say, we can't directly participate, the Pope lamented with a darkened expression as he looked at the map. Throughout the Church's long history, there had never existed such a pitiful crusade army, and he had a premonition that the authority of the Church would not remain the same even after the war ended. You may also like Mesugaki Tank enters the academy. (223). Chapter 224. To simplify the situation, the Holy War Army of the Southern Six Nations can be understood as facing a total crisis. It was initially a war lacking justification, and the Pope, who directly wrote the declaration of war, no longer held the same authority as before. When they had divine power, it was different, but now the priests were close to being just nagging foreigners or traitors. They still received support from the people, but their status was somewhat ambiguous from the perspective of the nobility and the royal court. The powerful figures did not react to the saying, "The saint has fallen and you have abandoned humanity," by saying, "Oh dear, what a wicked person." They merely expressed nuanced thoughts like, would it be acceptable to drive the priests out of the royal court now? Or, all those strange things added to the beer must have been the priests' doing, right? Or, how much tax could we collect if we taxed the monasteries? There were no masochist rulers who desired a society where theocracy was higher than secular authority to begin with. A priest who cannot heal must return to their primordial duty as a guardian of moral ethics. The reason they didn't openly defy the Pope was simple. The Pope used divine power. Being the only user of divine power at this point meant he was the only one who received the Lord's grace. It was certainly difficult to oppose him. Logically, it makes no sense to go to war. It was not that war was bad or that there were ethical condemnations regarding wielding swords against humans. Ethics never mattered. The issue was the economy. It has only been 4 years since the Great War devastated the entire world. Even if the Southern Six Nations weren't a directly participating country, the costs incurred during the war, combined with the half-destroyed great powers glaring in jealousy and perpetrating exploitation in culture, diplomacy, and trade, were substantial. Any sane monarch at this point would not wish for war. Adults who impose unwanted actions are usually referred to as outdated. And the theories of young activists rebelling against outdated views always seem rather convincing. If you are truly omnipotent, is it possible for us to betray you? If the omnipotent Lord created us humans, then aren't all our actions ultimately the Lord's will? If you love humanity, wouldn't our deeds ultimately be satisfactory in your sight? When such spam emails, whose sender is unknown, suddenly popped up. Oh. At that moment, the priests, who were supposed to prevent the incoming spam with antivirus measures, were being dragged around like half-paralyzed beings. Is it logical? The secular royal family could examine this new heretical faith spam mail quite seriously. The Church should not remain merely the guide for humans, but must be the shepherd who loves the people. Priests should prioritize love over doctrine. Bishops should act as parents to the faithful rather than as secular authorities. And the Pope should preach genuine faith through charity rather than war. As representatives of the Lord, should priests not embrace the people with the Lord's high love rather than rule over them? No matter how much the priests pressed the block button, spam emails were inevitably produced by macros. This nameless spam carpet bombing inevitably caught the attention of the nobility, that is, the educated elite who could read the text. The argument that power should be returned to the secular rulers rather than the church would certainly appear satisfying to those seated in expensive chairs, even if the Lord might not be pleased, although there's no way to confirm it now. At this point, with Laurentia and Leonor temporarily breaking due to their disputes, Elsrose reaching a premature offensive endpoint, and Albina repeatedly suffering losses since the war began. Your Majesty, even now there are many brethren of faith on the front lines groaning in pains. One of the states occupying the central area of the southern Six Nations, which includes the Pope's territory Ovides, the strongest nation of the south. The king of Belacria smiled faintly at the archbishop's words. That's truly unfortunate. The boy king, Carlos III del Solar, now at an age where it's hard to classify him as a mere boy, pondered while looking at the aged bishop. He thought of the older generation as all outdated, and even referred to them as such with the gaze of a young man who had the power to not be restrained by anyone. Like all monarchs in this era, Carlos III was selfish, greedy, and clever. The important point was his cleverness, since the first two traits were average characteristics found among nobles worldwide. Like a typical cunning individual, Carlos was suspicious of new information. He believed that except for his own words and judgments, everything else was likely false. Elsrose took 3 cities in just 10 days, while Albina has yet to even step properly across a single border. Yes, Your Majesty. What are your opinions? Those who say Elsrose is competent and Albina is incompetent are not allowed to enter this meeting. Those who only enumerate what seems like universally accepted facts have been driven out of Carlos's court. The vassals had to present, new or unique, opinions that their monarch would appreciate. Could it be that Elsrose is colluding with Aquitania to play tricks? Why do you think so? Even if one city is captured, time is spent securing the whole territory. If they plan further advancement, they cannot leave their rear exposed, so they must conquer more meticulously. However, Elsrose's pace of advancement is unnatural. Did they think it would be fine to leave their rear unguarded? Yes, Your Majesty. If it's a territory that Aquitania willingly ceded, it would not be impossible to understand. In fact, the Elsrose army, which had advanced rapidly for 10 days, is now halted, so wouldn't the territory in question pertain to an agreement between Elsrose and Aquitania? Interesting. Carlos's satisfied smile allowed one vassal to sigh in relief as he stepped back. Another noble spoke first. Your Majesty, it seems rather that Albina and Aquitania have joined forces. Why do you say that? Given Elsrose's speed of advancement, Aquitania cannot sustain a double-front war. If the king of Aquitania has any thoughts, he would seek peace with Albina. What would Albina gain from that? When Aquitania holds back Elsrose's main forces, Albina can invade Elsrose, and they would have no way to stop it. Unlike Elsrose, which has pushed its main army deep into Aquitania, Albina is still stationed in its homeland, proclaiming a defensive battle. That is also interesting. Carlos scanned his vassals to see if anyone had a different opinion. The vassals hesitated and withheld their answers. Is this the end? As Carlos's brow furrowed, the vassals hurriedly bowed their heads. They needed to come up with some sort of opinion. In such an atmosphere, one vassal stood up. Your Majesty, I believe the dispute between Laurentia and Leonor is rather the bigger issue here. Go on. Despite the Pope's teachings, Leonor has attacked Laurentia. Is it not the greatest reason the Southern Holy War Army is fighting this war without foreign support due to the internal strife of those two nations? And Shortly before Leonor stationed forces on the border with Laurentia, an envoy from Krasilov visited Leonor. Krasilov sought to interfere with the Holy War Army. Yes, Your Majesty, if Leonor had protested this to the Pope, he should have condemned Krasilov. However, the Pope could not touch Krasilov. In the long history of the Church, there has never been a case where a large-scale excommunication edict was directed at the entire great powers. Even if it were possible, actually carrying it out would incur massive political costs and burdens. Especially since the situation is even worse now. The Pope lacks divine power. It can be said that the Pope's excommunication cannot breach the threshold of a great power. At this point, Krasilov daring to disrupt the Holy War Army's rear might imply the Pope's silence signifies the potential dissolution of the Holy War Army. This is evidence that with enough national strength, the Pope cannot resist. Finally, the desired response emerged from Carlos. The boy king smiled as he looked down at his vassals. Moreover, does not Ovidius belong to this nation? Truly so, Your Majesty. I have always wondered, do the people of Ovidius truly serve me, or do they serve the Pope? No one amongst the vassals answered this question. Any answer could potentially offend the king's majesty. All people of this land should rightfully serve their king. This applies no less to Ovidius, does it not? Indeed, Your Majesty. If we unite with Krasilov, Tyles, Callian, and the distant Drovian, will the Pope dare send me decrees through a bishop? Or will he come before me to speak about what he desires? Carlos concluded with a smile. Prepare to march. If the Pope desires the soldiers and resources of this nation, we shall fulfill that desire. Dispatch legions to the south. As the vassals started to exchange glances at this sudden command, Carlos continued. And command that all lands we step on be called Bellacria. After swallowing all southern lands, will the Pope dare say, the Lord wishes for this, to mobilize war? If we stand on equal footing with the so-called great powers of the north, and if we manage to take the Pope into our hands, who would dare refer to us as just a small nation of the south? Once all nations of the southern 6 nations are consumed, the name of this land will no longer be a kingdom. The title Southern 6 Nations itself will disappear, transforming into Southern Bellacria. It will stand alongside the Northern Krasilov, Eastern Tyles, Western Drovian, and Callian of the 5 Seas, becoming a great power representing a region of the continent. After that, the only country that directly owns the papal enclave, becoming the guardian of the Pope's decrees and the parent of all people. The name of the boy king, Carlos III, will now become Emperor Carlos. If that kid is moving now, it means it's the end. Vittorio, after dismissing the messenger of urgent news, buried himself deep into his throne and looked down at the court. In this vast audience chamber, where the saint stood alone, Vittorio said with a smile, as planned, with minimal losses, actively avoiding engagement and the internal strife of the enemy coalition. Yes, Your Majesty, as you wish. He introduced all the regions in line with Elsrose's advance. Despite the enormous costs incurred, they managed to guide the enemy forces to the point of offensive termination with minimal losses. Albina's army now remains at the border. Even if the airstrike stopped, they would not stop doubting Elsrose. Laurentia and Leonor had separated from the Holy War Army as soon as the Holy War began. Their long-standing enmity had them grind their teeth after deploying armies along each other's borders. And Bellacria, that nation which housed the papal enclave, had begun its southward advance. They spoke of dispatching troops to support the Holy War Army, but when foreign armies cross paths, would they, in fact, quietly move only along designated roads? Armies inherently consume finances and supplies in astronomical proportions, proportional to the distance of deployment. Only the demon race and the elves have overcome the physical limitations of long-distance deployment. Unlike the flying elves or the demon race that consumes humans, Humans require money and food to fight. Elsrose and Albina must now keep an eye on Belacria. This does not mean they can solely concentrate on the ongoing holy war. Moreover, the saint's proclamation against the papal enclave is continuing to spread throughout the southern Six Nations. The Pope no longer has the leverage to hasten the holy war. Even before the war began, he had exhausted all his political assets. Now it is the final gamble. Any news from Krasilov? They asked for a month. Good. Dividing half of the southern Six Nations around the papal enclave, he throws the northern part to Krasilov, including the north of Leonor, Laurentia, and Belacria. Then, claiming the southern half of that half, consisting of Elsrose, Albina, and half of Belacria. Lastly, if he wraps up the agreement under the saint's lead at the papal enclave. A wise man finishes things before the war starts. Vittorio concluded with a smile. Tell the hero party to begin. As the warring kings of the southern Six Nations drew their swords against each other. And at that point, behind them, the Pope and the saint reached out to the people under their respective doctrines. The Pope could now definitively declare in this situation. The Lord did not wish for this, Deus non vult. EP 35, The Warring Monarchs of the Southern Six Nations. This concludes the last episode. You may also like Mesugaki Tank, enters the Academy. (224). Chapter 225. The saint had no need to start her message with "This lucky letter begins in Callian" to efficiently spread the spam. That was considered a finishing move. It meant the saint was invoking a curse herself. She whispered in the ears of each high-ranking official, in concise and efficient language, among the starlight. If the saint has fallen, why have other priests, even those following the Pope, lost their sacred power? Is it possible that heaven considers collective punishment a fundamental law? If there is no sin in those priests who have lost their sacred power? Shock the Pope's true colors, as Callian and Tyles are horrified and Krasilov is trembling. It's actually the Pope who has fallen. It was around the time the spam folder was filling up with letters that made it difficult to distinguish between black propaganda and yellow journalism. But white was definitely excluded. The priest should be a priest, religion should be religion, and worldly power should remain with the world. Everyone of nobility, Aja fighting. Make the southern Six Nations great again. There was no phrase like, 3 people become a tiger in this world, but still, pleasant words gain persuasive power the more they are repeated. It is common sense that a betraying ally returns as the most threatening enemy. From the Pope's perspective, the saint serves that role. To refute this, one would have to convene a council. Even the doctrine questions and absurd slanders were proving to be critically effective amidst the general ambiguity of public opinion in this world. What does it matter if it's yellow or black? Ultimately, as Saruman, the fallen white, proved, a corrupted white had never been particularly popular among humans. Simply blaming the Pope for his fall wouldn't be very effective, since he still held sacred power. But in this situation, where the Pope was squeezing countries while shouting, "Never war again," and the saint was shouting, "The Church should be extricated from worldly affairs." The argument that the Pope's sacred power is indeed dubious sounds rather sweet. Belacria has crossed the border. Yes, Your Majesty, they have crossed the border with 15,000 infantry and about 3,000 cavalry. According to reports, the Second Legion's banner was identified. What about the ambassador? How could there be no word on such an important matter? There has not been any response from the embassy. Isn't this an invasion? King Domnico of Albina ground his teeth as he struck the throne. Summon the ambassador immediately, at once. Tell him to retreat, or at least to advance into uninhabited areas. Yes, Your Majesty. The king buried himself deep in the throne, pressing his brow tightly. Should I just go ahead and decree the saint? Aquitania, fighting better than expected. The papacy, suspected to be pouring all support into Elthros. Belacria, suddenly double-crossing and pushing the military first. In such a situation, seeing the homeland being torn apart, would it be better to just go for the saint? EP 26, Holy War. The commanding flags of the Albina army deployed at the border had changed 3 times. This had happened in just 1 month. The increasing frequency symbolized the king's anxiety. At this moment, Ivan received a bat. The bat, bound by string to its leg, flapped and took off after enjoying Ivan's touch for a moment. Now the ambush is over. Finally, Isabel cheered. Although it was termed an ambush, penetrating deep into enemy lines to precisely cut off supply routes was close to an art. Moreover, due to their operations over the past month, the enemy's vigilance was at an unprecedented high. It was difficult to secure sniper points, and if they delayed even slightly, the cavalry would scatter like hornets disturbed. It seemed there were many mages stationed in preparation for a fire attack as well. The success rate of ambushes was gradually decreasing. Now it's time to rotate right. No. Ivan glared at Ecdysis with cold eyes. Why did people of this age love rotations so much? Of course, it was a point where enemy fatigue had rapidly increased. Moreover, after a month of repeating only ambushes without a single engagement, the enemy had given up expectations of rotation and invested all assets in responding to ambushes. At this point, a sudden surprise rotation would surely lead to victory. While not every battle could be won, at least this theater could be stabilized for sure. But behind that, just winning a single rotation wouldn't cause Albina to collapse. No, the greater the damage, the more fierce Albina would engage in battle. No matter how favorable the odds, a rotation would inevitably cause casualties. Compared to the coalition of 5 nations, the human resources on their side were limited. If the war prolonged, Aquitania would surely perish. Long preparations, short engagements, and certain victories. This war was neither a long crusade nor an all-out total war utilizing the entire nation, nor was it a decisive battle aiming to instantly breach enemy depths and assassinate the enemy commander. If survival was the wager, one must always be conservative. Gambling is not a virtue of a commander. Let's go back. Ivan briefly stated and turned around. Why, what's the matter? Am I the only one not knowing? Why is everyone nodding their heads? Ecdysis, SHH. It's spreading stupidity. There's a view that stupidity can be a zoonotic infection and could spread to elves. Ecdysis grunted and walked along with the group. News has come that Belacria has begun moving. Finally, at Ivan's words, the commanders in the camp erupted in cheers. Everyone in the camp, except for the bewildered Ecdysis, laughed heartily. You all have truly worked hard. I sincerely thank you for following my inadequate command. Not at all. Let's not be too courteous. It must have been good experience for the troops, since we've never executed such operations before. Ivan replied with a slight bow, then continued. I hope that, if the Albina army starts to retreat within 2 weeks, you all will also begin your advance. But you'll be deployed in the most dangerous area. Wouldn't you lead at least the minimum forces for communication? As much as you trust me, I trust in your capabilities as well. It was a rather warm sight to see Aquitanians, witnessing their territory being taken over by another country in real time. Considering this was the frontline command post, it was even more so. Moreover, most of the conversations were going on without context or subjects, which increased Ecdysis's confusion. The scene was too complicated for a liberal arts student to grasp. Ecdysis decided to nod gravely, like a liberal arts student encountering an unfamiliar liberal arts assignment. She would open a wiki, copy it all, and later believe it to be her own opinion. She browsed the Wikipedia sections on politics, diplomacy, and war with a serious expression. Fortunately, the sea elf, who was politically active as a species, immediately noticed Ecdysis's state of mind and sighed. Belacria has invaded Albina. Ahem. No, huh. In other words, Belacria has deployed its forces in Albina. What does that mean? Holy Crusade Army. Carefully attempting to write the answer, but liberal arts students are weak on open-ended questions. Elphara promptly struck through her answer. If they were simply dispatching a crusade army, they would have started with logistical support. They sent forces outright, but Albina's army is mostly locked here. There's no spare forces to send towards Belacria. Same side. We decided not to call a relationship, depending on how Belacria perceives Albina the same side. Belacria began sending troops under the pretense of nominally supporting the Crusade army. The distance from Belacria to Aquitania must pass through all of Albina's territory. Thus, the supply line unavoidably becomes absurdly lengthy. In this situation, Albina would have to expend enough logistical resources to feed the Belacria army, which unexpectedly arrived. Failing to do so, the Belacria army would go hungry. A hungry army usually pillages its own territory. The king of Albina would be very angry. Most of the forces on this side would be guarding the Belacria army. Thus, it meant most of the enemy would withdraw. They wouldn't think we'd even consider launching an offensive. Right now, externally, we're being pushed back towards the capital by Elthros. If we gain comfort in this area, it means we wouldn't have the capacity to advance. Rather, it would make more sense to retreat and support the Elthros front troops. At Elphara's words, Ecdysis nodded blankly. So up until now, Seeing Ecdysis's expression, Elphara completed her explanation using vocabulary that even a 5-year-old elf could understand. There is a statistic indicating that adult humans have a similar intelligence level to 5-year-old elves, so this was a valid approach. So, they've been sowing discord to make the bad guys fight among themselves. Up until now. The results are finally coming out, and the forces on the Elthros side were sacrificed for that purpose, so it's not in vain that their sacrifices came into play at the point the operation succeeded. So everyone is happy, you see. But Elphara, the enemy's enemy, isn't necessarily our ally. This point was the most difficult to understand. Given the underlying principle of addressing heretics, even if the enemies split, there was no reason for them to join forces with us. The moment they do, it becomes a situation of a crusade army times 2. To her words, Elphara responded with a gentle smile. So, that's why we'll force that part into our next operations. What does that mean? Make it clear that if they don't want to die, they should side with us. Ivan's strategy, established with the Saint and King Vittorio of Aquitania, was closer to political maneuvering than the realm of warfare. It is not always the case that the enemy's enemy is a friend. In fact, that is quite often not the case. However, politics is always a process of narrowing down options. The core of politics is to force rivals into hard choices. Thus, being the most political being, Elphara was very pleased when she first heard of this plan. Even the point of not rotating fit her taste. That dawn, Ivan and his party crossed the border through the safe infiltration route they had secured over the past month via ambush operations. The fact that they could preemptively block the enemy's supply chain meant they had completely grasped the enemy's garrison location and patrol routes. Thanks to the results of a month's worth of repeated training, the infiltration of the hero party could go undetected from any route beforehand. Does this mean we are no longer the hero party? What are you talking about? The hero party has always fought this way. Ivan scolded Isabel, who was complaining softly. Originally, the hero party tasked with assassinating the Demon King would not boldly open the enemy gates and charge in. The hero from Middle-earth, slave merchant Frodo, conquered Mordor through the back door, while the hero from Hogwarts also assassinated the chronic terrorist at the comprehensive educational facility. Thus, it was common sense that a hero does not engage openly against the Demon King. Mentioning fairness while gathering many against one was inherently meaningless. A hero would not be recklessly grouped together as a hero party for no reason. Crossing the border, the hero party bolted directly through Albina. It was a repeat of the brutal experience they'd gone through from hijacking the train until they reached Equitania, so apart from being phenomenally exhausted, there was nothing particularly special about the situation. Before the Albina army even began their retreat, and before the 2-week period they had previously indicated had passed. Wow, this is really a mess. Isabel couldn't help but laugh at the black smoke rising across the plains. Before the Albina army even began their retreat, the Bellacria Legion had moved deep across the border and was conducting a voluntary conscription in the granary of Albina. Are they saying this makes them the same crusade army? Not anymore. Ivan adjusted his helmet, took out a rolled-up flag from the bag tied to his horse's waist. Once he tied it to the spear and raised it, the emblem of the eagle gripping a sword displayed in the wind. It was the flag of Equitania. Now let's go rescue the people who have fallen into ruin. That's the hero party. Finally, as a comprehensible statement emerged, Ecdysis smiled brightly. The Bellacria army, conducting self-supply within the territory of Albina, was thrown into chaos upon witnessing the cavalry carrying the Equitania banner approaching. What? You've truly allied with Equitania? Are you serious? The Albina royal court also fell into confusion at the news of the mysterious troops appearing while rescuing their people, carrying the Equitania banner. How on earth did they cross the border? How is it possible that armed forces are roaming near the capital and not just going over the border, but we've failed to detect them until now? Since the moment Ivan crossed the border, the saint, who had already sent envoys in advance, smiled softly upon hearing the news that the envoys had reached the capital of Albina. She had never thought of failure. Unless it were a different operation in the domains of infiltration and rear disturbance, there was no one in this age, let alone during that time, who surpassed Ivan. She trusted Ivan just as she had trusted Maximilian, Einar, Vialgrin, and Jill Burr. Command us to advance, Your Majesty. The enemy's enemy is not always a friend. But one can coerce a decision on the enemy's enemy. Will they become allies, or will they bear the burden of a two-front war isolated? The choice is as clear as day. Albina must already be aware of signs of collusion with Equitania within the Crusade army. Once again reflecting, diplomacy has always relied on circumstantial evidence rather than hard proof. Let it be done. Vittorio commanded with a smile as he stamped the edict with his seal. The letter sealed with red wax soon reached the border. The Second Legion commenced its advance at that very moment under the name of the Rescue Army of Albina. Suddenly, as Equitania started moving its legion claiming to save its own people, the royal court of Albina fell into a state of psychological paralysis. You may also like Mesugaki Tank enters the academy. (225). Chapter 226. Oh no, my lord, if you take all that we will starve to death. Ugh. The farmer rolled on the ground after being kicked by a boot. Similar scenes were unfolding throughout the countryside. No, the situation was the same for all the farmlands near this plain. When plundering its citizens, it has the nature of somewhat excessive taxation. In other words, it does not strip everything down to the root. It's more accurate to say that the rulers or the army are not being merciful, but rather looking for sustainable plunder. If everyone starves to death that year, there won't be any wealth left to take the following year. Such taxation was not even referred to as tyranny. There was no need to attach special terminology to everyday occurrences. But the current situation was different. The army of Bellacria had no obligation to consider the rural circumstances of Albina. Captain. Huh. Isn't that cavalry over there? Have cavalry troops been deployed in this direction? Cavalry, what would they be doing? Those bastards just have to sit around and the money rolls in by itself. Wait a minute. The riders, for the most part, were either nobles, quasi-nobles, or direct soldiers of the nobility. Their lives were in a completely different world from the infantry made up of conscripts. Thus, from the moment a group of cavalrymen appeared at the edge of the horizon, the captain's expression began to sour rapidly. Shit, it's real. A cavalry unit is coming to plunder a pathetic village like this. The math doesn't add up. Are they joking? But those bastards aren't armed. Armed. At the words of the soldier with good eyesight, the captain's face twisted. There was no reason to be armed when pillaging nearby farmlands. There were no resistance forces in this direction. Generally, if they arrived mounted and armed, it meant they were trying to instill fear and take every last speck of dust. Is this even possible? In this measly settlement of just a bit over 100 people. As the captain grumbled and headed toward the entrance of the village, the cavalrymen on the horizon began to come into clearer view. They were cavalry bearing a military banner. They were coming galloping with banners hanging from their spearheads. It was so ostentatious that it drew a snicker. An eagle. The banner shone brilliantly under the midday sun, so distinct it couldn't be mistaken. The emblem of an eagle gripping a sword fluttered atop the pole. Infantry were generally not very smart. They were so uneducated that they wouldn't even understand if military discipline were invoked. There was no reason to teach them operational objectives or grand strategies, nor could they be taught. Therefore, from the standpoint of the command, there is only one thing to teach the lowest-ranking infantry: the enemy's banner. If they can recognize that, most problems will disappear. When they see the enemy, they fight. All other operational details are unnecessary for the soldiers. As a result, even the lowest-ranking infantry can recognize the enemy's banner. They may not know the family crests, but at least they recognize the most representative banner that the enemies would carry, something like the national emblem. And Belacria had set out for war against Equitania. Equitania, what are they doing here? Sea Captain, what do we do? Gather the men, ring the bells. Dang, dang, dang. The bell at the outskirts of the village rang loudly. By the time the cavalry arrived, troops had gathered at the village entrance. The infantry trembled as they lifted their pikes. Stand behind the barricade, raise your spears. You, go to the main camp, quickly. The captain shouted with a pale, shocked face. Soon, the cavalry assembled firmly in front of the tightly locked barricade. Seeing the small number, just 6, the captain was barely able to regain his composure. Who are you? State your identity. We are the crusading army. Are you the commander? See, commander. Why, yes, I am the commander. The man in the lead, wearing a helmet, looked up at him. After briefly checking the surrounding troops, he nodded. In his hand, there was a small pistol that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Just as he was thinking, how did that happen? Tongue. He wasn't a superhuman. The captain's body fell lifeless from the barricade. Even when a heavy thud echoed, the surrounding soldiers were still trying to grasp the situation. The man in the lead tilted his chin slightly. We have come to rescue the oppressed farmers. For Equitania. A woman wielding a steel rod shouted with joy. She then dashed straight forward and jumped from the saddle of her horse. The galloping horse stumbled and knelt, and the woman soared into the air, spinning and twisting her body. Kwang! She smashed the locked gate of the barricade. It didn't matter how shabby it was. The barricade made from logs shattered with a solid impact. In an instant, from behind the opened gate, the soldiers stared dumbly at the woman before them. With her long hair flowing back, the woman cheerfully shouted, "Look closely and tell anyone you meet. Equitania has arrived to save the oppressed neighbors." As the soldiers stood frozen at her shout, the woman tilted her head and asked, "What are you doing? Aren't you running away?" Step aside, ecdysis. The man behind her slowly urged his horse over the barricade. Tong, after the dry gunfire sent one soldier's helmet flying, the soldiers finally began to scatter in panic. Watching the fleeing soldiers from a distance, ecdysis muttered, "Logically speaking, if I smashed the barricade with my foot, wouldn't it be normal to run away? If there was a superhuman, they might have. Civilians tend to be more afraid of gunfire." Ivan passed by ecdysis and finished speaking. "To the east, there's another village. Let's take a little break. This is already the sixth one. We don't have time to rest until the cavalry's pursuit starts. There is a margin of error in the speed at which information reaches the enemy command. Within that time, it's vital to ambush as many troops as possible. So that the enemy command makes enough mistakes, they must be led to believe that Aquitania has deployed a large cavalry force. A rational commander would never scatter troops. Especially in an area where the enemy has deployed, such actions would provide easy prey for being picked off one by one. Therefore, detecting scattered troops in the Allied camp implies that the enemy forces are substantial enough to handle them, and that a large force of Aquitania advancing through the territory of Albina means that there is sufficient reason to suspect a coalition between Aquitania and Albina. If the command sends cavalry as scouts, they will cut them off and withdraw. The direction of withdrawal will be toward the capital of Albina, to turn their suspicions into certainty, waving the banners widely. The 8th Small Infantry Squad was defeated when light cavalry finally caught up. Ivan immediately turned his direction and began to escape the battlefield. As expected, the pursuit from the cavalry did not close in beyond a certain distance. This means that the Balacrian army's command was reasonable. They could not continue the chase into areas that might be enemy territory without confirming the troop size of Aquitania. They turned back after confirming that the hero party had entered the capital region of Albina, Luminatia. How terrifying! All the residents near the capital gazed in shock at their military banner or fled in various directions. It was an obvious fact that military forces would be dispatched soon. Albina was officially a direct combatant in the war with Aquitania. Walking around, armed, displaying the military banner of Aquitania in the heart of that nation was a frightening matter no matter how brave someone was. Isabel bit her lip and tried hard to straighten her back. Everyone in her party, except ecdysis and Ivan, was slightly terrified. No matter how much it followed the operation plan, marching toward the capital while exposed in the enemy's heart was nearly insane. The hero entering the Demon King's castle. I am the hero entering the Demon King's castle. That's a bit different. The hero party did not expose their location until just before entering the Demon King's castle. That's really helpful to know, Uncle. If it weren't for this situation, I'd have been sitting still. Ahem. Ivan drove the horse beside the pale-faced Isabel, who was gripping the reins tightly. Don't worry too much. Uncle, if I were the king of Albina, I think I would wrap our necks nicely and send them off if I capture the enemy cavalry that entered the capital with swords. Good thing you're not the king of Albina. The king of Albina isn't that foolish. Are you saying I'm foolish right now? Without the assistance of Aquitania, Albina has no way to stop the Balacrian army right now. Even if they commit all their forces, it would result in significant losses, and they cannot withdraw troops from the border of Aquitania. At least as long as they don't engage in ceasefire negotiations, they could not completely withdraw their forces from the front toward Aquitania. Aquitania would never just sit idly by. Nevertheless, Albina is currently a direct combatant. It's nearly impossible to pull troops from the front line. However, the barely managed troops cannot withstand the Balacrian army. But they cannot just offer the entire country to the invading Balacrian army. Even now, the Balacrian army is plundering farmlands all over Albina. It's a deadlock. Albina now has no other options. The situation is one where the country is about to be neatly divided within a month of the outbreak of war. So they are inevitably calm. Perhaps if they had infiltrated secretly, it would have been different, but they cannot kill those marching openly, carrying the military banner of Aquitania. Was this their intention from the beginning? Of course. Even in Isabel's brief astonishment, Ivan continued to ride without reaction. Soon, in the distance, the cavalry of the capital emerged. They came through the crowd, approaching with hesitant expressions as they stared at the party. Stop, stop. The cavalry captain skillfully approached on horseback and blocked Ivan's path. Ivan put his pistol back into his sleeve and raised his hands to show he was unarmed. With that, the cavalry captain sighed with resentment and said, "Are you the envoy of Aquitania? As you can see, His Majesty is waiting for you. Everyone disarm and follow us." Ivan handed over his axe and pistol to the approaching cavalry and followed behind them. The king of Albina, Domenico della Visile, looked down at the group entering the court with a complex expression. The expressions of all the ministers in this room were not much different from their king, S. That is, except for one person, the Archbishop of Luminatia. His face was bright red as he continued to murmur, "Heresy, heresy, those heretics." The fact that he did not raise his voice indicated that he still respected the king of this country. "Welcome to my court, Aquitanians. I commend your bravery. Just a few days ago, you were cutting down my soldiers and setting fire to supply depots, and yet you have dared to come armed to the heart of this nation. That's excessive flattery. I didn't compliment you." At the king's profoundly rhetorical question of whether his insides were sticking out, Ivan silently bowed his head and answered, "We merely had confidence that your Majesty was wise enough." Wise, you say? When wolves enter, even the worst neighbors gather to protect the house, don't they? In my eyes, there are no neighbors, only wolves. If there is a difference, it's that one side at least has no interest in the meat. A wolf uninterested in meat, what an amusing pun. The king answered indifferently and surveyed the court. "State your desires. Please join hands with us." "How dare you? You're heretics, suppress them immediately, your Majesty. Listening to their nonsense will only desecrate the soul of a righteous person." "Bishop, do not forget that this is the court." The king disregarded the bishop's fury and continued. "But what he says is not wrong. The decree of excommunication is severe. Dealings with the excommunicated are strictly forbidden. The moment I ally with you, no one in this world will communicate with us. Your Majesty, if the criteria for distinguishing heresy is the Pope's declaration, we are indeed heretics." Ivan gazed directly at the king with a blank expression. "However, if that heresy leads all the churches of the world in the future, then who will be the orthodox at that time?" "Shut your mouths." The bishop stood up, frothing at the mouth. His face was flushed as he glared at the king and his ministers. "Your Majesty, you must make a wise choice. There is only one church of the Lord, and correct faith lies only within the church." "It seems the bishop is fatigued. Please escort him to his chamber." "Your Majesty, your Majesty." The bishop was led away from the court by the knights. His cries echoed outside for some time before fading. Silence returned to the court. In the brief calm, the king gazed at Ivan and spoke heavily. "What are the conditions? When the army of Aquitania advances, you must support supplies and participate in the conflict with Bellacria. And the cost? None of the bishops or priests in this world can raise their voices against the proceedings in the court. Even if you send troops, how many would that number be? Isn't it true that your territory is currently being plundered by Elthros by about half? We have never engaged in battle with the Elthros forces." "What? You mean to say you surrendered your territory without fighting? Are you saying I should believe that right now?" At the king's words, Ivan silently bowed his head and replied, "It is neither because Elthros was competent that they withdrew, nor because we were incapable that we surrendered. So you intentionally ceded it. Then, did Elthros join in this performance? Does their intention even matter? Indeed, it doesn't. My wishes and their wishes may not have been important. It's a deadlock. The king lamented, reading the meaning from Ivan's answer. It was a puppet show all along. Vittorio of Equitania is indeed a cunning individual, like a viper. After a moment, he smiled faintly and nodded. If it has all been a game, then I should side with the winners. Thank you for your grace. Don't say anything insincere. You are permitted to toast today. You have moved the army of a nation with your silver tongue. The king waved his hand to his ministers. Provide them with the best lodging and the finest banquet. Aren't they the virtuous ones saving our citizens? Yes, your majesty. The guards approached and politely led the group. Soon after Ivan and his party left the court, the king sighed deeply. With individuals like that, this crusade was bound to fail from the beginning. The fact that the saint excommunicated at the council returned safely to Equitania, that the heart of the king of Equitania was so meticulous, and that there are soldiers bold enough to arrive in this city, even with just a handful of forces. Yes, how could the situation turn out like this, if it were not for the will of the Lord? And if that were indeed the Lord's will, as a faithful believer, could I have any other choice? Order the army to return to the border and send a proclamation to Belacria. Isabel whispered softly to Ecdysis while gazing at Ivan's back ahead. Did Uncle always speak so well? Did he eat something weird today? All we ate were nutritional bars. That's strange. I checked the milling condition this time. Oh, so you made it. No wonder it was delicious. Wait a minute. No, didn't you say you didn't check the milling condition until now, Uncle? Yes, it was all made with rotten flour. The lard smelled rancid. You may also like Mesugaki Tank, enters the academy. (226). Chapter 227. If it involves rotation, it is only natural to calculate complicated factors like the enemy's advance route, supply route, and the size of the enemy forces to begin combat at the most opportune point. This was common sense in Krasilov. However, this was merely the barbaric warfare of the uncultured Krasilovians. Modern and dignified nobles never engage in battle like local thugs. The Albina royal court has strongly condemned the unprovoked territorial incursion of our country over the past 2 weeks, and through the ambassador of your country, has recommended the withdrawal of the legions and compensation for the undue profits occurring in our territory. Furthermore, they have seriously considered the following war crimes committed by your country's legions. In this regard, it has been confirmed through last expedition's treaty via our bishop that your incursion is clearly illegal. Due to the absence of a response to the demands notified to your country, the Albina royal court has found itself forced to protect its own rights and interests. We hereby inform that a state of war exists between the Albina royal court and the Belacria royal government. First, it is right to start by issuing a challenge. The legions that do not abide by this lawful rule are none other than the demons and elves. Of course, no noble would take notice of this declaration of war. Which noble would be concerned about the embroidery pattern on a handkerchief thrown? Once it is thrown and received, it matters not. It doesn't matter if they didn't receive it either. From Belacria's perspective, the direct subjects of the war declared in the announcement are only Albina. This isn't an issue. Equitania and Albina were already paired in soul. Thus, at the moment the declaration of war was received, the Albina crusading army was happily advancing north, sharing supply routes with the Equitania legion, who were the targets of the crusade. At this point, the Pope was gathering information from the priests assigned to the crusading army, and feeling the Alzheimer's that could not be healed even with divine power. The difference between regression into infancy and the current Pope is that saying, "Ugh, I'm sorry, would be of no help in resolving the situation. What the hell is this? Initially, the Elrose Front Army had begun a strike. Those who were advancing most reliably struck hard. Meanwhile, Belacria sent an army to advance, claiming to offer support. It was an action akin to the symbol of the crusading army, but the problem was that the two forces were advancing without coordination. Thus, at the Elrose court, they were deeply expressing their regrets while reporting the desertion of the crusading army. Albina is deserting. Albina, which was holding ground along the border, sent a declaration of war to Belacria. It was evident what the king of Belacria was thinking. He must have intended to consume the south under the pretext of the crusading army. Albina's desertion, followed by the joining of the Aquitania army. Add to that the spam bombardment of the saints' emails arriving constantly. The Pope, at this point, bit his nails while looking at the increasingly chaotic military map. It struck. Vittorio, Vittorio, Vittorio. It was the scheme of the Saint and King Vittorio of Aquitania. Before the war even began, meaning before any substantial accomplishments or rotations took place, the crusading army began to run aground. Due to the full mobilization of the southern Six Nations, the scale had exceeded what could be managed. If the church were functioning well, it might be different, but now, even more so. What should be done? What can be done? A low voice echoed in the confused Pope's ear. If you wish for something, speak, I shall grant it. Shut up, demon. The Pope shouted angrily and stood up. The sound of sneering laughter scattered in the wind, and the air became clear again. He clenched his teeth and left the chapel. I'm going to Albina. We cannot overlook Albina's desertion. Dispatch priests to Belacria. We will request mediation for combat. All information has an expiration date. Ivan, who belongs to an information group and has even experienced operating it, is convinced of this. Information spoils faster than yogurt stored at room temperature in midsummer. It is of a kind that cannot be preserved. The moment one perceives any information from a distance, that information is likely already past its expiration date. So, aren't we participating? We're a hero party, right? The hero party doesn't take on the role of going to war. The rotation had already occurred. The moment the Pope realized this and attempted something for damage control, that is, just around the time the declarations of war from Belacria and Albina reached the threshold of the papal enclave. At the foot of the hill where Ivan and his companions stood, flags were fluttering from horizon to horizon. An eagle wielding a sword, Aquitania. A crowned deer, Belacria. A salmon holding a key, Albina. The seals of these three beings were flapping from all directions. Horns, war drums, and military signals intertwined, with screams, shouts, and groans scattering in the wind. It was a rotation. Will the Pope really take a personal approach? If he chooses to isolate himself from the papal enclave, then that wouldn't be bad. It was something planned from the start. If he doesn't do that, and if he believed he could still manage the situation, then if he appears here directly. Whether it be mediation or condemning Belacria, whatever it may be, if the Pope were to leave the papal enclave, then a hero party would be needed. The hero party is an organization traditionally specialized in deep strikes and key figure assassinations. To understand the situation more clearly, we need to rewind time, back to when the first button of this grand plan was being sown. If we assume that a scorched earth strategy would be deployed starting from the border of Elrose, how far should we concede? 5 cities would be the limit. In response to Vittorio's question, Ivan answered quickly. It was something that didn't even require calculation. Unlike strategic simulations, giving up territory does not happen simply by pressing a button. Every action from the introduction of nearby citizens to resource transport, and all acts of burning the remaining territory and blocking wells, consumes time and resources. Thus, assuming the war begins and territory is conceded, even sacrificing the royal knight order intermittently. The maximum time that can be gained is up to 5 territories. Below that, a scorched earth strategy cannot be attempted. If territory is burned beyond that, there is a risk of losing reconstruction potential, and below that, there is not enough time to attempt a scorched earth strategy. The end of the offensive will arrive, after all. The swift advance of the enemy will inevitably return as a burden on the supply lines. Unless they are angels from the farthest heaven, there are limits to human advance. The enemy can occupy up to 4 territories, and if they are too greedy, they will be hindered before occupying 5. Victory does not guarantee advance. Even the Nazis of the Second World War, while using drugs to rush forward, could not achieve complete control over the occupied territories. Blitzkrieg is a strategy that entirely paralyses the opposing party's wartime administrative system, excluding combat. If we give up the Elrose Front Army, then Albina. Active evasion of engagement, destruction of supply lines, and if possible, including sabotage that directly causes confusion in their military camps. For about 2 weeks. Pouring all capabilities into the border front of Albina for 2 weeks. Ivan's guide aligns closely with that of the cleanup unit. If it can be fully utilized with guaranteed resources and authority, it will not be difficult to paralyze Albina's border. If the knights with superhuman capabilities can be fully utilized, that part can be resolved by the king. Vittorio's authority is high enough to control all knights at the front. Then, the first option of the operation is resolved up to this point. After that, we will disrupt Albina and Elrose. That is the role of the saint. Spreading spam emails filled with heretical faith to leaders, governments, and nobles of various nations, using saints' priests to create discord between the 2 countries. In this era, priests are practically the best external intelligence network. Nobles who already have connections would listen to the priest's words without suspicion. Albina's court will appeal for fatigue, directly to the Pope. The Pope, who has not participated yet and is hesitating, will start giving advice to the country right next to him. The papal enclave is located within Bellacria, and Bellacria had not yet initiated direct support for the crusading army. On the border, touching Albina and Elrose. North, facing great powers, are Laurentia and Leonor. Unlike those 4 countries, Bellacria is in a region stable enough to be called a paradise. In other words, it means they can operate the legions without needing to be cautious of other countries. What if Bellacria simply offers resource support? That Carlos brat, if he's sane, he wouldn't do that. In response to the saint's question, Vittorio chuckled. If the crusading army is pushed this pitifully to this point, the Pope's authority will inevitably hit rock bottom. At that point, the Bellacria royal family will surely contemplate seizing power over the Pope. If there are any variables here, it lies solely to the north. Laurentia and Leonor, but it is meaningless to worry about it now. There is no way to respond, however. The timing of the participation of these 2 countries will determine the success or failure of the operation. The longer they can delay in joining, the higher the chance the Pope will be exposed. If Bellacria attempts to consume Elrose and Albina, meaning, in that case, it would be most advantageous for us. Ivan and Vittorio locked eyes and continued their discussion. If we manage to directly lure the Albina court in and successfully separate them from the crusading army under the pretext of a rescue team, if we can bring down Bellacria through joint assault, depending on the timing of their participation, if Albina operates under normal reasoning, a rough estimation can be made of Bellacria's maximum range of advance. Unless they are demons, the marching distance of armies that do not use trains has its limits. The larger the scale, the slower the advance speed. The longer the distance from the homeland, the weaker the supply lines, and the more vulnerable the supply lines become, the more they will focus on plundering supplies. If the situation can flow to that point, Albina will inevitably turn hostile against Bellacria. At that point, the Pope can no longer afford to delay direct intervention. The crusading army stands at the risk of running aground before it even begins. The only way to draw out the Pope, going to the papal enclave directly, is the last resort. The chances of assassination succeeding are slim, and with the variable of the 7 dragon lords, there must be no engagement at the papal enclave. After all, the 7 dragon lords are the strongest beings within the sanctum. There is no need to take on that burden to attempt an assassination. A pope assassinated within the papal enclave would inevitably become a martyr. That cannot happen. The result would turn the doctrinal wars into an extreme form that no one can stop. The only way to clean up all situations, to expose the true face of the Pope and the 7 dragon lords in front of all nations and people, and to execute them as traitors to humanity. Ivan pressed down on a corner of the map as he growled. No one, not a single power in this world, would dare to even think about teaming up with the 7 dragon lords. Well, that is a task meant for the hero party, Vittorio said with a sly smile, tapping the map. I have bet everything, my family, my country, and all my people on this. Do you know the saying that the operation plan gets discarded first when the war begins? Do you have any confidence that this plot unfolding on the tabletop will succeed? Don't worry. Ivan shook his head briefly. If this were a war, he would never attempt operational control. In inter-country wars, he would be no different from an outsider, unable to become any grand strategist or great schemer. But if this is not the realm of war, if it is the realm of espionage, sabotage, information disruption, and assassination, in that regard, Ivan can confidently plan operations better than anyone across this nation and the entire southern 6 nations. That is what he has dedicated his life to. So there is no need to pay attention to the war, there is no reason to. This is not war. War must only be enough once, in the end. I am betting everything I can as well. At Ivan's words, Vittorio chuckled and extended his hand. The 2 men's hands clasped tightly, their muscles bulging. And 2 months after that plan began. The first engagement between the Bellacria and Albina Aquitania, allied forces will occur. The plans of Ivan, Vittorio, and the saint had progressed without a single misstep until now. You may also like Mesugaki Tank enters the academy. (227). Chapter 228. Equaling. The cannon roared loudly, causing the ranks to stagger backward. The dense infantry formations scattered in an instant. Some were crushed and turned to pulp, but many more of the soldiers nearby, witnessing the scene firsthand, fell into panic and began to flee. Maintain your formation. Itang. The rear's artillery officer discharged their pistol. The head of a terrified soldier burst apart, and the infantry gritted their teeth and held their ground. For those who are not extraordinary beings, gunpowder weapons are akin to the Grim Reaper. A terrifying sort compared to a knight's charge or a monster's raid. Unlike other deaths on the battlefield, death by gunpowder weapons has no process. When the sound of cannon or gunfire rings out, the soldier standing right next to them becomes shattered fragments. Just 30 cm, this short distance where shoulders touch, that mere gap preserved their lives. Had they accidentally stood in the adjacent line, it would have been their death. In this place, individual abilities were meaningless, because it was a death they could not prepare for. Against a cavalry charge, one could roll away, and if lucky enough to dodge the hooves, there was at least a chance of survival. Even if one fell in battle against a monster, there were not few survivors who emerged alive, having been covered by the corpses of their comrades. But there is no way to respond to firearms, because there is no process. One cannot tell from where it flies or what direction it targets. In the chaotic battlefield, to the infantry, it is death itself, against which there is no resistance. However, Cavalry, cavalry breaking through. Raise your spears. The cavalry, seen from the knight's perspective, perceive firearms not as enemies. Most of the countless trajectories that lodge in their bodies are blocked by armor, and they have trained to withstand even the severely lethal trajectories that may come. The same goes for cannons. To the cavalry of this era, who can accurately gauge the impact point of projectiles, artillery is not a god of the battlefield, but merely sacrificial material for cavalry. The cavalry charges forward. With spears held high, standards fluttering, mounts being soothed, and whistling shouts echoing. The noise of their stomping, the shock from the recoil, narrowed fields of vision from battle excitement and concentration, and the blind rage break through the battlefield. Appealing. As the sound of a projectile falling is heard, the wedge-shaped cavalry all spread out. A well-trained evasion maneuver of the cavalry. Like a swarm of bees, the cavalry that started their charge becomes an unstoppable tsunami, crashing through obstacles. Thus, in the field, cavalry remains the flower of the battlefield. Unless it's Krasilov, which had to forego its cavalry strength due to the overwhelming number of extraordinary beings consumed in past wars, or the elves who replaced cavalry with magic. A state that clings to gunpowder cannot be strong. That is the common sense of a world where the blessing of trajectory detection exists. Therefore, it must naturally be cavalry that stops the tsunami. Run, run, run. For Equitania. Vittorio, 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 Vittorio. Having suffered immense losses of the Royal Knight Order, the cavalry of Equitania was still filled with high morale as they charged the battlefield. The cavalry of Bellacria charged towards the enemy siege, and to intercept them, the cavalry of Equitania and Albina set out. Standards flew, and the sounds of horns echoed throughout the battlefield. The outcome of the clash rests entirely on this point. The infantry shouting and firing their guns, the booms resonating across the entire battlefield are mere accessories. The battle starts with the cavalry and ends with the cavalry. Only one thing is important. The side with a larger, higher quality, and more powerful cavalry composed of extraordinary beings will emerge victorious. Therefore, the clash does not require any grand tactics or strategies. It's simply that the difference in military strength between the two sides determines victory and defeat. Raise your spears, Bellacria. Equaling. The two masses of cavalry charged at each other, their jaws snapping. Extraordinary beings mean the limits of what humans can reach. Transcending humanity is not merely an achievement that can be attained with innate talent. Unleashing mana falls within the realm of talent, but the subsequent journey towards becoming an extraordinary being is solely influenced by effort. It is an effort that carves away bones and grinds down nerves. Forcing mana into nerves overheated to their limits, enduring it, tearing apart overloaded muscle fibers, reattaching them. The cycle repeats. The domain of extraordinary beings is always close to death. To reach that location, one needs the courage and persistence to move toward death. Thus, those who have transcended humanity are called extraordinary beings. The battle of extraordinary beings begins in this realm. Only those who can start over from scratch, abandoning existing tactics and combat, become knights. These individuals are seekers. Ambitions for power and wealth are not enough motivation to approach this domain of death. Their purpose lies in something more noble. Therefore, the knights of this age sacrifice all the skills, talents, qualities, and efforts they have honed throughout their lives for just one thing: the greater cause. They raise their weapons solely for that. It is not an art honed to kill enemies. It is to protect, just as always, for the greater cause. Hence, in this age, any knight order has their emblem as a shield. Above the galloping cavalry, the emblems on the shields flow like a shadow. Equaling. In the first charge, a spear flew by brushing against a shoulder, and a sword thrust precisely into the gap in the armor. Crunch, The armor shattered and bit into the blade. In the segmented time, as the fluttering standard drifts and the soldiers' shouts and horn calls dim, within this moment. In the limits of nerve acceleration, in the time only granted to knights. Ikon. Two cavalry exchanged blows, and behind them one cavalry rushed in to stab a spear. The spear shattered and bounced, as one knight collapsed, spitting blood. From the moment arrived, the movements of the cavalry sharply halted. It meant they had stepped outside the domain of extraordinary beings. The night became enshrined in this slowly flowing time, disappearing under the hooves of horses. It is a silent battlefield. Ikon. The sound of blades clashing is slower than the actual exchange. The time in which human vocal cords vibrate and produce sound is not within their domain. Therefore, from immediately after the clash, their struggle plunges into silence. Blades ricochet. Meanwhile, the cavalry spear crudely thrusts in. The shattering armor is plainly visible. Another person becomes enshrined in time, falling behind. Dozens of exchanges of blades and hundreds of clashes bloom in an instant, then fade away. Uaya. To the soldiers, that fleeting moment appears as a single clash. At the moment the two groups of cavalry passed each other, the wedge-like cavalry charged at each other's teeth in that instant. In the time perceived by the soldiers, the two masses of cavalry that merely brushed past seemed to splatter and scatter instantaneously. The battle of extraordinary beings, spanning hundreds of years when combined with individual training, ended. The epic forged over years of training ignited in a single moment. The fallen knights vanished beneath the hooves, amidst the dust. The emblem of the shield they held was driven into the battlefield. The victorious cavalry reversed its lead and turned its body. The command post, having confirmed the fluttering standard above, chose to retreat before the soldiers. Cavalry is the flower of the battlefield. Thus, when the flower is plucked, war becomes nothing short of slaughter. The Second Legion of Belacria was crushed. The holy war of the Albina front came to an end. This was the result of months of struggle, weeks of schemes, and days of standoffs. Once again recalling, in war, battles are concluded in that one final moment. Rest in peace. From the high command, the saint drew a sign of the cross while shedding tears. This is war. Isabel murmured as she swallowed her dry saliva. The only war she had experienced was the siege of Tyles. The siege of Tyles was merely times of barely enduring amidst overwhelming adversity. That, too, had reversed only after Krasilov's intervention. So, witnessing a clash taking place under adequately prepared conditions, it could be said that she was experiencing a war led by knights commanding cavalry for the first time. Keep your eyes on this, Ivan said, watching the scattered soldiers of Belacria. If the hero party fails, all of their sacrifices will end up being wasted. It is said that over 50,000 soldiers died in a year to maintain the front and divert attention until the hero party could assassinate the Demon King. Exact statistics are impossible, but they can be roughly estimated at that number. Thus, the hero party is not allowed to fail. Their failure would shame the deaths of all the others. Hence, in that time, the hero party had to look up at the sky while pushing through the demon realm. To bear all that burden and pressure, they had to take steps to find hope amidst despair. The young heroes of today are no different. Being unprepared is not an excuse. It is not about what one can do, but what one must do. That is all there is. And that cannot be an exception for Ivan either. Even if these young heroes are not yet prepared and potentially fail, they must still take their place in doing what must be done. Yes, it is rather good. I have already prepared sufficiently. Perhaps I have been preparing for this throughout my entire life. His long-held position has been reserve force. Therefore, he can make no excuses for being unprepared in any situation. That would be an embarrassing thing in front of his long-gone comrades whom he can never meet again. As a result of the defeat on this day, the First Legion of Bellacria began to withdraw its forces. The legion that had advanced towards Aquitania through Elthros began to deploy at the Albina border. Unlike this clash, which was almost a surprise attack, it took the form of a full-scale war. As the tensions at the border reached a peak, the emblem of the Papal Enclave appeared at the Bellacria military camp. You may also like Mesugaki tank enters the academy. (228). Chapter 229. The banners of Bellacria lined the horizon. Opposite the vast plains, the encampments of Albina and Aquitania stood in defiance. The distance between the two camps barely fell outside the maximum range of cannon fire. It was too far for infantry to advance, yet close enough for cavalry to engage immediately. A keen observer could see the enemy flags even from this distance. By simply identifying the noble emblems, scouts could assess the scale of the enemy forces, returning periodically to report on the enemy's deployment. It was akin to a powder keg. With the slightest sound of cannon fire, this place would become a colossal coliseum, a kind of place where the only means of communication would be blood, steel, and gunpowder. The gathering of each nation's maximum military strength implied that the outcome of the Holy War would hinge upon this single engagement. Each commander had been tirelessly preparing for the battle since their encampments were set up, working through the nights for flawless combat readiness. Tension hung like a taut string, ready to snap at any moment. Clatter, clatter, clatter. A group of horsemen crossed the hills of the plains, waving a white flag. Envoy from Bellacria. When the scout rushed in and opened the command tent, everyone in the headquarters felt a shared sentiment. So it has come. The saint quickly scanned Ivan's eyes. Ivan nodded briefly. Is it a declaration of war? Perhaps. At the same time, Ivan contemplated briefly. In a large-scale engagement like this, the conditions that determine victory or defeat are the quantity and quality of superhuman troops. The First Legion of Bellacria was among the most formidable forces in the southern Six Nations. To make matters worse, remnants of the defeated Second Legion had rallied together, swelling their numbers. On the other hand, Aquitania stood as a half-formed legion, and Albina had been weakened just weeks prior in battle. Even if they clashed at the same scale, a favorable outcome was not guaranteed. In such a front, even if one were to win, the losses would be significant. Lost in thought, the scout dashed back into the tent. The Papal Enclave, the seal of Ovidius has arrived. An envoy from the Papal Enclave is here. At the scout's words, everyone sprang to their feet. The Pope personally appearing on the battlefield indicated his intention to mediate the conflict. There was no other reason for the Pope to stand at the front lines of a holy war. The faces of the anxious nobles of Albina lit up with hope. In contrast, Ivan and the saint exchanged simultaneous glances. How astonishing! Everything is playing out just as planned. The saint gazed at Ivan, marveling softly. Ivan nodded slightly without a word and stood up. With an axe concealed in his cloak, he positioned himself protectively beside the saint and began walking toward the plains where the envoy resided. Among the encampments, knights from Aquitania and Albina guided their mounts across the plains. They had arranged their cavalry to match the enemy numbers. In broad daylight, under the midday sunlight, a small tent stood in the center between the two legions. Knights bearing the flags of Bellacria and the Papal Enclave held their positions high. Clatter, clatter, clatter. As they slowly approached on horseback, the opposing cavalry spread wide. It was a formation meant for immediate response, yet lacking an intention to attack. A whoosh! As the leading knight whistled, the knights on this side scattered in a similar manner. The saint, Ivan, and the Grand Duke of Albina made their way through the gap toward the tent. Inside the tent was a knight accompanied by a squire and an elderly priest. When Ivan gently tapped the saint on the shoulder, she shook her head briefly. It was a signal that the Pope was not present. Loosening his grip on the axe he held, he continued walking forward. Welcome, heroes of Albina. It suggested from the start that Equitania's participation was being outright denied. The weapon-bearing knight's words were decidedly political in nature. Good to see you. I am Ludovico del Fiore, rightful representative of His Majesty, Domenico della Visil of Albina. I am Diego de la Serna, Count of Bellacria 1st Legion. The two nobles exchanged glances, acknowledging one another. As the Count gestured, a squire approached and presented a silver cup to the Duke. The cup, filled with crushed ice, was placed before the Duke. Without even glancing at it, the Duke looked at the Count. Traditionally, offering drinking water during wartime was an act of goodwill, an assurance that they would not kill even if victorious. Are you declaring war? If you have something to say it quickly. We are fully prepared for battle. Your impatience is typical of an Albina man. The Count chuckled lightly, tapping the table. Our preparations are complete as well, so war could start at any moment. However, it saddens me that blood will flow on this beautiful land. Time is precious, I've heard enough. Wouldn't it be a waste of time to leave at this point? As the Duke stood up, the Count of Bellacria said with a smile, "Withdraw your troops. It seems you lack the capability for negotiation. I can understand your nation's level. Even if I lack negotiation skills, I possess full authority in this matter. Sit down, this is the last chance." The Count rapped the table and scanned the Duke, the Saint, and Ivan beneath his helmet. Continue the holy war. We shall forget past grievances. I will not demand reparations for the blood spilled by your nation. What about the blood spilled by my country? Compensation will be made. As the Duke settled back into his seat, the Saint flinched. Ivan squeezed her shoulder and patted her lightly. He felt her excited body slowly calming down. The negotiations felt like walking on thin ice. It is appropriate to denounce being swayed by the words of apostates. However, evil always seeps into the hearts of the faithful. If you repent, I shall not raise the issue. Is that your price? I will concede half of the apostates' lands. This meant that half of the territories that the forces of the Holy War would occupy in the future. Specifically, the vast agricultural regions right next to Albina would be ceded. As the Duke fell silent, the Count laughed beneath his helmet. Hand over that apostate and witch currently in attendance. Disarm the apostates' forces stationed in your nation and hold a trial under the Pope's authority. Open the borders and allow the Holy Army to march through. My country will not covet even a single grain of millet from your lands." Considering the Count's words, the Duke turned his head. He gazed into the anxious eyes of the Saint, then eyed Ivan beside her. He took a moment in silence, choosing his words. Ivan also quietly manipulated the axe handle concealed in his cloak. It would take him less than 3 seconds to kill everyone in this room and escape. A moment later, the Grand Duke of Albina sighed heavily and smiled. "Will you accept the negotiations?" "How amusing." "Amusing. The state of war exists between our countries. We had agreed to communicate only through force. Given how things have unfolded, is it not the fault of those bandits you refer to as the 2nd Legion for the many war crimes committed on our territory? Are you demanding we hand over without an apology and compensation regarding that, and to open the borders? Is that not amusing? Did we appear to you as fools?" As the Duke stood up, the Count of Bellacria grinned sadly. "There will be bloodshed. Enough blood must flow." The negotiations were over. Now all that remained was to prove justice through force. Ivan released his grip from the axe handle, turning away while guiding the Saint. Behind them, the elderly priest shouted roughly, "Patricia." The Saint turned her head. The priest glared at her, filled with indignation. "Many righteous men have died because of your words. Because of your apostasy, 2 nations will crumble, and thousands upon thousands of citizens will drown in blood. Under the pretext of heresy, they will be executed, and their souls shall find no salvation in this world. That is your sin." The priest was near tears. A faithful priest sincerely believed the saint to be an apostate. The saint sighed softly and turned her body. "If the Lord punishes the sins of this land, surely only I will be singled out as a sinner. Bishop, you do not mean to suggest that the innocent souls of the people will be punished indiscriminately, do you? Such words, they are heretical. In the Lord's law, heretics." "Heretics?" the saint shouted, trembling. "If there are heretics in this world, if there are apostates, you must reflect upon yourselves. How dare you? Have all the faithful on this land offended the Lord's will? Do you truly believe that? Because of one person's apostasy, because of the mere fall of a maiden, did the Lord's great love depart from this land? If the Lord has chosen to take away his sacred power from us for some reason, should we not first suspect the one who harbors the only sacred power?" The saint strode boldly toward the bishop. The knights attempting to block her retreated, suppressed by her aura. The bishop, standing alone before her, could only gaze at the saint with trembling eyes, unable to raise his hand to push her away. The saint's gaze fixed upon the bishop, her fiery green eyes, heavy and piercing. "If the Pope is truly pure, why is it that the Lord's strength is not with you, who follow his will?" In the midst of apostasy and obedience, we have always learned to hold doubt as a virtue. Bishop Verdi, just as you doubt me, you should also doubt that value commonly known as justice. I will not be swayed by your heretical words, which I do not waver. Bishop, however, was it not blind faith that we must be most cautious of? The saint gazed sorrowfully at the elderly bishop before turning away. Ivan silently followed behind her. They remained quiet, the saint keeping her head down, trembling shoulders until they returned to the encampment. Finally, when the cavalry scattered to their respective tents, and they were left alone. "Brother," the saint clutched at Ivan's garment, sobbing. "Please tell me I'm doing well. You are doing your best. Please say that all those who die because of my commands will be saved. Their deaths will be compensated. Please say that the resentment of those who will die in the future will only reach me. The righteous do not harbor resentment toward death. They will not blame you. No one will." The saint nestled in Ivan's embrace, trembling quietly. "I am afraid, I fear for the souls of those many good people who will perish by my choosing. The weight of it now, it's too heavy to bear. It is the same for everyone." Ivan's hand floundered in the air. The saint's body pressed against him, hot and trembling. He awkwardly bent his arm and patted her small back. "It has been for everyone. You too, brother." Even Maximilian felt the same. He did, we all have. As the saint's sobs calmed down, she pulled on Ivan's arm, wrapping it around the nape of her neck. When a woman trembles and weeps, she needs a proper embrace. What about the vow of purity? I am now an apostate. Is there a need to uphold the 3 virtues of a priest? I suppose not. It was not entirely incorrect, so Ivan nodded quietly. Isabel, running in with a clean towel soaked in water from behind the tent, halted at the sight. The towel fell to the ground with a thud and got dirtied by dust. "Your Holiness." Bishop Verdi knelt before the Pope's tent. He lifted his sunken face to look at the Pope. He tried to find the radiance filled with the sacred power. In the meantime, he struggled to perceive the Lord's will and strength. However, the smooth, taut white skin, the impossibly youthful appearance of someone approaching their 70s, he could not feel the Lord's glory or intent. It was only then he realized. "Your Holiness, the conference has collapsed." "Is that so?" The Pope mumbled quietly, shrouded in darkness. The gentle voice that always resonated now sounded inexplicably sharp. The bishop lifted his quivering eyes to the Pope. The Pope was gazing down at him from the shadows. "Your Holiness." "Bishop Verdi, doubt has sprouted in your heart." "I, Your Holiness. I swear by the great will of the Lord and the heavenly glory. The veil has been torn. What? If he didn't mishear, that voice echoed from behind the Pope. It was too thick and deep to be the Pope's voice, a gender-neutral, sharply beautiful voice that could not be determined whether it belonged to a male or female. It resonated within his mind, in fact, echoed in his very soul. A sweet scent of musk began to fill the tent. Your Holiness. No, this is. SHH. A white fingertip emerged from the Pope's shoulder. There was no physical space behind him for a person to stand, yet. The ghostly hand crawled up the Pope's shoulder like a spider, clicking as it moved. The bishop stared at the Pope in a daze, confusion washing over him. This is. Indeed, so very much the saint, to so easily break my veil with but a few words. This is why priests are bothersome. Keep your promise. Demon, you've promised not to intervene in this matter. No, we make no promises. Priest, the situation has deviated and your plans have unraveled. Did you not say that a holy war would peacefully end and quell discontentment? How has that plan fared now? It has flowed only in opposition to your words. There's still time, there is no longer any. Old priest, no matter how this war ends, humanity will never again unite to fight or have the capability to fight. All the seeds you have sown have blossomed into discord. I will now act directly. Our contract. The 7 dragon lords have no contracts. They only declare. A purple veil draped around the Pope's eyes. With a choked sound, Bishop Verdi screamed for breath as he collapsed. Patricia, the saint's words were right cough. The Pope slowly rose and walked over the convulsing bishop. I am the peace of this land, O Lord. Lord, I am wrong my sins. You are all sinners, just as you have always said. O race born of original sin, how absurd it is to cling to a God who punishes you while begging for salvation. Come, rest in my embrace. True happiness and peace reside in this hand. Evil. The Pope's voice was steadily fading. Soon, the white fingers pressed harshly against his eyes. You need only wish, I shall grant it. You need only offer, I shall fulfill it. I will bestow upon you all the comfort and pleasure of this world. What I desire is only one thing. The prosperity of you all, that is all. What a humble ruler that is. Freedom is but an illusion, so offer that illusion, and I shall fill it with truth. A small mouth appeared beside the Pope's ear, whispering sweetly. The Pope fell to his knees, tears streaming down beneath the hands that covered his eyes. The saint, nestled in Ivan's embrace, suddenly looked up in shock. Meanwhile, Ivan stared beyond the horizon with a hardened expression. The midday sun was being veiled by clouds. A purplish cloud obscured the sun, filtering the sunlight as if it passed through stained glass. Vestige of the limericks. The saint let out a suppressed groan. Ivan detached her in thought. This means there's no longer a need to hide. Since all plans have gone awry, there is no need to look back. The 7 dragon lords that command the beasts are threatening. However, what of the 7 dragon lords who command the legion of humans? What if the wielder of the most powerful human army commanded and marched with the 7 dragon lords? Ivan spun the axe handle in his hand as he turned. Excuse me, brother. To the command post, assemble everyone. Yes. The saint raced away into the encampment. While glancing back at her retreating figure, Ivan set off toward the encampment where his company awaited. The holy war, in other words, the war is not the role of the hero party. The path the hero party must take always extends toward the enemy's depths, toward the heart of the 7 dragon lords. Therefore, from this moment forward, it is the hero party's time. The war has ended. Now it is time for the hunt. EP36, Holy War. You may also like Mesugaki Tank, enters the academy. (229). Chapter 230. A soldier on the watchtower rubbed his tired eyes and looked down at the plains. It was summer, high noon. Heat waves shimmered across the expanse under the blazing sun. Beyond that, a massive army was visible. An endless array of banners fluttered, filling the horizon with the enemy troops. Perhaps due to the tension, his vision felt narrower than usual. He pressed the corners of his eyes and suddenly glanced at his arm. Heat waves were rising above it, fluttering as if a thread was hanging from it. Had he been standing guard for days, or was it just the heat? Facing the enemy made him anxious. The soldier stared blankly at the heat waves. These illusory threads danced lightly on his forearm. He soon followed the thread with his gaze. As is typical with heat waves, they spread upwards, billowing and dissipating. By the time he realized, the faintly connected heat waves were seeping into the small clouds floating in the sky above. Doesn't the color of the clouds seem a bit strange? He turned his head toward the fellow sentry. The color of the clouds was different from usual. He couldn't pinpoint what exactly was different, but each time he looked at them, or even while staring, it felt as if their colors were changing slightly. "Hey, are you sleeping?" When he received no answer from the sentry, who had turned his back, he gripped his shoulder tightly and shook him. Tilting, the sentry wobbled and turned toward him, with faint heat waves rising from his body and his pupils dilated in a blank stare. "Hey, hey, hey, heatstroke, is that what it is? Get a hold of yourself, man." The soldier shouted in panic while looking around. Since there were more sentries standing guard, he thought he needed to save this guy first. Then he soon stopped, as he noticed the heat waves covering the entire expanse of the camp behind him. The entire horizon shimmered as if it were ablaze. Constantly changing colors of the clouds and sunlight filtering through, thin threads ran between them. The threads formed a web, creating shapes, while twisted bands of colors seeped in between. From one end of the horizon to the other, every place in sight looked like stained glass descending from the sky. Or rather, like a veil. Threads sprouted from each person's body, weaving together to form a veil that covered the world. The veil of Limericks had descended upon this land. EP 27, Stained Glass. As soon as Ivan opened the tent and stepped in, he quickly checked the personnel. Isabel, folding a towel while muttering something, Ectasis, staring intently at a protein bar, Lucia, nodding off, Elphara, drinking tea, Oscar, oiling his blade. Thankfully, everyone was present. Everyone attention. As Ivan appeared, all eyes were on him. He leaned against the tent entrance and continued speaking briskly. "Time is of the essence, so I'll explain briefly. Prepare for battle." "Already, didn't the talks just end?" "You said to just watch at the meeting. Are we joining in this time?" "No, it's an extermination mission." At Ivan's words, the group's expressions stiffened. Extermination. It was a phrase Ivan often had on his lips. The essence of the hero party was to strike at the enemy's leadership as an assassination unit. A more specialized group than a regular assassin. Specifically, an organization created to target demons. And considering that the war's inception was the Pope and the 7 Dragon Lords. Finally, right, the 7 Dragon Lords, the Veil of Limericks. As soon as the skirmish begins, we will flank and strike at the location where Limericks is. How do you know that? The Pope will know. His position has been identified. The Pope and the priests of the Papal Enclave are gathered in one place. They will rush directly to that location, drawing Limericks out. The plan was simple. The enemy cavalry will break out, and when our cavalry collides with them, it begins. It's a race against time. The longer the operation drags on, the greater our losses will be. The scale of the forces in this campaign makes it hard to gauge victory or defeat, but if our losses exceed a certain point, then even if we win, it won't be a true victory. So, as always, the operation must be executed with minimal losses and in the shortest time possible. The briefing on his characteristics and tactics will be done while we move. There's no time. Yes. The moment Ivan finished speaking, the group gathered their gear. Since the operation was a short-term engagement, all they needed to prepare, aside from simple supplies, were their weapons and armor. Preparation ended swiftly. Ivan stepped out of the tent. Under the sky, everything was gradually being colored in darker hues, as if cast by the twilight. Ivan shook his head at the sweet musky scent wafting through the air. Standing before the tent was the saint. Patricia, the command center. It has collapsed. She was breathing heavily, her face flushed with excitement. Upon her words, Ivan took a quick glance around and exhaled deeply. In that brief moment, had the influence spread to cover the entire camp. I have no sacred power, so I can only resist with my will. If not for those who caught on beforehand, they would have been completely overwhelmed. Was hiding information about the 7 dragon lords a blunder? Even if you informed them, no one would believe it. Had the Pope colluded with the 7 dragon lords to manipulate the crusade, who would have believed that after being branded a heretic? Not even the royal court of Albina would believe it. The operation was undoubtedly a success. They perfectly drew out the Pope, but it was too effective. The moment the 7 dragon lords, Limerics, could no longer sit idly by and chose to intervene himself. The influence is still shallow. It seems they haven't fully taken their nest. But they won't last long. The saint's words gradually faded. In a situation where she had to withstand solely on her will, resisting the influence of the 7 dragon lords itself was remarkable. Civilians, regardless of their kind, would either perish or be left as cripples within the territory of the 7 dragon lords. As a result, all fronts opposing the 7 dragon lords had to face repeated defeats. Even the not fully blossomed Senestiar had their notions twisted, and the elves that failed to resist were swallowed whole. In the past, the only strategy for when the 7 dragon lords personally showed up on the front lines was to sacrifice offerings and retreat. Every other attempt ended in horrific failure. And now, that situation was occurring once again in this plain. Soldiers who failed to resist stood still, staring blankly at the sky. Violet clouds casting shadows over the sun were growing larger. Their nest was being completed. A retreat. No. Ivan shook his head firmly. Fleeing now would leave no escape. It was the point where nearly all of Equitania's forces had been poured out. If they lost all of them, the southern 6 nations would fall into the hands of the 7 dragon lords. They needed to resolve the situation before the 7 dragon lords completed their nest or retreated to the castle. Uncle. Isabel and the others poured out of the tent. They were looking around in a panic. Soldiers, knights, mages, those who failed to resist had all stopped. Even those barely holding on were groaning, losing their sanity. The sunlight's hue was changing, casting eerie violet flashes from above. The vast plains were losing their greenery and wilting away. Ivan briefly pondered what to do. If he took them all away, the saint would surely die. At the point of failing to resist and falling into the grasp of Limerics, he would proclaim the execution of the saint. That the heretic was dead, using the Pope's voice. There was no choice. The thoughts were brief. Ivan looked around at his group with a stern expression. I am changing the operational order. All of you will escort the saint and retreat. What about you, Uncle? I have my own duties to fulfill. He had to strike Limerics before the nest was completed. The odds were low. Even if Limerics was not extraordinarily powerful, the troops closest to his influence, the army of Belacria, would be in a state not much different from the demon realm. In other words, that meant all the forces of Belacria would be guarding Limerics. It was not a situation that could be handled by a single hero party. No matter how powerful a human may be, one cannot defeat an army. But they could not abandon the entire engagement and flee. There was no future in retreating. Then they had to stake out the highest possible possibility, saving the saint and the hero party. and keeping limericks occupied for as long as possible in this place. Revisiting this, no matter how powerful a human was, against an army, one cannot win. However, if adequately trained agents are involved, they should be able to hold down an army's movements, by whatever means necessary, if needed, even at the cost of their lives. Ivan was a prepared agent. Return to Krasilov and explain the situation. The saint should be able to explain. If we lead the troops of Tyles and Krasilov with the help of Enrique and Einar, there is still a chance. What about you, uncle? Isabel's eyes had grown cold. What are your chances? Few. Then if we stick with you, it would get even fewer. That did not mean they would be a burden. They were at a level where each could work individually. To retain one's sanity under the influence of limericks already implied reaching the realm of the superhuman. But then they would have to abandon the saint, both rationally and emotionally. Ivan could never choose that option. No more comrades could be lost. He had sworn countless times and failed countless times, but this time, absolutely. What if I stay with you? You would die. Then we would die together. It's common in Essen's town. No. Despite Ecdisis's protests, Isabel still stared at Ivan with a stiff expression. There will be better battlefields. There is no better battlefield than now. In Isabel's eyes, there was no trace of fear. Only a deep desire filled them. Ivan scanned his companions. Ecdisis could not go. If she died, Einar would fall into madness. The only people who could communicate with Einar at a minimum were Ecdisis and himself. If Ivan were to die, at the very least, Ecdisis would have to survive to avoid the worst-case scenario. Oscar was the strongest means to mobilize Tyles. The Tyles regime was being organized under the Lord Protector and the Edarik family. If Oscar were to die, Tyles's involvement would become uncertain. Elfira did not have a good synergy with limericks. She would be of little help in a battle that required physical power. Lucia had exhausted all his mental energy controlling bats throughout this campaign. Continuing the battle would be difficult, and for his role to be taken by someone else, Lucia needed to stay alive in the hero party. And then there was Isabel. What are you looking at? Do you really think you could die? Are you trying to scare me? She replied with a wry smile. The hero is not the strongest, but the most courageous. That's right, you taught me that. How could someone who is afraid of dying have inherited the blood of a hero? Indeed, Isabel was Maximilian's daughter. She had inherited his finest traits. Splendid talents and noble character, courage and humility, virtues. Even in this violet-tinged world, Isabel's blonde hair swayed brilliantly under her helmet like a harvest-season wheat field. Yes, the essence of a hero is to defeat the 7 dragon lords and the demon king. At this moment, Isabel was not just Maximilian's daughter. She was a hero, the most courageous, the one who split the clouds to see hope amidst despair. An embodiment of the morning star. Ivan smiled faintly, following Isabel as he mounted his steed. Let's do the tactical briefing on the way. Sounds good. The Veil of Limericks, embodiment of lust, mistress of the shadow forest, the queen of the nest, and the succubus. A succubus? Do you know about them? Oh, why? They appear often in novels, In the cultural focal point of civilization, they occasionally appear in the colorful literature of the Tyles royal court. A species that seduces men. With beautiful appearances, they exploit emotions. That's imagination, and it's a derogatory term. A succubus is a derogatory term. Their species is aranary. If I had to express it, it's a spider. Creatures that dwell and nest in the shadows of the deep forest. Their upper bodies resemble humans, enticing preys, like the luminous organs attached to lanternfish. When they hide their black bodies in the dark, their white forms appear as silhouettes of naked women under the shadows. For those wandering in the forest, it became an inevitable temptation. The moment their body is visible, thin spider webs begin to ensnare the victim. Not physically, but as a conceptual existence, once touched by the web, the victim experiences surging lust and diminished cognitive abilities. This web is a toxin that parasitizes the mind. It is made of mana and cannot be dismantled physically. The Araniri slowly disassemble humans who are enchanted and approach them, devouring their flesh. Occasionally, fully entranced humans return to society, luring more victims back into the forest. Many settlements disappeared during those times. The entire population became missing. The forest draped with such webs is called a nest. The massive forest located beyond the western demon realm is both a nest and a city for the Araniri. You! Isabel shuddered in disgust. She restrained her galloping horse and asked, "Have you ever captured one?" "A few times, not many." Their dwelling was deep within the demon realm, and they generally did not engage in external activities. Hence, they were a species with low aggression. Therefore, there were not many conflicts with humans. While the damage was not negligible, most of the missing persons cases were difficult to gauge accurately, so only estimates could be made. During the height of the war, they were a species with no reason to take an interest. They were also quite troublesome to deal with. If they're cooped up in their nest, it's hard to gauge their level. Whether it's a commander class or a chief class is indistinguishable. They've always been a type of enemy that's difficult to deploy an adequate level of force against. They were not the type of demon you could easily deal with just by sending in large numbers. Once caught unawares by their poison, one would lose all reason. Many people becoming the prey often resulted in a feast for the demon. How did you face them before? One time, I broke through with a small force, and another time, I utilized bombardment. Bombardment. The fact that they nest in the forest means that leveling the forest itself is a solution. That was the tactic of the former king. Upon discovering a nest on the route of advance, the former king had wiped that entire forest off the map with bombardments. He remembered that the demons inside had been crushed under nearly an hour of continuous shelling. Even a chief class could lure superhumans into enchantment within a nest. If it were a commander class, even the slightest moment of neglect would lead to becoming a puppet, even if adequately prepared. As for the 7 dragon lords, well, Ivan decided not to think about that. It was not a type of worry that could be resolved by contemplating it in the current situation. What about our operation? A breakthrough, get ready. Ivan drew his axe as he watched a group of horsemen approaching from the distance, puppets entwined in violet threads racing toward them. You may also like Mesugaki Tank, enters the academy. (230). Chapter 231. 2 hands obscured the Pope's eyes, while the other hands flailed through the air. Even while seated in this barrack, he could overlook the entire battlefield. Delicate white hands fluttered in the air. Every thread they grasped and embraced was soon his pieces on the chessboard. Each piece breathed and moved according to his gesture, conversed, and thought. This omnipotent feeling. Humans must never go extinct. They must move and pulse beneath his grasp. The intense heartbeat felt beneath every single thread. This alone was the driving force that kept him alive. This place is not even the imperial capital, nor his nest. Naturally, his power was greater than this. But what does that matter? Even with a fraction of his power, a nation crumbled, and powerful monarchs and their vassals knelt. Indeed, he was an entity created to dominate. The hands that had been weaving through the air suddenly paused. The threads were cut. There's resistance. Who is it? The pale face still smiled gently. Its face had no facial muscles to create expressions. Even in moments of displeasure, it could show nothing but a smile. And its true face, the face of the crustacean with 8 eyes, clacked its jaws sharply apart. What is this? A question arose. It soon turned its gaze. The wool interlinked with the threads revealed the phenomenon. Now it could contemplate the situation unfolding in the military camp. Numerous puppets were collapsing like puppets with severed strings. It cracked. The steel armor shattered beneath the axe's blade, producing a deafening sound. A knight fell off his horse. He writhed, spitting blood, and soon ceased to move, taking his last breath. Knights were gathering. Beyond them, soldiers with spears held straight were rushing in. It's irrelevant. Ivan swung the axe without changing his expression. When facing an army, the hero party could choose one of three options. To flee. For Vialgrin to charge. To send out Einar. Vialgrin alone crushed the fortress and advanced. The legion crumbled in his grasp, thunder and lightning churned beneath his will. Many lost their light before this ancient astrologer, who could summon natural disasters. In contrast, Einar moved much more simply. He took a single axe and a single greatsword, wielding them on the battlefield. He did not tire, nor stop, nor show mercy, a relentless sequence of mechanical slaughter. There was no sense of efficiency. It was an overwhelming manifestation of purposeless death. His abilities were straightforward, fast, strong, and brutally swung. Everything within his reach was shredded into pieces. When violence exceeding the purpose of killing penetrated the human body, it easily became fragments. Just 5 minutes of such a sight could obliterate an entire squad. More fled in horror from that gruesome spectacle than those directly caught up in it. Thus, his nickname was Mountains of Corpses and Seas of Blood. He stacked corpses into mountains and filled seas with blood. In the midst of that grotesque battlefield, the sight of a berserker, wielding weapons in both hands and shouting, was enough to instill primal fear in all foes. He was the most suitable person when facing a legion. Thus now Ivan gripped weapons in both hands. He had to face the legion. A thud. Soldiers' heads flew, and outstretched spear tips shattered under the storm of axe and sword. To put it bluntly, it was a tidal wave. That's the only image one could conjure. When the pinnacle of martial arts must be established, Ivan's intent was always grounded in efficiency and rationality, yet not now. For near-perfect emulation, he forcibly accelerated his pounding heart, ignoring the screams of his blood vessels under severe pressure as he swung his weapons. Isur. Chasing behind him, Isabel screamed, but her voice did not reach his ears. He had blocked out sound. Whoosh thud. Ignoring the incoming spear blade, as doing so would risk breaking his offensive, he scraped the spear embedded in his shoulder, shattering the spear shaft, and ignored the spearhead lodged in his muscles. Blood burst forth with greater clarity than usual due to soaring blood pressure. His body screamed danger, but this too didn't matter. He had blocked out pain. And the blood he let flow moderately could cool down his heated head. He had to believe that even if it was not rational, Einar would have done the same. Imitating that day's Einar, the wars of that era, Ivan did not stop charging ahead. At the end, a long crack appeared among the legion, a crack made from piles of corpses, the remnants of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Einar, but he couldn't possibly appear here. The moving hands halted. The threads were severed, the threads of gifted humans he had saved for last. Of course, the puppets could not fully demonstrate the abilities they usually possessed. There was nothing that could be done. Be it martial arts or magic, those caught in his grasp dulled in reason. The sword dance, wielded solely driven by desire, could not replicate the martial arts they had built. Yet quantity overwhelmingly surpassed quality. When a sufficient number gathered, regardless of how skilled the knight, they would surely crumble. However, the quantity he had prepared, the quantity of puppets he was controlling, was being overwhelmed by the quality of a single person. The trajectory of severed threads pointed directly toward his dwelling. Even while continuously pushing humans in to block them, it was abjectly. A breakwater can withstand waves, but a tsunami will not break before it. Like that, like the coastline assailed by a tsunami, like a mortal gazing upon a natural disaster. In that moment, he realized it, that there were humans whom even demons called natural disasters. Einar of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The angel of death, Patricia. The shadow blade, Enrique. The thunder-summoning Vialgrin. The iron fortress, Jill Burr. And the despairing Maximilian. Then, newly, the slayer, Ivan. By borrowing the eyes of puppets beyond the web, upon seeing the face of the approaching being, he tightly grasped the threads and stood up. Isabel was galloping madly, chasing after Ivan's back. She could manage to fend off the approaching spear, but fighting like Ivan was impossible. The enemy was a legion, not a rhetorical expression but a stark description. The Bellacria legion was converging, with vacant eyes yet with clear intent to harm. Thus, this charge of just the two had to naturally dissolve under immense pressure. It was common sense. Even if Ivan could successfully penetrate this, she could not. It was not so much a lack of ability as it was a lack of experience. Though she had experience facing a singular strong foe, she had nearly none in facing countless hostilities. But now, the pressure reaching her was trivial. Amidst the overwhelming legion, most of the pressure she felt was being relieved by the back in front of her. A relief. As that word crossed her mind, Isabel unconsciously smiled wryly. It was not relief. To be precise, it was crushing. Charging forward stubbornly, she was turning all she collided with into mush. Even with flames that seemed ready to extinguish at any moment, they still burned fiercely as she charged. Feeling that it was dangerous, Isabel gripped the reins tightly. Because it seemed ready to extinguish at any moment, burning like it was the final spark. Thinking back, that man was always like that, not giving the slightest leeway with even a single action, putting his all into the simplest tasks. So mechanical it could be felt, like a magical device executing commands with precision, more akin to witnessing some artifact of magical engineering than a person. Yet she knew. That man cried when he ate the food of his homeland. When mourning those who had left, he bit his lip, always haunted by the nightmares of the past, calling their names in a cracked voice. When he looked upon those he called comrades, his eyes were surprisingly gentle. That gap was so pitiful that all his happiness seemed lost in the past. Once, she had seen a taxidermy dragon in the palace of Tyles. A massive taxidermy of a dragon roaring at all who entered the palace. It seemed to fully reveal the king's majesty. As a child, she had admired that figure. But it was just a mock-up of something from the distant past, rotting inside, filled with wax in the dead flesh and muscles. A relic left behind by a once great tyrant. The shape filled with intimidation was merely a reflection of the past. Its glory lingered solely in distant history. And the sentiment Isabel felt watching it was not different from how she felt now, looking at Ivan. Like a taxidermy, it left only memories with the old ones, now no longer capable of feeling the wonders and joys of the world. She thought as she looked at Ivan's arms, what past lay behind those countless scars? What kind of life had to be lived for such markings to be etched over those arms, legs, and perhaps the whole body? And she could easily imagine. Wounds heal but leave scars. They were the results of scribbles painted across the canvas of that man's body. Thus, within the long struggle of his life, how mangled must his soul, his heart, be? So, he's a hero who saves people. He must be the bravest, most loving person. So, she wanted to save that man. She wanted to save that broken man who could only find happiness in nightmares, filled with sorrow and grief. To that man who had always saved her within crises and under threats. To that man who only gave of himself, she wanted to give too. She wanted to show him happiness, joy, warmth, delight, and laughter. She wanted to put a smile on that parched face. Though she cannot save everyone in the world, at least, She should no longer have to see that scarred back before her. She wanted to stop the man who always walked ahead and say proudly, "Now I will stand in front of you." Forward, further forward. A hero must seek hope amid despair. So, if you follow me, I can show you hope as well. Walking ahead, carving out despair. Further, beyond hope, to a place where one should no longer live in grief. Sir. Isabel deflected a blade that burrowed into Ivan's body and drew near his side. Open your eyes, look at me. To awaken the taxidermied shadow. Towards the man who had sunk into overwhelming darkness, blocking all senses and solely pushing forward. And Ivan, now within the engulfing darkness, spoke towards the white figure. Sereno Vika. A woman in a wedding dress, smiling brightly, extended a bouquet towards him. It was a cathedral. He surveyed his surroundings. Countless spectators were firing celebratory shots and walking up to shake his hand. He could see the saint and Enrique, both shedding tears. Can a vampire even weep? They perhaps could. He just never knew since he hadn't tried. He spotted Sasha and Dmitri clapping their hands. He saw Elizaveta showering flowers. What is she doing? Just how far has the dignity of the royal court fallen? No, there's no need for dignity here. The late king was looking down on him. Who could dare to utter the majesty of the Krasilov royal family in front of him? Rolling its severed head, Alexander laughed. "Colonel, what are you doing? Spacing out." Layla Serenabika chuckled while placing a wreath in his arms. Kim Sunwoo murmured softly in a cracked voice. "A-thinking." "What are you thinking about?" "Thinking I don't want to wake up." "What are you waking from? What do you mean?" Kim Sunwoo lowered his head at her question. His reflection was in a tuxedo. He gripped the ceremonial sword that hung beside him. It was a familiar grip, like an axe handle. "Colonel, do not speak anymore." When he lifted his head, the smile that had been illuminating Kim Sunwoo's face was no longer there. Ivan spoke to the white figure in a sunken voice. "Do not further insult my life." The figure in the wedding dress tilted its head and spoke. "I can grant you what you desire most, Slayer. What I wanted was not this. Your role is not here. Take my hand. I have no reason to fight you." "I have." A thud. The ceremonial sword was drawn and sank like an axe into the figure's neck. "From the moment you began this act." The threads piercing his forehead ignited and broke. "Sir, Auntie, can you hear me?" When Ivan opened his eyes, Isabel was urgently shouting beside him. His axe was caught by Isabel's blade and was shaking. Looking around, he found that the approaching army was no longer moving. In the center of the clearing, piled high with blood and corpses, Ivan and Isabel stood, weapons aimed at each other. "Get yourself together. For real, I'm gonna die." "Isabel." "Yes, the hero has appeared." Isabel gasped for breath yet laughed. She bore marks of webbing that had dug in and then rebounded off her body. Traces of magical corruption that did not fully take hold. "So it seems." Desire's grasp had no reach over a human who had never fallen into despair. "No, that's not it." Ivan looked at Isabel with new eyes. "Were you a virgin?" There wouldn't be a curse of lust upon a human who could not feel lust. It was only natural, so that's why I was affected. This is largely Elizaveta's fault. "Auntie, you're still not conscious." "Good, then this hero must help." Isabel thrust her sword forward and growled. "Donate at least $10, and you can request any novel from Novelpia, excluding 19+ content, to be translated using the latest tools developed." (231). Chapter 232. Don't stop me. Then I'll die. Ivan brushed aside Isabel's blade and looked around. The troops surrounding them were collapsing like a puppet with its strings cut. The mana webs were slowly being pulled back. In such cases, there are two possibilities. Either they are gathering strength or preparing to escape. As is typical for spiders, they often retract their webs to conserve their energy. It was still a point where the nest was not yet complete. It meant they were caught off guard as well. So this was the most critical moment, a point to exploit their weakness. Isabel, stop. A clang. Ivan wedged the blade between the axe handle and broke it off, stepping back. He could see Isabel calming down quickly from her excitement. Her gaze was fixed on one spot, Ivan's shoulder and left abdomen. Blood was gushing out. I'm sorry, sir. I momentarily lost focus. Well, honestly, that was also your fault. But, is it okay? Ahem. Due to the elevated blood pressure during the body enhancement, he was losing too much blood. His head felt slightly dizzy. He hadn't paused for blood clotting until now. Ivan took a deep breath, carefully opened a healing potion, and applied it to the wound with care, as if handling an explosive just before detonation. SSS. The potion made a peculiar sound as it sealed the wound in an instant. It feels like I'm applying hydrochloric acid. This is a healing potion. Ivan brushed aside Isabel's remark and rummaged through the saddle. Clink, he pulled out 2 black vials containing transparent liquid. When he opened the lid, a terrible stench wafted out. That doesn't seem like a healing potion. It's a deadly poison. Ivan replied briefly and immediately drank the poison. Isabel, shocked, rushed forward. You're insane. Why would you drink something like that? You're not a dog, so don't just gulp down everything. Wait. Ivan pushed her away and drank the other potion immediately. This is an antagonist. Are you really mixing poison with an antidote? Why? It's not an antidote, it's an antagonist. Isn't that the same thing? There are 2 types of deadly poison that have opposite effects. Why would you? Because it's necessary. What about me? It's not needed for a maiden. Naturally, she wouldn't fall for the charm. Knowing that, there was no need to administer any drugs to Isabel. The charm of that entity is mana poison. It's not something that can be solved with a chemical antidote. It was a toxin that devours mana and dismantles a human's will. Then, it could be resolved by the most dramatic drug to awaken the will. Naturally, that means deadly poison. There is nothing that can stimulate will more intensely than survival instinct. Therefore, he swallowed 2 types of the potions. Each one was already lethal on its own. The moment the balance of this mix deviates even slightly, it would lead to total body destruction. This means that he would enter a critical state the moment he loses control of mana or loses his sanity. If he loses his sanity, even for an instant due to that entity, he must be able to awaken immediately. The preparation is complete. Let's go. If something feels weird, you must puke it out. I'll pat your back. Worry about yourself. Did you come for a picnic? Isabel grumbled as she moved her feet. Ahead, towards the huge barracks flying the emblem of the papal enclave. Where the Pope would be, where the 7 dragon lords would likely be. As they walked, it felt like they were on a path to the king's throne, guided by the guards without any resistance or noise, quietly reaching the barracks. Before them, the barrack doors opened gently. A dazed bishop stepped out and, bending deeply, greeted them. Come in. A soft voice emanated from within the barracks. A voice that felt both feminine and masculine echoed directly in his mind. Just hearing that voice clouded his sanity for a moment. Ivan felt the deadly poison writhing within him as he continued to walk. He saw the small back of the Pope. An old man with white hair knelt in prayer. Before him was a purple curtain. Beyond it, the silhouette of a slender woman was visible. Sir, you're still conscious, right? Fortunately. Isabel let out a breathless sound. The heavy scent of musk, the aura of the demon realm suffocated the barracks. From beyond the kneeling Pope, a low voice continued. Godslayer, the downfall of Abaditas, I do not wish to fight you. I find that hard to agree with. We have no reason to fight. Unlike those fools who call themselves gods, I have no intention of exterminating humans. I will protect humans and fight against them. I can be your only means." There was another being who said such things. Ivan tightly shut his blurred eyes and moved instinctively, with the same precise step as always. This wasn't the realm of calculations. It was already a realm of embodiment. Even while being aware of the toxins churning within, he didn't know whether he was speaking or merely thinking. It was dizzying. The bizarre colors and the sense overwhelming his senses blurred his perception. He gave up trying to respond. It was beyond his will. It was the curse of the 7 dragon lords. But he continued to walk, not with will but with certainty, with faith. In his mind resonated the sound of that entity, quietly disputing from within. Even now, he was constantly picking up the fragmented thoughts, sharpening only his desire to kill, stepping forth. "That creature is dead. Why, I will take care of you. You will thrive more than ever before in history, and I will gift you a safe enclosure and a peaceful world. Isn't that the essence of the gods you speak of? Is there any reason I cannot do it?" The entity's voice was desperate. It sounded as if it were not so much under a threat to its life, but rather filled with a sense of regret. "Do not waste this opportunity. I do not wish to fight you." That intention seeped through. He almost stopped due to the dizziness. At that moment, someone tightened their grip on his shoulder. Glancing back, Isabel was murmuring continuously with her eyes tightly shut as she moved. "Maiden, maiden, maiden, it doesn't work on maidens. Ah, I'm going to kill him." It seemed she was already half enchanted as well. Still, her steps held no hesitation. Ivan leaned against Isabel's shoulder and took another step forward. "Did you think there was something wrong with my methods? You aren't trying to say that humans have free will, are you? Nations, races, societies, religions, economies. You are all merely puppets of something you've created, aren't you?" He continued to walk, unsure whether the thoughts swirling in his head were his own or generated by that entity. The sense of smell quickly numbs as a sensory organ. Even then, it was being blocked, yet he still felt the heavy musk. He could not even trust his own senses. This was not a real sensation. It was yet another illusion of the 7 dragon lords, something a human cannot react to. "Why do you think I cannot? Your kings devour dozens or hundreds in a day. Your society casually swallows thousands, and your nation takes tens of thousands in wars. But I only need to consume a few of humanity. Humans are originally carnivorous creatures that eat humans. You could not develop without exploiting yourselves, could you? You bear the yoke of ethics and laws to oppress yourselves. If all those subjects, all of them, became just me, would that not be so different from the world you have enjoyed thus far? Godslayer, truly, I do not wish to fight you. You can die far more usefully than this. Do not hasten your death by opposing me. Your value can be utilized in a better place. There's too much talk. Ah, I'm right in my thinking." As he stepped forward, Ivan finally grew certain. Passing by the kneeling pope, he took another step toward the purple curtain. Now, apart from that entity's white silhouette, he could not see or feel anything. He could not feel Isabel's support. He did not know if he was lying down or standing. The sensation of moving his limbs felt foreign. The pounding of his heart sounded like the waves from a far-off world. Yet he sensed a warmth rising within him. Yes, this is it. The instinct to survive, the longing for life. The most primal instinct that even the 7 dragon lords cannot fully eradicate. Thump. His heart beats. Expanding his perception, he feels the blood vessels. The pressure of the aorta receiving blood flow from the heart. Broader, he can hear the cries of the internal organs being infiltrated by toxins. Blood dripped from his fingertips. With the heightened blood pressure, his eyes turned red. Blood vessels in his eyes burst. He felt his liver dying. The deadly poison, far exceeding lethal doses, was destroying his body. This was it. This was the only sense he possessed, the only sense he could rely on. the instinct for life. Even taking steps with the resolve to face death, his body was desperately trying to survive. Feeling that, Ivan unconsciously let out a low laugh. The hero has lost the future, the knight has fallen into flames. The berserker is immobile, and the saint has lost God. What strength remains for you now? Why would my other competitors, those beings you call the 7 dragon lords, fear you any longer? They don't. They are lurking for opportunities, moving even now. The moment you disarm yourselves, they believe there is no better chance than this. You have thrown away your strongest weapon. You now stand at the brink of annihilation. Thus, I have come, to save you, to prevent the extinction of you humans. I am the last hope prepared for you. Will you truly choose to oppose me, nonetheless? Ivan gazed at the entity, lifting the curtain. The face that had appeared to be Chernivika warped, becoming Elizaveta, then the features of the late king, and absurdly, the faces of Enrique and the saint also appeared. Many other longed-for faces flickered over the entity's white hair. The emotion felt was singular, pity. Yes, it was pity that the entity was speaking of, as if this was its only mercy. Ivan looked down at it with his reddened eyes and spoke. Humans are terrifying. What? You fear humans. The 7 dragon lords called themselves gods. They possess fragments of gods, strong enough to still wield sacred power. When such beings were brought down by mere mortals, the emotions they felt were certainly shock and fear. Thus, there were no 7 dragon lords that directly blocked the hero party rushing at the demon king, which immortal would willingly reveal themselves, witnessing that even gods could die. The gods follow the god, the lord of every lord in this world, the greatest monster, the demon king. It even fell by the hero's hand. The 7 dragon lords feared humanity. They were wary of the potential of those beings that could even slay gods. Therefore, after the demon king's death, they all hid and fled to the edges of the world. And now, with the hero party disbanded and each one collapsing over time, they must have thought this. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They must ensure extinction before humanity regains strength. That is the very proof of fear. Your pretense was pathetic. Ivan raised his hand. Though he felt nothing grasped in it, it was still straight, firmly as if he were about to swing an axe. The entity was feigning pity. Just as its kind usually do, it swayed with emotions as bait. Below that, within the black shell, an emotion entirely contradicting that was lurking. Fear. The greatest fear held by an immortal. The fear of the unknown, of oblivion and death, something it had never experienced throughout its lifetime. A looming despair of death. Toward that, step forward. The right foot moved forward, bearing the weight. The left foot stepped back lightly. The weapon held in the outstretched hand aimed directly toward the sky, yearning for the distant heavens. Senses were sequentially severed. With clink, clink, the nerves connecting his sensory network were blocked. He inhaled deeply, breathing halfway out while bracing himself tightly. Cracked. His abdomen twisted. His shoulders screamed as he forcibly pulled beyond the strength granted to him. In this slow world where even time seemed to be dissipating, countless scents, colors, darkness, fear, chaos, and pleasure, dizzying helplessness and overwhelming omnipotence pierced through the blocked senses. In this elation, as if under the influence of drugs, he recalled a single thought. The most powerful strike he had envisioned, the one he had seen, the one he had wished for, the one he had envied. The strike of Maximilian. The thought turned into vocalization, whether intended or not. In a battle happening in the realm of ideas, he quietly remembered a man's back. And he lifted his gaze to the sky covered in dark clouds that day. The man holding the sword while looking to that sky. Tear the sky apart. The stained glass shattered vertically. From beneath the split barracks, sunlight poured in. Among the scattered webs, a white body was splitting and crumbling. Underneath the sun, the immense monstrosity cloaked in a shell slowly revealed itself. Now you have no more chances left. The monstrosity trembled its jaw as it concluded. Now you will have to face the gods. It clattered and retreated into the darkness, as if hating the sun. Soon its traces scattered. The musk faded away like a residue. And Ivan, thrusting his axe into the ground, knelt on one knee. "Sir." Isabel, who had been staring blankly at him, rushed in. Still, Ivan's gaze remained dazed, staring toward the direction where the entity had vanished. In the meantime, a low voice resounded. "Hasn't it always been so?" "Pardon. Humans have always lived opposing the gods, haven't they? Natural disasters, powerful monsters, painful diseases, famine and hunger, wars and death. The names of the gods approaching us have changed each time, but there has not been a single moment where they were welcomed." Ivan closed his eyes and spoke. Blood dripped, pattering down his chin. "But will you surrender? Will you succumb to the inability to resist? No. We overcame diseases to create medicine, built armies to fight monsters, raised embankments to prevent disasters, and advanced agriculture to overcome hunger. We have always reached this point by opposing those gods that covet us." Ivan let go of the axe handle. "So be afraid. Our history has been the process of conquering the gods, and any names of gods yet to be conquered will merely be names to challenge." Whether it was a mere thought or a direct utterance, Ivan softly murmured before collapsing. Sir. Isabel." Yes. When the Legion regains consciousness, head toward the Papal Enclave, to where the fallen spirit of the fleeing god resides, towards the throne built by the 7 dragon lords, to eradicate the last remains of corruption left in this southern land. What about you? Stay conscious. The poison, what about the poison? If I don't die, I'll be alive. It was a joke. Ivan chuckled softly as he ruffled Isabel's bangs and then fainted. Donate at least $10, and you can request any novel from Novelpia, excluding 19+ content, to be translated using the latest tools developed. (232). Chapter 233. The Holy Army was shattered, utterly, with the appearance of the 7 dragon lords. After the shroud of Limerix was lifted, everyone, except for a few suffering from the aftereffects, quickly began to tidy up. The war with the demons had only been 4 years ago, and everyone in this era had become so accustomed to facing demons and monstrous beasts that it was almost second nature. "Ha, what a mess." Diego chuckled softly as he looked down at the military camp. Soldiers were dismantling their tents and gathering their gear. Now the crusade was over. What remained was, how will we handle this? A colossal backlash. All the allied nations that had participated in the crusade danced to the tune of the 7 dragon lords, and some countries had even committed serious war crimes willingly. If they had been mere puppets from the beginning, perhaps it could be understood. Hang the Pope S, the corpse of that degenerate on a pole, until our return. At his command, the Pope's corpse was hung on the military standard. How many had marched to their deaths at the command of that old man? He grimaced as he splashed cold water on his face. I must achieve merit. Military achievements were necessary. He had dutifully trampled the territories of Albina and Elrose under the will of the 7 dragon lords, so the diplomatic standing of Bellacria would undoubtedly shrink to extreme levels. The only advantage they had was that they contained the Papal Enclave. But if the Papal Enclave was a puppet of the 7 dragon lords, this was no different from a parasite inside a lion's heart. It needed to be eradicated quickly. He had to prove his innocence faster than anyone else. His gaze fell on a man. A pale-faced man, sweating profusely, unconscious in a woman's embrace. He soon looked around the man and chuckled emptily. Is that the hero of this age, truly a monster? They had forged a path through the butchered corpses. They had plowed through the legion, paving the way with blood and flesh, and it was evident that they had directly attacked the 7 dragon lords. The soldiers were retching as they struggled to gather the bodies. Most of the evidence had been erased, but it was hard to believe that such a tragedy had unfolded with just 2 people. A monster. Yes, to catch a monster, another monster must step forward. This must have been the reason why the saint had so easily slipped away after the council. Truly, who could stand against that man? The Crusaders of Bellacria turned their forces towards their homeland. Equitania officially declared the crusade over, and Albina and Elrose disbanded their military camps and ratified a peace treaty. In just a moment of battle, a conflict that had lasted for months came to a close. Now, only one thing remains: revenge. It was a reckoning against the darkness that had toyed with human civilization. A week later, the Allied forces deployed on the borders of the papal enclave, Ovides. "Are you in pain? Are you okay? Just lie down a little more." "It's fine." Shoving the fussing Isabel away, Ivan got up. He could definitely feel that his condition had dropped, but now it was only natural. Ivan was a sensible person. With the sacred power gone, the medical standards of this world were stuck in a pre-modern state. Unless it was a special medication made through alchemy, their methods of treatment were generally like this. They would attempt to extract teeth, claiming it was because one had teeth, or try to perform an enema with water burned from treated wood, claiming it would expel bad energies from the body. Sadly, this is still attempted in 21st century Earth. People of this era executed various dubious acts that were somewhere between shamanism and folk remedies under the pretense of treatment. Perhaps the reason the plague did not break out was that there was no Central Asia. Anyway, at this moment, Ivan was the most knowledgeable person about medicine in this world. He was going to perform a simple check after handing over his nursing duties to Isabel. The toxins had been neutralized and eliminated. This was why he had taken the antagonists simultaneously. The toxicity far exceeded the liver's threshold, and while the organs were utterly shattered in the process of detoxification, at least it had happened. During the time he was unconscious, his body temperature rose and his metabolic rate plummeted. The mobility of his muscles had dropped drastically from usual. "You're still sweating quite a bit. You haven't eaten anything for a while, have you?" "Nutritional." "If you keep talking nonsense, you're going to die for real. You need to eat something good for your health." Isabel was bustling around, trying to get Ivan to lie back down. Avoiding her, he looked around the room. They were in a tent. The military standard of Bellacria was visible through the open flap. The last instruction given had been to push the army towards the papal enclave, and since Bellacria was the country that housed the papal enclave, that made sense. After assessing the situation, he moved his fingers. There was no issue with his movements. He stood up and spoke. "I'm going to the command center. Rest a little longer. It's not like there's nothing we can do." The officer staring at Ivan, swallowing hard, spoke cautiously. The officers at the command center sat with downcast expressions. It had been a full 15 days since he had been unconscious. During that time, the Bellacrian forces besieging Ovides had attempted to march 5 times. "We've lost 5 divisions," the officer said bitterly. As soon as they entered a certain range from Ovides, those forces immediately lost their sanity. That area is nothing less than the demon realm. Do you want to see? Ivan followed the officers' lead to the observation post beyond the command center. From the hills overlooking the approach to Ovides, Ivan could see the force deploying across the plains. In the distance, soldiers appeared to be painting on the fields, marking out ever-expanding lines like rings in a tree. It felt like looking at tree rings. Increasingly wider circles surrounding the white outer fortress of Ovides. When we first arrived, that was the boundary we drew. It was a safe zone up to 2 km from the outer fortress. That boundary is widening day by day. So it's a king's retreat. Yes, you could indeed consider it the king's retreat of the 7 dragon lords. Inside that, the afternoon sun shone brightly under a cloudless sky. The summer sunlight was scorching the plains. Beyond the boundary, inside that, the colors fragmented as if a prism were shone upon them. The colorless natural light warped as it crossed the boundary, scattering into all kinds of hues. Upon reaching the outer fortress of Ovides, only black shadows could be seen. The sun could not penetrate that place. The faintly visible towers and buildings within the castle walls swayed like a forest buried in shadows, and in between, silhouettes of spiders could be faintly seen moving about. A giant spider moved between the towers, and with a flick of its appendage, the previously faintly quivering silhouette of the tower grew even darker. That place had already become a forest of deep shadows, surpassing the demon realm itself. The once great city-state of Ovides was now completely doomed, and no one could live on that land. What about the people inside the papal enclave? There are occasional signs of life. The officer bit his lip and spoke with great difficulty. They sometimes wave their hands towards us, or it seems as though they're trying to communicate with gestures. Some soldiers who tried to rescue them have disappeared, and the missing soldiers suddenly appeared on the walls of the papal enclave, waving their hands. What about firing artillery? We've made attempts, but with the current artillery we have, it's impossible. Naturally, there was an artillery division within the military camp. They had attacked the outer fortress of Ovides nearly with concentrated fire. That was the result. Following the officer's gesture, Ivan turned to find traces of the impacts left on the castle walls. Between the crumbled walls, spiders were quickly weaving their webs. If it were a regular forest nest, we could handle it with artillery, but the foundational structure is the castle walls, making things difficult. Their nests made even the most ordinary trees of a normal forest resistant to artillery strikes. The trees wrapped in webs could not be easily flattened without a battalion-level bombardment. Those very webs were now draped over human architecture. A sufficiently fortified city's outer fortress would naturally resist artillery fire. Initially, artillery was not a universal weapon that could instantly demolish a castle. Heavily constructed walls do not easily crumble under ordinary artillery fire in short-term battles. Concentrated fire is focused on certain weak points in the gates or walls during a siege for this very reason. So, now that they were enveloping the entire city in nests, it implied that Balacria's artillery division could not eliminate the nests. We are producing artillery at the military depot in the homeland. Once fully deployed, it could take about 2 months. That won't do. What? But they are already besieged, aren't they? If prepared under the assumption of a siege, that much time should. Originally, a siege is a long-term engagement. It progresses under a state of tight encirclement of the city. Direct engagements such as artillery strikes or wall assaults are extremely rare occurrences. Most sieges consist of degradation of the besieged side's resources. In other words, the command staff currently understands this situation as a siege against a city occupied by demons. Would they not know that? What? The papal enclave is merely one city within Balacria, and Balacria sits at the heart of the southern 6 nations. Did they truly think that by nesting there, they could isolate themselves amid civilized society? The 7 dragon lords are the gods of monsters and demons. The reason many fear the 7 dragon lords is largely due to their might. They could wipe out a nation all on their own. However, there are clearly limits even to them. An overwhelming powerhouse capable of toppling several nations, no matter how alive and dynamic, has its own limitations. They cannot face the entire world alone. This means that even such a powerful being cannot go against an entire species single-handedly. In fact, Abadidas met his demise not at the hands of the hero party, but at the hands of a cleanup unit, namely human forces. This proves that even a god can die at the hands of mortals. Those beings desire life far more than humanity can imagine. In other words, if there is even a slight threat of death, they are not the types to take risks. Indeed, Limerix is a god of a lineage that cannot wield its power outside its nests. This means that the safest place for him is beyond the demon realm in the Forest of Shadows. The fact that he did not retreat immediately to that place, but chose to nest in Ovides, means he intends to buy time. But what advantage would he gain by stalling? Why would the gods known as the 7 Dragon Lords have any reason to fear you any longer? None. They are watching for their opportunity and are moving even now. In this world, the 7 Dragon Lords do not stand alone. You believe other 7 Dragon Lords will join. With high probability. Then, in response to the frightened officer's question, Ivan answered succinctly, "We must kill him as quickly as possible, before other nations bordering the demon realm are ravaged in earnest." Once again, it must be stated that Bellacria is situated right at the center of the southern 6 nations. This means that if the 7 Dragon Lords are located here, every nation of the southern 6 will be grounded. In the meantime, other nations that are directly touching the demon realm, Callian, Drovian, Krasilov, Tyles. If the 7 Dragon Lords were to lead their main forces to pillage from this direction, it means they could not expect rear support. At that time, well, you could call it the dawn of the Second Great War, a war that ends everything. Could any nation left in this world withstand facing a 7 Dragon Lord leading demons and survive? All the strengths of the alliance must be combined. To do that, we must cut off that bastard's throat as quickly as possible. Perhaps he desires a negotiation. His desire for humanity's annihilation is genuine. He must be thinking of raising humanity forever in his fish tank as puppets. Amid the gathering of the 7 Dragon Lords, he would act to protect humans. He would not want to lose both his prey and his toys. Therefore, he is waiting now, for the humans pushed into a corner to beg for mercy, to plead for his mercy, to worship him as a god. Thus he devoured the papal enclave. Instead of other cities more fitting for fortification, he claimed the heart of the god humans worshipped. He nested atop that symbol so that all humanity would willingly sing his praises. Ivan. Yes, uncle. Isabel let out a deep sigh after observing Ivan's complexion. It was obvious what she was about to say. She wanted to dissuade him, she truly wanted to talk him out of it. In this situation, Ivan's judgments have never been wrong. Isabel stood before Ivan with a face that looked like she was ready to cry. Are you scared? A little, yes. Of you dying. Isabel swallowed her last word and lowered her head. As Ivan's hand brushed over her hair, he gently stroked Isabel's head. They may need a hero. What? Stay, prepare for the future. What about you, uncle? I must do what I have to. When Ivan withdrew his hand, Isabel gazed at him with a stiffened expression. That's even scarier. It's frightening to survive alone and witness your coffin. At Isabel's words, Ivan chuckled softly. Maximilian raised his daughter well. And then, the two gathered their gear, refusing military support. Now that the king's retreat was completed, increasing their numbers would only bolster the enemy forces. The best way to deal with the bastards was a single-point strike. Yes, a strategy involving a small but elite force. Just like the hero party. Having gathered all supplies, Ivan and Isabel directed their horses toward the borders of Ovides. The two walked silently, gazing solemnly at Ovides. Ahead of them lay a world where all colors faded. A trap that the entity known as a god had prepared, most insidious. As Isabel swallowed hard and looked at Ivan, about to speak. Rumble. The ground trembled. An earthquake. The soldiers scattered in all directions. The earth shook, trees fell, and rivers burst apart. both the vast plains upon which Ovides stood and the massive mountain ranges surrounding it like a crown. From the peaks of the distant mountains, startled birds simultaneously took flight. Beasts went wild, and frightened horses bolted from the camp. Rumbled. The mountains cried out. The mountains and plains wailed. Soldiers fleeing stumbled, and the tents of the military camp collapsed. The sounds of destruction echoed from warehouses filled with military equipment and war supplies. The tower leaned, and the guard clinging to it screamed. Rumbled. Ivan tumbled off his horse and turned to his feet. Even after executing a somersault, he could not move for quite a while. An earthquake enveloped the entirety of the Ovides plains. He scanned the hills. Looking down at the plains again, he shifted his gaze back. He spied the mountains far away shaking the ground, causing landslides. Ah, uncle. Isabel, who had fallen off her horse, screamed and clung to the ground. What in the world is happening? What is it? Even under Isabel's cries, Ivan continued to gaze at the distant mountain peaks. The Earth Mover. What? The last relic from the Great War that had been destroyed, leaving only this one behind. Garze. At first, the echo could be heard. Gars. Next came the vibrations shaking the ground. Gars. Soil collapsed and the mountains crumbled. The last artifact of the ancestors, who could never be restored again. Proof of a great lineage in its own right. As the landslide occurred, it burst forth from the mountainside. Amidst that roaring sound, the cries of those bearing weapons echoed like a war trumpet, enveloping the land. Gars and Garia. The king below the mountains, his descendants had arrived upon this land. The mountains surrounding Ovides, like a crown, began to break through every peak. Beyond every mountain, every field, every river before their eyes, with the tremor of the earth. We'll fire the artillery, open fire. If the approach is underground, the dwarves can provide the most powerful route for advance, supplies, and transport in this civilized world. Who? Elizaveta smiled joyfully as she pondered those words. EP 34, Universal Council 5. Donate at least $10, and you can request any novel from Novelpia, excluding 19+ content, to be translated using the latest tools developed. (233). Chapter 234. A few days ago, in a moment when time was reversed. The guard at the northern border of Leonor headed towards the trade train line to make a plea-like recommendation for the 4th time this week. Since it was deep in the forest without a single station, it took a while even on horseback. Still, because of the royal decree, he couldn't handle it carelessly. He drove his horse while looking at the shiny, gleaming tracks. Greetings. At the guard's shout, the workers far away, who were pounding at the tracks, stood up. One of the group walked over with a heavy gait. Is your work nearing completion? Oh, we still have a long way to go. The worker, who looked like he had never swung a hammer in his life, said with a smirk. In the guard's opinion, this person seemed better suited for a weapon than tools. Despite his sly face and soft smile, it was still the case. He was a muscular giant, but not the kind with the oily bulk that workers usually had, but rather, he had a truly solid build. His eyes were smiling, but inside, the gaze was devoid of any smiles. It was the eye of a professional killer, one that could chop a person like breathing. Although they had faced each other for 2 months, the guard instinctively flinched every time he saw him. He mumbled hesitantly. No, how many months has it been already? The Majesty is asking why the work is progressing so slowly. Did we mess it up? No, still. Isn't there such a thing as common sense? Because a little damage to the tracks caused a train to topple, we've been stuck here at the border for several months. This place was a trade route crossing the border between Krasilov and Leonor. 2 months ago, during the train derailment accident, the Krasilov authorities issued a severe warning about management responsibility. And as if out of benevolence, they announced they would repair it without charge. To be honest, considering those Krasilov folks, it was absolutely impossible. Nevertheless, the tracks were quickly repaired. Honestly, it wasn't that big of an accident, I heard. Even when he had just started his site inspection duties, the tracks were already intact. The train that had toppled had vanished without a trace. Yet those foreigners tear apart perfectly fine tracks day after day, re-embedding them, then tearing them up again. He couldn't figure out what they wanted. Perhaps they were staging a protest, trying to gain something out of this opportunity. Regardless, those Krasilov folks. The guard stepped back, grumbling without any gains. Kagagugu. Well, at least seeing the earth shake vigorously, and the loud noise coming from it means they are indeed working. When the booming noise, which had been echoing around Leonor, finally subsided, the giant man, gazing at the workers repairing the tracks, smiled slyly. "Let's head back now, boys." "Yes, Sir Pavel." The massive earth-moving machine that had departed from Frechenkaya advanced through Leonor, crossing over the border to Bellacria, and finally arrived at the Ovides Plains. At the 2-month mark since their departure, Ovides' soil. Elizaveta gazed at the sun shining through the noise and dust, raising her arm. "Behold my finest men." The most powerful legion this country takes pride in responded from beyond the darkened passageway. They exerted all their strength at the slightest gesture of her small hand. A wind blew through the passageway leading to the ground, causing her hair to flow wildly. A military officer approached with a flag. The lily and the bear. The Krasilov seal embroidered in silver shimmered brightly in the sunlight. It was heavy enough, yet Elizaveta's slender arm swung it straight ahead without a tremor, facing forward. Far away, toward the lair of the monster's distorting colors under the sunlight. I hope only ruins and wastelands remain in my path. Following her gesture, the legion marched forward. A massive steel legion crossed before her, to willingly carry out the wishes of the mightiest sovereign on this land. They did not shout. There was no excitement before battle, nor responses from war trumpets or drums. Only the sound of the heavy steel mechanisms of the crank turning, and countless footsteps of military boots moving in unison. If you wish it, it will happen. It was so obvious that there was no reason to find an answer. If you command it, it will be done. Even if commanded to march toward death, they would not utter the slightest groan of hesitation. No one speaks of the new dawn as the sun rises and the moon sets. No one attributes special names or reasons to the obvious. Thus, before Elizaveta's wish, no one among the legion would respond with a willingness to carry it out. It would naturally come to be. Kugung, kugung, kugungs. The harvesters of Krasilov stretch endlessly toward the ground. Before and after the Great War, a formidable firepower that this land has never seen again. Following the wave of steel advancing ahead of her, Elizaveta slowly rode her horse. Krasilov is here. Dwarves, has the demon race come to support? No, they are with Krasilov's flag. Have they subjugated them? Since the earthquake ceased, the Bellacria military encampment was engulfed in chaos. Most of the war horses had fled, making it difficult to control the troops besieging Ovides. Ivan headed straight for the command center of the camp. What in the world is happening? Bring me the horses. Horses. If I don't go, all you will be caught up in it, Ivan said, fixing his gaze beyond the collapsed barracks. Amidst the vast mountains, where dust still rises like fog, familiar silhouettes could be seen. The flag of the 2nd Legion. The harvesters were unfolding. It was the Legion that made all the civilized monarchs of this world fear the name of the late king and Krasilov before the Great War. The reapers of the conqueror Ivan. The nickname of the Krasilov 2nd Legion was harvesters. What they harvest are land and lives. If those who have fully absorbed the dwarven war engineering were the artillery crews, what level of power would they demonstrate? The outline of the fog they saw was too famous. There's no time. The Second Legion is attempting to flatten the land right now. Flatten the land? This is Balacria's territory. How dare, how dare. This is. Are you going to protest after you're dead? I've never seen anyone succeed among those who attempted that. The Second Legion's harvesters were finishing their preparations for the flattening of the land. It was a strategy to evaporate the enormous area encompassing fortresses, dominions, and vast farmland, to wipe out an enemy that is difficult to deal with from long range. This was a warfare technique developed by Krasilov, which was short on superhumans. Superhumans could escape by reading the direction of the shelling, so this was to eradicate that. It flattens the entire area to such an extent that superhumans cannot escape, using artillery fire of an unavoidable level. Each firing can be understood as a point of impact. A typical coordinated bombardment is the process of connecting points with lines, types that break the fog and city gates. But Krasilov's flattening of the land is different. Through precisely calculated artillery angles, it delivers coordinated fire through precise signals, connecting points with lines and lines into surfaces. It flattens the realm of fief units. What remains below the target point is only wilderness without people, buildings, or mountains. Hurry, go see. It didn't take long for the astonished officer to bring 2 war horses. Ivan and Isabel jumped onto the horses and dashed towards the camp, flying the emblem of the Krasilov royal family. As soon as they arrived at Krasilov's camp, Ivan climbed the hill along the wide-open road. Many who knew his face allowed him to approach Elizaveta without any resistance. She was sitting on a high foundation. Perched on a throne covered with black bear fur, she was elegantly crossing her legs and looking down at him. Next to her stood dwarves clad in steel armor and lightly dressed men. Surprisingly, Dmitri was also standing without a wheelchair. A prosthetic leg, at a glance, it seemed flawless. Ivan knelt on one knee beneath the throne and thought. Ivanka. A chilling voice rang above him. When Ivan looked up, the queen, facing away from the sun, spoke coldly. Reply. Ivan Petrovich Yermov presents himself to the eternal son of Krasilov. Krasilov. Yes. A blunt voice was heard in response to Ivan's question. Ivan Petrovich Krasilov. Yes. Ivan heard a sharp voice again. Ivan Petrovich Krasilov. Yes, Your Majesty. Speak quickly. Ivan followed her words in a low voice. Only then did Elizaveta lightly gesture with a more relaxed tone. Come closer. Yes, Your Majesty. Ivan stood and climbed onto the foundation. Approaching just 2 steps away from Elizaveta, he knelt once more. After observing his appearance for a long while, Elizaveta let out a huff and suddenly paused to check the ground. Drops of sweat were falling from his cheek. Donate at least $10, and you can request any novel from Novelpia, excluding 19+ content, to be translated using the latest tools developed. (234). Chapter 235. Droplets of sweat were falling from his cheek. Sweat. Someone like Ivan doesn't sweat in the heat. Even during intense exercise, there's no reason for sweat to pour down like that. Only then did Elizaveta's gaze land on Ivan's face. His usual pleasantly pale cheeks looked even paler now. Her voice became serious. Lift your head. As Ivan raised his head, the signs of illness became more apparent. His pale face, cold sweat, red bloodshot eyes, and slightly trembling chin were visible. Elizaveta tried to say something, but closed her mouth and hesitated. This was the first time she'd seen him like this, and with trembling eyes, she could only scan Ivan's body without daring to move. At that moment, Dmitri spoke in a low voice next to her. He has taken final argument, Senior. Ivan nodded without looking at him. Only then did Elizaveta regain her senses and hurriedly glance at Dmitri. What is that? It is a cocktail made by mixing a highly toxic substance and an antagonist named DX611, Your Majesty. Why on earth did he? Elizaveta asked, turning pale as if she had swallowed the extreme poison herself. Dmitri quietly bowed his head and replied, "It is a last resort used when field agents face mages or demons that employ mind control during operations. It is not recommended and is hardly used in this day and age." Why would he take such a thing? Neural enhancement, mental awakening, protection against spells that target the mind through pain, those are the reasons, Your Majesty. What are the side effects? Seeing the fingertips stained with a purplish hue means he hasn't missed the timing or made a mistake in the dosage. Dmitri sighed as he looked at Ivan's face. The limbs would necrotize, and the drug's hepatic toxicity would shatter his internal organs, but he had managed to halt the progression of the poison with the antagonist at the right moment. He probably blocked all senses except for pain. Pain is necessary to awaken the mind. Perhaps he had left a faint sense of hearing. He was likely communicating through poison. Foolish man. Dmitri spoke quietly, tasting bitterness on his tongue. You will die this way, Senior. Please take care of yourself. Ivan didn't feel the need to respond. It was hard to find words as he watched the gaze of Elizaveta, which was covered with shock, fear, anger, pain, and finally sadness. Elizaveta, who had jumped to her feet, lost her balance and crumpled. Your Majesty. The officer rushed over to support her. Before he could reach her, Ivan wrapped his arms around her and steadied her. He could feel her delicate body trembling in his embrace, the familiar scent, weight, and warmth. Beneath him, her sorrowful eyes gazed straight up at him. His face reflected clearly in her blue eyes, the face of a tired and worn man. Ranka, let's go back. It was a voice almost pleading. Let's go back, together. There's no need to go this far. You have fulfilled all your desires, so please. Your Majesty. Answer me. I will not listen to anything else. Elizaveta clutched Ivan's chest, buried her cheek in it, and sobbed. Her heart soaked and became damp. Your Majesty, there won't be another chance if we don't go now. Why? Is there no one else in this world who can fight but you? That is arrogance. Do you think you must save all the countries in this world on your own? If that's the case, it would be better to perish. If the world is so incompetent, then rather. There are many who can replace me, but I am the only one present here. There are countless men for me. What is there to be afraid of? Wrong. Ivan gently held Elizaveta's shoulders and decided to use his last resort. After all, prolonging this any longer was concerning. If we consider Limeric's intentions, war could start at any moment beyond that border. Preparing troops and steadily vaporizing the enemy would be possible, given enough time. They were currently no different than rats trapped in poison. But that time, there was no other resource as precious as that right now, and he had no intention of dying in this battle. All the immediate pain and injuries could be resolved. Thanks to Vialgrin, his body transcended human limits when facing gods. In other words, if he could deliver a proper blow to Limeric's, it meant he could recover from all previous injuries at once. He could seize divine power. So right now, there was no one more suited to face the 7 dragon lords than him. Elize. The low, scratchy voice tickled her ears. Elizaveta flinched and trembled softly in his embrace. Iranka, have I ever betrayed you? You're annoying, it's loud. If you believed until now, then believe once more. I will do what I need to do and come back for sure. You're loud, it's annoying. Elizaveta whimpered in a small voice. After clutching his chest tightly and sobbing for a while, she finally lifted her messy face. Even if you cannot return alive, I have no thoughts of forming another family. She concluded her sentence with a tear-streaked face. Still, the Krasilov royal line will not be severed now, whether you return alive or not. What? She didn't respond to Ivan's question and swiftly turned away. She wiped her face clean with her hand and let out a deep breath. There would be no royal lineage left in Krasilov. Among the children born to Ivan the Great King, except for Kirill, all had fallen in battle. Alexander was certainly dead, and aside from Elizaveta, there were no longer any members of the Krasilov royal family, at least within 7 degrees of kinship. Ivan stared blankly at Elizaveta. She was now looking somewhere with a clean face. After catching a glimpse of the astonished Isabel, Elizaveta smiled briefly in an instant before turning away. With her back to Ivan, she asked the assembled dwarves, "Is the work done?" "Yes, Your Majesty. All placements have been completed." "I will not signal again. It's fine to unleash all the gunpowder. Turn the sacred site into ruins." Elizaveta's voice was the same as usual. It was no longer the voice of a woman who had been whimpering in Ivan's embrace. She had returned to being the monarch of a nation. "They say God has forsaken us, Ranka." "Yes, Your Majesty." "If so, we will destroy the last evidence that we served God." Still turned away, Elizaveta solemnly concluded her words. "Once the bombardment is over, advance. I will ensure nothing hinders your path." "Yes, Your Majesty." "The command I just gave you is revoked. I revoke it, so come back alive." Without waiting for a response, Elizaveta strode ahead. Dmitri, following her, glanced back at Ivan, smiled slightly, and silently clapped. With a voice barely audible to superhuman hearing, it seemed he heard the words, "I can't raise it alone." After watching Elizaveta and her attendants disappear in an instant, Ivan turned his head. What do you want?" Isabel, with her chin tilted in annoyance, was glaring at him. "Ahem. I don't know, I'm annoyed. Whatever. When I need you, you only say, 'Well done, excellent, you've grown well.' What good is that? Seriously. I'm so dumbfounded and frustrated that I can't even cry anymore. Really." After grumbling for a while, Isabel let out a deep sigh. "Let's go, let's head to the battlefield. I'm so jealous of that virgin warrior. Seriously." She kept chattering away as they walked. The veil of limericks twisted the colors even in broad daylight, saturating Ovides with light filtered through a prism. It was madness that was overwhelming for mortals to face. The frenzy brought by color. Just gazing at it from afar was the kind that would burn one's optic nerves. Once symbolizing only holiness, the church's spires and arched domes were now infested with desecrators. Monsters resembling spiders skittered about, rattling as they moved. They continuously saturated this city with their colors, weaving threads to construct a veil mimicking their homeland. The nest was nearing completion, like the distant forest. A great homeland that no one in this world could dare approach was arriving here. With every crossing of the weft and warp, the souls of humans seemed to get entangled in each knot. The many souls of the faithful, pilgrims, and priests residing in Ovides moaned as they hung in despair. In overwhelming pleasure, they cried out, prayed, pleaded, and wept in all kinds of delights a human could feel for their gods. It was a depiction of the saints made from color and line. A sacred painting completed by distorting sunlight and embroidering the sky. Thus, Ovides, the most sacred cathedral of this world, remained a tower still serving the god. The direction of faith had only changed, somewhat. Yes, you were born to worship. Limericks laughed, while being healed from the wounds inflicted by his children's webs. Yet we were originally created to dominate. Receiving the praises of the priests praying in ecstatic rapture, beneath the stained glass woven with life and being. Limericks cheerfully rose up. Coo-goo-goo-goo-goo. Noticing the thunderous noise from beyond the mountains, he panicked. DW dwarves. Why are they here? Have they returned to conquer humans? Of all times now. Caught in doubt while looking at the ancient artifacts of dwarves. Pying. Beyond the web, outside the nest, he saw the black trajectory filling the sky and let out a hollow laugh. A black line was drawn across all the sky, visible to his eyes. A massive veil created by the will of mortals momentarily shaped the night, covering the sky. As the fleeting moment passed and Limeric's black eyes moved busily. Kwa 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 kwa. Kwa ireng. The stained glass was torn away, and the midday sun finally revealed Ovidis's true face. EP37, Stained Glass. Donate at least $10, and you can request any novel from Novelpia, excluding 19+ content, to be translated using the latest tools developed. (235). Chapter 236. After the invention of gunpowder, and after it was discovered that it was unprecedentedly useful for killing humans. And at the same time, after it was proven that superhumans who could evade crossbows and arrows could also dodge bullets propelled by gunpowder. All the leaders of this world began to share the same concern. If we give this new weapon to all our forces, how can we deal with the superhumans who can perfectly counter it? A wise monarch knows to deploy superhumans against superhumans. It is similar logic to deploying cavalry if the enemy cavalry attempts a lance charge. However, gunpowder is abundant, superhumans are lacking, but there is a sufficiently large population to equip with gunpowder weaponry, and one wealthy nation began to study new methodologies. A superhuman can die from a blade. True, killing a superhuman is the job of the superhuman's blade. And naturally, the impact force of the sword wielded by a superhuman cannot easily surpass the impact force of a cannon. This means it can surpass it. Indeed, the strike produced by human muscles and bones easily does not exceed the destructive power of a cannon. Thus, as long as we can hit them with cannon fire, a superhuman can ultimately be brought down, judging solely by the outcome, excluding the process. A superhuman avoids cannon trajectories with line-of-sight detection. The way a superhuman dodges is not under the divine protection of some great deity. It is about sensing before being hit and moving out of the path of the projectile. This means the superhuman ultimately must move their body physically. Then the story becomes simple. If we strike simultaneously within a range that a superhuman cannot evade, at least one shot should hit right. How far can a superhuman in danger dash at maximum speed to evade? The northern nation that began researching this methodology boldly decided. Instead of ambiguously measuring the distance, why not just blow up the entire area? After arriving at a greatly audacious conclusion, they established a legion specialized in this type of operation. Unlike existing legions that must protect the homeland on the border and sometimes embark at the monarch's conquering desires, this legion was to be used only for such operations. Thus, the Second Legion of Krasilov was founded, under the reign of the conqueror Ivan, receiving overwhelming support. Until the end of the Great War, the Second Legion did its utmost to carry out the king's orders. Since their only goal was singular, the data and combat experience accumulated over those long years made them exceptionally perfect. To flatten the area as wide as possible, as simultaneously as possible, with as powerful firepower as possible. The harvester battery is a howitzer. Therefore, the farther the distance from the firing point to the target point, the longer the projectile's drop time. This means that, for simultaneous strikes, the firing timings must differ between the battery aiming at a relatively close distance and the one aiming at a further distance. With a perfection that does not even allow for slight errors, the Second Legion finally enabled all batteries to bomb all areas simultaneously. The maximum width of the blast center is 3 meters, assuming only direct hits. Therefore, the calculation was simple. As long as all batteries aimed exactly 3 meters apart when firing, that was enough. Even in this time of inadequate ballistics, through accumulated combat experience forged through fatigue, and the unwavering will of the dwarf chief engineer who willingly decided to impart all mechanical engineering knowledge. The land flattening of the Second Legion of Krasilov became capable of transcending time with a level of perfect precision bombardment. Appealing. At the moment all the batteries fired in sequence, the projectiles densely clustered without error, obscuring the sky, casting a long shadow over the once sun-worshipping great city. Equaling. In all this process, there was neither divine intent nor miracle, solely human wisdom. And as history proves, human wisdom always tends to imply destruction. The Second Legion of Krasilov does not give the targeted enemy a chance to flee. To be able to flee meant they could escape, so they quietly raised their cannons, filled them with gunpowder, loaded the projectiles, and lit the fuses. As a result, an unresistible calamity pours down. In order to topple the divine relics and defeat the living deity, without any exaggeration, like rain. Under the torrential downpour of steel, Ovides became wasteland before 30 minutes had passed. At the end of a total bombardment, so intense it bent even the last cannon's barrel, surrendering even the minimum time for heat dispersion. Ivan and Isabel mounted their horses with grim faces and headed to the battlefield. Onagar warriors. A dwarf knelt and lowered his head. Idolatry was forbidden among them, but still he did so in a posture of praise. In response, the entire camp shouted in unison, like a roundelay. Good luck. Across this vast mountainous region, which was once called Ovides, all warriors of Krasilov and the underground kingdom willingly shouted in great voices for their great warrior. Does the maximum force created by ordinary humans also work against superhumans? Yes, those standing here are proving that right now. So now, does the maximum force, honed by a superhuman, also affect a deity? Yes. That was proven 4 years ago by preceding superhumans. Now it was time for those who inherited that legacy to once again prove it. At this juncture, where the deity had been drawn down to the perspective of mortals, all the humans present had to fully withdraw from the battlefield. Under the power of the 7 dragon lords, numbers imply strength. Always, when the 7 dragon lords appear, there was only one strategy for humans: to pile up corpses and create a path for the hero party to reach them. Through the thin data of combat experience colored with that blood, Ivan stepped forward through the wasteland laid by the Legion into the realm of the divine. Upon this land now left in ruins, a woman was collapsing. EP 38, Location of Hope. Isabel. Yes, uncle. Ivan dismounted. Staring at the unmoving 7 dragon lords, he struck the horse's backside, which was starting to become contaminated by the mana of the 7 dragon lords. The horse soon began to rear and swiftly left the wasteland. Next to him, Isabel approached and stood. Create an opening for me to land a strike. Ivan clenched his axe, glaring fuzzily at Limericks. His muscles trembled. His whole body was screaming for rest immediately. It was an injury that any ordinary person would have collapsed while spewing blood. He was forcing himself to suppress it and move forward. Each step felt like walking on a thorny path. This was not mere metaphor. Every nerve in his body complained of pain. Despite suppressing most sensations to the extreme, pain could not be repressed. Pain was the nearly sole measure to resist the temptation of Limericks. So he felt the scorching pain piercing his head and insides intensely. While striving to feel fully, he continued to walk. His muscles released their strength. His joints screamed, and his disoriented head was making his vision all blurry. However, it didn't matter. Mana was moving. That meant he could manipulate his physical body through the mana. Ivan could at least take pride in being an expert when it came to the mana activity occurring within his own flesh. He forcibly tenses the relaxation of his muscles. He adjusts through mana. This was an act purely surgical, completely separate from any sense. In other words, he was fine-tuning the nerves to mimic the movements of the muscles. This was the process of meticulously adjusting every muscle fiber in the body, like manipulating hundreds of threads to move a puppet. At this time, the body does not need to actually move. Even if there isn't a shred of strength left in the body, as long as one possesses the cognitive ability to handle the mana that moves the body and the adjustment process. So even though his head was heated from an excessive influx of information, even if his muscles melted under movements beyond their limits and his insides screamed, all it takes is one strike. Just one strike is enough to pierce the weapon into the creature's body. The body crafted by Vialgrin has already transcended human limitations. In this age, where divine power has vanished, only in battle against the 7 dragon lords could he grasp the powers of a deity. With that, he could heal his wounds and rejoin the battle. When there are alternatives in will, a person can use themselves as a consumable, and he had enough of both. "Stay right behind me." Isabel took a deep breath and moved forward. Amidst this wasteland, where everything has decayed and vanished into the essence of gunpowder, a lone being stood with its form unbroken. What it created as its nest, the great divine realm that could have rightly been called a royal abode, was no longer present. The offspring that it had once dubbed its kin, the children who had gladly worshipped it, were already swept away under the rubble. It felt no sorrow for this. They were not its only offspring, nor were they its only nest. Its territory was originally far across the land. Thus, the only emotion it now possessed was that of vengeance, a sentiment that gods would usually show when wounded by mortals. Humans have always lived in search of something to worship. It whispered toward the approaching petite woman. "Now you shall worship that heap of scrap metal as your god. It is a fitting endeavor." The approaching woman dumbly stopped. Under the most terrifying malice and mana emitted by the god, she gazed at it with an increasingly flushed face. In a sweet voice, its tone continued. "But we are not. We lived solely to dominate, and our survival equated to the length of our inheritance of the right to rule. Every living moment has been a struggle, and only those who triumphed in all moments have been allowed to continue living." Its proclamation was not desperate, rather it was blasphemous. The deity sang in wrath. "Come, draw nearer. Little creatures, I, Limericks of the Vale, declare, you have cast away your last hope with your own hands, and the hope I once bestowed upon you has now become despair. I shall gladly revel in your final gasps." The increasingly powerful mana reveals its presence. Physical bombardments could topple its minions and palace, but they could not harm it. This meant that even the most intense evils brought forth by humans were not enough to overpower a god. And also, once it has cleared the adversaries in front of it, it meant that the insignificant humans standing in the distance like a backdrop could also inflict no harm upon it. Only mortals who kneel and beg for pleasure with a single motion. Their numbers were no different from the weight of the meat piles they could provide. No farmer ever fears wheat fields just because there are many ears. Thus, it disregarded humans. The strongest mana it could exhibit wove itself into threads, knitting itself together to form a veil. A multicolored veil shimmered above the heads of the 2 approaching humans. "Sleep now, even in your dreams you shall serve me." It ignored the shivering, suffering divine killer. That human had already served their purpose, and their attacks could not harm it. Enduring was all that was left for them. And as for the young human standing before it, even more so. Surprisingly, they were still holding on, but they could not be deemed powerful. Their will seemed strong, yet they were still merely human. No matter how resilient an ant may be, all flailing within a spider's web ultimately becomes a meaningless struggle that ensnares itself. Limericks ensnared the resisting human's body with a web of mana, tightly, like a spider weaving its cocoon. Light finally faded from Isabel's eyes, and she found herself in a dark world, looking at the back of a man. A man she could remember, one she would gladly worship, one she desperately wanted to pursue with all her strength. The man who had extended the most perfect sword path she had ever seen in her life. No. The man who had imitated, the man who had lived and witnessed the most perfect sword path. Is imitation merely a shadow of the original? The words that man had once spoken came to her mind, the attitude he carried throughout his life. The words of a man who had spent his life imitating others. It could have been feelings of inferiority or insecurity. Despite all efforts to mirror him, an immense original always loomed. She did not think so. Even if it began with imitation, from the moment it reached a certain realm, all actions of that man became his original. In the darkness, she grasped her sword. Imitating the most perfect sword path that man had lived and witnessed. The conceptual designs resting within. Due to a lack of talent and ability, the man had to blend various limitations and techniques to forge the great first sword path. A multitude of brushstrokes by an ordinary person striving to replicate the masterpiece of a genius. Within those strokes, she inferred the shape of that man's first sword path. Recreating it, and finally, right foot forward, bearing weight. The posture of the man was perfectly replicated. Left foot back, lightly stepping. The desired form was to stretch forth the hand, to yearn, to wish, to vow to seize. Taking a deep breath, partially exhaling to apply firm strength. To cut through hope, to reveal despair. Ivan S. Maximilian's, my father's. Ivan's, my idol. And Isabel S. my own, and my goal. A heaven cut. The sword path continues. From the work of an ordinary person completed through the imitation of a genius, the final line is drawn. The will that followed is finally completed. There is no sense of achievement or omnipotence, not even a sense of elevation. Only an astonishingly plain tranquility she never anticipated to feel. Ah, I have achieved it, or, ah, those people, my predecessors, were they gazing at such a landscape? Under such a small realization. The veil tears apart and scatters. Donate at least $10, and you can request any novel from Novelpia, excluding 19+ content, to be translated using the latest tools developed. (236). Chapter 237. Ivan witnesses a miracle he has created. He sees the angle of the sword's tip, the concentrated weight of a decisive strike, the shifting center of gravity and trajectory, and a straight line without wavering. Many evaluate him as having good eyesight. This was rather a curse. What does it mean to be able to replicate something just by seeing it once? It means he can disassemble and understand all the elements of the opponent's actions just by observing them. The process of mastering skills becomes unnecessary through repetition. If one is accustomed to using their body, all techniques that utilize the body can be imitated. Thus, he could not grow. He merely traced the footsteps of those who have grown. It is akin to walking in the path of footprints left by others on the long road of martial arts. He does not grow. He only stands still on the path of those who walked ahead of him. If there are no longer those in front of him, his steps will also come to a halt there. That is stagnation, and like every process, stagnation is akin to regression. As Edel evaluated, his martial arts resembled that of a child just learning to walk. He was finally attempting to grasp and take steps on his own. What all martial artists had done from the beginning, he was only now beginning to do. But now, he is witnessing a miracle. The moment Isabel takes her step, he immediately perceives the action she intends to perform. She is attempting to part the heavens. The distribution of her weight is perfect. She is wholly imitating his posture. The lack of strength is compensated for by talent, and the postures he had to attempt while disengaging his focus are filled with instinct. The instinct points not towards Maximilian, but to Ivan to him. Kailong. The tip of the sword rang out. The hand gripping the sword was straight, lifting the blade upward. Yes, Maximilian did not need that posture. His talent was at a level where he could execute that strike without any preparatory movements. However, it was necessary for Ivan. Before he could insert the strike, a process of exploding all the muscles in his body was required. To follow the trajectory drawn in his mind, a kind of mind training was needed. Isabel likely did not need such a process, yet she still takes that stance. Uwajik. The blade twists. The empty air is torn apart. A strong force and mana surge tore through the atmosphere. And then a flash followed. A sharp kaying of the blade. With that alone, the movement is complete. What was torn apart instead of the heavens is an illusion. The darkness that had clouded Isabel's eyes dissipates. The true form of Limeric's reveals itself. Isabel hangs the blade downwards, letting out a deep breath as she feels the aftermath. Hero! The exclamation of Limeric's echoed in shock. She must have been surprised. The only one she was wary of was Ivan, who stood in the back, half a corpse. She lost the veil that she thought was just a meat shield made of a young girl. The curse and power of the 7 dragon lords shattered into pieces. What remains is a massive spider covered in a shell, and the injured body of a pale woman. At the point where the mana dissipated, the 7 dragon lords became nothing more than a gigantic monster. While it contained the sacred, it would require time to weave spells once again. With that one move, Isabel had pulled the position of the divine down to the mortal level. Who? In the time suspended, Ivan felt a sense of regret. Insufficient. Even though it was a perfect strike in his eyes, it had only neutralized the spell of the 7 dragon lords. Yes, the opponent is the 7 dragon lords. They were the gods that the hero party had fought against altogether. To bear that alone, her utmost was not short of the best seen by heroes of that era, yet it was still not enough. If I had been there instead. Ivan imagined it and immediately shook his head. The best strike he could have produced was that one, and now Isabel was proving that it was not enough to kill the creature. After that, he would have permitted the creature's attack in order to produce that strike. Just like how Limeric's was closing in on Isabel now. Swayek. The creature's leg came crashing down towards Isabel's body. The sharp claws, surrounded by black armor, plunged toward her frail frame. She will die. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Ivan threw himself forward. Was it because a hero must not die here? No. Was it because Isabel had to become the protagonist of this world? Absolutely not. It was because he had created a miracle, something that had only been a mere imitation all his life, a mediocrity that had only walked stupidly in pursuit of others' footsteps, had finally created something of his own. Though all he had taught Isabel were minor survival skills, combat techniques, and the use of mana, he could still dare consider himself a master. Because she had followed his sword path completely. Ivan willingly threw himself, bracing to take the brunt of Limeric's assault, content to die in her place if need be. However, Kiing. Even in that moment, Isabel's gaze remained fixed on Limeric's. Her wrist moved. Ivan halted his rushing body. He looked at her. From the movements of her wrist and the shift in her center of gravity, he saw a multitude of possible sword paths derived anew. The pinnacle of martial arts shown by the hero, the strike mimicking it. In other words, the furthest step he could take, beyond that. Isabel's right foot stepped deeper inside the body of Limeric's. The hand gripping the sword, the tip lowered towards the ground, twisted and turned it upward. Watching the incoming onslaught, the death looming over her from all around. Isabel took another step, standing in front of the countless footprints of past masters that Ivan believed to be the end of the path of martial arts. One big step further. Ivan sees a miracle that he created. If the entire process of gripping the sword, adjusting weight, and swinging it can be called swordsmanship, Then the aim and target of that swordsmanship, such as targeting the neck, cutting through the chest, and deflecting the arm, the principles of penetrating the gaps when swords collide, can be called sword theory. To quote Edel, it is the essence of swordsmanship, the framework that makes up the sword. However, one cannot move solely with the framework. Swordsmanship has a heart. The ideology, the thoughts unfurled when wielding the sword. At the moment her first attack tore through the veil, Isabel understood the essence of this swordsmanship. To split despair and seek hope. Perhaps this was what her father thought when he first performed that strike. That scene unfurled vividly before her eyes. In the dark demon realm, endless enemies, each moment of survival was perilous in deep enemy territory. And the journey towards a formidable foe, where she could not dare to predict a victory, and the many declines that could occur upon defeat. Even bearing the weight of human civilization's destruction, one must always move forward with a smile. Someone who symbolized hope for this world. At the moment of giving up or despairing, human civilization would follow suit. Yet, if he were the hope of humanity, what was his hope? Where must he seek hope? Who would a god pray to amid despair? It is oneself. Just like the Knights of Tyles, people must use themselves as lamps. Hence, Maximilian tore through the heavens of that time. To tear asunder the dark clouds and find the morning star. Even if just for a moment, to confirm that a star still remained to shine for him in the night sky. That is this strike, the parting of the heavens, the ideology contained within it. And now the next step. King. She recalls the steps taken after finding hope, not Maximilian's, but her own steps. It must not be simply a hope for her own comfort. This is a hope that properly should encompass everyone in the world. She twists the blade, adjusts her stance, and the vision she raises points upwards. To draw down the shining morning star in the sky, to the ground. In the land without gods, where the God who hates humanity lurks. Hope that can equally be shared with all who will now live. Isabel S. Holding the ideology, she steps forward, towards hope. She steps with her left foot, grounding herself with enough weight for those left behind. For Maximilian, for my father. For Ivan, my idol. And for Isabel, my goal. Morning star. Hope. Descend. To my family, to my idol, to myself. To my friends, to my nation, to my world. Delivering the hope I grasp to everyone. The blade pierces through Lamarck's chest, driving deep to crush his body and sink into his heart. Quagic, the armor shatters and pale flesh is scattered. In between. A throbbing heart is revealed, the divine heart stained black, emitting mana. Before that, the blade pushes forward and halts. It was insufficient. Isabel bit her lip in lament. Ideology, technique, strength, is this all there is? Yes, though she did her utmost. It may be a mere excuse, but she did all she could. Therefore, Isabel lifted her gaze. The giant spider's eyes were looking down at her. She saw its sneer. Isabel responded with a smile. A hero must smile at all times. It's the end, contemporary hero. You fell before you could fully mature, so hope shall remain for none of you now. The creature's voice echoed in her head. But a hero does not mean the strongest alone. A rough hand was placed on Isabel's motionless palm. It signifies the bravest, the one who, even in despair, continues to smile and press on. Uncle. So go ahead. Isabel, the rest must be supported by your party, don't you think? Up. With Isabel's back covered, Ivan's touch guided her hand. Just beside her ear, Ivan continued speaking in a low, resonant voice. If it were me, I would loosen my grip a bit more. Step out more boldly, straighten my waist. Ivan has good eyesight. The moment he observes an action, he can analyze the underlying posture and distribution of strength. Therefore, he understood Isabel's sword strike the moment he saw it. The first strike, before the recoil of parting the heavens dissipated, she reversed her body, creating distance. The upward swing of her sword twisted and pulled downwards. That one step which had been insufficient for him, the ideology from a realm unreachable by mediocrity, a fragment of a level that ordinary people could not even imagine, a miracle. He saw that miracle, embraced it, and reinforced it. To complement it with an even more perfect step. Together, gripping the same sword, stepping out together. Towards the path that no one had ever reached in his lifetime, the end of martial arts. Towards that distant road, with careful but fearlessly bold determination. One more step. Isabel vacantly follows his words and moves her sword. The halted tip of the sword finds its strength again and plunges forward. The recovering armor and flesh crumble. Godslayer, no, stop, I am. I am a god. Ivan gazed at the astonished face of the spider as he spoke. And this land no longer needs gods. It can be said that the commonality among all those who were once called gods is this: they too could die. If one were to name this land, to define this world, it would be thus: a place where all things can equally die, the land of mortals where mortals live. In this realm, nothing can be eternal or absolute. But it is the land of life, not covered in the corpses of the dead, but the ground where life sprouts and blossoms. It is not a realm of death, but a foundation where life blooms. Between the birth and death of all things, immortality is merely a paradoxical deviation. Thus, this land no longer requires gods. Isabel and Ivan's hands ripped apart the heart of the god and plunged deep inside. If all that the gods have given us was despair, then the gods' epitaph shall become hope. The epitaph of the gods shall become hope for humanity, for mortals, for all things. Hope for a world where life blooms. In the sacred land, Ovides, where the gods were once worshipped, the god attempting to dominate humanity met its demise. If proof exists that hope remains in this world, Elisaveta concluded as she gazed down at the scene from above. This very spot is it. The hope that humans could face the gods and triumph. Even if all beings in this world despised humanity, even if fate itself pushed humanity away. Even so, the evidence that hope still exists. Proof that humanity will not collapse today, just as it did yesterday. Therefore, this land shall remain a sacred place, even without gods. It proves that humanity can march toward the gods with their own hands, a sanctuary dedicated to humanity. Elisaveta wept as she looked down at the scattered remains of the 7 dragon lords. EP 38, The Position of Hope. Donate at least $10, and you can request any novel from Novelpia, excluding 19+ content, to be translated using the latest tools developed. (237). Chapter 238. It was a day long ago. Ivan had once given a brief briefing to the 3 possessed individuals to explain the world view. It was a completely unbiased revelation about how primitive the world was, how the food was generally disgustingly unappetizing, and how the people lacked even the tiniest bit of common sense. Naturally, anyone who had lived in a civilized society of the 21st century understands the relativity of culture. Accordingly, the possessed individuals, to Ivan's disappointment, mostly let the explanations go in one ear and out the other. What captured their interest were the hero party and the demon race. Considering that this world was a game possession, wasn't it typical to focus on the adversaries? 3 are dead, so there are 4 left. And the 7 dragon lords were each responsible for a Christian version of the 7 deadly sins. That can be said. At Ivan's words, Eugene began to absent-mindedly stroke his chin. He stared intently at the writings Ivan had jotted down on the blackboard and pondered. Lord Tumor of the Mountains, Lord of Wrath. Abiditas of the Dragon, Lord of Greed. Pernich of Malice, Lord of Envy. These 3 are the dead. 2 were killed by the hero, and 1 was said to have been killed by Ivan. So, if 4 are remaining, Tanasimur the Sovereign, Lord of Pride. Limerix of the Vale, Lord of Lust. Olga of the Great Rift, Lord of Sloth. Nekkanen of Gold, Lord of Avarice. Something seems to ring a bell, while Eugene furrowed his brow, tapping on the table. Suddenly Oswald opened his mouth. If you exclude those three from the 7 dragon lords, what you get is the 5 irrefutables. Excluding wrath, greed, and envy, what you have left are pride, lust, sloth, and avarice. Those 4 aren't included in the 5 irrefutables, are they? 5 irrefutables. Isn't it a bit odd that the 7 dragon lords were taken as a motif when there isn't even Catholicism here? Could it be convergence evolution? Yes, right? Assuming humanity created a standard religion. The desires that humans should be wary of are all contained within that, but it was the same back on Earth. Oswald stepped forward to the blackboard and began to write again. It means the same thing even before the cultural exchanges between the East and West took place on Earth. Like the 7 dragon lords or the 5 irrefutables, they are desires humans should avoid. Hunger, desire for honor, lust, sleep, greed. From a Buddhist perspective, those would be the 5. In a Christian perspective, it's the 7. What overlaps in both is this: pride, the desire for honor. Lust, desire. Sloth, sleep. Avarice, greed. Hunger certainly exists, but as for wrath and envy, those are not considered as part of the 5 in Buddhism. And while greed could arguably be linked to hunger, it's ambiguous, isn't it? What are you trying to say? The curse you get by killing the 7 dragon lords is too Buddhist in nature. Returning to his seat, Oswald looked at Ivan. The desires of the 5 irrefutables are the attachments to the 5 senses. They manifest as emotions born from obsessions concerning sight, smell, hearing, taste, and touch. And when you become free from that attachment, you all know what happens, right? You don't know, really. Are these people serious Koreans? As Oswald chuckled in exasperation, Yuri suddenly raised her hand and shouted. Emancipation. Correct, nirvana. But it turns out when you kill the 7 dragon lords, that subject loses that notion. This concept does not exist in Christianity. Even if the 7 dragon lords are called the devil's wicked habits, from a Christian perspective, the devil is also an agent of God, sent to test faith. Watching Oswald, Eugene cautiously spoke up. So you're saying the 7 dragon lords are the agents of the gods of this world? No, it means that the notion lost when you kill the 7 dragon lords isn't a Christian system. So, now seems like a good time to interpret this through Buddhist principles. So, if every time one is killed, they become free from the obsessions of the 5 senses, then what would happen if one person killed them all? Oswald looked directly at Ivan and said, "This game, this system, it seems like it's trying to make the protagonist a god." Side up, the correct strategy. The death of Abaditas was an assassination. Krasyov, not wanting to provoke the other demon races, conducted the operation as discreetly as possible, and after succeeding, it remained widely unknown. At the time, Alexander attempted to assassinate the 7 dragon lords to dispose of the cleanup unit. Most fell before even reaching the king, but Ivan succeeded and even returned alive. Had he not requested to retire through death processing, Elizaveta would have widely announced his achievements to the world. However, he did not. Ivan threw away the honor that should have been his and withdrew. But now it was different. Now, before everyone's eyes, in front of many, he has taken down the 7 dragon lords. Uwadat. The whole land surrounding the now desolate Ovides resounded. Belacria, Krasyov, and even the dwarves shouted their lungs out. It was a festival of cheers and exclamations. All the forces present here, over 30,000 combined from 3 nations, let out their jubilation simultaneously. The sound of their stomping shook the mountains and rivers. Occasionally, the frenzied dwarves even shot fireworks while trembling and sobbing. Their half-blood kin had killed the 7 dragon lords, not kin. They trembled and sobbed, bellowing. After the hero disappeared and the hero party disbanded, the fear that none dared to voice was now gone. The gods had vanished. The sacred power had disappeared from the world. The entire southern region was engulfed in war, and 3 of the 7 dragon lords were still alive. If even one of them were to begin a raid, who could possibly stop it? If even one were to truly trample over civilization? One of the 7 dragon lords had already burnt the southern 6 nations. What would 3 do? The despair that had loomed over vanished right in front of them. Throughout the long history of civilization, it was only the hero party that had killed a 7 dragon lord, and they were witnessing the dawn of the new hero. Cutting through despair, the hero had descended with hope. "Uncle." Ivan snapped back to reality, hearing Isabel's voice, still in his arms. Most of his inner wounds had been healed. The sacredness left by limericks at the last moment seeped into his body. It would soon evaporate naturally, but even that alone was more than enough to fully heal his dying body. Ivan tried to pull away from Isabel but froze. No, he was stopped. "Wait a moment." Isabel was gripping Ivan's arm tightly, with her back turned. She grasped so tightly that her hand turned pale and shook. So this is how it was. It was a small voice, faintly audible even to superhuman hearing. Isabel's voice, damp with tears, continued below his chest. Oh dear, this. Isabel. How could it be like this? Isabel wept for a long time. Ivan quietly waited for Isabel, who was squirming in his embrace. How much time went by, with the cheers still ringing around them, Isabel finally looked up. "Your father and you were enduring this, huh?" I knew. Well, the great King Einar said so, but. It's all right." Ivan nodded silently, looking down at Isabel's ashen eyes. It had been split in 2, just like Elfera. She too looked up at Ivan's gray eyes and wept sorrowfully. "How far can you see?" "If it's about shapes, mostly." "It will take time to adjust. We'll have to put hearing reaction training into the training curriculum. If mastered sufficiently, there should not be a decline in ability." "What about you, Uncle? How much? Since I was the one who killed them, you should be fine, right?" Fortunately." At Ivan's words, Isabel finally smiled brightly and nodded. "Still, I said I would share the burden. This is good. Really." "Thank you." He. Isabel giggled and pinched Ivan's arm. She was still holding onto him tightly. As Ivan looked down at her, he suddenly turned his head to see the crowd cheering for him. "Uwada." The exuberance grew even louder. As he scanned the faces one by one, he suddenly felt dizzy, and he shut his eyes tightly. He had lied. What does it mean to be freed from the 5 senses? At Eugene's question, Oswald shook his head. "You will only know when you experience it. This is just theory." Back then, Ivan didn't pay much attention to their conversation. After all, it was all just assumptions. It was too extravagant a topic to dwell on for someone who knew how many sacrifices were needed to slay just one 7 dragon lord. Could they all survive to kill the 7 dragon lords? He couldn't even be certain about that, so he didn't need to worry about what would happen if they killed the 7 dragon lords right away. However, now Ivan understood his words. He had effectively proven them. Having killed the gluttonous Senesgiar, he had lost his sense of taste. To put it accurately, he hadn't forgotten the taste. The taste was still there. The only problem was that it was the matter of objective fact. Salt is salty, sugar is sweet, lemon is sour. There was no issue in understanding that. However, the pleasure was gone. Every food, no matter what he ate, brought forth only the same emotion. Eating something salty, sweet, sour, or spicy only elicited one feeling: the emotion of chewing and swallowing sand. The joy derived from eating had vanished entirely. Pleasure is merely an attachment. Attachment to sensations brings forth desires. In terms of being denuded, Oswald's theory here has been substantiated. And as for lust, lust is visual. It is an emotion tied to sight. It doesn't solely imply the desire for physical intimacy, but in a Buddhist context, lust can express every type of emotion felt through seeing light. Thus, Ivan can see colors and shapes, and he can understand them, but he could not feel emotions. What he felt was merely the sensation of gazing at inanimate objects. Therefore, the gray and vividly colored bouquet no longer held any distinction for him. And it would probably be the same for Isabel. She likely shared the exact same curse. He already knew about such cases through Elfera. Thus, Ivan felt regret for this young girl. In the last and final moment, he should have moved instead of her. Even if it meant pushing her away, he should have borne it alone. This is not so much an altruistic sentiment as it is a judgment based on rationality. Having already been cursed twice, there was no chance of salvation left for him. Maximilian might have acted from the same sentiment. He now understands the heart of the former hero. No one else should have to suffer this curse. If one body was already cursed, receiving all the curses would be the rational choice. Uncle. Noticing Ivan's gaze, Isabel looked up at him with a smile on her face, as if she understood what this stoic man was thinking. I'm all right. Isabel. I'm getting used to it now. Yes, I'm fine. It feels better than I expected. It's not the worst. Isabel muttered, nodding her head alone. Then she brightly said, I thought killing the god of lust would completely erase it, but it seems it wasn't that kind of thing. Rest, it's all right. No, I'm serious, prove it. When Ivan hesitated at her words, Isabel laughed mischievously and pinched his cheek. Was she trying to confirm it by touching the form directly? As that thought crossed his mind, Isabel's expression hardened. With a very serious face, she whispered softly, I really can't yield, Before Ivan could respond, Isabel yanked him down by the neck. The action was even powered by nerve acceleration, so he reflexively tried to resist, but the distance was too close. In the close combat of superhumans, the first move is crucial. The one who initiates nerve acceleration before the opponent holds a decisive advantage in the first attack. Thus, superhumans should always train to respond to sudden assaults, even if a comrade who just killed a 7 dragon lord pulls their neck. Asruk. Seeing Isabel's approaching face, Ivan's train of thought abruptly halted. The strong, lingering scent that wafted toward him wasn't masked by cologne. It was the scent of someone who had thrown their whole body into a fierce battle. But instead of pushing back, Ivan felt comfort in that scent reminiscent of metal and gunpowder, foretelling war. The sensation that touched his lips was familiar. To Kim Sunwoo, surprisingly, it was a sensation he had experienced before, and a trained agent never panics in such situations. With the experience of a seasoned man, Ivan quietly closed his eyes. No thoughts crossed his mind. After a while, Isabel released her lips, looking up at Ivan with slightly moist eyes. The cheers that had filled the surroundings had quieted down. Amidst the subtle silence created by thousands of people, Isabel cheerfully said, See, nothing happened, right? Ella. Ivan could barely understand her silence as she burst into giggles, playfully tapping his chest. In that moment, Ivan felt as though he could fully see Isabel's face, not as a mere object or sculpture, but as Isabel's true self. Ah, is that so? Ivan nodded and thought. So this was the correct strategy. It was not about carrying the curse alone by killing the 7 dragon lords, but rather sharing it. Moreover, to add a bit more. It was about overcoming it. Yes, overcoming it, Ivan thought as he looked into the eyes of the hero. Not kneeling, not giving up before the curse, overcoming and seizing it. Not being freed from desires, but overcoming the absence of desires and moving forward. What? In the distance, Elizaveta was charging toward him on horseback. Are you smiling, Ivan? Upon hearing her words, Ivan realized for the first time that he was smiling. Donate at least $10, and you can request any novel from Novelpia, excluding 19+ content, to be translated using the latest tools developed. (238). Chapter 239. About 10 years ago, when the 7 dragon lords were first defeated in this land. At that time, the demon army was powerful, and humanity could barely hold onto half of its territory, retreating in haste. Their tactics were merely a delay tactic, struggling against the promised destruction. The embodiment of rage, Tumor of the Titan, took the lead of the legion. This was astonishing. Did the 7 dragon lords not weaken the most when they left their lairs? And after the fall of humanity, it was evident that the demons would turn their blades upon each other. The destruction of humanity did not guarantee a permanent peace. The demons were born to conquer, and if there were no subjects to dominate, they would struggle to dominate each other. Thus, Tumor's advance was surprising. He willingly left the throne and slaughtered civilization. And, for the first time in history, he became the one who defeated a 7 dragon lord. The hero party appeared. There were no signs or traces. They infiltrated the demon realm without a glorious return or magnificent parade. Like mold, they permeated and slaughtered the backlines of the demon realm before disappearing. The first 7 dragon lords looked upon this with amusement. The flailing of the insects and the death of a powerful rival who had gone mad alone. When the Parnish of Evil was killed, the 7 dragon lords could no longer laugh. He died within the throne, and they realized the hero party had not lost a single member in the process. Within the throne, the 7 dragon lords were no different from gods. This was not an exaggerated description, but a plain statement of fact. What else could be said of the immortals who governed concepts and crafted the sacred? And when it was proven that even such gods could die within their territory, the 7 dragon lords refused to participate. Even when the hero party headed toward the demon king. Even when the absolute being, who had subdued all 7 dragon lords and promised eternal glory to the demon realm, fell. The 7 dragon lords remained silent. Even as they watched the death of the demon king, they did not intervene. They thought to themselves that opposing the hero party now would be foolish. All humans inevitably fade away with time, so time must surely favor their hands. With such an optimistic view, or if all others die and disappear, the fewer gods left in this land, the more competitors vanish. With a somewhat political calculation. It was not so. The demon king died, the war ended, and when the hero party was disbanded, Abaditas, who had just begun to take action, was killed. Not by a hero, but by lesser beings, within the throne. Time passed again, and humanity weakened more than ever, with most members of the hero party dead or vanished, and even their gods had abandoned this land. Could there be a better opportunity? Now, that sweet land, life, blood, and flesh could fill their starving bellies, could they not? Lamerix was the first to act and immediately died, facing the weaker nations that had not even drawn attention in the last war. Once 7, the number of gods had now become 3. When more than half of the competitors had died, the immortals suddenly felt fear. This is a hunt. Once claiming to be the strongest in this land, those who disrespected temples and reigned over millions of demons were now turning into prey. Those whom they thought would no longer unite gathered in one place. For prey must gather, and competition is not a value after survival. And then, how have you been? As a man appeared with the clang of chains, the others lowered their heads without hesitation. The essence of the demon race is survival of the fittest. In their society, only strength proves everything. Neither long years nor great numbers could gain respect from them. The respect of the demon race could only be seized before strength, and the demon king had proven this by ruling over all 7 dragon lords. Thus, if a being that slaughtered such a demon king had appeared, Lead us. There was no reason not to call him the Demon King. Moreover, if he possesses such formidable divinity, even more so. Really not easy. Elizaveta muttered as she looked down at the two people raising their hands inside the hastily set-up barracks. It was not permissible to scold the one who proved himself as the contemporary hero by killing the 7 dragon lords in front of others. That would tarnish the honor of a hero. And to be more honest, she didn't want to see Ivan floundering in front of others. The consort of a king must be the most dignified. Ibankar. Yes, Your Majesty. Ivan Petrovich Krasilov, our country strictly prohibits polygamy. However, she thought for a moment that it was not a country that bans polygamy. Elizaveta chose her words while looking at the hero from a country where polygamy was encouraged, if able, and the scout from a country where it wasn't too criticized to have multiple wives. It will be prohibited. And no, before that, what on earth do you think you're doing, making out and giggling in front of your consort? Instead of explaining that he had never giggled or made out, Ivan neatly lowered his head. He was the very embodiment of a loyal subject wronged yet not protesting, as if drawn in a painting, making Elizaveta's eyes well up with tears as she pounded her chest. She wasn't sure if it was the nausea or if she was just absurd about it. Honestly, can nausea even develop this early? I mean, can it? Is it even possible for nausea to come this early? Filled with fear, Elizaveta glanced down at her slender belly when, at that moment, she locked eyes with Isabel. Giggle. Isabel was quietly chuckling with her whole body. Hathy. She was even suppressing her laughter as she struggled to keep a straight face. Elizaveta felt a chill wash over her. That girl. Suddenly feeling her hand twitching toward the sword hilt resting on her arm, she took a deep breath. When Ivan noticed her change in expression and looked up, Isabel quickly composed herself and turned her head away. Isabel. Elizaveta's eerie voice did not prompt Isabel to look up. Isabel. Isabel de Echuil. Hero. Yes, Your Highness, the contemporary hero is here. Is she really insane? Elizaveta felt her jaw tighten as she looked at Isabel. She stepped back just enough so that Ivan's gaze barely missed her and faced Isabel, who was grinning. She truly realized, that girl know that young lady is an enemy. And the ruler of Krasilov never backs down in front of an enemy. Elizaveta fixed her stiff gaze on Ivan. Ah, Bankar, I'm having contractions. Ah, so this is the feeling, carrying a life. Ivan was confused. Judging from basic biological knowledge, even if something was in Elizaveta's womb, it was likely just at the cellular stage. In this damned pre-modern fantasy world, can even cells give the mother contractions? Ah, mister, my eyesight is strange. The world is getting dark and faint, sniff, sniff. Ivan was even more perplexed. Though Isabel shared similar symptoms, a sudden outburst at such a moment was not typical. In this confusion, Ivan glanced between the two women looking at him and suddenly gained insight. Ah, so that's how it is. Indeed, this is a kind of cliché, a hero story cliché. In reality, he was a veteran who had witnessed such situations several times. The conflict between power and the hero. This has been an ancient tradition. A hero is inevitably a powerful individual with authority and strength, and rulers often struggled to cope with this transnational individual surpassing their authority. It was not easy to issue commands, nor to acknowledge them. Inevitably, rulers are those who cannot tolerate a race superior to themselves, even kings. Hence, in those days, there were many rulers who tried to contain or felt uneasy about heroes. Elizaveta doing so was somewhat surprising. Elizaveta is a great person. As a king, she is someone to whom one would gladly show loyalty. For Kim Sunwoo, who had lived as a thoughtless student for over 20 years, or Ivan, who had lived as an ordinary soldier who could be disregarded for 30 years. It was difficult to understand that young superhuman who held a kingdom in her mid-20s. It seems that the qualities of a king are indeed inherited. Ivan easily accepted this. Ordinary citizens cannot understand rulers. However, even such a splendid monarch seemed unable to easily accept the authority of the suddenly appeared hero. Well, considering her age, that might be understandable, even if she is still immature. Ibankar. Sir. So it also became clear why they were shouting at him now. Ivan was both a member of the hero party and a soldier of Krasilov. That is, he was their only common ground. He had an obligation to mediate. In fact, the reason why the previous hero party had members carefully selected from various countries was precisely that, to be representatives of all nations and also to serve as mediators for all rulers. First, let us return your majesty. Ivan gently reassured Elizaveta. Wait outside for a moment. In the role of a wise scout, he ejected Isabel out of the barracks. Isabel left with a betrayed puppy face, staggering out of the barracks. A conversation summarizing things like, "If I fight her, whose side will you take?" Or, "If we both fall into water, who will you save first?" continued for a long time inside the king's barracks. In fact, it was more like an interrogation than a conversation. Ivan sighed inwardly while calming the strangely enraged Elizaveta. How did Baelgrin manage to handle such situations so skillfully back then? He did not. Bankar, once we return, we will hold the wedding ceremony. A grand one, and we will invite all the heroes to it. Factually, it could already be seen as delayed. Shouldn't it have happened last summer? Last summer, the royal tournament which had Elizaveta, who was still a princess, as the prize. In fact, Ivan had been the unofficial winner, so he should have stamped the marriage certificate then. After briefly comforting her, he spoke as her sobs gradually subsided. That would be difficult, Your Majesty. What? I must head straight to the demon realm. What? The hero party has now completed their preparations. The time has finally come to annihilate all remaining 7 dragon lords. Your Majesty, please command us. Hold the return ceremony and bless the heroes. The right to officially bless the contemporary hero party. Thus, the right to proclaim the arrival of heroes ahead of any nation and ruler in this world. It is capable of guaranteeing the vast authority of the Krasilov royal family. As a servant of Krasilov, he needed to explain that he must not miss this opportunity. Elizaveta was sitting on Ivan's thigh and listened blankly for a while about his explanation when suddenly, "Impossible! Your Majesty! Impossible, impossible, impossible!" She stomped her feet and shouted. Thus, persuading a ruler is not easy. Ivan involuntarily admired Baelgrin's achievements. Whatever Elizaveta wanted to do, or whatever scheme Isabel had in mind, the task the Second Legion of Krasilov needed to undertake was clear. Ovides was foreign territory, and Krasilov had come to this land solely under the banner of striking the 7 dragon lords. In other words, it meant they were an expeditionary force. And an expeditionary force naturally incurs enormous financial losses just by breathing. So, the Second Legion of Krasilov began its withdrawal with the demise of Limerix. The march from Frechenkaya to Ovides through the underground path would take about a month and a half. Since they had to dig while moving, the withdrawal would be completed in half that time. In other words, 3 weeks. The time needed to return to Frechenkaya is merely 3 weeks. When calculating the speed of thousands of men moving across multiple nations, it was comparable to Mongolian cavalry in terms of mobility. However, regardless of that speed, it also meant that for those 3 weeks, Frechenkaya would effectively be disarmed, except for a small defensive force. A vampire was swallowing someone's blood in the darkness of Frechenkaya. Side up, the correct strategy. Donate at least $10, and you can request any novel from Novelpia, excluding 19+ content, to be translated using the latest tools developed. 239. Chapter 240. The hero party had been together for over 10 years. Traveling through the depths of the demon realm, where no help could be expected from anyone, they grew to understand each other more deeply than their own parents. They had to complement each other's weaknesses and break through obstacles. Even if each one was a powerful hero, none could be without flaws. Enrique was vulnerable in direct confrontations, and Patricia lacked combat abilities. Einar was recklessly bold, while Vialgrin was excessively cautious, and Jill Burr lacked flexibility. And Maximilian, well. In Ivan's memory, Maximilian had no deficiencies at all, despite being more attentive to him than anyone else. During those times, Ivan acted as the scout for the hero party, while also functioning as a spy conveying intelligence back to his homeland, analyzing their weaknesses. If the hero party completed all their goals and disbanded, that is, if they defeated the Demon King and returned home, they would become the most powerful and influential individuals in the world, even foreign nobility. Thus, as an agent of Krasilov, Ivan had the duty to analyze the weaknesses of these potential threats. So for the years he spent with them, he was absorbed in finding the hero's weaknesses. He found none. Even when the party was in despair, when they were extremely sensitive in the harsh environment of the demon realm, the hero would smile and calmly comfort the party. It was perfection that even jealousy couldn't touch. Splendid, you've got skill as well. As Ivan stood guard, smiling while having the energy bars roasted over the fire, he used to praise him just like the late king did. Ivan didn't envy him, he only admired him. He was the most perfect and most personable madman in the world. So now, at this moment, if I were Maximilian. The hero party had been together for over 10 years. They survived while understanding each other more deeply than their parents, even at the world's end, in the most dreadful environments, even before the most formidable adversary. They moved forward, complementing each other's weaknesses, and conversely that meant they understood each other's weaknesses more clearly than anyone else. At this point, we strike Frechenkaya, Ivan said slowly, to Isabel from the swaying military camp. Now was the only opportunity when Enrique had to defend the city perimeter alone, an opportunity to push one pillar of the hero party out. If Enrique fell, then only Einar would remain from the former hero party. But sir, Professor Enrique is a vampire, isn't he? An elder vampire. He can operate even under the sun. If she intended to hide within the city, no one could catch her. Maximilian had already tried and failed long ago. So if they wanted to take her down, they needed an army. They would require an elite force capable of encircling and tightening around her, blocking her every movement. Just sneaking in with Maximilian wouldn't be able to take down Enrique. She was nearly invincible within Frechenkaya. It meant she was no different than the 7 dragon lords stationed in the capital. The entire underground of the city was her nest. So, what followed is speculation territory. The tendencies inherent in the current world were clear. The incapacitation of the former hero party. Starting with Jill Burr, Vialgrin disappeared, and Patricia lost her strength. Now only Einar and Enrique remained, and coincidence had it that Enrique had to defend the most vulnerable city alone at this moment. Thus, to derive a conclusion, excluding means, reasons, and purposes, there was no way other than to strike Enrique now. In such a situation, the world could not help but move clichés. The predecessors fall, passing down their strength to the present through heroic efforts and sacrifices. A cliché that had repeated 3 times already. If it were this typical, a trained agent wouldn't miss it. Naturally, this time would be no different. If a conclusion had been drawn, it was sufficient to infer the process. What methods could Maximilian possibly have to take down Enrique? There's not no weakness in Enrique. Ivan had been analyzing the weaknesses of the hero party for 10 years. Enrique was no exception. All vampires cannot refuse an elder's command. The curse of the bloodline is her only weakness. But, sir, isn't Professor Enrique the Elder? I heard she's the only elder vampire in Krasilov. Right, in Krasilov. There lay older bloodlines in the demon realm. The elder who bit Enrique had died at her hands over 200 years ago, but that elder wasn't some being that fell from the sky. Ivan scanned the retreating legion with dry eyes. A combined army of dwarves and humans, specifically an artillery unit. Armies typically slow down in movement and speed as size increases arithmetically. That would still apply even when using underground tunnels. So 3 weeks. Though this was an astonishing speed, it wasn't sufficiently satisfying. Given 3 weeks, Ivan could turn Frechenkaya into ruins. The same would hold true for Maximilian. Thus, they needed to arrive even faster. Even now, sentries with watchful eyes were stationed beyond the barracks, the surveillance set by Elizaveta. Ivan gave a light nod to the sentries and whispered to Isabel, "Isn't it the duty of a minister to secure safety before the king enters the city? Are you trying to persuade me?" "You're persuading me." Ivan silently closed the barracks and spoke. "Bring 2 horses, Isabel." 2 horses and just the 2 of us, only we 2. "Leave it all to me, the hero's coming." Isabel grinned and dashed out of the barracks. EP 39, Polar Night, Frechenkaya. At this time, Frechenkaya was bustling with activity. It was summer, the only warm season in Krasilov. Hence, trade was frequent and the influx of people surged. They were preparing for winter, which would begin in a couple of months. Every train station in Frechenkaya buzzed with hurried pedestrians. And a large population meant it was a perfect environment for foreign spies to operate. So Enrique was diligently pouring both day and night into checking her intelligence network. Why am I really going through such trouble? She wasn't part of the counterintelligence command or even a member of the Krasilov bureaucracy. She was clearly a civilian. But what could she do? The Queen had taken the main forces of the counterintelligence command and the Capital Defense Army for a southern expedition. Currently, there was scarcely a proper military force in this vast city. Considering such a military void was possible due to Enrique's presence. Even sitting in her cradle in a dark underground tunnel, she could survey the entirety of the city. The elder vampire, commanding all the vampires and bats, as well as the swarms of rats in Frechenkaya. In place of the insufficient agents, the rats in the tunnels during the day and the bats underneath the eaves at night became her eyes and ears. Pressing her weary eyes, she stared at the blood pack she was sucking down, soon frowning and turning her gaze. At the very edge of her detection range, a carriage was dashing toward the city gate. A carriage in this season. Krasilov was only warm during summer. In other words, all seasons outside of summer were winter. Simply put, it meant that most of the roads during the year would be frozen. Thus, in summer, the roads that had been frozen all season thawed, and the paths filled with snow and rain turned muddy. This is referred to as Rasputitsa. Most unmaintained roads in this season would turn into swamps. So, it was inappropriate to travel in summer through any transport other than trains. Yet, a carriage is coming from the north in this season. This was clearly suspicious. Enrique hastily gestured for the rats. Her will spread through the small souls of the rodents across the city's perimeter. The rats near the northern gate began to raise their heads and gather, glaring with their red eyes at the carriage's path. Soon, the carriage reached the city gate. A gaunt coachman tipped his hat and bowing to the gate guards. Stumbling, he dismounted from the carriage and retrieved documents from his coat. Only then did the guards nod as they confirmed the seal hanging beyond the driver's seat. The gate opened, and the carriage rumbled into the city. The carriage emblazoned with the seal of the Northern Army headquarters passed through the city center. Elizaveta anxiously tapped the table and suddenly asked, "How long has it been? How much time has passed?" About 2 hours, Your Majesty. What on earth have two grown men and women been doing in that barrack for 2 hours? I can't stand it anymore. She yelled, suddenly standing. It had been 2 hours since she had left to briefly sort out operation plans to connect with the hero party. Moreover, that girl Isabel had flirted with Ivan right in front of her. She couldn't interject, as it was about the hero party. The hero party should be guaranteed independence even before the lords, but that is tradition. Isn't it also tradition for a grown man with a partner not to be left alone with another woman in a backroom? Elizaveta huffed as she stood up. She then strode across the camp, toward the barracks where Ivan and Isabel were. The officials she had sent for surveillance bowed as they spotted her. Are they inside? Yes, Your Majesty. Didn't they show any suspicious signs? At this time, suspicious signs would naturally imply severe matters that were inappropriate for daylight. The officials solemnly shook their heads. They seemed to be quietly conversing, though there were no such signs. Right, Banka wouldn't do that. That woodhead wouldn't. Elizaveta nodded in satisfaction and strode toward the barracks. Taking a deep breath, she harshly pushed open the barracks. Banka, it's time to eat. You can't be satisfied if you keep waiting without eating. The barracks were empty. Elizaveta stared blankly around the inside of the barracks. It was as if no one had ever stayed there, perfectly tidied up. She turned her head in confusion. She saw the same expression on the officials' faces. Isn't this the right place? Why, yes, it is, Your Majesty. Then why? That I'm also not entirely sure. Elizaveta turned her head back inside the barracks again. Banka, stop playing around and come out. Are you waiting for me to get mad before showing your face? Banka, even now, just say it was a joke and come out. Hurry. Elizaveta murmured while standing in the barracks, then lightly nodded. No one is here. Truly, no one is here. Astonishingly, there is no one. This means she had vanished with another woman while leaving his pregnant wife behind. Dmitri. Yes, Your Majesty. Form a pursuit team. Your Majesty, I'm dreadfully sorry, but if the senior truly retreated with intent, pursuing them would be nearly impossible. I won't say it twice. Yes, Your Majesty, I will follow your orders. Dmitri disappeared with a shuffling sound. Elizaveta watched his back and let out a hollow laugh. The dwarven prosthetics are quite nice. They wouldn't interfere with daily life. And how convenient that I only need to attach them when needed. The sentries simply bowed their heads quietly, waiting for the king's wrath to dissipate. Finally, really, so much has happened to me. I'm exhausted. Ecdysis sobbed and wiped her tears. After passing through vast forests, they had finally reached the plains. In the distance, the familiar scenery of the city unfolded. Lucia helped the saint make the sign of the cross. As divine power had now faded, no matter how much she made the sign, the vampire wouldn't burn. It meant that she could freely practice her faith. Additionally, now that she could drink the saint's blood, her insides wouldn't twist any longer. At the head of the group, Oscar smiled faintly. Finally back, this time was really tough. I don't think I can bet on anything anymore. I can't feel my legs. I don't want to go anywhere near the stables for a while either. Oscar smirked and guided his horse. Frechenkaya was right before them. Let's head on ahead and wait for Count Yurimov. It had already been several weeks since they had rushed to request deployment from Krasilov. During that time, they had even heard the news that the papal enclave had become ruins and the 7 dragon lords had perished. So they might as well consider joining Ivan, but there were only rumors that he moved through the underground tunnels. It was already too far to return to Ovides, and crossing paths would just waste time. Therefore, they decided to head straight to Frechenkaya. In any case, Ivan would return to Frechenkaya. The claim from Elfera that they should check on the orphanage also contributed to it. Let's just rest entirely for a few days. We can meet up after a week. I really feel like I'm going to die. I also need to report to my master. Let's meet in a week then. Passing through the city gate, the group scattered. After crossing several perilous paths, they had barely returned. For the time being, they didn't want to do anything at all. 5 days later, before the disappearance of daylight in Frechenkaya, an extraordinary polar night began. Donate at least $10, and you can request any novel from Novelpia, excluding 19+ content, to be translated using the latest tools developed. Chapter 241. Another ordinary morning arrived for the diligent citizens of Krasilov. The ones not so diligent all perished, who gazed at the still dark sky with a sense of pride. Looks like everyone woke up unusually early today. The almost completely black night sky indicated it was close to midnight. And naturally, an ordinary Krasilov citizen would not think lazily. Since I woke up early, I should sleep a bit more. Once they opened their eyes, these folks immediately began to seek work, moving greedily as they hoped that at least today they would receive more than one potato in their rations. The moment they arrived at their workplaces, the citizens suddenly realized there seemed to be unusually many early risers today. After 5 hours, still gazing at the dark sky, they wondered if they had woken up even earlier than expected. Even after 12 hours had passed, looking at the dark sky, a seasoned Krasilovian might have thought of polar night. In fact, polar night cannot occur at this latitude, and polar night does not happen in summer, making the assumption completely wrong. However, generally, logic is more popular as what one wants to believe rather than rationality. People fear the inexplicable phenomena, and many do not want to understand what they fear. Thus, Frechenkaya was like any other day for 2 days following the first polar night. The third day of continuous polar night, being a special occurrence without room for excuses, caused people to stop talking and barricade themselves at home, starting to pray. Those who could leave had all departed, and the mages began to huddle together in deep thought. Enrique was no exception. When the day vanished, having the mightiest race as allies was somewhat reassuring. Lucia sought out her master. Her master was lurking in a dwelling within the underground. In this extravagant nest, where not even a candle was lit, Lucia knelt before the soul-glowing red eyes. And at the same time, she thought, why are you in the underground in a situation with no daylight? The one who would have responded first to any anomalies in Frechenkaya, why are you here? As if hiding. Master, it has been 3 days of polar night. Is there anything you've grasped? Did you encounter anyone on your way? A sharp voice abruptly entered before the question finished. Lucia looked up at Enrique. Her master was someone who always smiled calmly in any situation. Now, however, she appeared anxious. Anxious? No, Lucia was a vampire. Half of her bloodline still belonged to the living, but her other half possessed the senses of a vampire. Just as mosquitoes see carbon dioxide, vampires can see the emotions of others. Though it was not within a clearly perceivable range, vampires can sense their victims' fear. Enrique was currently afraid. This realization shocked Lucia into silence. How could someone, and how could anyone, instill fear in that powerful elder vampire, one of the strongest individuals of this era? As she looked into her eyes, Enrique also read her emotions. Since she was a vampire stronger than Lucia, it was even easier for her to do so. Seeing the fear reflected in her cherished disciple's eyes, Enrique forced a smile. Lucia, leave this city. Master, but... Bring Ivan here. Tell Elizaveta not to come to this city for a while. I will help too, master. Even if I cannot be of great assistance, at least I can serve as a shield. Enrique looked down at her with tired eyes and gestured. Lucia's legs, which had resolutely tried to remain, moved of their own accord. Master, go, gather your companions and leave. It was the command of an elder. Until now, she had never used commands on her disciple, but this was an exception. There was no time to persuade or the strength for it. As Lucia left, her nest fell silent once more. Enrique closed her eyes, blanketed in darkness. The entire world is dark. The sky of this metropolis, the underground, everything was buried in shadows. The bloodlines that drank her blood and the rats, wolves, and bats that moved by her gesture were all silent. They were not dead, it was silence. The monsters lurking all over the city were silent. This meant they had cut off the channels, disregarding even the orders of high-ranking vampires. This meant only one thing. A higher vampire than her has now entered this city. Considering when things began, they must have been aboard the carriage that entered the city 3 days ago. From the moment it stepped into the city, her followers began their silence. Since that night, the polar night began. The number of missing persons in the city increased. The darkness was slowly engulfing the citizens. Yet Enrique dared not move. She was seized by fear. Fear of defeat. No, fear of dying in a fight? Definitely not. If that were the case, she would not have been affiliated with the hero party. She would not have joined that journey where even victory couldn't be guaranteed and where it wouldn't be strange to die the next day. She was indifferent to death as much as she was to life. However, there was only one thing she feared: the curse of the vampire, subjugation to the higher vampire, having swallowed her elder out of fear and become an elder herself. In the vampire society, defeat does not guarantee death. It means subjugation, or rather, even more despairing servitude. The defeated are bound to be swallowed or be made to serve. Thus, Enrique hid within the darkness. She evicted all her underlings and crouched alone, sealing her nest. Disciple. Thinking of that man who would inherit everything from her, the one who could stand against her alone. Come quickly, it's tough. Smiling as if joking. Back then, Einar could face the legions. He charged alone, defeating them and clearing a path. Vialgrin could collapse fortresses. He soared high and destroyed several fortresses in a single day. Patricia could stand against death. Even when her limbs were severed and her heart stopped, she would revive as if newly born under her prayers. Gilbert could face opponents. No matter how strong the adversary, he would stand his ground, not retreating an inch. And she, Enrique, could face the city. Even alone, given enough time, she could shatter the city. The people would weep at the fact they had survived the night, hating and fearing it, and preparing for death while gazing at the evening glow. Behind every shadow, the traces of vampires hide. In every corner of the streets, swarms of rats watch over the people, and the bats that cover the night sky disclose the locations of their prey. A powerful vampire cannot be harmed with mere weaponry. She could mock the nights gliding through time and make the priests, who called upon the name of their god, wither away. If she inherits the bloodline and increases her underlings, the work becomes even easier. Fathers come to fear sons, mothers fear daughters. Lords come to fear knights, and knights come to fear the people. Those fascinated by vampires would stab their parents without doubt or resistance and offer their blood. So she could face the city alone. She simply chose not to. And at this moment, to be defeated by another elder would be as if she were fully giving all her abilities to her enemy. A defeated Enrique would provide her disciples and her people as prey to it, without any qualms. As long as there remained even a sliver of a possibility of defeat, she dared not move. It was not because she feared defeat or death, but rather for what could happen afterward. She feared a future where she would collapse everything she loved by her own hands. Back in those days, the powerful rogue who followed the hero party was no longer present. With many beloved things now nurtured, confronting the enemy was not an option for her anymore. Her heart had grown, hot blood flowed through her veins, an insurmountable weakness had emerged. So she quietly murmured the name of a man as she hid in the darkness. Ivan, little Ivan, my disciple. The one man who could do everything she could. even if she were captured in the end, the name of the man who could stand against her. Patricia smiled ruefully that morning, pondering the sun that refused to rise. At this point, wouldn't she be the one calling for a crisis? If such occurrences followed her wherever she went, it was likely she was the problem. Lord, I am a sinner indeed. The sun is originally a symbol of the Lord. It's a testament that the Lord loves all living things and evidence that the Lord is always with us. That has vanished. Divine power is another matter. Humans can live without divine power, but they cannot live without light. The phenomenon of polar night is indeed a natural climatic event. However, that typically happens in far northern demon realms or the fringes of the northern domain, and even then, it occurs infrequently in the depths of winter. With such an event bursting in summer Frechenkaya, it was anything but an ordinary omen. People of this era are not foolish. They do not chatter about thunder as divine punishment or claim lunar or solar eclipses as acts of demons. They are rational enough to not hold rituals out of fear of rain. Yet, when a polar night occurred in midsummer and lasted 5 days, people began to look for superstitions rather than rationality or logic. The inexplicable situation had to be responded to by something equally unfathomable. Thus, they gathered in the cathedral. 6 cathedrals, including the Grand Cathedral of Frechenkaya, were packed with torch-bearing people. Saint, my daughter is returning. Please, Lord, keep my daughter safe. A woman cried out emotionally. The mother, searching for her daughter who had vanished in days past, ultimately crumbled before the holy figure, repeatedly mumbling her prayers. More people like her emerged day by day. Many had disappeared into the darkness. Those who ventured outside the city did not return. Magical lights lined the city border. Therefore, the city had not completely submerged, but beyond that was another matter. Little did many dare to remain behind without magical lights. And even if outside the city were safe, there were not many who could directly leave. Common citizens couldn't even think of leaving while leaving their foundations and assets behind. In this era, abandoning one's group was akin to inviting death. It is not a world easily navigated by vagrants. The train services had already been suspended, and most nobles who could control the city died during last year's coup. Even the legal nobility, who maintained administrative power, were also thrown into chaos, with the military and monarchy absent from within the city. Thus, citizens trembled in the cathedral, filled with fear. This had merely transpired over 5 days. Has there been no contact from Sister Enrique yet? None, among the priests who entered the underground, no brothers have returned. Lord, those who descended to make contact with Enrique had not returned. Whether they got lost in the shadowless underground or faced a terrible fate is unknown, but priests without divine power are utterly helpless. Patricia looked up at the sky helplessly. It's not the 7 dragon lords. No way, it has no divine power. As someone who once wielded divine power more potent than anyone in this world, she quickly realized that the events happening in this city were unrelated to divine power. However, the mages of the city were unable to solve or comprehend this situation. If it wasn't magic or divine power, what on earth was happening? Isabel gathered with the hero party at Isabel's mansion, unoccupied without her presence, and began their meeting with solemn faces upon Lucia's return. Master Enrique has gone into seclusion. The saint said she doesn't know what's going on either. Disappearance cases are on the rise. Several have vanished from the orphanage already. The army can barely hold the city gates. They can't attempt anything else. They lack the manpower for that. All diplomatic missions have been closed. Ambassador Tyles is someone I know, but even he wouldn't open the door. It seems there's nothing inside. After sharing their opinions, the hero party sighed deeply. Master told us to escape the city. Doesn't this involve the demon realm? That seems to be the case. As Eugene, who agreed, nodded in silence. Oscar solemnly also dipped his head. Then we can't just run away. People are disappearing. Even the hero party has hesitated to fight. Are we not the hero party? At Yuri's words, Oscar declared firmly, standing up to conclude his words. Those who want to flee can do so. Those who wish to fight should stay. Who are we supposed to fight? We'll have to figure that out from now on. If someone is abducting people, then it at least means there's a tangible enemy. True, that's not an incorrect point. Elfira sighed and then stood up, following Oscar. Well, we can't hide behind Lord Yermov forever. If we can solve this neatly until those people return, then that will indeed be the true hero party. Right, Bella has reportedly already defeated the 7 Dragon Lords. If we fall too far behind, that's not good. As Ecdysis also stood up, the others readied themselves for battle without protest. Would the hero party really cower just because of the night? A hero must be able to march proudly, even amidst the heart of the demon realm. Are all train services to Frechenkaya completely halted? Yes, sir. All routes heading that way have apparently been damaged. They are currently in repair, but we don't know when they will resume. Ivan nodded at the station attendant's words. During this season of Rasputitsa, just leaving the urban area would be akin to traversing swamps. The wagon would likely become stuck with a wheel every hour. A horse wouldn't last half a day before it was exhausted. Should they revert to using the underground? However, the dwarf tunnels are not easy to navigate without a dwarf guide. It would be akin to a labyrinth. It's not merely a single large tunnel. Even with drilling relics, many trials and errors would be required to excavate a stable tunnel without collapsing, resulting in a 3-dimensional maze filled with tunnels that could collapse at any moment. Under these circumstances, utilizing the dwarves' newly established tunnels without a guide would be a suicidal act. The method he found his way in Angrind was largely due to relying on relatively old tunnels. The older ones tend to be more reliable. But all the tunnels dug now for the advance road are new tunnels. It's hard to ascertain directions based on existing standards. So he wanted to use the train. If safety can be secured, no means of transportation in the world is faster than the train. However, all lines heading toward Frechenkaya had collapsed. And this appeared to be a glaring sign, anticipating an assault on Frechenkaya. Isabel. Yes, uncle. It's training for running. Come on from here, really on foot. Ivan nodded as he calculated the estimated time required to run on foot from the border to Frechenkaya. Isabel's face turned pale. Donate at least $10, and you can request any novel from Novelpia, excluding 19+ content, to be translated using the latest tools developed. (241). Chapter 242. To simplify the problems currently faced by Frechenkaya, it can be stated as follows. Daylight has vanished. In fact, both the moon and stars have also disappeared, making it problematic to refer to this as an aurora. The entire sky is shrouded in darkness. Citizens are going missing. It's unclear whether they are simply lost amid the confusion and the darkness, or if criminals are taking advantage of the situation. The entire city is in chaos. Crime rates have surged, and the citizens have become highly sensitive. In such circumstances, the administration has become ineffective, and the city's defensive forces are focused on perimeter security. Someone had to restore the administration or persuade the army. Of course, the remaining forces in the city cannot cover the entire area, as most of them have embarked on expeditions. The same applies to the administration. The young legal nobility appointed to the administration since last year do not have enough experience to manage various departments effectively. Most of those who would have built this experience were killed during the recent coup. Therefore, this situation inevitably places some responsibility on Elizaveta, though not intentionally. Reflecting once more, absolute power means holding decision-making authority solely. The reason she has had to spend every night in vigil is to seize all authority over the administration to its maximum. In a precarious situation where rebellion could happen at any moment, it was an unavoidable choice. Thus, it is also inevitable that the administration collapsed as soon as she became absent. After all, wasn't it right after she purged most of the senior officials in the administration during the coup? She pressured the military to pledge loyalty and aggressively utilized the domestic intelligence capabilities of the Counterintelligence Command to attempt to seize military control, turning the Krasilov military into a puppet of the Queen. It is a rational choice in that there is no driving force to incite rebellion. However, the fact that no officers are left to undertake unilateral operations without the Queen's approval has become the fate of a puppet military. The Queen's reign has just passed a year, and she ascended the throne on a carpet stained with blood after executing her father and brother and purging the officials from various departments. This implies that she has covered a lack of justification and authority with fear. Fear politics may be the hallmark of the Krasilov royal family, but in such circumstances, it hardly proves useful. Such discussions were taking place among the hero party. Let's sum it up then. We don't know who did it, how they did it, or how many they are, and the military has no will to assist, and the citizens are on the brink of riot right. Exactly. Then let's retreat for now and reconsider later. Ecdysis's bright idea was quickly dismissed. Oscar banged the table as he spoke. I don't even know where to start. Anyone have any ideas? I think Professor Enrique might understand this situation best. We can't go to our teacher. He's been expelled. Lucia shook her head and continued. This means that a vampire strong enough to deter our teacher is hiding. If we storm in, it would only reveal our teacher's hiding place to them. Yeah, if Professor Enrique is on that side, then there's no answer. He must be from the demon realm, right? That's likely. Our teacher said there are no elders left in Krasilov. Elvira cautiously raised her hand. If the kidnapping is true, how about using bait? Bait. Since elves are a very rare and valuable race compared to humans, what if I were to act as bait and get kidnapped? We could also use tracking magic, and if I were kidnapped, at least it would mean I was being drawn to their stronghold. Rejected. Oscar shook his head. The risk is too high. If the enemy is a vampire that would scare Professor Enrique, I would definitely die. And we don't seem to have the luxury of just waiting with bait. I have an opinion too. Oscar looked at Yuri, who was hesitating in the corner of the table. For someone who usually was shy and quiet, she had a surprisingly resolute expression on her face. As all eyes turned to her, Yuri flushed and continued speaking. I think I have an idea. What? Even if we don't know where the enemy is, what they are doing, what their intentions are, or how many there are, I sort of have a hunch about what we should do. Ivan once said that Yuri never loses in a place where there is a possibility of victory. She cannot face the 7 dragon lords alone. She cannot defeat an entire army by herself. That is an impossible situation. Conversely, this means that if there is even the slightest chance of victory, not losing means she can always, instinctively, recognize the strategy needed to overcome it. If this situation is a type of quest with victory potential, yes, then there must exist optimal strategies. Regardless of who the opponent is, what purpose they have, how many there are, or even understanding why this is a strategy does not seem important. A compass pointing north does so not because the needle understands magnetism. It just does. So. Yuri spoke words she herself did not fully understand, but with conviction. She reached out and placed her finger on a map depicting downtown Frechenkaya. towards a location with a partially demolished building, an area that has begun redevelopment on the site of a former military structure, the former headquarters of the Counterintelligence Command. Now the Counterintelligence Command has moved its headquarters outside of Frechenkaya. This was because Elizaveta had already completely taken control of the capital area, initiating a plan to deploy intelligence networks throughout the entire country. Therefore, the former headquarters of the Counterintelligence Command, now deemed useless, was naturally demolished. All important documents and supplies had already been relocated, but the building itself still maintained its form. Being the headquarters of the most notorious intelligence agency in this country, few citizens approached the vicinity. Frechenkaya was a city under reconstruction. The already scarce construction workforce was too low in priority to spare for this. Naturally, the demolition of the building was delayed, left half-ruined in a sparsely populated military zone. If there's a chance they could have infiltrated here because it's sparsely populated, then it's really not that important a location. Oscar thought, recalling the city doctrine he learned at the night department. It's not a good position for sabotage or infiltration operations. It is neither the city center nor close to any important government offices. That said, are there really few desolate ruins in Frechenkaya? No. This metropolis, like most cities in the war-torn world since then, has a population shortage relative to its building density. Thus, the area Yuri pointed to cannot be rated as a high-value asset from a military perspective. Of course, military logic is not needed in the face of possession special operations. Logic cannot hold back the supernatural. The struggles of a possessed person are well known by the possessed individual. Eugene began nodding as if he had a great purpose in mind. Then let's all search here first, and if we find nothing, we will head to the underground waterways. Underground waterways? There's a railroad connected to the dwarf territory over there. If need be, we can escape through there, and according to Professor Enrique, if that vampire is over there, the likelihood is high that they will be underground. This was a sufficiently reasonable rationale. Oscar briefly agreed and finished a simple tactical review. They moved towards the district where the former headquarters of the Counterintelligence Command was located. The main road was completely wrecked, making it difficult to even travel by horseback, and all the train tracks were destroyed. What's the quickest way to reach the target area now? Ordinary people would answer this question with, "It's tough, but we'll use a carriage or horse." However, trained agents could deduce a more logical conclusion. By foot across the continent. A well-trained agent should have mobility superior to mere beasts of burden. Based on this obvious fact, Ivan attempted to cross the real rugged terrain, alongside Isabel. From the Leonor Krasilov border to Frechenkaya, it would normally take over 2 weeks on foot, but they succeeded in cutting that down to half. At this time, the maximum distance a typical soldier can march in a day is estimated to be about 40 km. This is true only in terms of forced marches above average daily marching distance. This assumes they walk for about 10 hours, practically spending most of the day walking. However, a superhuman could traverse that double distance within half the time. This implies a relative speed difference of about 4 times. Naturally, reality is not a realm of mathematics. The human body is not a mechanical device that guarantees minimum performance, and long marches are significantly influenced by terrain, climate, and supplies rather than the individual. But if sufficiently trained superhumans could bring the calculations into the realm of reality. I never for real again. If we follow this plan, we will truly invade the castle. Maximilian will be sad. Meaning we're going to Yeremov, right? Isabel gasped but laughed. The two were racing down the mountainside, covered in mud. They didn't even have enough time to clear the muck from their boots or clothing. The prediction of an imminent attack on Frechenkaya, At least until they reached Krasilov was within the realm of likely conjecture, but now was not the case. During summer, nearly all inland transport in northern Krasilov relies on trains. There are no proper ports, and with the roads being in shambles, the reliance only increases. Thus, that all train tracks leading to Frechenkaya are destroyed means that some incident has occurred. Given the nature of large cities, Frechenkaya wouldn't last a week under a complete blockade of transportation. So, if we were to deduce the current situation in Frechenkaya, it would only be fortunate if a riot could be suppressed without any enemy invasion at this point. However, Mr. The internal intelligence of Krasilov is perfect, right? How could the trains possibly? If nearly all means to sustain the citizens in summer depend on train transportation, it would be reasonable to concentrate all counterintelligence resources on protecting the train lines. It would be the most critical weakness. Even if Elizaveta had taken the expedition force with her, the Counterintelligence Command basically remains a domestic intelligence agency. Most agents are still operating across all of Krasilov. In such a situation, could it be possible to sabotage all train lines, not just one but every train line entering Frechenkaya? Ivan could not provide a definitive answer to this question. Impossible. Under normal circumstances in intelligence operations, no intelligence organization can infiltrate the Krasilov Counterintelligence Command and successfully carry out operations. But who knows? Following the cliché that a crisis must occur, can it be stated with certainty that it is impossible? There have already been 3 attacks on universities within the Krasilov jurisdiction. This was also an impossible feat, yet, following the cliché, the admission train was attacked, the field study was attacked, and the university festival was attacked. So you mean to say a vampire is behind this? Yahai. Could there be a vampire stronger than Professor Enrique, stronger than the hero party's rogue? There exists no elder that can guarantee a solo victory over Enrique. Ivan kicked at the mud, engulfing his ankles as he spoke. However, even a super being can be pierced by a blade. It is not impossible to contend with a vampire. Even in times when superhumans were rare, people used to hunt vampires. In an era when superhuman were not trained, but born. Long ago, people survived against vampires. If vampires were an impossible foe to confront, that immortal race would have reigned over humanity long ago. However, that was not the case. No matter how powerful, there must be weaknesses. And if there exists even the slightest possibility of defeat, would Enrique dare confront another vampire? It is a realm of uncertainty, but if it's the Enrique he knows, then surely he could never do such a thing. Unlike other foes where defeat means death, vampires' struggles take the form of conquest war. The victor takes everything from the defeated, thus demanding a price worse than death. She could potentially set Frechenkaya ablaze with her own hands. The great legacy of the hero party could drink the blood of the citizens who admire her and burn the city. Such an act would serve as a symbol that could plunge the entire civilized society into fear. So, if Ivan finds himself in the position of having to oppose civilized society, he would surely aim for something like that. From the standpoint of preparing for the worst while executing the best, one could deduce the enemy's tactical objectives as such. They must have commenced their attack because they have means capable of capturing Enrique. Whatever it may be, it must be fatal to her. Isabel, who listened to that statement, let out a deep sigh. Gra. Wajik. Elphira screamed as she shattered the head of an approaching zombie. Why are there so many undead? Vampires, can control the dead. Is it necromancy, a spell? It's blood sorcery. I can do it too, as long as I have enough blood. At Lucia's shout, Elphira replied bitterly. In this case, it would be great to use a sacred spell like Ashes Are Ashes, but that's difficult, right? It's not difficult, It's impossible. The saint can't use the sacred spells in this situation. Don't they have to die if you burst their heads? They are zombies. Oscar sliced through the arms of the approaching zombie with a single blow and kicked it over. They're not just made to fill numbers. That's right. What do you mean by that? When Ecdysis asked, unable to follow Lucia and Oscar's conversation, Lucia answered in her stead. Zombies can't suck blood. In blood sorcery, the one with greater dominion wins, so if a vampire has greater power than our teacher can't gain the upper hand. Not I. So this means they were prepared as a trap to catch our teacher. Creating beings that cannot drain blood to extract power or usurp dominion, unless completely destroyed, they do not die. To counter this, if Enrique were to oppose it, she would have no choice but to produce her own kin. If she personally wipes out the zombies, she would stand out to any hiding enemy elder, therefore. If Enrique wishes to avoid such a situation, she would not be able to take such actions. Thus, this is a trap and a net of encirclement, not just randomly littered in front of this party, but rather deployed across the entire city at this very moment. As 5 days of absolute darkness pass, the missing citizens join the Legion of the Dead, growing in numbers. While they are not too threatening yet, they still become a sufficiently large crowd. If this situation were to persist for even another week, and if the terrified citizens were to incite a riot, there would be no way to respond. In the chaos, the vampires would exploit the situation even more easily. At least if Ivan had been around. To confront the unknown vampire that was attempting the worst tactical options available following Enrique's disablement. Similarly, a man capable of replicating every tactic Enrique could employ would surely be needed. As they advanced through the darkness of the city, crushing the zombies that sporadically emerged, the party moved towards their objective. Donate at least $10, and you can request any novel from Novelpia, excluding 19+ content, to be translated using the latest tools developed. (242). Chapter 243. Magic is a field of study subject to convergent evolution. Even when the underlying logic of different schools varies, it is common to derive similar results. For instance, there is the meteor. The destruction faction insists it is fire magic, the earth faction claims it is rock magic, and the celestial faction argues it is a summoning spell. Surprisingly, they are all correct. Each has realized a common result, the impact of a meteorite in their own way. Opinions are divided within the academic community. The same applies to commanding undead minions. The life faction grants a false life to the corpse. Necromancy manipulates the very mana of death, and blood magic calls forth vampire kin based on blood. Thus, zombies running around does not necessarily indicate a large-scale assault initiated by necromancers. Since Abadidas's death, necromancy has effectively been callioned. This actually suggests the opposite. It is the greatest evidence that vampires are at work. Have so many people already died in just a few days? If they plan to do so, it's not impossible. Lucia shouted as she twisted off the head of an approaching zombie. Once Her Majesty the Queen returns, it will all end, so I think we should see this as mere chaos caused by rising poison. Clearly, their target is Enrique. What is happening in the city is a planned operation designed to exploit Enrique's weaknesses. They are on a time limit. Once Elizaveta returns with her legion, this chaos will come to a swift end. The fact that they have invaded precisely when Frechenkaya is weakened means they cannot afford to confront a fully prepared Krasilov. It is obvious. Even though the number of zombies may be vast, they cannot contend against an armed force. In the face of bullets, all are equal, and fingernails and teeth cannot harm armor. So, once the rear is stabilized and variables are eliminated, Enrique can make her move. Even during her time as a mere minion, She was an assassin who personally killed high-ranking vampires, so the moment the threat dissipates, she will start rampaging without restraint. Thus, this is a race against time. From their perspective, if they can eliminate Enrique before Elizaveta returns, they win. From our perspective, if we can stop them before Frechenkaya is utterly destroyed, we win. And in a race against time, it would be hard to find better warriors for a prolonged battle than the undead. They possess an army that has no issues with supply, morale drops, or desertion. Crack! Oscar lightly struck the head of an approaching zombie and clicked his tongue. Honestly, if this goes on for a week, there won't be a living person left in the city. It's remarkable that everyone hasn't caught on yet. Daylight is gone, so people are terrified. How could anyone step outside when citizens searching for the missing go missing themselves? The magical lights do not illuminate the entire city. With patrols lacking, it is rare for anyone to distinguish whether silhouettes moving in the dark are zombies or thieves. Did I hear no movement next door? In such a situation, it is not the citizens of Krasilov who would worry about their neighbor's safety and go check. The city was quietly, yet never slowly, collapsing. Frankly, it is hard to believe that a single vampire could cause such chaos, but Krasilov's national situation is not normal. If one had to endure the total war of about 20 years, 3 changes of kingship, civil wars among claimants, revolts within a year, 2 invasions, and more than 3 raids, it could easily result in the disarray of a city even in 21st century America. Oscar sighed without answering and charged forward into the zombie-filled entrance. The group followed behind, forming their line. At this point, Ivan entered the Frechenkaya region. It was barely more than a week of running on foot, just 6.5 days. A superhuman strength can enable a woman to carry an adult male and run. Based on this evident fact, Ivan and Isabel have alternated sleeping while carrying each other. This is not the honeymoon I was thinking of. Isabel looked at the sky with a faint smile. A pitch-black sky spread above her, with neither moon nor stars. Is this how the demon realm's sky looked to Father? Well, at this point, it's the demon realm. Telepathy. What do you mean? Ivan also looked up at the sky. He took out a pocket watch from his pocket, glanced at it, and then returned it. The entire area has become the demon realm. This kind of scale must have been a long time in preparation, or an enormous number of demon sorcerers have been mobilized, or perhaps the 7 dragon lords have intervened. Ivan looked toward Frechenkaya in the distance. Beyond the muddy coffin, the towering spires and outer fortifications were cloaked in dense darkness. Below, flickering torches could be seen. However, there weren't enough of them. This indicated that a gap in military presence had occurred. Elizaveta would have left behind the minimum number of troops to defend the capital, so the visibility of a military gap suggests severe internal conditions in Frechenkaya. Not entirely fallen yet. The seal of the Krasilov royal family still fluttered atop the tower. The fact that there are troops moving back and forth in the outer castle means that the city's functions have not completely ceased. Ivan clicked his tongue and moved forward. At the street corner, they encountered still fresh corpses that had recently died. But as they approached the slum-like wasteland, the condition of the corpses rapidly deteriorated. In the first place, the types of corpses that could be found in this area would be those abandoned on the streets or buried after being robbed. It was a feat to maintain form while being gnawed by rat hordes. As they moved onward and entered a section enveloped in near-complete darkness, with almost no magical lights present, the group swallowed hard and gazed up at a massive, dilapidated building. It was an administration building that bore the emblem of crossed daggers and lacked even a single window. The absence of windows indicated it conducted deeds that should not be shown to others, and it also meant those inside cannot see outside. This place is the headquarters of the Counterintelligence Command. Once notorious throughout Frechenkaya, No, all of Krasilov as the most fearsome location. How many people were dragged in here during the power struggles with Alexander and never saw daylight again? Contrary to the ominous rumors, the people the group encountered at the counterintelligence command were mostly good-natured neighborhood uncles. A lot of skeletons. That means there are many old corpses. Beyond the iron-barred entrance, white skeletons were shuffling about, their numbers hard to count. It was a number that could rival a cemetery. Most were missing some limbs. The glowing skeleton soldiers were rummaging through the building as though to avenge their grudges from their lifetime. The group opened the iron bars with dry throats. It was not fear of the skeletons, but rather shock at the sheer number of skeletal soldiers that could have only come from having so many people die in this building. As the iron bars opened, the skeleton soldiers all immediately turned their heads towards them as if they had ears. What are you looking at? Do you think I'll be scared by that? If you speak like that, it really sounds like you're scared, Ecdysis. At Ecdysis's remark, the skeletons approached. As the group finished preparing for battle, the skeletons halted just outside the range of their blades. Generally, undead lack intelligence. Spells that achieve reason are very high-level sorcery and are not used to produce such low-grade soldiers. So those skeletons should only possess two instincts: the will deeply rooted enough to remain as grudges in life, or the will of the caster. Most of the undead in Frechenkaya currently follow the latter case. They merely wander aimlessly, attacking those who dwell in the dark without purpose. In other words, the skeletons standing still before them. That means they switched from autopilot mode to manual control. Eugene clicked his tongue and lifted his visor. Sure enough, the lead skeleton soldier began to speak. It seems minions are dying everywhere. The skeleton wore a dumbfounded expression, but the voice that came forth was sharp and refined, a man's voice. As the group stood stunned, the skeleton continued. So, the bloodline of the betrayer has come. Daring to create kin, how daring that girl is to overstep her bounds. Who are you? As Oscar aimed his sword at the skeleton, it rattled its teeth as if laughing. Is there a farmer who introduces his name to grain? Is there a fisherman who shows respect to fish? Your question is laughable. Rather than asking for my name, shouldn't you prove your own worth, whether you're worthy enough to be invited to my banquet or not? The skeleton replied to Oscar in an exaggerated theatrical manner. In response, Oscar stabbed the skeleton's forehead and shattered it without a reply. I'm the firstborn of Jill Bird at Arik, Oscar of Tyles. Vampire, if you're not scared, show yourself, and if you're feeling scared now, get lost from this city. Upon hearing Oscar's words, the skeletons froze. The glowing, blue-eyed skulls gazed at the group and spoke in unison. The bloodline of the betrayer and the son of the mountain. A precious hand indeed, very well. Your blood is sufficiently valuable. I will tolerate your arrogance, so wait. I wonder if Enrique, that witch, will stay idle while I play with you. As the conversation concluded, the skeletons all rushed towards the group. They began attempting to break through the counterintelligence command headquarters. The underground was filled with rotting zombies and swarms of rats. The rats came fearlessly, trying to bite at Ivan's toes and legs. In the pitch-black underground, devoid of any light source, Ivan walked at the same speed as usual. He didn't even need to attempt echolocation. The enemies in this sewer did not possess any semblance of stealth. Sounds amplify in closed quarters. If one can recognize the source of the noise and the angle of reflection, they can deduce their surroundings in a manner almost akin to echolocation. Ivan continued to crush the heads of zombies with his axe and stomped the jumping rats while maintaining consistent strides. The structural layout of Frechenkaya's underground sewers remains etched in his mind with no more than a meter of error. He deduced the distance with his step, the numbers and positions of enemies from the sound they emitted. Cracked. After shattering the last zombie in his immediate section, Ivan lightly shook his axe to wipe off the rotten blood. He took the hand of Isabel, who was trailing behind while pinching her nose. "Zahi, if you keep walking that way, you'll fall into the sewer." Isabel still wasn't able to perceive colors normally due to the curse of limericks. In such a situation, with her vision nearly blocked, it seemed she had lost her sense of direction. Ivan clicked his tongue briefly. He had to guide her with one hand as he moved. "Didn't I tell you to wait at home?" "How can you say that? We're in this together, how cruel." "We're together." "Well, we've cut down the 7 dragon lords together." Or, our lips bumped heads. Ivan sighed and let go of her. Even if he couldn't see, he could feel Isabel's surprise. "I don't have time for chit-chat, so I'll make it brief. I cannot accept your feelings." "What?" "Think about your age. I'm as old as your father." Though he didn't know Maximilian's exact age, combining his time on Earth and now, Ivan had lived for about 50 years. Excluding the time he spent as Kim Sunwoo, he's already over his mid-30s. His age gap with Isabel is 14 years. At such a difference, he's effectively like a thief. Of course, he was taught by the rogue of the hero party, so it was an issue of position. Still, this pertains to ethics. Unlike the pre-modern fantasy world, he came from a civilized nation that had stringent ethics and morals included in its regular educational curriculum. The dissemination of advanced civilization and ethical consciousness is an obligation of reincarnators. He simply couldn't bring himself to be in a romantic relationship with a friend's daughter. After all, she is almost like a niece. Of course, he couldn't say he felt nothing at all. It's hard for a normal person to feel bad about a beautiful woman's confession of feelings. However, Ivan was not an unreasonable person who could disregard ethical issues. A niece, a friend's daughter, and minimally, he was likely a future husband, potentially a father, and on top of that, perhaps someday he'd return to Earth. Given the final consideration, he shouldn't risk having a child, but that was unavoidable. Refusing the king's direct order would leave no room for choice as a loyal subject of Krasilov. And to add a small desire honestly, the allure of being a part of the lineage of the late king was also a significant temptation. In conclusion, while Ivan had no reason to reject Isabel's feelings, he had almost no reason to accept them. "Do you dislike me?" "It's not that kind of problem." "If not, then what's the reason? You're young, pretty, a hero, and you say you like me. What's the problem?" "Isabel." "Don't say you didn't know. You knew it wasn't just me." Sure, he admitted it. He could tell that several female members of the hero party were secretly harboring feelings. He could hardly ignore it, even if he was oblivious. He just pretended not to notice. The perfect relationship would be like that of an uncle and niece. In that regard, Ecdysis had the most ideal approach towards him. She genuinely seemed to see him as an uncle. Not really. Elphara was half-heartedly considering him as a foster parent due to Vialgrin's request, and Lucia would be closer to idolization than a realm of affection. As Ivan continued walking without answering, Isabel suddenly yelled, I don't know. Now I genuinely really don't know. Og." Suddenly, Isabel's hand closed around the hand he had previously let go. She clasped tightly and held on. "Since I can't see anything right now, please guide me like this. And I also know I'll do as you taught me." He didn't remember teaching anything extravagant. Isabel's voice continued. "The hero is someone who never gives up even in despair. If one of us must give in, it won't be me." With that, Isabel boldly marched forward. Just ahead, hand in hand. Ivan couldn't help but let out a slight chuckle. "Well, it seems I can see now." "How long will you hide, Enrique?" A sinister voice echoed in Enrique's ears. A few rats connected to her consciousness slowly whispered to her. "A sinful child who killed her father dares to create children? How ridiculous! Can a mongrel not even half a being find joy in family games?" If so, look. I shall show you the sight of your child dying while screaming your name. Let's see how long you can wait." "Shut up." Enrique sneered in the dark room. It's quite embarrassing for one to call themselves a hero while leaving them in this state. And yet, here she was. She fastened 2 daggers at her waist and stood up. "Yes, let's go." Logically, heading out now is the worst of mistakes. This situation was surely arranged to capture her, which meant the opponent believed they could confront her and win. Knowing the name of the Shadow Blade, Enrique understood that the methods prepared by the enemy would not be trivial. For that reason, she hid. She even ordered her apprentice to flee. Yet, she still couldn't stop herself from heading out, knowing that the apprentice was bravely fighting back. So it was time to go out, to fight, and if it seemed she was about to be caught, she would end her own life. Afterwards, likely, she would ensure her revenge. Enrique took a deep breath and armed herself, pondering what to say when meeting Vialgrin and Jill Burr. She had even promised to take good care of their children. Thump! Sounds echoed outside the hiding spot. The vampire's sharp hearing caught the noise. The magically sealed thick door began to shake violently. Did they find me here? With tension, Enrique drew her sword. Soon, thump, thump, thump. The door shook in a rhythm resembling knocking. It was a violence bereft of the politeness of a mere knock. Soon, crack, the sealing spell shattered. Almost immediately, cracks formed in the reinforced stone door. Again, crack. A blade tore through the crack, appearing, then swiftly withdrawing. Ugh. Through the gap, blue eyes stared at her. Familiar, cold, yet filled with relief. Visible even through the small gap, sunken cheeks. With firmly closed lips, delicate brows extended. "My disciple. You're alive. I'm undead. Seeing you still have the energy to make jokes is a sign of health." Crack. Ivan burst through the door, which collapsed. Simultaneously, Enrique lunged toward him. Isabel naturally ran up to Enrique and hugged her. "I'm so glad you're okay, Professor Enrique." Everything is all right now. The hero has come." Enrique fell into confusion. Donate at least $10, and you can request any novel from Novelpia, excluding 19+ content, to be translated using the latest tools developed. (243). Chapter 244. There was a saying that Einar often kept repeating. A warrior is not one who has fought and won against anyone, but rather someone who discusses whom they will fight and defeat next. Thus, his introduction was quite different from that of other powerful figures. Instead of boasting about whom he had cut down or defeated, he simply spoke plainly. "I am Einar of Drovian, come." To fight and either become a hero by living, or die, becoming a legend for eternity. His demeanor remained consistent, whether he was addressing a mere soldier or standing before the 7 dragon lords. The warriors of Drovian fought only for death, looking forward to the death of the enemy and their own. No, even death would not be able to stop their struggle. Their faith promised an eternal war guaranteed beyond death. Seeing this attitude, Enrique smiled at Ivan from that time. "Are we any different? Do not mourn those who have left us. Know that we too stand in the same ranks as them." This, then, is about a methodology for accepting death. EP 40, The Line of the Dead 1. What is this? It's a seal, quite a high-level one. It has created a nearly vacuum state inside. It's a spell used to store fragile artworks or something like that. Elfera frowned in front of the ornate door that felt out of place in this dilapidated building. In this dust-covered, poorly maintained ruin, it was the only thing shining brightly. It was sealed by magic, and there were signs that cleaning personnel had consistently come to tidy up the surroundings. Did they create something like this in the ruins? For what reason? Eugene spoke cautiously. Since it's counterintelligence command, they might be hiding some amazing artifact. Why leave it here? They should have taken it when they moved the headquarters. It could be an artifact that's impossible to relocate, or perhaps something they wanted to hide because it's genuinely precious. The main office of the Counterintelligence Command is so famous that they must have been on alert for enemy attacks. Then, what Yuri mentioned about the chance of victory. Was it a suggestion to utilize the artifact in this place? It seemed quite plausible. They nodded together and gathered by the door. The skeletons that had been inside the building had all been cleared away. Each had physical disabilities that made them easy to deal with. At the same time, they tried to ignore the fact that so many disabled corpses had been buried there. "Can you break this seal?" That wasn't directed at me, was it? At Oscar's question, Elvira chuckled softly. "What do you take me for? I am Greikenkos. I'm even an elf. Do you think I would struggle with a seal created by humans?" She placed her hand on the seal and closed her eyes. "I'll be done in exactly 5 minutes, so just wait for me. I've even broken God's seals before, you know." Counterintelligence Command's main office. Ivan furrowed his brow upon hearing Enrique's explanation. Why had they gone there? That place had become useless aside from its symbolism. The Counterintelligence Command had already relocated its main office to the outskirts, and the remaining building in the city was nothing more than a scheduled demolition site. It was ridiculous for a reconnaissance agency to be located on a main street, so the old building of the Counterintelligence Command was positioned quite far away, even by Frechenkaya standards. Surrounding it were nothing but desolate slums. He remembered that. They couldn't have hoped for a good location. By the time the Counterintelligence Command was recognized as an independent department, the power of Crown Prince Alexander had been strong, making it difficult for the Counterintelligence Command, directly under Elizaveta, to set up a building in a favorable spot. Thus, it was strategically and tactically an insignificant operational target. So why had they chosen it? Yuri must be part of the party. Almost all of the party members had completed the tactical doctrine course of the Night Department. Although city tactics at the departmental level were mere basics, even thinking along those lines, there was no reason to set the Counterintelligence Command area as an operational target. So it couldn't be another member of the party who suggested that area. In a life-or-death situation, only Yuri could confidently insist on such irrational choices. The special trait of Yuri, if there is a chance of victory, one will not be defeated, was highly likely to be in effect. This meant there was something in that area, regardless of the circumstances. Ah, damn it, there was just one thing. There was something meaningful in that building. Ivan took off running immediately. A startled Enrique and Isabel quickly chased after him. "Why, what is it?" "The nameless cemetery." "What?" "The only value in the old building of the Counterintelligence Command." Ivan gritted his teeth as he raced forward. It was where all the bodies of the fallen members of the cleanup unit were buried. The cemetery of the nameless, allowed only to those who had shared the same battlefield, unknown even to their families. After demolishing the old building of the Counterintelligence Command, it was about to become a proper grave. If the situation had stabilized even a little, it would have already been done. During Elizaveta's reign, incidents had occurred month after month. She declared that she would take care of the fallen members of the cleanup unit as their last commander, but there were too many events in focus to dedicate herself to that task. Thus, the old building had been left unattended. This meant it had effectively become a derelict structure, aside from the heavily secured internal storage facilities. In forgetting that place, Ivan felt a deep-seated anger tinged with guilt. If the timing had been missed, at that time, was it still there? Enrique also gasped in shock as she ran. If the remains of the creatures had been turned into undead, they would become terrifying monsters. If the corpses of the knights rose as undead, death knights would arise. In essence, necromancy is greatly influenced by the material. Even zombies raised from the corpses of ordinary citizens could be so persistent and powerful that civilians might find it hard to cope. Trained soldiers could manage to deal with them, but confronting them in the dark would leave civilians utterly powerless. If zombies could do that, how much worse would it be if they were raised from the bodies of the cleanup unit? The specialty of the cleanup unit was infiltration and sabotage. Since Enrique had personally trained them, all the members of the cleanup unit had inherited her strengths. This meant they would be the strongest factor when facing the city. Their purpose was not war, but extermination. A city engulfed in darkness would be like a playground in broad daylight for them. Enrique ran, halfway in despair. If they arrived too late. During the time she had hidden in fear, if they had already awakened those who went before. If they commanded them to devour the city. Then all these events would be her fault. Enrique bit her lip and ran. Ivan had memorized every block of Frechenkaya. This was basic knowledge, so it needed no elaboration. Thus, the darkness of the city could not bind his feet. As long as Enrique was determined not to hide, it wouldn't take long to cross the city. Enrique transformed into a bat and flew into the sky. Her speed was overwhelming even by superhuman standards, but Ivan leaped from rooftop to rooftop almost at the same speed as her. Isabel, who was carried on his back, had to hold onto Ivan tightly and brace herself against the rushing wind without being able to open her mouth. Enrique. I saw. Soon, the silhouette of the old building of the Counterintelligence Command appeared. Ivan made a great leap and cleared a tall wall without any foothold. The noise upon landing was quieter than a piece of cotton falling. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he threw Isabel and pulled out his axe. Enrique, who landed next to him, sharply scanned the building. I smell blood, it's Lucia's scent. Are we late? No, it's a fresh blood scent. Let's go. A reply was unnecessary. They moved as if they vanished at the same time. Left alone, Isabel watched their figures in awe before letting out a hollow laugh. They gave me a break when running with me, huh? The corridor was filled with traces of battle. Even while running, Ivan could deduce the situation of the battle from the evidence left behind. Corpses of skeleton soldiers, the direction of the destruction, and the clear fragments and battle marks on the walls and floor told him precisely who had fought in what way and where they had headed, like fingerprints. He had seen the combat methods of all the party members. Trained agents seldom forget what they have seen once, so he could clearly see how the party had fought and advanced with what formations and strategies. That way. The direction Enrique pointed was the same. Ivan ran alongside her, biting his teeth in anxiety. Soon, the sound of battle reached his ears. It was the muffled sound of a struggle, distorted by mana, perhaps sound insulation or some similar spell. As they got closer, it became clear what the noise was. Oscar and Yuri were still fighting. Thank goodness, they weren't too late. Ivan suddenly dashed ahead of Enrique and turned the corner of the corridor. Beyond the shattered seal, a botanical garden unfolded. At the entrance of the garden stood a solemn statue. He recognized the face, Sasha. The statue that resembled him looked down upon the entrance. Did they even make something like this? Beneath it, there was also an inscription carved in Elizavetta's handwriting. Now, I willingly mourn for those who have gone before. Those who stand before this, you are witnessing the price of peace and should thus revere it. Elizaveta Kirillovna Krasilov. He felt he could understand what kind of heart she had while creating this place. Even indoors, everything was vividly alive, with tombstones lined up. The epitaphs on all the gravestones were the same, nameless heroes. Approximately 700 members of the cleanup unit. This was their resting place. Once completed, it was to be more splendid than any national cemetery. They had gone so far to create this. Ivan reflected briefly before turning his gaze. The time, originally cut to maximum speed, began to slow down. Only then did those who had been fighting notice his arrival and step back. Sam Chuun. Sir Yurimov. The party screamed. They were filled with joy and relief. Fortunately, those who were severely injured did not seem to be present. Ivan shifted his gaze. He confirmed the face of the one who had just been attacking the party. A pale face, sharp jawline and slicked-back golden hair. The large, slender frame. And a face filled with horror. "A widow, Ivan. You're alive, you're really alive." "It was you." Ivan took a step forward, gripping his axe. The creature staggered back. Ivan scanned the cemetery once more and then growled low. "How dare here? How dare the undead? How dare to the comrades? Your death shall not come easy." In his eyes, filled with hatred, the vampire froze like a frog met with a snake. It felt refreshing. Extreme anger calmed his mind instead. It was quite a suitable situation to fight. Once again, time began to flow slowly for Ivan. At that moment, when time was segmented, Ivan was already no longer there. Donate at least $10, and you can request any novel from Novelpia, excluding 19+ content, to be translated using the latest tools developed. (244). Chapter 245. All those present here have stepped into the realm of the superhuman. This was the most effort that Ivan had put into teaching his companions. Therefore, the fact that they were in a crisis indicates that the demon before them is strong enough to step into the realm of superhumans and simultaneously contend with several superhumans. Wajik. In the time where flow is disconnected, the vampire's right arm was torn off. The vampire reacted a beat late. In that instant, the axe blade was already embedded deep within its body. Even if one is a superhuman capable of accelerating their nerves, the difference is clear. It is a matter of how quickly one can enter the maximum level of response enhancement that the nerves can handle. If one were to compare it, it would be akin to modern motorsport. How quickly can one reach 0 to 60, and how precisely can they control that maximum speed? In short, a superhuman who reaches maximum acceleration before the opposing enemy can gain the overwhelming advantage of the first strike. In combat beneath the threshold of time, that fleeting moment determines everything. Utajek. So the moment the vampire turned its head, Ivan twisted and tore off its arm, delivering the next strike. The startled creature flailed and regained its stance, but it was slow. It had not yet reached maximum speed. In that moment, the outstretched left arm shattered into 5 pieces and scattered. Crimson droplets splattered and were embedded in the air. The mist-like blood, unable to withstand the pressure of the accelerated body, elongated outwards. And the axe blade descended again, dismantling all that stood in its path. The creature's pupils finally caught up to that speed. Clang! The axe blade was blocked by its fangs, and it was sent flying backward. And behind it, Shorng. Emerging from the mist was Enrique, holding a dagger. The creature, having briefly recovered its body, staggered as it deflected Enrique's blade. The axe and dagger intertwined and scattered multiple times. The body, now in tatters, reconstructed itself in midair. Ivan and Enrique dashed forward simultaneously through the droplets of blood. Knowing each other's combat techniques very clearly, their combinations flowed perfectly even in silence. The vampire repeatedly shattered and reassembled, staggering. Stop. A fight conducted in the realm of the superhuman is silent. Most battles occur faster than sound, or at least faster than auditory signal recognition. Thus, the words heard in this struggle did not originate from a vocal cord. The vampire, in mist form, was casting spells attempting to communicate in Ivan's mind. "The spider, Ivan, my master wishes to speak with you." Instead of responding, Ivan drove the creature's head down once more. Any trained agent would not engage in dialogue with a monster that could still fight. An unneutralized monster is dangerous. After it's neutralized, there's no need for conversation. The creature's head crumbled to ash, scattering immediately. With its head lost, it staggered back a few steps and reformed. If you wish to save your king, then stop. Those words couldn't be ignored. Ivan's hand momentarily twitched. Still, he continued his assault, but at this level, he had enough time to dodge. The vampire quickly withdrew beyond the seal. Ivan's gaze followed it. Hoo-ha, damn it, it shouldn't be alive. The vampire coughed out blood and staggered. As Ivan regained his stance, the creature spoke quickly. Come to the Krasilov royal tomb. My master wishes to see you. As Ivan ignored its words and lunged, the vampire convulsed and unleashed a spell. A blood-hued barrier spread before him. Quagic, quagic, the barrier shattered under 2 axe strikes. In the gap, Ivan reached out, grabbing the vampire by the collar and raising the axe upside down. The vampire's weak point was always the heart, so he gripped the axe handle like a stake. Realizing that conversation, persuasion, and negotiation would not work, the vampire flailed its arms in panic with a pale, horrified face. Meanwhile, a skeletal being approached Ivan's axe. Stop the tricks. You're your king. There is only one king in this country, and he is not in this city right now. He is here, that monstrous fiend. The king you have served all your life is in this city. Zombies and skeletons suddenly appeared, rushing like moths to protect their master. While it wasn't difficult to deal with them one by one, they were doing their utmost to obstruct Ivan's movements with their undead tenacity. Barely managing to regain its composure, the vampire sat on the windowsill, sneering. Have you forgot what is buried in the Krasilov royal tomb, Spider? I swear. It felt as though all the zombies scattered throughout the city had been called forth. The corridor wasn't that spacious, yet the zombies surged in, filling the space between him and the vampire like a massive barrier. Even if he swung his weapon to smash them, they filled in the gaps again, buying time to protect their master. Now, when he could no longer even see the faces behind the zombies, Ivan reached out through the masses and concluded, You will not live one day longer than today. The vampire had to feel a chill as it gazed at the gun barrel that suddenly emerged between the corpses of zombies and skeleton soldiers. Through the pouring zombies, a small opening revealed a pair of blue eyes glaring at him, as if to swallow him whole. Bang, bang, bang. The moment he transformed into a bat, gunshots rang out in succession. Half of the scattered bats were precisely shot through the forehead and fell. Killing. From amidst the bats, a stream of magic flew towards Ivan. The misaligned spell grazed Ivan, crashing into the room. A deep purple spell struck the ground in the middle of a tombstone-covered graveyard. Reanimator. The one who read the magical power, Elfera, shouted. It was too fast a spell to counter with anti-magic. After all, the opponent was strong enough to push the entire group into a defensive position. When Ivan turned around, ominous laughter echoed from among the bats soaring beyond the sky. Try to reinter your most cherished ones with your own hands. Hua-ha-ha-ha. The tombstones began to tremble. Ivan stared blankly at him, disregarding the oncoming zombies. The skeletal hands and jaws of the undead enveloped Ivan. Encased within, he remained immobile. His companions were running toward him to save him. That desperate gesture went unnoticed. Ivan continued to gaze coldly at the tombstones. He had fought without reward, died without honor, forgotten without a name. All the souls of his comrades were buried there. He still remembered the names, deaths, and lives of all the comrades he had carried. And the tombstones trembled, dry mounds shifted. The enchanted corpses reached out longingly for life once more. A white bone rose from among the soil. Wagic, the severed hand scraped the ground, propelling the body upward. It appeared to move in slow motion. Even without using nerve acceleration, it felt that way. This was likely a gift prepared for him by Elizaveta. This tomb, secretly established even for him, was a gift prepared by Elizaveta, and for the souls of all the heroes who had passed away in the past. The beautiful shrubs and grand statues stretched across the graveyard felt more splendid than sorrowful. For those who had chosen death heroically, at least there would be a grandeur to look upon after their demise. Now, the corpses stood to defile this place, while the comrades who had found their peace awoke from their long slumber under the vampire's spell. Thump, his heart raced. An overwhelming hatred made his mind dizzy. As soon as Ivan confirmed the weaponry of the corpse that had arisen from the grave, he moved his arm. The zombie, which had been gnawing at his shoulder, crumbled without resistance. Wajik, wajik, quajik. The corpses were crushed and scattered. Ivan continued his slaughter silently and stoically, with a mechanical coldness about him. It was an utterly numb massacre. His companions halted in their tracks. "You, uncle." SHH. Covering Ecdysis's mouth, Enrique shook her head quietly. "Not now." Instead, Enrique readied his knife toward the rising corpses in the graveyard. The undead had been raised using the bodies of the cleanup unit. Given it was a spell used in haste, it likely wouldn't yield proper performance. Thus, there shouldn't be any danger in facing the cleanup unit alone. If that were possible, the undead before him would have the power to even contend with the 7 dragon lords. They were indeed those who had done just that. The vampire, who had likely aimed to raid this place, would have sought to commandeer them. If he had been able to subjugate all of them, capturing Enrique would have been a trivial affair. However, with that plan gone awry, the clumsily awakened undead were nothing more than a means to buy time. That time would be sufficient. Even if it was a clumsily cast spell, its source was the cleanup unit, and here were Ivan and Enrique. Among those facing the cleanup unit, those capable of controlling their emotions were here. Though it might not have been an intentional tactic, the actions of the vampire forced an almost terrifying anger upon Ivan. Quajik Ujajik. Thus, Ivan moved with restrained emotions. If he let his emotions take over even slightly, it was hard to predict what he would do in such agitation. Enrique noticed this and had to prevent his approaching companions. Finally, when Ivan had dispatched the approaching zombies and piled the bodies to block the entrance, the armed corpses from every tomb were now watching him. These were remains that had been buried for more than 4 years. Many of them were remains that had lost parts of their limbs in the fierce battles during their lifetimes. However, recognizing most of them was not difficult. Their heights, the shapes of their skulls, their physical features, the types of injuries they suffered right before death. He remembered every single detail. Ivan dropped the axe he had been holding. The eyeless skeletons continued to stand there, gazing at him. This was not the sort of reunion he had wanted. As Ivan silently stared at them, the foremost skeleton took a step forward. "Step back, Sir Yurimov." Oscar blocked his way. To ask Enrique and Ivan to confront them would be an incredibly cruel thing. If it had to be done, he would do it instead. Yet the approaching skeleton stopped at a distance where the blade could not reach, simply observing him, as if it had no intention to attack. Thud. The skeleton before him snapped its jaw sharply. The embers beneath the surface glimmered oddly, seemingly filled with a hint of laughter. Once more, thud, thud. The skeletons lined up behind responded by snapping their jaws together. They couldn't attempt conversation, as they lacked vocal cords. There was no viable way to convey sound signals, and casting spells to replace sound wasn't an option since they were merely skeletons without a shred of mana. Thus thud. As if asking him to listen, they gazed at Ivan, substituting laughter with their actions. Ivan recognized the skeletal face before him. Through the visual realm, memories were overlaying. The face of the former person emerged, colored upon the deep hollow of the skull. He smiled. It was a smile precisely like the one from those days, looking at Ivan. Sasha. Thud. Yes, Colonel, what a sight to behold. The one who always walked playfully ahead of the group. The one who had endured until the very end against the curse of Abaditas before collapsing. Behind him, once again, faces overlaid onto the skeleton's form. Ivan could see the faces of comrades who had always been with him in his nightmares every single night. One by one, they knelt, kneeling on one knee, stretching out their fingers to touch the ground, returning to the image of reporting back after deactivating their weapons. The surviving members of the cleanup unit report back to duty, Colonel. Such sounds that could not be heard resounded within. When Ivan was unable to respond, Sasha raised his head and smiled as he spoke. Please give the next orders. How is it? He did not believe in miracles, nor in destiny or any kind of coincidence. Such things had never been on his side throughout his life. Therefore, he had never believed in them from the beginning. However, in this moment, Ivan was able to believe in miracles, a sight he could not explain otherwise. When the dead were resurrected, it is said that only two instincts remain. An intention so deeply held as to remain as resentment after death, or the will of the summoner who resurrected them. Thus, if there is a clear reason for them to disregard the summoner's will, there would be only one. Even after death, as deeply held as lingering resentment. The will of those who swore to protect this land. That was looking up at Ivan now, asking for the next order, the last mission left unfulfilled in life. Ivan bowed his head and replied in a low voice. Savior King. The members of the cleanup unit received the order. The skeletons rose from their positions, raising the personal weapons they had been buried with, and thud, thud, cheerfully resounding their jaws together, laughing. The dead walked in formation. Those who had forgotten life but not their duties walked. In the depths of Frinkaya, in this city where life and death intertwined, the dead rise against the living to save the living. Donate at least $10, and you can request any novel from Novelpia, excluding 19+ content, to be translated using the latest tools developed. (245). Chapter 246. The numerous titles and nicknames of Ivan the Great King were created before the Great War. Except for hunting down the 7 dragon lords, the war against the demons was not something to leisurely coin nicknames. At 12 years old, he served as a prince for the first time in battle. Leading only about 2,000 cavalry, he won in 5 engagements. The nickname earned then was the Great One. At 15, his father, who attempted to pass the throne to his illegitimate son, was poisoned by someone, and Ivan ascended the throne. He became the rightful ruler of Krasilov. At 17, he faced local rebels who aimed for the young king's insufficient authority. At this time, without the support of the Krasilov army, he led only the royal guards to battle and beheaded the rebel leader in 10 days, earning the title, the Blood Bear. At 21, he nearly doubled the territory of Krasilov and earned the name the Warlord. At 27, he pushed away most neighboring nations and took control of the entirety of northern human civilization, being called the Fearsome One. At 32, he pushed all neighboring countries to the south, except for powerful nations like Tyles and Drovian, establishing modern borders and earned the title, the Thunder Lord. At 45, he enlisted at the front lines with the onset of the Great War. Continuing the war against demons, he became known as the Bleeder. Finally, at 64, when he lost track of the location of the 7 dragon lords due to information disruption, he attempted interception with the royal guards until all citizens of the 5 territories exposed to the demon army were evacuated. Until all territories exposed to the invasion completed their retreat, out of about 3,000 royal guards and 3,000 royal army soldiers, only around 200 survived. the last title he earned when those who returned after the operation carried him back to be enshrined in Frechenkaya, was the Great King. Little Ivan occasionally reminisced. He had defeated the 7 dragon lords and Abaditas with a force of about 30. However, that was due to sufficient battle experience and training, thorough preparation and rehearsal, and the ambush occurring at a chosen time and place. So at a time when he was ambushed without any information, commanding all his soldiers essentially to commit suicide, he guided every single one of them to advance before the 7 dragon lords without deserting the battlefield. And at last, the former king who had successfully accomplished objective achievement. Well, to put it simply, the person was strong. EP41, Memory. Isabel stared blankly at the skeletons walking as if they were protecting them. About 500 skeletons were moving silently. It was truly a silent movement. The weight of the skeletal soldiers was exceedingly light. However, due to not having a body structure to buffer noise, their movements should have produced natural friction sounds. But the skeletons moving with the group now made no sound at all. In a situation where they were walking armed with weapons, there was almost no sound, like a sword hilt hitting bone. It felt as if all troops except for this group were illusions, a lack of reality. Clack. One of the skeletons walking to the side raised a finger and made a sound. With the signal, 6 or so skeleton soldiers quickly descended into the underground. Looking away again, another skeleton guiding the soldiers was seen. They soon ran around the corner of the main road and disappeared. A skeleton gesturing from above the wall caused another 6 or so to vanish. And they eventually returned silently, moving within the ranks as if nothing had occurred. Seeing the weapons stained with blood and mud, it was not hard to deduce what might have happened in between. I'm a bit scared now. At Isabel's words, Yuri quietly nodded. Every single skeleton present here was equivalent to Ivan's soldier version. They disappeared as if it was something naturally to do and returned after cleaning the area. The movement of the ranks was like cleaning. On the long path from the counterintelligence command building in the distance to the Krasilov Palace, all potential threats were eliminated as they advanced. Cleaning every alleyway and securing safety, by entering every visible entrance to the underground, they moved forward to join forces. Occasionally wandering zombies now clearly recognized them as enemies and swarmed like a wall, attempting to resist. Islash. Crack. In the battle between the deceased, there were no sounds of screams. As the zombies rushed silently, the skeletons crushed them without answering. Like a siege weapon smashing through the gates, no, like arrows slicing through silk. This force of around 500 moved forward towards the royal castle with mechanical dryness. Unhurriedly, trudging along, movements that could hardly be believed to belong to the dead. Forward. But to the point where they could hardly be believed to be human, insensible. Like a precisely operating machine. Focusing solely on slaughter, they became weapons of war. Forward. If this place has an environment similar to the demon realm. Enrique smiled and approached the group. They have spent their entire lives in that place. It's like coming home for them. Krasilov Royal Necropolis was constructed solely for one person. Under the reign of Kirill, his royal authority was virtually inherited from his father's achievements. Thus, King Kirill had to invest a huge amount of resources to build the necropolis even amidst poverty after the war. Therefore, during that time, the royal guards who perished while facing the 7 dragon lords alongside the former king were laid to rest in the best environment this nation could provide. Under a dome completely imitative of the imperial court, where the sunlight poured in when the sun rose, a man lay with his hands on his chest. With almost perfect preservation and sealing, maintaining his appearance from the time of death, armed with the sword and armor he had used in life, the king looked peaceful as if he were asleep. Do it now. The robed men all reached out at once, Purple mana seeped into the sleeping king. The seals encompassing his body and the holy relics laid upon the altar could not stop them. The moment the sacred power vanished, the necropolis lost its minimum means of protection. The sleeping king's fingers trembled. "Success, my lord." A mage smiled brightly and raised his head. A spell prepared with finesse and precision beyond merely raising a lion. Unlike summoning zombies or skeletons, this was a meticulously prepared spell on the level of resurrecting a death knight. Even amidst severe resistance from the humans, it was given directly from his master's detailed command. The mages felt beads of cold sweat trickling down, certainly not normal, as they completed the spell. The king finally opened his murky eyes. His gaze slowly turned to the nearby mage. "Awaken, rise, and serve your rightful master. Slay the necks of all rogues that trespass upon your master's domain." The mage approached, whispering commands to this carefully prepared undead. The king's gaze scanned around. The mage's spells were indeed connected to his body. A powerful will surged in, and the hazy mind from prolonged death stirred, shaking his soul. His gaze fell again on the mage standing close. The king opened his mouth. "His wish." Before that, the great sword cleaved through the mage's neck. "What?" The mages gasped in shock simultaneously. The decapitated mage was also a high vampire, and he quickly regained his posture, recovering his body. The spell had undoubtedly been successful. Amidst the mage's tension and confusion, the king uttered his first words after being resurrected. "I serve no one." "Stop him." The drawbridge upon the deep moat of Frechenkaya Inner Castle was fully raised. On the walls of the inner castle stood knights looking down at them. All were undead. Ivan could remember their faces. They were the knights of the royal guards, laid to rest alongside the necropolis. Once his seniors and comrades were looking down at him with cold expressions. "The level of the spell is different," Enrique mumbled softly while gazing at the inner castle. The spells that merely raised zombies, or those hastily used during escape against the cleanup unit, were on a different level entirely. That was a highly prepared type of spell to raise death knights. Compared to the demon army, magical prowess was at the level of the commanders of Abaditas, meticulously perfected through thorough preparation. Miracles do not happen more than once. That is why they are called miracles. No matter how great they are, if they were raised with techniques built on malice, they could not retain their previous sanity. The knights raised their swords with dry eyes, preparing for battle. With most of their limbs intact and even their bones well preserved, their skills would not differ much from when they were alive. Ivan kept his mouth shut and placed his hand on the axe handle. The muscles in his arm twitched, the sturdy axe handle trembled as if about to break under his grip. "Calm down, we expected this." "Yeah." Enrique patted his shoulder. The news that the royal guards, knights, had risen meant that the necropolis had already been pilfered. So, it meant that the former king had also fallen into their hands. They must have been preparing at the time they attacked the counterintelligence command. Enrique felt an extreme sense of obligation. This offensive was effectively aimed solely at her, meaning that if she had not been in this city, their eternal rest would have been unbothered. Given that preparations for a siege are inadequate, shall I try to take the gate? As Elfahara prepared a spell, Enrique smiled and stopped her. "We're not going to lay siege, Elfahara." But we'll infiltrate." As soon as Enrique finished speaking, the skeletons observing the walls began to disappear into the darkness, as if melting away. "The walls have been breached. My lord, you must return now." "What about that guy?" "We've managed to barely control it, but it's not easy. My lord, with our abilities. Buy me a little more time." Within the dark, flowing shades of dark green mana, a vampire silently reached out. Once, an artifact of the one who ruled all undead, began to glow slowly and lifted into the air. having obtained the powers of both of the 7 dragon lords, if I now overcome that person, I shall touch the demon king. In an era where the gods are dead, the opportunity shall not come again. I shall become the god of the undead and take revenge for my father. Maximilian. As the sole heir of Olga, I shall raise his bloodline to the most glorious position in this world. And I shall behead him and present his head upon the altar. Donate at least $10, and you can request any novel from Novelpia, excluding 19+ content, to be translated using the latest tools developed. (246). Chapter 247. The drawbridge slid down smoothly. It had barely been an hour since the cleanup unit began their infiltration, and the inner castle gates were already disabled. It was only natural. While the cleanup unit's official purpose was to assassinate high-value targets from the demon army, Elizaveta, as Alexander's confidant, had an internal motive of counter-revolution. As long as Alexander's legitimacy remained intact, Elizaveta had to seize power through a counter-revolution. While the counterintelligence command eventually wrapped things up, it meant that a military occupation of Frechenkaya was indeed part of the cleanup unit's training process. Apprentice. Enrique looked at Ivan with a serious face. At this moment, crossing the drawbridge and entering the inner castle, Ivan's expression was becoming increasingly cold. Around them, skeletal soldiers were clashing with the resurrected knights of the royal guards. The faces of the royal guards were still recognizable, and the cleanup unit members were people Ivan had trained one by one. Every fallen soldier fighting now was a comrade, whose name, life, personality, and achievements he could recall just by glancing at them. Those comrades raised their spears against each other. It was a battlefield filled not with screams, but with sounds of blasts. A member fell, crushed by a massive mace. The knight who took down the member was shortly thereafter decapitated by another member who silently appeared behind him. Ivan moved forward in silent rage, without a destination. As the youngest member of the royal guards, they were all seniors who deserved his respect. They were the ones who had rushed ahead on the last charge of the late king, even in the face of certain death. He had heard that none among them had died after the late king. All members of the royal guards from that time had volunteered to die ahead of their lord during the king's charge. Their struggles had saved the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. Their eternal rest should have been in a better state. Their remains must not be defiled by the sorcery of vampires. Their honor was. Apprentice. Ivan heard Enrique's voice. He turned to her with bloodshot eyes. Startled for a moment by his look, she soon sighed and shook her head. Just relax a little. I know it's hard, but remember what you learned. Do not let emotions cloud your judgment, even in revenge against your enemies. It's not that revenge itself is without value. Revenge calls forth greater fear the more brutal it is. When a single member falls, they must inflict tenfold damage, so that enemies feel fear before they attack their comrades. Thus, revenge from the cleanup unit must be operational, not emotional. It should be the most efficient, effective shock operation. And from a mentor's standpoint. No, rather than that, from the sinner's perspective, Enrique could not help but feel immense sorrow and guilt regarding Ivan's anger. If their target was her, then this situation in the end. Enough. Ivan placed a hand to his eyes and took a deep breath. When he lowered his hand, his expression was like it usually was. He reached out and brushed Enrique's hair. As she trembled from the unfamiliar situation, Ivan patted her shoulder and spoke. It's not your fault, Enrique. Apprentice. If there's blame to be assigned, it lies with them, and if there are debts to be collected, it must be from them. I have never blamed you, nor will I do not be hard on yourself. If you trust me, then trust my judgment. Enrique lowered her head at Ivan's words. Her hand gripping Ivan's sleeve trembled slightly. He patted the back of her hand a couple of times before moving forward again. The royal tomb was nearby. It was the path opened by the cleanup unit. They merely opened the way to the tomb, they did not enter it themselves. Clang! One member signaled with a snap of his jaw. Survivor and rescue. To put it another way, something like, it must be the living who save us. As if making a funny joke, the member snapped his jaw and shook his head. He soon drew his weapon and turned away. Let the dead take on the cumbersome roles. The living must move forward. Ivan nodded silently and stepped ahead. The lone spider has entered the tomb. Where's the master? Where is the master? He hasn't regained consciousness yet. We need to buy time. Enrique is with you. How are you going to stop them? As the vampire, observing the situation through the eyes of the dead, fell into confusion, another one stepped up and quietly knelt. The burial chamber imitated the form of the court, like a minister presenting a petition to a lord. Great king, the rebels have invaded the capital. Upon hearing this, the man sitting on the throne lifted his head. Is the fault of my subjects so great and deep? As the vampire humbly bowed, the man gently shook his head. It is my ineptitude. Withdraw the soldiers and deal with the rebels. I shall take the heads of the traitors myself. The vampire quietly bowed his head and retreated. Other vampires beside him laughed at the scene. No matter how much it is Enrique, she cannot face all of us. If the lone spider can be dealt with, that'll do. SHH, once that old man regains his senses, things will get complicated. For now, stay low. Understood, got it. The vampires giggled quietly and stood behind the king. They maintained a respectful posture like guards protecting the king. The doors of the court opened gently. Ivan paused as he saw the man sitting far away on the throne. Except for the violet light spilling from him, the last figure of the late king he remembered was right there. He sat, vibrant as if he were still alive, looking down at Ivan. Ivan walked silently to the center of the court, and then slowly knelt. Your Majesty. He looked up at him with eyes filled with hope, just like the cleanup unit did, perhaps. Yes, carefully, with a heart hoping for a miracle. Was this not the moment he had eagerly awaited? If they were to meet again, it would be after a long while, he had thought. After completing all missions, when he could finally discard even the last lingering attachment. If heaven truly exists, and if he were to be worthy to enter, then surely it would be then that they would reunite. Ever since he had heard of the late king's demise, he had pondered what words he should utter at this moment. It had become one of his rare hobbies. What should he say when they meet again? Should he recount the solitary hours he endured? Perhaps the king would have gently comforted him then. Should he boastfully mention the achievements he had accomplished? He could well have smiled and praised him. Or should he complain about the choice that sent him from the royal guard to the cleanup unit? Or perhaps, just endless gratitude for raising the son of a peasant, a mere conscript. For giving that mere conscript, a young boy, the opportunity to stand shoulder to shoulder with various heroes and knights. What words should he utter? What should he say when that day arrives? He had spent countless nights pondering such thoughts. All his dreams had been nightmares, so in order to maintain his condition before bed, he had to imagine pleasant scenarios. So now, in this moment, Your Majesty, do you remember me? He hoped for a miracle. Just like the cleanup unit, he wished to break free from the magical imprisonment and look at him, smiling as he had that day. He knew the circumstances were different. Here, the vampires had cast their full might of sorcery upon his king. And moreover, he was just a mere soldier. Even having stood at the king's side, compared to the numerous knights in the royal guard, he remained just a boy soldier. The king had too many to govern to still remember him after death. So if he said he didn't expect it, it would be a lie. I do not remember the face of a traitor. 14 years have already passed. To hear the king's voice after all that time would also be a lie if he said he wasn't disappointed. Ivan suppressed his disappointment and slowly rose. His trembling hand turned cold. As he got up, the king also rose from the throne. A massive greatsword was slowly raised in his hand. He could sense the party approaching. Enrique stood by him with concern, and behind him, those who had been silently following drew closer. "Sir, we also—" "I won't permit it." He blocked Ecdysis, who attempted to approach with the haft of his axe. Ecdysis, stunned, stammered backward. "Apprentice, a resurrected soldier brought back with that much mana, you can't handle it alone. We must strike together." "Enrique, calm down, I know you're very angry, but that is not the late king. Most of his bodily composition is replaced by spells, and the remaining spirit is just a puppet tailored for battle. He does not move with muscles or nerves as you remember the old king. Picture him as the king before aging. So, the peak of Conqueror Ivan. In his prime, when he had merely led 3,000 cavalrymen and had tripled the territory of this country. The strongest man, Ivan. One must not be fooled by the face of the old man. That would possess both the experience of Ivan in his later years and the battle prowess of Ivan in his prime. Einar, Jill, Burr, Maximilian. If it's not the three of them, they couldn't confront it head-on. Even during the formation of the hero party, this was mentioned. If the king were 20 years younger, the composition of the party would have changed. It had been a joke, but at least now, it was no longer a joke. It was merely a dry fact. They were now akin to commanding a member of the hero party. Ivan, who had been waiting quietly for Enrique to finish speaking, said in a low voice, "Enrique, I feel the same way." "What?" "From the first battle until now, today has always been my strongest moment. Enrique, now is my prime." He took a step ahead and drew his axe. "And I am not angry right now, Enrique." He gazed squarely at the late king, who looked down at him, alive and moving. No child in this world can ever stand toe-to-toe with their parents once they mature. Human life is too short. By the time they have fully grown, their parents' time is already nearing its end. This is how generations flow. The successor can never confidently say they have surpassed the predecessor. But now, at least today, if he could prove himself with everything he had. The conclusions he arrived at during all his imagined scenarios had always been the same. If they were to meet again someday, if he could reunite in heaven someday, then he would face him boldly and say, "I have grown like this." Since there would be no frailty in heaven, he would approach the late king, glowing in his prime, and smile, saying directly to him, "My son has grown up. Have you discussed enough?" "Yes, Your Majesty." "Will you step forward alone?" "Yes, Your Majesty." The old king's stern face softened for a moment. He smiled contentedly and stepped down from the throne. "Your spirit is admirable. If you desire this place, prove your worth with your strength." "I do not seek that place." Ivan also walked forward with a faint smile. "I have come here seeking your acknowledgement." "It will not be easy." "You have always set high standards for me." "Yes, I remember." Clang. With the axe raised forward. Now, with arms no longer thin, and a face that had grown uncomfortable with smiling. Recalling the milk and dried ham he used to give him to keep his slender body nourished. Ivan steps forward. Ivan stands in their way. Donate at least $10, and you can request any novel from Novelpia, excluding 19+ content, to be translated using the latest tools developed. (247). Chapter 248. Ivan had seen the martial arts of the late king. Even in those days, he was already in the twilight years, yet the late king had never refused to go to battle. Therefore, the royal guards always had to fight on the front lines. It was an era where the elite forces of the nation could only be the Royal Protector Corps, and it was not a war where they could conserve their most elite troops. Thus, the late king's martial arts were not unfamiliar to Ivan. They were familiar as if it were just yesterday. He had even tried to replicate them. But the great sword charging at him now was unfamiliar. The late king in his prime drew a trajectory completely different from the sword of the old man he remembered. Huang. The great sword slices through the air, fiercely like a calligrapher drawing with a large brush. It swings as if to smear the very space itself, continuing with a single stroke. Kang, sparks flew. It was a defensive move that was barely a block. Utilizing the usual rebound that comes from their clash, the old king carried the momentum and launched a counterattack. Kwang Kwak Kang. A relentless onslaught of swords followed without a moment to catch his breath. As he rebounded, there came the next strike, no matter how hard they clashed. Each strike could become a fatal blow. If he were an ordinary warrior, this fierce swordplay would have been a special technique all on its own. In that suspended time, the old king laughed as he swung his sword. "Is that all you have? Is that your best?" It wasn't so much mocking or ridiculing. It was somehow close to a voice trying to coax a child. Ivan couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the old king's laughter. Ivan pulled out another axe with his free left hand. The old king, seeing this, laughed heartily and brought down his great sword. Ikalang. He deflected the attack with the axe blade and aimed for the old king's head with his other hand. To set up this strike, he had not deflected all his previous attacks until now. The old king's swordsmanship was a method of aggression, a one-sided offense. It was fitting for a great warlord who had never engaged in a defensive battle. Or perhaps it resembled the swordsmanship of a tyrant who had entrusted all defensive matters to the royal guards and relentlessly berated the front lines. Ivan decided to turn this against him. The late king's offensive was based on utilizing the rebound during the moment of their clash. That delicacy was out of place for the old king's large frame, but was made possible by a lifetime of honed skills. Thus, he exposed his weaknesses by rebounding, to set up the offense more easily. It was a calculated move prepared solely for this moment. It leaned closer to an assassin's trick rather than that of a valiant warrior or knight. "Is this your best, your majesty?" Ivan said, laughing impudently as he thrust down the axe. A playful smile emerged, one that didn't match the lethal strike that could crush a head at any moment. A sound of awe escaped. The old king controlled the great sword, which had lost its balance, with just one hand, and raised his other hand to swat the axe blade away. Ikwang. A sound echoed, as sharp as it was, when he struck with his fist. When Ivan staggered from the intense recoil, the old king threw his body forward, pushing Ivan's chest with his shoulder. Surung, with a sharp sound, Ivan's gaze fell. The great sword, having regained its balance, was thrusting straight at him. This was a charge made with his body. It was a technique sometimes displayed by superhumans whose turning power surpassed that of cavalry. As Ivan, still off balance, stared at the sword's tip approaching him. Raising his gaze, he saw the king was smiling. Surrender. There was no way that was the case. Ikwang. The great sword hammered down on the empty floor. Ivan, who had somehow landed on the blade, bounced off it. No matter how great the sword, its form was far from a mere plank. The sight of him accurately landing on that thin blade caused the late king to break into an involuntary laugh. "You've only learned strange tricks. I am almost embarrassed." The king's fist came crashing down on Ivan, who was floating in the air. Although he blocked with the axe, he was pushed back. Ivan spun in midair and landed on the ground. The late king charged at him. With both arms raised high and gripping the great sword tightly, he looked like a roaring grizzly bear. Coupled with the king's towering stature, he appeared like a ferocious carnivore surging forward. As the ruler of a nation, one must always walk a path of righteousness. You, your majesty, were not an unrighteous ruler either. Oh, a king of my stature means every step I take is the definition of righteousness. As he deflected the attack, the king burst into laughter and pressed forward. Now, even when he deflected, he seamlessly transformed that energy into the next offensive. It resembled Einar's combat style. Both pushed forward with ferocity, but shared a surprising degree of precision in distributing their attacks. Ivan, like a flickering flame beneath a storm, defended against the onslaught and slowly retreated. Strive with all your might in everything you wish to achieve. Every offensive is a display of full force. He unleashes powerful strikes without holding back. Do not retreat even if it means clashing forcefully. As Ivan defended against the offensive, he immediately transitioned into the next wave. A flawless series of strikes without any energy left over. Unlike the obstinate appearance, it was intelligent and meticulously wielded power. Even after a missed opportunity, one must always be prepared for the next. If you deflect, the next attack awaits as it will follow through. The instant Ivan deflected the great sword hitting the ground, the old king took a step forward, mixing the direction of his strike. There were no complex techniques. It was simply thrusting, swinging, and advancing. Like a tidal wave, much like the long winter of Krasilov, like a storm laced with whipping snow that cuts through flesh. Endlessly, until the strength was spent. That was the old king's ruling philosophy, the political ideology of a tyrant where life was a constant struggle. The path of a warlord who had devoted every moment to territorial expansion until the demon king rose. All of that was seen. Ivan's acts slowly gained momentum. The next measure, the following one, the measure for when that fails was the strategy of an agent gradually fading away. He did not discriminate between types of weapons. He had to handle everything proficiently. He also did not concern himself with the quality of the weapon. If it broke, he would seize it for use. It was the combat style of infiltration agents, who had no continuous supply or safe rear. Fighting without hesitation, rolling on the ground without shame. Raids and ambushes were fundamental skills, while feints and distractions were basic strategies. Life is war. The way of life is akin to warfare. Is not war the clash of strength against strength and the intricate interplay of intense strategies, tactics, plots, and scheming? He lets go of that method, not to deny life, but neither simply to imitate others. Out of a desire to emulate. This was akin to a child blindly idolizing their father. To a toddler, a parent is like a god, and thus they instinctively mimic their actions and demeanor. Equaling. Ivan's axe fiercely charged in and entangled with the old king's great sword. An impossible noise erupted, one hard to believe came from a clash of weapons. Amidst the sparks created by the friction of metal on metal, the shimmering light seemed to smirk. Right. At the moment of the clash, Ivan was pushed back. Using the recoil from the strike, he landed the next blow. Quang, 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 with a mechanical rhythm similar to hammering on an anvil. It continued endlessly. Each strike delivered with utmost effort and full strength, an offensive that did not look back. It is a time of chaos. What does righteousness mean in a chaotic times? It is a path of hegemony. Only the stronger can protect their people and subjects. Even amid the continued onslaught, the old king's voice remained calm. Krasilov is cold and desolate. Its resources are meager, and the sea freezes every season. Therefore, expansion is necessary. As the father of the entire populace, I alone hold all responsibility for the starving. When Ivan deflected the old king's sword again, the king's voice grew louder. Thus, I must always be the one fighting at the forefront. The moment I cease, the nation withers. I must acquire a warmer sea and more fertile lands. If I can't attain that, then the whole world should fear me and my kingdom. If my subjects starve while my worries grow, I must ensure that war can arise at any moment. That's the righteousness of a king in this land. The philosophy of a conqueror who tripled the territory of a small northern nation. So learn it well. The king of this land must always be a warrior. When many other rulers whisper the name of this land's king, let it always be done with caution. The feared one. The deeper the king's notoriety spreads, the more prosperous the lives of the populace become. Yes, your majesty. Now, the clashing swords of the two men met in perfect timing, like a reflection in a mirror. Like a chorus of skilled musicians, they matched and clashed their sword and axe against each other's openings. This was the old king's sentiment. Like Ivan's homeland, the hope of a warrior. The old king's swordsmanship, infused with the sentiment of responsibility, went on to paint the canvas. The great sword aimed for Ivan's neck. As Ivan turned his axe to confront it, the trajectory of the great sword lowered slightly. This was not an expected attack. No, it was an attack that was not predictable at all. This move, from the perspective of swordsmanship, was an extremely irrational action. It was a self-defensive abandonment. Ivan, in confusion, struggled to deflect the axe. If this continued, the late king's sword would fall to the ground, and his axe would strike the king's neck. Then, suddenly, the old king's large hand grasped Ivan's wrist. The retreating right hand was seized and came to rest against the old king's neck. Mercy is shown by the strong. Are you stronger than me? Your Majesty. I have lost. Except for once in my life, I have never known defeat. Be proud of being my second conqueror. The first was the 7 dragon lords. Thus, the old king laughed, claiming he had never faced defeat up until the moment of his death. Do not show mercy to your enemy. It is already insufficient to show mercy to your people. Let your enemies speak of you in fear and trepidation. Act as if you are fierce and foolish. Your Majesty, didn't you say that you would not remember me? I have never forgot a single one of the warriors I have selected. The king, still smiling, lowered his sword. Fight as if you will never die and stand as if you will never be defeated. That is my arrogance. Be brazen. Little, Ivan, be ever arrogant. Should you falter or retreat to avoid sweat, know there is the blood of your people behind you. I do not desire to be king, your Majesty. Has Elizaveta done nothing yet? Yes. A look of inquiry appeared on the king's face. Chiral had no talents outside of making children. Had you not maintained the throne until you were this old? If Alexander had taken the kingship, you wouldn't be alive. Now is Elizaveta the queen. Yes, your Majesty. Then has Elizaveta not taken you under her wing? Quite strange. What image does he have of his granddaughter? Even in this situation, Ivan found himself hesitating for a moment. He quickly regained his composure and replied, Well, we are in a relationship. Then what is the problem? If you bear children of royal blood, can't you just teach them my will? Yes, your Majesty. What a timid lad you are. Could it be related to timidity? As Ivan swallowed his words, the late king reached out to place his hand on Ivan's head. This one, you've had a rough upbringing. Now let's end this. There should be no dead in the land of the living, now that I have seen all that I wish to. Your Majesty. The hand resting on his head felt heavy. The king chuckled heartily as he tousled Ivan's hair. Connect my hypocrisy and arrogance and stand in for my responsibility. Protect your people. Will you promise me that? Yes, your Majesty, I promise. I will surely do so. Finally, I can close my eyes in peace. Thank you. He lowered his hand and released the grip on Ivan's right hand. Raising his head to expose his neck, he quietly closed his eyes, smiling. When you fulfill your responsibilities and finally achieve your goals, seek your happiness. This is not a command from a king, but a plea from a father. Yes, I promise. You have grown well, my son. You are no longer small. I obtained the name, Great One Ivan, through fighting at your age. How could I call you the same as I? A little Ivan, so. Grow large, follow and walk beside me, and one day move ahead. Carry on my will. Will you promise me that? Yes, father. I absolutely will. Ivan closed his eyes, to enter eternal rest, deeply asleep. No one could disrupt his sweet dreams ever again. Ivan opened his eyes. He took a moment to catch his breath and bowed deeply. He raised the axe. He stood up to fulfill his responsibilities. Even now, he did not fully understand what the happiness he would eventually reach might be. Perhaps he would never know for a lifetime. But this was the late king's final will. Now, a line had been added to his responsibilities. Even if the day comes when his soul is chipped away and finally becomes a deceased, he will never forget today. Chinese letter, Chinese letter. EP 41. Unforgot, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Donate at least $10, and you can request any novel from Novelpia, excluding 19+ content, to be translated using the latest tools developed. (248). Chapter 249. The reconnaissance resources utilized by the demon army can be broadly divided into two categories. One is dwarves, and the other is vampires. Succubi are exceptions. Giant monster spiders are a problematic race to use as reconnaissance agents. Dwarves were a troop specialized in military intelligence and sabotage. As long as there is solid ground, they could infiltrate anywhere and cause disruption. Since people cannot live in the sky, dwarves could inflict tremendous troop losses on the supply lines of all civilizations throughout the war. The cleanup unit retaliated by doing the same to the demon army. The role of the vampires was different. With a human-like appearance, even more attractive, they could infiltrate strongholds, mass-produce minions, and enchant those in power. Generally, humans yearn for immortality, so becoming a vampire is often seen as a blessing. Elves can fly, live on islands, are immune to dwarves, and are inherently immortal, so they were immune to vampires as well, but high-ranking human nobles were not. It should have been that way. If Enrique hadn't bitten the elder just before the war broke out, it definitely would have been so. Though it is rare for an elder dispatched to human society to be hunted down by a priest, it has happened. There is nothing particularly surprising about it. However, Enrique's case was unprecedented in history. She devoured her father while retaining all of the vampire's skills and abilities, hunting elders dispatched to various nations and growing stronger. Thus, she finally awakened the most powerful bloodline abilities, surpassing any elder under Olga. Just the existence of Enrique constrained all actions of the vampires. If she sneaks in, she will inevitably be discovered, and once discovered, she will undoubtedly be subdued, and the moment she is subdued, all intelligence of the demon army flows into her ears. It would not be surprising that Olga wanted to capture her alive and tear her apart. Unable to move in the daytime, vampires had proven to be useless until the end of the war. And since their necromancy was insignificant compared to Abaditas's minions, the vampire society remained scorned until the moment the demon army crumbled. Thus, Enrique is the archenemy of all vampires. With the hero gone, the knights dead, the saint losing power, and the nation planning an expedition with its troops drawn away, the plan to annihilate Enrique and eradicate the intelligence resources of the United Kingdom was a long-held desire that had to be achieved, at all costs, regardless of feasibility and profit. Everything seemed to be going as expected. Enrique chose to hide without resistance, the citizens trembled in fear, and the city became paralyzed. The dwindling troops focused on blocking the gates. After all, isn't it something that can be resolved once the expeditionary force returns? To drive a wedge, they raided the grave of the cleanup unit. If they could resurrect the clearly dead Colonel Ivan Petrovich, what would Enrique mean? Overthrowing the country would not be an overstatement. Resurrecting the entire cleanup unit would not be a mere dream of dismantling the alliance. If they could revive the Brain, Ivan, and resurrect the Brain's Royal Knight Order, restoring Olga's legions from the Great War wouldn't be a challenge. If they could subdue even captured Enrique, with the power of blood. Indeed, if only it were to happen. The revenge for my father is not the issue. Just veto Mark, the only surviving scion of Olga, the king of vampires. If he could crush the traitor who dared to proclaim himself as the Demon King, digest Abadidas's relics slumbering in the Frechenkaya treasure, and swallow even Enrique. Then, what would be the problem if they called me the Demon King? It is not wrong. All ambitious individuals have plans. At least until meeting the cleanup unit. EP42, Inheritance. The vampires seem to be in a daze. With all available resources pulled together in a hurry, their strongest military force, the Death Knight Royal Guard, could not stop the enemies. They were matching the undead cleanup unit that rose just to make them suffer and were fighting to the death. Just this alone was enough to make one spit blood. However, it was okay. There was a corpse of one of the strongest individuals before the hero party. The remains of such a being can hardly be matched unless they take from the ancient Lord's protector enshrined in the Tyles Grand Cathedral. In other words, it meant that a complete resurrection of the ancient hero was possible. With the ability of a hero party level and the body that does not die or tire, inheriting the battle proficiency built up until just before death. After resurrecting such an existence, they ended up exchanging pleasantries before essentially committing suicide. And now, before their eyes. Wait, a conversation with conversation. Enrique, with red eyes, was smiling at them. The reason she originally had to flee was not due to such rabble. Just as she had a clear hierarchy with the hidden something, she too had a clear hierarchy with these beings. As the vampires urgently tried to transform into bats to flee, Enrique, perched on the window frame, drew a dagger and swung it. The vampire who chose to escape the quickest instantly became a beheaded corpse. Lucia, who approached steadily, sank her teeth into his severed neck. Bloodline vampirism, a choice worthy of one who devours the elder. Hostage. It was a natural flow of thought. Escape was impossible, so they had to fight, but fighting here would result in utter annihilation. What had been the reason for Enrique to stay hidden until now? Wasn't it because capturing hostages would be troublesome? If she directly appeared on the front lines, what would that mean? It meant that those who could become hostages were within reach, so there was no need to worry. Just as the most agile vampire chose to flee faster than anyone else, the most cunning vampire turned his eyes toward the hostage faster than anyone else. Enrique's bloodline would not be easily subdued even if they rushed in to capture. The little boy is also a vampire, so if he fled in a different form, it would take time to pursue. And with that much time, Enrique could encircle him dozens of times. Then they needed to capture a human. The eyes of the vampire quickly turned back to the other companions. The idiot standing dumbstruck, watching the battle of the spider and the brain. Yes, those were the humans that Enrique cherished. Shadowblade, stop. The vampire grinned and shouted towards Enrique. He was already positioned behind their group, extending his hand. First, towards the young man dressed as a priest who stood furthest back. After all, priests are the most vulnerable troops in direct combat, and now, in this state, he has even lost his sacred power, making him no more than a civilian. As wish. The outstretched hand was severed. As the vampire looked around in confusion, he saw the face of the priest staring back at him. It was a young human man with a sharp jawline. With a solemn expression, he growled low. "The Lord is great." There was no time to share words. The vampire, whose offensive had failed, quickly twisted his body to escape. His chin touched something on his back, as if expecting a route of escape. When he looked back, a woman in armor was glaring at him. "That's he." Only a groan escaped his lips. The longsword embedded in his chest glistened beneath the torchlight. If there is a chance of victory, one does not lose. This does not simply mean invincibility. It means that one can reflexively realize the optimal number needed to win. In other words, when delivering a decisive blow, especially if it is a surprise attack. Yuri can certainly accomplish that. If only the conditions are met, it is a level of ability that can activate even in front of the 7 dragon lords. Now, the not particularly agile or particularly cunning vampires noticed their group, which was surrounding them, and froze. "Master, master!" One vampire cried out in terror. Fear is the most extreme expression of survival instinct. Vampires can fall into a panic as well. Contrary to the prejudice that undead are immune to fear, sentient beings that choose to become undead have a desire for life stronger than anyone else. From the center of the group, black steel erupted, pushing gently against the shoulders of Yuri and Oscar. The group reflexively opened a path. It is natural for the leader to lead, especially when it comes to revenge. Your master cannot save you. From under the ashen hair, azure eyes stared down the vampire. No one can. Even Enrique stopped moving at that moment. The vampires gazed at the approaching man, barely holding on to the minimum will to resist. I know a lot. We can negotiate. If the Shadow Blade drinks my blood, I will gladly become a subordinate. SHH. Ivan lifted his axe to silence him. With a resolute calmness, he walked slowly. The once king was gazing down upon him, so this place is. This is the throne room. The audacious must kneel. The hand that was filled with fear loomed over the head of the terrified vampire. Beneath the shadow, the vampire let out a small whimper. Grabbing his hair tightly, Ivan's right hand reached up toward the ceiling. At its end, the axe blade glimmered with a menacing blue light. Spare me. I have never kept a promise to spare. The promises made before many who left first were as futile as their deaths. However, I have never broken the promise of not sparing you. You will not survive longer than today. Thus he made that vow. In this throne room, under the gaze of the former king, Ivan could not dare break his oath. The cleanup unit does not engage in negotiations. They only extract their due. In the depths of the Frechenkaya, within the Krasilov Palace, there lies a treasure. Unlike the royal bank managed by the royal treasurer, this place holds items whose values cannot be quantified. All the relics within this deep seal correspond to the history of this land. Heirlooms passed down since the days of the northern city-states, relics from the time when gods walked the earth, tributes from the vassals who were subdued, and even trophies from the conquest wars. It is the royal history of this land, the history of victory. Abaditas, I will take my revenge for you. If there is any shining relic, this would undoubtedly be it. The remains of Abaditas. Even when he had residual sacred power, it has already been consecrated, and there are no longer traces of the 7 dragon lords remaining, yet still, it remains a mighty sacred item. The 7 dragon lords are beings imbued with sanctity. Thus, the remains of Abaditas are none other than divine remains. Even though it was sanctified, it could never become a mere corpse. For the demon race, this is not merely a symbol. It is one of the most powerful holy relics. The king of Olga growled in wrath. I will burn this land, crush every life born from it, and swallow their blood as tribute. The remains of the necromancy god, the skull split as though by an axe, stared straight at him. This power that had previously suppressed and washed away sanctity can no longer protect this land. The blood of vampires dripped onto the skull. Soon, flames of blue vitality ignited beneath the empty depths of the skull. Die. Below it, a heartfelt grievance began to seep out. It was not the thoughts of the undead, but the remnants left by the deceased god. No memory, no will remained, but for the king of vampires, the elder vampire, that was more than enough. If it is half a sanctity, it is more of an illusion. Holding the shattered sanctity of Olga, the vampire pressed the lifted skull firmly onto his head. Kill them all. The vampire coldly responded to the echo of the long-dead god ringing in his ears. I will willingly do so. I will repay the portion of my fallen kindred, who all perished while buying me time. Donate at least $10, and you can request any novel from Novelpia, excluding 19+ content, to be translated using the latest tools developed. (249). Chapter 250. The last vampire did not resist much. After an execution close to slaughter, when Enrique and Lucia swallowed its blood, its last resistance would end. Of course, vampires are generally undead beings that live forever. They belong to a very tricky category to kill in ordinary ways. A stake is driven through the heart, and the body is burned and cast into a river. This is the traditional method of dealing with vampires, and even then, there are often cases of them coming back to life. One cannot be sure about their characteristic of melting under the sun, as there are high-ranking vampires like Enrique who can roam freely under sunlight. Moreover, Ivan's preferred method is constant killing. Essentially, a vampire's bodily recovery is proportional to the total amount of blood it has consumed so far. They are a type of monster that recovers by consuming the souls of the beings they have drained. In other words, until they can no longer recover. In other words, they will die if they are cut down until the blood they have stored is entirely depleted. If their body becomes weak enough that they cannot recover, severing the neck would prevent them from resurrecting again. However, if there is a more efficient and powerful method, your bloodline is good compared to your abilities, huh? It is the consumption of kin. It means swallowing the blood and souls that the opponent has built up. It is a characteristic that has created the current Enrique. A vampire that has been consumed by its kin cannot resurrect again. Therefore, vampire battles become true conquests. It is a process of fully subjugating the opponent's soul and life. Is that good news? No, it's very bad news. Enrique licked the blood off his lips as he spoke. The fact that I could provide this much true blood to those just created means that whatever it may be, the master of these things has swallowed Olga. Among Olga's followers are many very old vampires. To use these rabble while carrying out the most daring operation since the war, raiding a human city with only vampires, what could that signify? It means that Olga and all of his followers have been killed. It also means that the vampire who has devoured Olga recklessly produced kin to expand their power. Moreover, let's infer one more thing. It means they were pressed for time and came in a hurry. The fact that they bestowed this level of bloodline on those without proper capabilities means they have passed the maximum strength they could give to all their available followers. To put it another way, it means a lord placed in a situation where they can only organize a unit with conscripts, threw in all their wealth to equip them with full-body armor and magical spears, and pushed them to the battlefield. They have a desired goal and are even pressed for time. If they were a powerful vampire capable of killing Olga, there would be no reason for that. Time has always been on the side of the immortals. Enrique gazed at the night sky, lost in thought. Why, if they were trying to manipulate me, there would have been better methods. Isn't there time pressure? Either for me or them, we won't fade within time. Enrique. Yeah. After Frechinkaya was attacked, did you perhaps send a request for support to any other territories? No matter how much the capital defense army was halved, they are not that incompetent. Of course, a request for troops was sent, right on the first day. Recalling once again, the military of this country is not incompetent. From the beginning, the incompetent would not have survived under Elizaveta's regime. The Capital Defense Army dispatched a messenger the moment they judged they could not maintain city functions. This means they tried on the first day, a remarkably swift response, one might say. In this era, requests for troops come back as a financial burden. If they were to ask for assistance from local lords in an already impoverished financial situation, Elizaveta's regime would have to forfeit much of its authority and many interests. Knowing this, local lords have no reason to hesitate to intervene. They were already overly centralized compared to the width of the territory. If they could diminish the authority of the royal family during this opportunity, then why not? What about Tyles and Drovian? They probably sent word there too, but do they have any available troops left in Tyles? Drovian. It's not far. The great powers, formed by Tyles, Krasilov, Drovian, maintain good relations, even considering the United Kingdom as a whole. Since the coup d'etat, Tyles has entrusted half of its defense power to Krasilov, while Drovian hasn't even thought about such things. To be precise, this means Einar. If they were invaded by a demon, especially if they sent out a request for support, Einar would have attempted to dispatch without thinking twice, because in this city are Enrique and Patricia. Now, there are few comrades from the hero party remaining in this world. That man is not clever enough to restrain himself before comrades and family. Moreover, in this city, does he not have his own bloodline? Although he tries to raise his daughter relatively strongly, even that has its limits. If Einar dispatched Huskell, it could reach in 3 days. And considering the time this city was shrouded in darkness, no matter how much the routes were wrecked due to Rasputitsa, the fact that no one responded up until this point. It was not that they were pressed for time, but that they were coordinating time. Oh dear. At Ivan's words, Enrique clenched his teeth. At the point when Frecciancaya was most vulnerable, that is, when the Second Legion, the Royal Guards, the Counterintelligence Command, and the majority of the capital defense army were planning overseas expeditions. The fact that they precisely targeted this moment, when even dwarves had to focus on the southern expedition. It means they were preparing for war. It means they had deployed a thorough intelligence network that could consistently monitor the internal situation of Frecciancaya. There's no demon king, yet the 7 dragon lords band together. Circumstantially, Olga was reported to have died suddenly, wasn't he? That's true. Someone must have killed the 7 dragon lords to prove their power, in a form that others must recognize as the demon king. Only one person could do that in this era. Maximilian. Ahem. Ivan sighed while looking at Enrique. Indeed, thinking back, that was the case. The name of Enrique's quest was Prelude to Great Collapse. Quests like Theological War or Winter of Ages possess an independent narrative in and of themselves. That's what I've understood so far. If that's the case, I should have realized when I organized the quests that Eugene had evaluated. Ivan could only acknowledge that he had been complacent. He had been too rushed concerning the events happening in the South. With just a little bit of thought, it would have been an identifiable cliché. Linked quest. Deploying an intelligence network capable of eavesdropping on the internal situations of Frecciancaya in real time. And the reason for trying to eliminate Enrique, the most significant obstacle for the vampire agents, is obvious. If they want to rise up on the scale of the Great War, what country is the first to be neutralized? If they can bring down Krasilov and Drovian, the United Kingdom will face the war having lost most of its means of resistance. It is a flanking operation. While paralyzing Frecciancaya, launching an offensive from another direction. There is no need to ponder the direction of the offensive. From Maximilian's perspective, there are only 2 high-value targets, Enrique and Einar. Considering the situation, that's how it appears. After Callian fragmented and Tyles experienced internal strife, if the Southern Kingdom's civil war has just been concluded. Aside from Drovian, there remain no other countries so powerful that they must be struck first. Ivan stared blankly at Ecdysis, who was growing paler as she listened to the conversation. Calm down, everyone. That Einar wouldn't be the type to die easily. That a place like Drovian would not collapse at once. That if it were the hero party, they should see hope even in despair. There was no time to make such persuasion. First, we need to address what needs to be done immediately. Ivan spoke, looking beyond the broken window of the mausoleum. A dark green light was rising in the night sky where no star was visible. It must be the final visitor. By circumstances, a being that has devoured Olga, yet for reasons unknown has not regained its divinity. A half-hearted candidate for the 7 dragon lords. All worries and concerns can wait until after they kill it. Yust laughed as he looked down at the wriggling bugs emerging beneath the mausoleum. A storm of mana tore through his whole body, almost numbing his head. He had lost numerous kin. While he hadn't expected much from those useless beings, it was a painful loss to think that their blood would have gone to Enrique. Until yesterday, that would have been the case. But now they are all worthless. A true power, a power that transcended the inherent limits of being a vampire, was boiling up throughout his entire being. Abadidas was a god of necromancy, and Olga was a god of vampires. If he were to inherit the powers of both, what should he call that existence? Now Yust could assert it, a god of death, an embodiment of the very concept of death itself. Although he has not yet seized divinity, it is only a matter of time. In this city, there still remain more than 200,000 lives. If he devours all of these and uses their corpses to amass an army, and devours dozens of millions more lives. In this era, where the gods of humans can no longer prove their divine power with that hateful sun, how could mere mortals hope to stop him? Arise! Yust lifted his hand and shouted. From the inner sanctuary to the far-off Undercity's sewers, every corpse resting in the underground of each sector raised its head at his command. Arise! No complicated incantations or powers were necessary. This one phrase was enough. The time for the dead has come, and the screams of the living echo in his ears. How great this power is. From the very start, death has been prevalent in this city. Even in his long life, the sheer number of corpses lying beneath this city was extraordinary. Such levels of death were rare even in the most intense battlefields of the Great War. The capital of these barbaric people was this lowly. As if they committed massive slaughters every generation. Neil, the final king of all you worthless bugs, is here. At that moment, something flew in like an arrow. Yust stopped mid-sentence and reached out to catch what was coming. An axe. An axe, infused with formidable power, buzzed and cried out beneath his grasp. Turning his gaze in the direction it had flown from, he saw a solitary spider staring straight at him. Kill him. Simultaneously, the remains of Abadidas on top of his head screamed. Ignoring it with effort, he turned his body towards the creature. Below, he saw it jabbing needles into its own forearm. Who would have thought I'd end up killing the same creature 3 times? Its voice resonated low. Enough already, come down, Abadidas. Kill him. Donate at least $10. And you can request any novel from Novelpia, excluding 19+ content, to be translated using the latest tools developed.